Chen Xuan could never have imagined that on the day of his girlfriend's birthday, he would receive a provocative photograph from her. Having just finished an overtime shift, as he descended from the building of his internship company, Chen Xuan received a mysterious multimedia message. Upon opening it, he found only a single image devoid of any accompanying text. In the photograph, a girl reclined on the bed of a hotel room, nearly devoid of clothing, revealing expanses of fair skin. The dim yellow lighting of the hotel room lent the image an air of suggestive ambiguity, although the girl's face was largely obscured by her bangs. Chen Xuan felt an immediate sense of recognition. She bore an uncanny resemblance to his girlfriend, Su Jing. How could his typically pure and innocent girlfriend have taken such an explicit photo? Moreover, it was not a selfie. Who could have captured this image? A myriad of doubts raced through Chen Xuan's mind as he checked the sender of the multimedia message, only to find it was from an anonymous number. With apprehension, he hopped onto his electric scooter and sped towards the university. Today marked Su Jing's birthday, and Chen Xuan had initially planned to surprise her. However, the receipt of what appeared to be his girlfriend's risque photograph dampened his spirits significantly. Both Chen Xuan and Su Jing were fourth-year students at Tianhai University. Since Su Jing preferred not to reside in the dormitories, Chen Xuan had rented a one-bedroom apartment for her outside the campus. A mere 10 minutes later, he arrived at the entrance of the apartment building, where numerous university students were coming and going. Chen Xuan rushed up to the 5th floor, arriving at apartment 503. Just as he was about to knock, he heard peculiar sounds emanating from within. These sounds, while likely to ignite passion in a man, would surely cause a woman to blush. Yet, for Chen Xuan, they elicited shock and fury. Disbelief etched across his features. Could it be that his girlfriend was in there, engaged in such intimate activities with another man? Overcome with anger, Chen Xuan fumbled for his keys to unlock the door, only to discover it was securely bolted from the inside. Damn it! He cursed, his frustration boiling over as he began to pound on the door with force. Bang! 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 His ruckus attracted the attention of several onlookers from the apartment complex. Chen Xuan knocked repeatedly, yet those inside seemed oblivious to his presence, showing no sign of intent to open the door. Su Jing. Open the door, he shouted, his fists still pounding against the wood. Are you hiding a man in there? Are you feeling guilty? Open up. The surrounding students regarded Chen Xuan with pity, fully aware of the unfolding drama within. That it was painfully clear that this seemingly disheveled young man had been betrayed by his girlfriend. After an agonizing 5 minutes, the door finally swung open. A young couple emerged. The girl, striking yet disheveled and in disarray, displayed no shame upon seeing Chen Xuan. She was indeed his girlfriend, Su Jing. The man, clad only in CK boxers, had skin even fairer and more delicate than Su Jing's. Clearly hailing from a privileged background, he looked at Chen Xuan with a mocking disdain, exuding an air of arrogance. As the two stepped out, it felt as if lightning had struck Chen Xuan's mind, leaving him in a state of utter blankness. He had truly been betrayed. After a few seconds, Chen Xuan took a deep breath and, gritting his teeth, demanded, Su Jing, why? Give me a reason. Am I calling you a fool? Su Jing is with me now. So she has discarded you, you blind fool. The wealthy young man draped his arm around Su Jing's shoulders, speaking with disdain. Among the onlookers, some quickly recognized the identity of the man. It's Yunfeng, the young master O. This Yunfeng, a second-generation rich student, was a well-known figure at Tianhai University, notorious for his debauchery and lechery. It was said that he had cycled through no less than 8 girlfriends. With his affluent background, women were eager to pursue him. Chen Xuan had heard of Yunfeng's exploits, but he never imagined that his once pure girlfriend would be involved with someone like him. How could he accept that? Su Jing, I want to hear your explanation. I refuse to believe you are that kind of woman. Chen Xuan's eyes reddened, nearly shouting. What kind of woman am I? Chen Xuan, take a good look at your pitiful self. How dare you look down on others? Su Jing scoffed, her eyes filled with contempt. You ride around on a broken electric bike, earning a meager $3,000 a month during your internship. You can't even afford my cosmetics. Can you truly support me? Every word from Su Jing felt like a blade cutting into Chen Xuan's heart. The cold stares from the surrounding classmates only intensified the burning shame on his face. At that moment, his heart was already drenched in anguish. Amidst the pain and anger, Chen Xuan suddenly recalled that explicit photo. Yunfeng, Was that photo taken by you? Chen Xuan glared at Yunfeng, questioning fiercely. He suspected that the explicit photo Su Jing had sent to his phone was a deliberate insult orchestrated by Yunfeng. Yunfeng was momentarily taken aback, then looked at Chen Xuan as if he were a fool. What photo? Have you lost your mind? You brazenly steal my girl and act so righteous? He'll fight you. Chen Xuan could no longer contain his fury and charged at Yunfeng, ready to throw a punch. However, Yunfeng was not weak, and with Su Jing's assistance, Chen Xuan was pushed back instead. Several male classmates who were friendly with Yunfeng quickly surrounded Chen Xuan, pushing him to the staircase. Chen Xuan stumbled and fell at the stairwell corner, instantly feeling excruciating pain throughout his body. Get lost. How dare you lay a hand on me without knowing your worth? Yunfeng said triumphantly, holding Su Jing with arrogance. Clenching his teeth, Chen Xuan endured the anger and pain, unwillingly fleeing downstairs amidst Yunfeng's taunts and the peculiar gazes of his classmates. Knowing he could not compete against the wealthy second generation with so many allies, Chen Xuan returned to his dormitory. Disheartened, that night, he drowned his sorrows in alcohol until he was inebriated, only to be helped to bed by a few roommates, drifting into a dazed slumber. After an indeterminate time, in his muddled state, Chen Xuan felt a warmth emanating from his chest, where a piece of ancestral jade had been worn since childhood. The jade grew increasingly warm, and Chen Xuan's consciousness began to sharpen. Suddenly, a resounding echo reverberated in Chen Xuan's mind, accompanied by a melodious sound, audible only to him. Young Chen Xuan, receive my legacy of the evil physician. As this mysterious and ancient voice resonated, a torrent of exquisite medical knowledge surged into Chen Xuan's consciousness, encompassing the ancient and wondrous secret, acupuncture techniques of the evil physician, as well as the divine eye technique capable of perceiving all things. These arcane medical methods flowed into him, merging seamlessly with Chen Xuan's memories, as if they had been innate to him all along. My medical path transcends the heavens with diligent practice. The benefits are boundless. The enigmatic transmission from the evil physician continued to infiltrate Chen Xuan's mind, while simultaneously, the ancient jade amulet upon his chest became intensely warm. Had he opened his eyes, he would have been astonished to witness the remarkable sight of his ancestral jade melting away. The jade transformed into a powerful and dense stream of energy, merging into Chen Xuan's body and gradually coursing through his limbs and bones. His muscles and skeleton, nurtured by this energy, began to strengthen, while various imperfections and scars on his body were meticulously repaired, rendering him flawless. With my celestial energy infusing your being, you shall henceforth rise above the ordinary. Do not tarnish the esteemed name of the unparalleled evil physician. As the final note of the melodious voice resonated, Chen Xuan felt an overwhelming sense of languor, an indescribable comfort that soon lulled him back into slumber. Chen Xuan, wake up. You're going to be late for work. A familiar voice broke through, prompting Chen Xuan to open his eyes and behold sunlight streaming through the window. At his bedside stood a modestly dark-skinned young man, vigorously shaking his shoulder. This was Huang Song, Chen Xuan's closest friend from university, often teasingly referred to as Huang the Coward due to his somewhat timid nature. What time is it, Song? Chen Xuan inquired hastily. It's almost 8 o'clock. Upon hearing this, Chen Xuan leaped from his bed. Having just experienced a breakup the previous night, he was determined not to jeopardize his job by being late. The company commenced operations at 9, and their eccentric manager insisted on employees arriving half an hour early. Hence, Chen Xuan needed to reach the office by 8:30 otherwise. He had no doubt that the peculiar manager would dismiss him without hesitation. He had previously confided his frustrations to Huang Song, which prompted his friend to urge him to rise quickly. Wait, Chen Xuan suddenly recalled something, instinctively reaching for his chest. Could it be that last night's dream was real? The ancestral jade amulet he had worn was nowhere to be found. Despite a night of indulgence, Chen Xuan felt invigorated rather than fatigued, his mind remarkably clear, and his body seemingly brimming with boundless vitality. A surge of exhilaration welled within him. He indeed sensed a profound transformation within himself. The legacy of the evil physician is truly real. Overwhelmed with joy, Chen Xuan was interrupted as his phone buzzed with a mysterious text message. Upon opening it, he was confronted with yet another provocative photograph. Though this time the girl was not Su Jing. The same hotel room, the same dim lighting, the same unclad figure, but her face was obscured, with her bangs concealing much of her features. Chen Xuan momentarily struggled to identify her. However, mere seconds later, a jolt of realization struck him. The girl in the photograph bore an uncanny resemblance to the most beautiful flower of their school. Amidst his bewilderment, Chen Xuan discovered an accompanying message beneath the photograph. What does Brother Xian think of this girl? Upon reading this message, a thought abruptly crossed his mind. Could it be that the Cinder had mistakenly contacted him? And who exactly was this Brother Xian? From the tone of Oyu phone yesterday, it was evident that he was not the Cinder. Moreover, it was implausible for Oyu Feng to possess such suggestive photographs of a potential campus beauty. Harboring doubts, Chen Xuan hastily freshened up and set out. However, he had not ventured far beyond the school gates when he encountered a blockage at the intersection ahead. What was happening? Helplessly halting his electric bike, he squeezed into the crowd to see what was unfolding. Before him stood a red Lamborghini, with a burly man sprawled on the ground in front of the car, clutching his knee and cursing, his expression indicating immense agony. The owner of the luxury vehicle was a stunning woman, approximately 20 years of age. Her figure was graceful, adorned in a fitted light blue skirt that revealed a pair of long, fair, and delicate legs. Following the curve of her alluring form upward, one encountered a breathtaking visage. With brows like distant mountains and eyes resembling shimmering waters, captivating to the extent that one could hardly tear their gaze away. Was that not the campus beauty, Chen Feishue? Although he had only seen her photograph on the school website, Chen Xuan instantly recognized the enchanting woman before him. Yet, her real-life beauty exceeded that of her pictures by a considerable margin. The campus goddess of Tianhai was indeed deserving of her reputation. However, Chen Feishue's figure was decidedly more alluring than the girl depicted in the photograph he had received earlier. Chen Xuan was certain that the photo did not feature Chen Feishue. This only deepened his confusion. Why had the mysterious Cinder sent him such an explicit image resembling Chen Feishue? Unable to fathom the reasoning, he returned his attention to the situation at hand. Piecing together the murmurs of the onlookers, he gathered that Chen Feishue had likely collided with the burly man. Having inherited the legacy of an extraordinary healer, Chen Xuan was no longer the same person. He discerned at a glance that the burly man was hardly injured. It turned out he was a scammer. Yet, the man's fierce demeanor and notorious reputation as a local thug, known as Brother Qiao, deterred anyone from intervening on Chen Feishue's behalf. At that moment, Brother Qiao feigned agony while spitting words laced with confidence. I don't care. You've crippled me. And you must compensate me at least 1 million in medical expenses. Upon seeing Chen Feishue's luxurious sports car, Brother Qiao recognized her wealth and audaciously demanded a fortune. Drawing gasps from the onlookers. 1 million? Was that not exceedingly extortionate? Chen Feishue's brows furrowed slightly as she patiently replied, Sir, I am quite certain I did not hit you. If you persist in this manner, I will have no choice but to call the police. What? Are you denying what you did? Even if you report it, it will only bring you more trouble, and you'll end up paying even more. Brother Qiao spoke with unwavering confidence, having observed that there were no surveillance cameras at this intersection, making it the perfect setting for his scam. Moreover, he had stumbled upon a wealthy heiress this time, which promised a lucrative outcome. As he gazed at Chen Feishue's enticing face and figure, Brother Qiao could not help but swallow hard. What is the truth? I believe many have witnessed the incident just now. Is there anyone willing to assist me in proving that I did not collide with him? Chen Feishue, unwilling to engage in further entanglement with Qiao Ge, turned to the crowd for support. Numerous passionate youths immediately felt compelled to defend her. However, just as one enthusiastic young man attempted to step forward, he was suddenly struck in the abdomen by someone, causing him to crouch on the ground, unable to utter a sound. Thus it was revealed. Chen Xian's observational skills had sharpened significantly. He quickly recognized that at least 5 individuals in the onlooking crowd were accomplices of Qiao Ge. This was evidently a group of scammers. No wonder Qiao Ge acted with such impunity. I will testify. Just when Chen Feishue was on the verge of despair, a young man stepped forward. This young man, with a rather disheveled appearance and a skull tattoo on the back of his hand, approached Chen Feishue with a mischievous grin and said, I clearly saw that you indeed bumped into this gentleman. You should refrain from being so obstinate. You are lying. Even with her impeccable composure, Chen Feishue could not suppress the flush of anger that rose to her face. The ruffian, in cahoots with Qiao Ge, noticed her beauty despite her fury, his gaze turning lascivious as he leered, "You asked for a witness, and now that I come forward, you don't believe me? What a cheeky little beauty you are." Chen Xuan's anger intensified. It was evident that this pair of scoundrels was colluding to extort her. And yet they dared to turn the tables with such shamelessness. Sensing the moment was ripe, Xiaogu feigned a groan. "Oh, if I don't get treatment for my leg soon, it will truly be ruined. Now that we have a witness, are you going to pay the million or not? You could even use your Lamborghini as collateral." Huh? The conniving young ruffian greedily eyed the sports car behind Chen Xuan, envisioning how much he could profit from selling it. "This is extortion. Do not presume that I will comply." Chen Xuan's expression turned frosty as she resolved not to waste any more words on these ruffians. She picked up her phone, intending to call the police. The young ruffian, quick on his feet, snatched Chen Xuan's phone away, sneering, "Call the police? You dream on. Little beauty. I advise you to settle this privately. Otherwise, you won't pay any compensation, and you want to give up your car as collateral. Are you hoping for something more personal?" Xiaogu, lying on the ground, wore a lewd smile, finally revealing his true intentions. Noticing Xiaogu signaling to him, the young ruffian understood the cue and reached out to grab Chen Xuan's arm. "Stop it." Chen Xuan could no longer bear to watch. His anger surged as he dashed forward, catching several of Xiao Ji's subordinates off guard. "Who the hell are you?" Xiaogu glared fiercely at Chen Xuan, wishing to resolve matters with the beautiful woman swiftly, not expecting someone to interfere. The ruffian who had intended to seize Chen Xuan was startled by Chen Xuan's sudden appearance. Before transforming his astonishment into fury, shouting, "Are you tired of living? How dare you meddle in Xiao Ji's affairs?" Observing the fierce demeanor of the two men, along with their cronies encircling him, Chen Xuan remained unfazed, even feeling a surge of anticipation within. He was eager to test the formidable power bestowed upon him by the legacy of the wicked physician. Meanwhile, Chen Xuan, pale with fright, gazed at Chen Xuan as if he were a lifeline in turbulent waters, her gratitude evident in her eyes. "Who am I?" Chen Xuan coldly chuckled. "I am her boyfriend." "Chen Xuan, do you truly believe this matter does not concern me?" The gang was momentarily taken aback. When Chen Xuan rushed over, he had not pondered much. Upon being questioned about his identity, the words slipped out effortlessly, unexpectedly silencing them. Chen Xuan felt a blush creep across her cheeks, while his declaration was rather commendable. She worried about the implications it might have, considering she was the belle of Tianhai University. The tattooed thug was the first to recover, sneering disdainfully, "With your pitiful appearance. You think you can possibly be this young beauty's boyfriend? Huh, who would believe that?" Exactly, echoed several of his companions, joining in the mockery. "So, it's just an act. Those who know their place should scram." The leader, Xiaogu, seethed in rage. "Wait a moment, he truly is my boyfriend." Chen Xuan said, a hint of awkwardness in her voice, a flush of crimson crossing her face. She was reluctant to let her savior be frightened away so easily. What? This revelation shocked even the onlookers, who could hardly fathom that a wealthy heiress driving a luxurious supercar would be involved with someone so seemingly impoverished. Xiaogu, consumed by jealousy, could no longer maintain his facade of indifference. How could this pauper possibly possess the fortune to be with a stunning beauty like Chen Xuan? As this thought crossed his mind, his eyes reddened with fury, and he growled, "I don't care if you're a couple, you've broken my leg. And you'll pay?" With Xiaogu's declaration, his thuggish entourage advanced menacingly, each sporting expressions of ill intent. "What if I told you that your leg isn't broken at all, and you aren't injured in the slightest?" Chen Xuan observed Xiao Ji's eyes intently, causing him to falter with unease. Chen Xuan's words pinpointed the crux of the matter. Xiaogu had not sustained any injury. The onlookers were merely cowed into silence by his intimidation. "Are you blind? My knee is shattered, and I've bled profusely. Can't you see?" Xiaogu retorted, his face a mask of indignation as he continued his charade. Chen Xuan smiled silently, and in a sudden flash, executed a swift, secret technique of the wicked physician, delivering a forceful slap to Xiao Ji's knee. The speed of this maneuver was so extraordinary that none present could discern Chen Xuan's action. Upon impact, Xiao Ji's knee reacted violently, propelling him upright, standing rigidly as if at attention, leaving him utterly bewildered. What just happened? Xiao Ji's minions and the onlookers gaped in disbelief, unable to comprehend the astonishing scene unfolding before them. Chen Xuan was equally astonished, pondering what Chen Xuan had actually done. "Oh, weren't you supposed to have a broken leg? How can you stand at attention so perfectly?" Chen Xuan's half-smiling remark jolted everyone from their stupor. Laughter erupted among the crowd as they witnessed Xiao Ji's comical demeanor, transforming the atmosphere into one of sheer delight. How dare you? Xiao Ge finally grasped the situation, about to unleash a torrent of curses. When he suddenly remembered his supposed injury and clutched his wounded leg in exaggerated agony, his expression a masterclass in theatricality. However, this time, no one was inclined to believe his poor performance. As Xiao Ge feigned suffering, trembling incessantly, he inadvertently shook 2 packets out of his pocket. A sharp-eyed onlooker exclaimed, "Isn't that ketchup?" Indeed, it was ketchup, available at a nearby burger joint. Thus, the blood on his leg was merely ketchup. This revelation made the crowd understand the situation even better, causing their laughter to intensify. Infuriated and humiliated, Xiao Ji's face turned a deep shade of crimson as he gritted his teeth and roared, "You little brat have ruined my plans. I'll make you pay for this. Brothers, attack." With that, his robust frame lunged toward Chen Xuan, followed closely by several of his lackeys. Chen Xuan had not anticipated such a swift transformation in Xiao Ge, who dared to resort to violence in broad daylight. The sudden change was so rapid that she scarcely had time to call the police. Her exquisite face drained of color in an instant. Seeing Xiao Ge and his gang spring into action, Chen Xuan was mentally prepared. His heart remained as calm as still water, entering a realm of tranquility amidst chaos. This remarkable composure was a result of the ancient energy infused into his body by the wicked physician, which granted him such extraordinary prowess. To Chen Xuan, Xiao Ge and his lackeys moved as slowly as snails, their actions fraught with glaring flaws. He even felt he had ample time to appreciate the grotesque, contorted expressions on Xiao Ji's face. However, in Xiao Ji's eyes, Chen Xuan stood motionless, prompting a cold smile of derision. It seemed the boy had been rendered speechless by fear. Just as a flurry of fists was about to descend upon Chen Xuan, Xiao Ji's malevolent grin abruptly vanished, replaced by a searing pain radiating from his lower abdomen. With a cry of anguish, Xiao Ge and his henchmen, whose fists had yet to graze the fabric of Chen Xuan's clothing, doubled over in agony, collapsing to the ground. In a flash, Chen Xuan had struck each of them in the abdomen with lightning speed, incapacitating them all. Xiao Ge knelt on the ground, clutching his belly and groaning in genuine distress. This was no act. The combat techniques imparted by the wicked physician allowed Chen Xuan to perfectly calibrate his strikes, inflicting excruciating pain without causing severe injury. His movements were ghostly in their swiftness, leaving the onlookers stunned. Just as they anticipated a scream at Xiao Ji's attack, they were instead met with the sight of several figures kneeling in defeat, their expressions a vivid tableau of shock and awe. Could this young man possess magical abilities? Without any action, he managed to compel the once fearsome thugs to kneel and wail in agony. It was utterly astonishing. Beside him, Chen Xuan could hardly conceal her astonishment. Standing next to Chen Xuan, she could only sense that the thug's surrender was the result of his influence, entirely oblivious to his method. After defeating Xiao Ge and his companions, Chen Xuan turned to Chen Xuan and smiled. "Are you all right?" "Huh? I'm fine." The warmth of Chen Xuan's concerned smile left Chen Xuan momentarily speechless. "That's good to hear." Chen Xuan then glanced at the kneeling Xiao Ge and his lackeys, a sinister smile playing on his lips. "Do you still intend to demand $1 million from my girlfriend?" Feeling the chill in Chen Xuan's tone, Xiao Ge trembled and stammered, "We dare not. We were blind to offend your girlfriend. I apologize." "Humph. Be gone, and do not let me catch you trying to scam again." Chen Xuan had no intention of showing any kindness to such societal miscreants. Xiao Ge and his subordinates left in a hurry, suppressing their pain. "Thank you." Chen Xuan let out a quiet sigh of relief, sincerely expressing her gratitude to Chen Xuan. Gazing into her clear eyes, reminiscent of a pristine mountain lake, Chen Xuan teased, "What is there to thank for? Isn't it only natural to assist my own girlfriend?" Since coming to terms with his past with Su Jing, coupled with the newfound confidence from the legacy of the Dark Healer, Chen Xuan's demeanor had transformed dramatically. Even in the presence of a stunning beauty like Chen Xuan, a star at Tianhai University, he remained composed and at ease. Moreover, from the remnants of the Dark Healer's memories, Chen Xuan learned that the healer had been a charming and roguish romantic in life. This alluring charisma now manifested in Chen Xuan, rendering him even more distinctive. "Hey, enough of that. I never agreed to be your girlfriend," Chen Xuan chided playfully, her cheeks forming 2 delicate dimples, radiating a captivating glow. Truly, she was a beauty of national consequence, and the title of campus belle at Tianhai University hardly did her justice. Chen Xuan internally appraised her while maintaining his cheerful demeanor. "If I heard correctly, didn't you just acknowledge me as your boyfriend? That was an emergency, it doesn't count." mortified at her own words. Chen Feishui's face flushed crimson. By the way, may I ask your name? I am Chen Xuan. Oh no, I'm going to be late for work. We'll talk next time. Suddenly remembering his job, Chen Xuan hurried towards his electric bike. Chen Xuan, watching him depart, Chen Feishui softly repeated his name, then smiled to herself, thinking how silly it was not to have asked for his contact information, pondering how they might converse again. Though she was a beauty of her stature, proud and confident, she would never initiate asking for his details. However, what Chen Feishui contemplated remained unknown to Chen Xuan as he sped off towards his internship company. Chen Xuan's internship company is Shin Group, a leading super enterprise in Tianhai City, with industries spanning real estate, healthcare, hospitality, tourism, finance, and more, showcasing formidable strength. Chen Xuan secured an internship opportunity at the group's headquarters after a rigorous interview process. Fortunately, the headquarters is not far from Tianhai University. After a brief journey, he arrived at the parking lot of the group's towering edifice on his electric scooter. As he prepared to enter the main entrance, a middle-aged man in a security uniform abruptly blocked his path. Upon recognizing him, Chen Xuan, maintaining a stoic expression, remarked, "Captain Zhou, why are you stopping me? I'm late for work." This individual, Zhou Tao, had ingratiated himself into the position of security captain by virtue of being a distant cousin of a manager at Shin Group. Typically, he shirked his responsibilities and took pleasure in bullying newcomers like Chen Xuan, assigning him menial tasks befitting a security guard. Given that Zhou Tao's ally was Chen Xuan's department manager, Lu Bin, Chen Xuan had previously endured his torment in silence. However, after one particularly intolerable incident when he refused to assist Zhou Tao with his trivial duties, Zhou harbored resentment and reported him to Lu Bin. Consequently, Chen Xuan harbored a deep-seated disdain for Zhou Tao. Observing Chen Xuan's demeanor, Zhou Tao felt a surge of irritation and, suppressing his anger, coldly retorted, "Chen Xuan, you're already half an hour late. Why bother going in? I suggest you just pack your things and leave." Lu Bin mandated that his department start work half an hour early. Failing to comply would result in termination, a rule of which Zhou Tao was well aware. The official work hours commence at 9 o'clock, and it's not even 9 yet, so this does not constitute tardiness. If you have nothing else, please let me through. Chen Xuan responded without reservation. He no longer felt the need to tolerate Zhou Tao's antics. Even if Lu Bin decided to dismiss him, he remained unperturbed. Especially in the face of such a petty security captain. Let us see how long you can keep up that bravado. I wager that within an hour, you'll be back down here, crawling out of Shin Group like a dog. Zhou Tao sneered, stepping aside with an air of certainty. Upon hearing his words, Chen Xuan hesitated to ascend. Although he was prepared for the possibility of being fired that very day, he felt compelled to teach this contemptible individual a lesson before departing. "Captain Zhou, what if I don't come back down within an hour?" Chen Xuan retorted with a sardonic smile. "Then I shall call you grandfather thrice." Zhou Tao's expression shifted to one of malice, yet he added, "But if you do come down within that hour, you'll have to crawl out while barking like a dog." Zhou Tao was confident that once Lu Bin dismissed Chen Xuan, even if Chen Xuan resisted leaving, he would ensure that he was forcibly removed. "Very well, it's settled then," Chen Xuan declared, turning on his heel and striding towards the elevator lobby on the first floor. At that moment, several colleagues from different departments were waiting for the elevator. Soon, the doors opened before him, and he stepped inside with determination. However, no sooner had he taken a step than he collided with a woman already inside the elevator. The woman collided directly into Chen Xuan's embrace, and he immediately felt her soft warmth against his chest. Simultaneously, a faint, delicate fragrance wafted towards his nose and mouth. When Chen Xuan glanced down, he was nearly overwhelmed, blood rushing to his face. "Have you had enough of your gaze?" A voice as cold as ice pierced his ears, prompting Chen Xuan to remember that he had been the one to bump into her, and he hastily assisted her to her feet. Once he disowned her features, he inhaled sharply. The girl before him was astonishingly beautiful. She possessed a flawless oval face, brows like crescent moons, eyes as deep as water, and skin whiter than snow. With her lustrous black hair simply styled in an elegant updo, exuding an air of grace and refinement. Clad in a typical black office attire, her statuesque figure was undeniable, with a slender waist and perfectly rounded hips epitomizing an exquisite beauty. After a brief moment of bewilderment, Chen Xuan finally spoke. "I sincerely apologize, miss, for colliding with you." The icy glint in her eyes seemed to intensify, and even someone as composed as Chen Xuan could not help but feel a chill. May I inquire which department you are from? If my apology is insufficient, I would be honored to treat you to dinner after work today as restitution. His words were earnest, yet the frostiness in the woman's gaze appeared to deepen. At that moment, the atmosphere around him shifted, as he noticed his colleagues casting sympathetic glances in his direction. "Good morning, President Chen." A chorus of respectful greetings finally jogged Chen Xuan's memory. Chen Binglan. The strikingly frosty beauty before him was none other than the newly appointed chairperson of the Chen Group, Chen Binglan. Chen Xuan couldn't help but marvel at the twist of fate. On the very day he feared dismissal, he had fortuitously encountered the stunning president he had never seen during his internship, albeit in an awkward manner. Chen Binglan's name resonated throughout the Chen Group, and though she was rarely seen, Chen Xuan had heard numerous accounts of her background. The former chairman, Chen Binglan's grandfather, had astonishingly bypassed a generation in his will, appointing his granddaughter, who had just returned from studying abroad, as the new chairperson. This decision had sent shockwaves through the business community of Tianai City, creating a tempest of speculation that had persisted for months. At merely 25 years of age, with no prior business experience, she had ascended to lead the Chen Group. It was noteworthy that Shen's grandfather had 2 sons and a daughter, all of whom were quite capable. Logically, the family's power should have been entrusted to one of them. Thus, the old gentleman's choice had left many elder members of the Shen family privately disgruntled, while outsiders remained perplexed by his final thoughts. Moreover, Chen Binglan's breathtaking beauty and icy demeanor became fodder for much clandestine gossip. Today, witnessing her in person, Chen Xuan realized that both her appearance and character surpassed the rumors. Exquisite and frigid. This was the impression Chen Binglan left on all who beheld her. Finally, there exists that increasingly absurd piece of gossip. It is said that Chen Binglan harbors an innate disdain for men. Some speculate she is a lesbian, while others suggest she suffers from some peculiar ailment. However, one incident that truly transpired was a month ago when a male employee inadvertently brushed against the hem of Chen Binglan's garment while walking, only to be sent flying several meters away by a swift kick from her, a sight witnessed by numerous onlookers. Since then, male employees in the company have refrained from approaching her within a 5-meter radius. Reflecting on the recent collision between them, Chen Xuan had at least enjoyed 2 to 3 seconds of intimate proximity to Chen Binglan, and yet she did not exhibit the extreme reaction that was rumored. Could the tales be erroneous? Before Chen Xuan could ponder further, he heard Zhou Tao's raucous voice from behind. "Chen Xuan, you clumsy fool. How dare you collide with the chairman?" Enraged, he rushed over, unable to suppress his malicious delight, convinced that this time, without his backing, Chen Xuan was doomed. As Chen Binglan emerged from the elevator, she cast a cold glare at Chen Xuan, remaining silent. Zhou Tao, ever the sycophant, seized the moment to ingratiate himself. "General Manager Shen, this Chen Xuan's audacity to offend you is simply intolerable. I believe he should be dismissed immediately. I shall have him thrown out at once." With that, he fixed a fierce glare at Chen Xuan, eagerly awaiting Chen Binglan's command to unleash his authority. The prospect of forcing Chen Xuan to bark like a dog filled Zhou Tao with gleeful anticipation. "Are you instructing me on how to conduct my duties?" A voice, icy and penetrating, abruptly plunged Zhou Tao from the heights of elation to the depths of despair. The speaker was none other than the previously silent Chen Binglan. Her words sent a chill down Zhou Tao's spine, causing him to tremble uncontrollably as he stammered, "General Manager Shen, I apologize. I would never presume to command you." Those present could see he was on the verge of kneeling. With a huff, Chen Binglan uttered no further words and strode out of the headquarters. A collective sigh of relief escaped the crowd. It was evident that Chen Binglan's mood was far from pleasant at that moment. In truth, Chen Binglan was indeed troubled. She had merely forgotten something in her car and was caught off guard when she collided with a stranger in the elevator, enduring his gaze upon her collar for several seconds. Such an occurrence would have been utterly intolerable in her past. Chen Binglan was acutely aware of her body's vehement aversion to men. Yet, inexplicably, upon colliding with a man named Chen Xuan, she felt not a trace of revulsion. What could this possibly mean? A profound sense of confusion washed over her. For over 20 years, Chen Xuan was the first man she had encountered who did not provoke her body's instinctive rejection, if not for the presence of others. Chen Binglan would have seized Chen Xuan at once, eager to have her medical experts investigate this anomaly that had troubled her throughout her life. The name Chen Xuan lingered in her mind. I shall have Shaolin summon him shortly. With that thought, Chen Binglan vanished through the entrance. As Chen Xuan watched the enchanting figure of Chen Binglan gracefully exit through the door, he turned and entered the elevator. The 55th floor. The marketing department of the Chen Group. The moment Chen Xuan stepped inside, a thunderous roar reverberated through the room. "Chen Xuan, Why on earth did you arrive now? Following the sound, he beheld a middle-aged man clad in a tailored suit, his thinning hair and somewhat lecherous demeanor unmistakable. It was none other than his immediate superior, Lu Bin. At that moment, Lu Bin's glare seemed as though it could consume Chen Xuan whole. The entire office fell into a hushed silence, no one daring to meet his gaze. Manager Lu, isn't it precisely 9 o'clock now? What issue arises from my arrival at this hour? Chen Xuan replied with a nonchalant tone, as if unaffected by the chaos around him. The employees seated nearby were taken aback by his audacity. Was he truly brave enough to defy Manager Lu? Lu Bin's eyes bulged, veins protruding on his forehead, and everyone could sense that this volcano was on the verge of eruption. Well, Chen Xuan, are you rebelling against me today? Have you forgotten all the rules I set forth? Lu Bin sneered with a tone dripping with aggression. The rules he referred to mandated that the department staff arrive half an hour early, with the consequence of dismissal for non-compliance. Although this regulation was draconian, everyone feared losing their jobs and remained silent. Today, Chen Xuan was the first to challenge Lu Bin's decree, and no one doubted that he was destined for ruin. However, to everyone's astonishment, Chen Xuan maintained his indifferent demeanor and lazily remarked, Manager Lu, I am only aware that the official working hours of the Xin Group commence at 9 o'clock in the morning. May I inquire what authority you possess to unilaterally alter the company's regulations? Regulations? Chen Xuan, let me enlighten you. In the marketing department, I, Lu Bin, am the regulation. The very institution, Lu Bin retorted, his fury igniting a cold laughter, his eyes almost aflame. Anyone who dares to defy my rules is courting disaster. Chen Xuan, you are hereby dismissed. Upon uttering these words, Lu Bin gazed at Chen Xuan with a smug satisfaction. The feeling of wielding the power of life and death over his employees was exhilarating. He eagerly anticipated the moment when Chen Xuan would beg for mercy. Yet, Chen Xuan quickly extinguished Lu Bin's expectations. Manager Lu, do you truly believe I cherish this job? Frankly, working alongside someone like you makes me nauseous every moment. If you do not dismiss me, I would rather dismiss you. Chen Xuan's words momentarily left Lu Bin breathless. What audacity! This young man has truly lost his mind. Previously, Chen Xuan had been quite docile. Today, however, he dared to confront him, displaying an audacity that was nothing short of brazen. You are courting your own demise. Lu Bin seethed, raising his hand to strike Chen Xuan across the face. Just as Chen Xuan prepared to retaliate, a graceful figure stepped between them, timidly exclaiming, Manager Lu, please do not resort to violence. Both Chen Xuan and Lu Bin turned their attention to the interloper, a female intern from their department, named Bai Chen. Having entered the company alongside Chen Xuan, she had often endured Lu Bin's reprimands and shared a bond of mutual sympathy with him. Seeing Chen Xuan on the verge of dismissal, she bravely stepped forward to defend him. Manager Lu, this is Chen Xian's first tardiness. I hope you can show some leniency and grant him another chance, rather than dismissing him, please? Bai Chen gently bit her silver teeth and mustered the courage to plead for Chen Xuan. With her sweet and charming appearance, her voice was soft and tender, evoking a sense of compassion in those who heard her. For someone like Lu Bin, who was already facing the mundane realities of life with a weary wife at home, the innocence of a fresh-faced girl stepping into society was simply irresistible. Lu Bin had long harbored desires for Bai Chen but had yet to find the right moment to act. As he witnessed Bai Chen defending Chen Xuan, a surge of jealousy ignited within him, and he snapped, Bai Chen, do you not value your own job? By pleading for him, do you believe I won't dismiss you as well? The more Bai Chen wished for Chen Xuan to stay, the more determined Lu Bin became to ensure Chen Xuan's departure. Upon hearing the manager's words, tears welled in Bai Chen's eyes. She never anticipated that her plea for Chen Xuan would yield such counterproductive results. Bai Chen, there is no need to plead for someone like him. I have no intention of staying here anyway. Chen Xuan expressed his gratitude towards the brave girl. Yet he did not wish to drag her down with him. Chen Xuan, are you truly leaving? Bai Chen's voice trembled with emotion, filled with a heartbreaking plea. Chen Xuan had assisted her greatly at work, and if he were to leave, she would find herself utterly alone and helpless. Observing her distress, Chen Xuan felt a pang of reluctance. Chen Xuan, with your ambition, I wonder if you can find a company better than the Xin Group. Lu Bin had encountered many young people like Chen Xuan, who would not submit until they faced hardship in the real world. Furthermore, with his connections, Lu Bin was confident that a single phone call would ensure Chen Xuan received no interview opportunities. With a calm smile, Chen Xuan replied, Lu Bin, I advise you not to underestimate others. This world holds many surprises. Lu Bin was infuriated by Chen Xuan's audacity to insult him, his eyes blazing as he barked. Chen Xuan, get out. Leave the Shen group immediately. Everyone believed that Chen Xuan's situation was irretrievable, and he could only pack his things and leave. Bai Chun's gaze dimmed in despair. Just then, a woman dressed in professional attire entered, inquiring, "Is Chen Xuan here?" Upon hearing her voice, Lu Bin's pupils dilated in recognition. She was the assistant to the Group S president, Shen Binglan. He quickly put on a smile and approached her. "Secretary Lin, what brings you here?" "I'm looking for Chen Xuan from your department." "Which one is he?" Secretary Lin spoke with an impassive expression, seemingly influenced by the icy demeanor of her superior. Before Lu Bin could respond, Chen Xuan stepped forward. "I am Chen Xuan. What does Secretary Lin need from me?" "It's President Shen looking for you." "Please come with me," Secretary Lin stated succinctly, leaving everyone puzzled. No one could fathom what business a soon-to-be dismissed intern could have with the esteemed president. And Lu Bin was equally bewildered, as her words seemed to convey both a lack of information and an abundance of significance. At this moment, someone whispered, "I just heard from people in other departments that Chen Xuan knocked down President Shen while waiting for the elevator. Didn't you all know?" Wow. This statement detonated like a bomb, causing an uproar in the entire marketing department. Lu Bin, upon hearing this, almost burst into laughter. Chen Xuan had indeed stirred up a monumental disaster. It seemed that even if he didn't dismiss him, the Shen group would not tolerate Chen Xuan any longer. Rumor had it that Shen Binglan had studied abroad, mastering top-notch combat skills. The employee who had previously been kicked away by Shen Binglan had lain in the hospital for 3 months before recovering, having offended President Shen. Would Chen Xuan not be risking his very life when called up? With this thought, Lu Bin wore a face of glee. However, Chen Xuan felt no fear at all, calmly following Secretary Lin out of the marketing department. As they arrived at the top floor of the corporate building, Secretary Lin led Chen Xuan into the president's office before skillfully closing the door behind him. Upon entering the spacious office, Chen Xuan was captivated by the stunning beauty seated on the sofa. She had a face as delicate as a peach blossom, with enchanting features and eyes that sparkled like cold stars, holding a blend of intellect and allure. Reclining on the soft sofa, she showcased her supple form and graceful curves. At that moment, Shen Binglan had already removed her suit jacket, and her fitted white shirt accentuated her alluring figure, with several buttons seemingly on the verge of bursting open. Such temptation was irresistible. Even Chen Xuan was no exception. Under this stimulation, Chen Xuan suddenly felt a warmth in his eyes, with flecks of pale gold shimmering in his pupils, surreal and extraordinary. In that instant, he sensed a transformation in the entire world around him. When he glanced back at Shen Binglan, he nearly lost control, almost bleeding from his nose. It must be said that Shen Binglan's figure was simply breathtaking. Embarrassed, Chen Xuan hastily averted his gaze, recognizing that to continue staring would be excessively vulgar. Yet, as he activated his newfound ability of X-ray vision for the first time, his heart swelled with excitement, for this power was indeed miraculous, capable of revealing the most unexpected sights. Just as Chen Xuan retracted his vision, he suddenly noticed a peculiar chill emanating from Shen Binglan's abdomen. Furrowing his brows, he pondered this revelation. "Sit," Shen Binglan coldly uttered. When she had felt Chen Xuan's unabashed scrutiny of her body, she had nearly lost her composure and kicked him. Thankfully, her self-restraint prevailed. However, in Shen Binglan's mind, Chen Xuan had already been branded as a rogue. Chen Xuan boldly seated himself on the sofa opposite Shen Binglan and inquired, "President Shen, what did you summon me for?" Being so close to the beautiful president, a faint fragrance wafted toward him. Chen Xuan savored a deep breath, seemingly oblivious to the increasing chill in Shen Binglan's expression. With his impending departure from the company, he was indifferent to her attitude towards him. "If you keep looking at me like that, do you believe I will kill you?" Shen Binglan exhaled smoothly, her gaze laden with menace. "Haha, why are you so agitated? Is it not a natural thing to admire a beautiful woman?" Chen Xuan smiled, unfazed by Shen Binglan's threat. "What is it, Shen? Just say it directly." Shen Binglan let out a cold huff, but after a moment's contemplation, she refrained from lashing out. She commanded, "Extend your left hand." "What for?" Chen Xuan inquired with curiosity. Nevertheless, he complied, reasoning that Shen Binglan could do nothing to him. So it was better to see what she intended. To his surprise, Shen Binglan did not resort to any violent actions. Instead, she extended her slender, jade-like fingers and gently placed them upon Chen Xuan's palm. After a few seconds, she withdrew her fingers, her expression inscrutable. "Don't misunderstand," she said evenly. "I merely find something unusual about your body. Chen Xuan, I hope you can visit our Group S hospital for a comprehensive examination." Hearing Chen Binglan state such a peculiar thing with utmost seriousness left Chen Xuan both amused and bewildered. Are you implying that I am unwell, Chen? Indeed. Such an absurd exchange finally provoked a laugh from Chen Xuan. How could he not know the state of his health? Observing Chen Binglan's unwavering demeanor only made him chuckle more. Forgive my candor, Shan, but I am perfectly healthy. It is you who seems to have an ailment. What did you say? Chen Binglan's brows furrowed sharply, the room's temperature seemingly plummeting. The phrase she loathed most throughout her life was the insinuation that she was unwell. Chen Xuan quickly waved his hand, clarifying, Please, Shin, do not misconstrue my words. I am not insulting you. Rather, your body indeed suffers from a peculiar cold affliction. At the mention of the cold affliction, Chen Binglan's entire being trembled, her expression one of disbelief as she fixed her gaze upon Chen Xuan. In truth, Chen Binglan did indeed suffer from the cold condition he described, one she had been born with. This strange malady caused her to react excessively whenever she came into contact with males. Her grandfather and father had never once held her since infancy. To cure Chen Binglan of this bizarre affliction, the Shun family had expended untold resources, enlisting numerous top-tier physicians from both domestic and international circles. Yet none had succeeded in remedying her condition. Following the onset of her ailment, Chen Binglan had refrained from interacting with boys her age, resulting in the development of her frigid, icy demeanor over time. Chen Xuan was the first male with whom she had physical contact without experiencing a sense of repulsion. When they collided at the elevator door, she had contemplated researching his body in hopes of uncovering a solution to her peculiar ailment, which was why she wished for him to undergo an examination at the Group S hospital. Little did she expect Chen Xuan to suddenly articulate the nature of her affliction. How do you know I suffer from a cold condition? Chen Binglan asked bluntly after her initial shock. She had heard others discuss her peculiar ailment, but very few were aware of its specifics. Only a handful within her family knew the details. Chen Xuan replied nonchalantly, I have studied a bit of medicine, so I can discern it. Chen Binglan felt that this fellow was speaking with a degree of insincerity. How could he, with no experience in dealing with this peculiar ailment that countless esteemed physicians had failed to comprehend, discern its nature at a mere glance? Mr. Shun, it seems you harbor doubts about my words. Noticing the skepticism in Chen Binglan's expression, Chen Xuan smiled broadly. In truth, I am aware that your cold condition is congenital. And due to this peculiar affliction, your menstrual cycle deviates from that of ordinary women. While others experience several days of flow each month, you have but a single day. You, suddenly confronted with her most deeply concealed secret, even Chen Binglan, regardless of her formidable cultivation, felt her cheeks flush crimson in an instant. At that moment, she finally believed that Chen Xuan was not merely guessing, but possessed genuine knowledge and skill. Striving to suppress her embarrassment, Chen Binglan adopted a serious demeanor and inquired, Chen Xuan, from whom did you acquire your medical skills? With your proficiency, why are you merely an intern at our Shen Group? At this juncture, her curiosity about Chen Xuan had intensified. The source of my medical knowledge is of little consequence, Chen Xuan replied with a smile, gazing into Chen Binglan's eyes. Do you not wish to know if your condition can be treated? Do you have a solution? Chen Binglan blurted out, her tone laced with urgency and a hint of anticipation. Given the Shen family's resources, they had been unable to remedy her cold condition for many years, and she was on the verge of losing hope. However, the fact that Chen Xuan could identify her ailment at a glance, along with its specific symptoms, ignited a spark of hope within her heart. Indeed, Chen Xuan affirmed, after his examination, he had discerned the nature of Chen Binglan's rare cold condition. According to the knowledge passed down from the lineage of unorthodox physicians, this peculiar ailment arose from being born at the source of an extremely lean energy vein, leading to the infiltration of cold energy into the body. Such a condition is exceedingly rare, with perhaps only one case emerging in centuries, and it can only be fundamentally cured through the unique medical practices of an unorthodox physician. Upon hearing that Chen Xuan had a remedy for her cold condition, Chen Binglan felt an overwhelming surge of excitement, her eyes sparkling with hope. If you can cure my ailment, I shall reward you with 1 million. 1 million? Chen Xuan thought he must have misheard. Is 1 million insufficient? Then I shall offer 2 million. Chen Binglan misinterpreted Chen Xuan's surprise, assuming he felt the initial sum was too modest. Having grown up in poverty, the prospect of such wealth was undeniably enticing to Chen Xuan. However, he believed it prudent to clarify certain matters beforehand. Mr. Shen, your cold condition has become deeply entrenched since birth. It cannot be resolved in a matter of days or weeks. I estimate it will take approximately 1 year for me to fully treat you, Chen Xuan stated earnestly. A year. Shen Binglan pondered for a moment before formulating an idea. Chen Xuan, let us enter into a contract. Over the course of a year, I shall pay you a total of 2 million based on the progress of the treatment until you achieve a cure. Having been educated in business from a young age, Shen Binglan instinctively thought of formalizing their agreement. Chen Xuan, without hesitation, nodded in agreement. That amounts to 2 million, a sum he could only dream of before. Now, with the inheritance of the wicked physician, he suddenly found himself with the opportunity to earn such a fortune. Is fortune truly turning in his favor? When can we commence treatment? Shen Binglan inquired. Yet, uncertainty lingered in her heart, for Chen Xuan was exceedingly young, far from the image of a renowned healer she had envisioned. Right now, Chen Xuan declared eagerly, his desire for that modest sum palpable. Shen Binglan rose from the sofa. Then let us descend. I shall take you to the hospital I operate. No need for the hospital, Chen Xuan replied with a smile. Shen Binglan was taken aback. Not to the hospital? Are we treating here? Indeed, right in your office. Chen Xuan continued to smile. Shen Binglan's expression was one of astonishment. She had assumed that treating patients required an array of medical equipment and tools. The CEO's office lacked even a first aid kit. How could Chen Xuan treat her here? Anticipating her doubts, Chen Xuan explained with a grin, Ms. Shun, I merely need to place my palm on your lower abdomen to begin the treatment. Rogue. Shen Binglan's cheeks flushed coldly at his audacious words, raising her delicate hand to strike his face. Chen Xuan swiftly grasped her wrist, asserting, calm down. I assure you, my method of treatment is genuine. I am not jesting. Humph. Who would believe such a method could cure? You, insolent rogue, merely seek to take advantage of me. Shen Binglan's eyes glinted with fury, as if she wished to rend him asunder. Releasing her wrist, Chen Xuan retorted with irritation, believe it or not. But you are my golden goose now. Would I jeopardize that for mere whims? This statement immediately quelled Shen Binglan's anger. She was not one to be unreasonable. Chen Xuan was right. He was no fool to forego 2 million for trifles. Moreover, he had discerned her ailment at a glance. Perhaps his treatment method was indeed as miraculous as he claimed. However, due to the natural reservations between men and women, she found herself momentarily flustered. After a moment's inner struggle, Shen Binglan took a deep breath, returned to the sofa, and spoke calmly, let us begin. Observing her resolve, Chen Xuan silently exhaled. He had genuinely feared she would refuse treatment, causing the 2 million to vanish before his eyes. Sitting beside her, he sensed her body tense reflexively. Ms. Shun, please unbutton your shirt, he commanded without preamble. Shen Binglan's cheeks flushed, hesitating, must I? Treating over clothing significantly diminishes the effectiveness. It could take a decade to heal otherwise. Seeing even the strong woman falter was somewhat amusing to Chen Xuan. Upon hearing that it could take a decade, Shen Binglan's complexion paled, and she finally reached to unbutton her shirt. It must be said that Shen Binglan's act of unbuttoning was irresistibly alluring, igniting a flicker of forbidden desire within Chen Xuan's heart. In such a tantalizing scene, no man could possibly maintain his composure. 200,000, 200,000. The thought of such a trivial sum kept Chen Xuan from yielding to his illicit thoughts. At that moment, Shen Binglan coldly remarked, Chen Xuan, if you dare to deceive me, I shall take your life. Chen Xuan found himself at a loss for words, rolling his eyes as he replied, how can a stunning beauty like you always be threatening to kill someone? Such behavior might hinder your chances of finding a husband. Whether I marry or not is none of your concern. Chen Xuan, mind your language. Shen Binglan shot him a fierce glare with her enchanting eyes. Resigned. Chen Xuan shook his head, choosing not to continue their verbal sparring. Earning money was of utmost importance. He extended his right hand, placing it directly on Shen Binglan's abdomen. She felt a surge of tension rising within her. Miss Shen, please relax. Chen Xuan's voice gently filled her ears. At that moment, he had already quelled his wandering thoughts, his eyes shimmering with golden light as he activated his X-ray vision once more. He could distinctly see the dense, cold energy coiling around her internal organs. A troubling situation that warranted the utmost caution, even for Chen Xuan, the heir of a malevolent medical lineage. He summoned his unique medical technique, releasing an invisible flow of energy from his palm, gradually infusing it into Shen Binglan's abdomen. This was the supreme celestial energy bestowed upon him by the legacy of the dark physicians, capable of mending even the gravest afflictions with miraculous efficacy. As this was Chen Xuan's first application of celestial energy, coupled with the need for constant observation through his X-ray vision, he had to maintain an extraordinary level of focus. Any lapse in concentration could inadvertently harm Shen Binglan. Thus, mere seconds passed before beads of sweat began to form on his brow. Shen Binglan felt the warmth of his palm resting on her abdomen, a soothing flow of energy emanating from it. which induced a sense of comfort that led her to slowly close her eyes. Chen Xuan remained fully engrossed in his specialized medical practice, and before he realized it, half an hour had elapsed. When Shen Binglan opened her eyes, she was startled to see Chen Xuan slumped against the sofa, appearing rather weakened. "Are you all right?" she inquired. Concern etched on her features. "I'm fine, just a bit drained," Chen Xuan replied. Having expended considerable mental energy during his first application of the dark physician's art and half an hour of X-ray vision, Shen Binglan stood up to pour him a glass of pure water. After taking a sip, Chen Xuan felt somewhat revitalized and stated, "Miss Shan, we must conduct treatments once every week from now on." Upon hearing this, Shen Binglan's expression shifted slightly. However, she could genuinely sense the effectiveness of Chen Xuan's treatment, as the expected pain was entirely absent. This fellow's medical skills were astonishingly impressive. Take a moment to rest. I will instruct the HR department to draft a treatment contract and pay you 1/10 of the medical fees up front. Shen Binglan resumed her characteristic icy demeanor. A trace of helpless amusement flitted across Chen Xuan's lips as he observed Shen Binglan, a veritable iceberg. Having suffered from her affliction for over 2 decades, she had developed a profound aversion to men, to the extent that even the doctor tending to her, Chen Xuan, was not worthy of a simple thank you. "Miss Shen, did you ever practice martial arts?" Chen Xuan inquired casually while regulating his breathing. Shen Binglan furrowed her delicate brows and retorted coldly, "Chen Xuan, remember that we are merely doctor and patient. Matters beyond that are not your concern." Upon hearing the term doctor-patient relationship, Chen Xuan couldn't suppress a chuckle. After all, he was now considered a physician himself. Having pledged to cure Shen Binglan's ailment, he felt compelled to address her psychological disdain for men, lest he tarnish the reputation of a rogue doctor. Yet, he soon realized that her emotional turmoil was far more challenging to treat than her peculiar ailment. He intended to gradually dissolve Shen Binglan's mental barriers through dialogue while treating her condition. However, she abruptly shut down the conversation, rendering Chen Xuan unable to engage in even the most awkward of small talk. Nonetheless, it was evident to him that this woman had indeed trained in martial arts, and her skills were formidable. After all, how else could she have sent someone flying several meters with a single kick, leaving the unfortunate employee bedridden for 3 months? "What are you laughing at?" Shen Binglan's beautiful eyes glinted with coldness, tinged with curiosity. "By the way, you have yet to explain why someone with your medical prowess would willingly settle for an internship here. Is it not my choice?" Chen Xuan replied with a grin, reclining in a more comfortable position with his hands behind his head. "You." Shen Binglan shot him a fierce glare. This infuriating man was perpetually irreverent, his words often devoid of sincerity. She had encountered numerous distinguished physicians both domestically and internationally, no fewer than 70 or 80, and none possessed the remarkable medical skills of Chen Xuan, especially at such a tender age. Women are often driven by curiosity, and Shen Binglan was no exception. Her desire to uncover the origins of Chen Xuan's medical expertise grew stronger. Suddenly, an idea struck her. "Chen Xuan, you ought to abandon your internship. I hereby formally offer you the position of chief physician at Shen Group, with an annual salary of 3 million. 3 million? Chen Xuan's eyelids flickered. Goodness. Shen Binglan's financial allure was astonishingly aggressive, offering such a sum without a hint of hesitation. To think that she valued him so highly for merely treating her ailment. Clearing his throat, Chen Xuan asked nonchalantly, "What does a chief physician do? If it involves too much hassle, I would prefer to decline." Upon hearing this, Shen Binglan nearly lost her temper. How could someone so cavalierly dismiss such a coveted high-paying position? He displayed a complete lack of ambition. "It won't be too troublesome. You would simply guide the physicians under the group in addressing medical dilemmas and assist in resolving complex cases that the hospital cannot handle," she explained, suppressing her irritation. "Is that not troublesome?" Chen Xuan was momentarily at a loss for words. The rogue doctor's philosophy was to pursue a life of freedom, and to encapsulate it in a single phrase: indulgence. Chen Xuan had no desire to spend his days in the hospital, overwhelmed by the unbearable stench. Such a life was far from glamorous. "Mr. Shen, I must decline your offer. The tasks you propose are beyond my capabilities," he asserted, shaking his head emphatically. Shen Binglan felt an overwhelming sense of frustration. Did this man derive pleasure from her irritation? However, in an effort not to lose a potential genius healer, she gritted her teeth and replied, "Very well, if you become the chief physician, I assure you that I won't call upon you for any matters unless they are of utmost significance. Your annual salary will remain unchanged at 3 million. Having been born with a silver spoon in her mouth, Shen Binglan had never humbled herself to such an extent. If this individual continued to refuse her, She had no doubt she would resort to physical confrontation. Now that's more like it, Chen Xuan remarked, feigning reluctance, which only fueled Shen Binglan's ire. Have you had enough rest? If so, please return to your duties, she commanded coldly, adding, I will instruct the HR manager to deliver the contract to your department shortly. Understood, Chen Xuan replied, rising to his feet and, under the chilling gaze of Shen Binglan, strolled leisurely out of the president's office. Upon returning to the marketing department, he was greeted by the booming voice of Lu Bin, who was furiously confronting Bai Chun. Are you going to sign or not? Manager Lu. I absolutely cannot sign that contract, Bai Chun sobbed, her tears flowing like rain, yet she resolutely refused Lu Bin's demands. It turned out that Lu Bin had mishandled a significant deal, and the client was demanding a compensation of 1 million. According to company policy, such liabilities were not covered, leaving Lu Bin to bear the cost himself. Naturally, he was unwilling to part with that sum and thus sought to shift the blame onto someone else. His choice fell upon Bai Chun, a recent intern who, due to her inexperience, could be easily coerced into signing a compensation agreement without fully understanding the implications. If Bai Chun were to become burdened with 1 million in debt, Lu Bin would have countless ways to manipulate her, an utterly devious scheme. However, Bai Chun, despite being a novice in the workplace, was not naive. She quickly discerned the dubious nature of the contract and resolutely refused to sign, leading to the current standoff. Well, if you won't sign, that's fine, Lu Bin leered, his eyes glinting with malice. Just accompany me tonight to drink with the client, and I won't pressure you to sign this contract. Upon hearing this, Bai Chun shook her head even more vigorously. She understood the implications of his proposition all too well. Bai Chun, if you refuse to do this and that, do you wish to end up like Chen Xuan and get fired? Lu Bin threatened, glaring menacingly at her. Who says I am going to be fired? Chen Xuan strode confidently into the scene. Lu Bin was momentarily taken aback, then turned to Chen Xuan with a fierce glare, exclaiming, Chen Xuan, your timing is impeccable. At that moment, all eyes in the office were fixed on Chen Xuan, everyone astonished that he had returned unscathed after his time away. This was indeed a stark contrast to their expectations. Lu Bin wore a look of skepticism. Yet he did not ponder deeply at that moment. He raised the paper contract in his hand and declared, Chen Xuan, if you wish to avoid dismissal, you need only sign this contract, and I shall grant you an opportunity to redeem yourself within the company. With that, Lu Bin revealed a sinister smile, rendering his visage even more grotesque. Chen Xuan, do not sign it, Bai Chun urged anxiously. Silence. Lu Bin glared menacingly at Bai Chun, causing her to burst into tears. Chen Xuan coldly smiled and responded, Manager Lu, I will not sign the contract you propose, nor will I be dismissed. Humph. Whether you are dismissed or not is not for you to decide, but rather for me, Lu Bin retorted with a fierce tone. Chen Xuan, do not overstep your bounds. I shall ask you once more, will you sign or not? Bai Chun, in her desperation, gestured urgently to Chen Xuan, aware of his precarious financial situation. If he signed this 1 million compensation contract for the sake of his job, it would spell ruin for him. Chen Xuan smiled reassuringly at her and continued, Manager Lu, it seems that the one who should be wary of consequences is you. I shall not sign this contract, and you shall not coerce Bai Chun into signing it either. Do you understand my meaning? He had discerned the exploitative nature of the contract Lu Bin was brandishing, which sought to compel a fresh graduate to sign such a predatory agreement. Lu Bin was truly a despicable figure. Very well, Chen Xuan. It appears you are intent on rebellion. You, a mere intern, dare to dictate my actions? You are clearly unaware of the gravity of your situation. Lu Bin's face twisted with rage as he picked up the phone and dialed a number. Chang Yufeng, come here at once. I intend to dismiss someone. After hanging up, Lu Bin slammed the receiver down, glaring furiously at Chen Xuan, eager for retribution. The individual Lu Bin had called was Chang Yufeng, the deputy manager of the HR department. Upon hearing her name, Bai Chun's face drained of color, while Chen Xuan maintained an air of nonchalance. Chang Yufeng arrived promptly at the marketing department, appearing to be in her 30s, with an attractive figure that exuded a certain allure. However, the thick layer of foundation on her face elicited a sense of revulsion from Chen Xuan. Upon entering, she inquired directly, Manager Lu, who do you intend to dismiss? This one, Chen Xuan, Lu Bin replied. What offense has he committed? Chang Yufeng asked, adopting a tone of righteousness. Although Lu Bin, and she had the influence to expel an intern with ease, they could not do so without just cause. Proper procedures must be followed. Lu Bin, fuming, stated, this brat not only arrived late but also dared to challenge his superior. Take him to HR to process his departure. Manager Lu, first of all, I arrived at the company by 9 o'clock and was not late. Furthermore, I merely engaged in a reasonable discussion with you. It hardly constitutes defiance, Chen Xuan calmly countered. Humph. Arriving half an hour early is my rule. If you cannot comply, you are to leave. Ask anyone in the marketing department. Who else dares to disregard this? Lu Bin concluded, casting a sweeping glance over the office. Employees who had been scrutinized by him instinctively lowered their heads, fearing the wrath of Lu Bin might be unleashed upon them. Unlike Chen Xuan, the audacious youth unafraid of tigers, they were individuals with families and responsibilities. Unwilling to defy Lu Bin's mandates, for losing their jobs would mean their families would face dire straits. Manager Lu, the company policy states that work begins at 9 o'clock. I believe Chen Xuan has not arrived late. A melodious voice chimed in, belonging to Bai Chun, who had wiped away her tears. If you intend to dismiss Chen Xuan, then you may as well dismiss me as well. At that moment, Bai Chun had resolved that if Chen Xuan were to be fired, she would not wish to remain in an environment where a manager like Lu Bin could potentially inflict further harm upon her. Chen Xuan was taken aback by the courage displayed by the usually gentle Bai Chun, silently giving her a thumbs up. Bai Chun, mind your own business and return to your position, Lu Bin retorted, unwilling to lose the young girl. However, Bai Chun steadfastly stood by Chen Xuan's side. Disregarding his words entirely, Chang Yufang furrowed her brow, her expression displeased as she said, Manager Lu, let us go to your office. I need to discuss something with you. Lu Bin's countenance twitched as he cast a cold glance at the employees, barking, what are you all staring at? Focus on your own tasks. He then followed Chang Yufang into the manager's office, shutting the door and windows tightly. The ambiguous relationship between Lu Bin and Chang Yufang had likely become an open secret within the company, so when Chen Xuan saw them enter, he immediately surmised that Chang Yufang must have noticed Lu Bin's unusual gaze towards Bai Chun and was feeling jealous. Lu Bin, do you have feelings for Bai Chun? Are you seeking to indulge in a youthful dalliance? Upon entering, Chang Yufang's demeanor shifted dramatically, glaring at Lu Bin. Given her interrogative tone, Lu Bin chuckled awkwardly, Yufang, you must be mistaken. My heart belongs solely to you. How could I harbor any thoughts for Bai Chun? In their respective positions, Lu Bin need not demean himself before Chang Yufang, especially considering that it was she who had initially pursued him, enabling him to ascend to the role of deputy manager in the Human Resources Department. However, Chang Yufang's prowess in the realm of seduction had ensnared Lu Bin, rendering him unable to extricate himself from her influence. As their clandestine affair prolonged, Chang Yufang had gained access to many of Lu Bin's unsavory secrets. A single indiscretion on her part could lead to his ruin, thus Lu Bin found himself utterly subservient to her. Humph, still attempting to feign innocence? If you have no feelings for Bai Chun, why did you not heed her request to be dismissed? Chang Yufang relentlessly pressed. Exposed in his true thoughts, Lu Bin's face flushed crimson. He quickly regained his composure, lamenting, alas, Yufang, you are unaware that I recently incurred a significant loss on a deal and must compensate the client $1 million. I retained Bai Chun solely to take the fall. It is truly not out of any affection for her. Is that truly the case? Chang Yufang's expression darkened upon hearing his words. For Lu Bin, $1 million is nearly his entire fortune. If he is truly compelled to pay such a staggering sum, in Chang Yufang's subconscious, it is indeed her own $1 million that she perceives as lost. After all, the funds she spends on luxury items and indulgences are drawn from Lu Bin's resources. Why would I deceive you regarding this matter? Whenever this issue arises, Lu Bin becomes exceedingly agitated. Humph, he is becoming increasingly inept. A look of disdain flickers in Chang Yufang's eyes. Her words are laden with double entendre, implying not only that Lu Bin has botched a transaction but also subtly alluding to his inadequacies in other realms. Lu Bin, chastised by Chang Yufang, finds himself devoid of any retort, resigned to tacit acceptance. Suddenly, Chang Yufang interjects. No, if you were seeking someone to take the fall, why not use Chen Xuan? Why must it be Bai Chun? Do you think I lack discernment? With that, she reaches out and firmly grasps Lu Bin's ear. Ouch, Yufang, be gentle. Lu Bin cries out in pain, lowering his voice, feeling rather humiliated as a grown man subjected to such treatment. Lu Bin, are you weary of me and merely seeking a younger woman? Let me demonstrate how I will discipline you today. Chang Yufang tightens her grip on Lu Bin's ear. Ouch. Ouch, Yufang, please let me explain. Lu Bin, enduring the pain, hastily articulates that Chen Xuan is as stubborn as a rock, refusing to sign the compensation contract. While Bai Chun has a gentler disposition and is easier to manage. You must understand my predicament. After Lu Bin's flurry of words, Chang Yufang indeed releases her hold. though her expression remains one of skepticism. Yufang, for the sake of this million, for our happiness, you must truly assist me this time, Lu Bin implores with a grimace. Chang Yufang glares at him, exasperated. Lu Bin, you know well how strict the new chairman, Mr. Xuan, is. Even dismissing an intern requires her approval. If she discovers your scheme to have someone take the blame, I will handle this myself. You merely need to assist me in dismissing Chen Xuan, Lu Bin asserts, gritting his teeth. After all, he has already accumulated enough misdeeds at the company. He is not afraid of one more. Once they conclude their discussion, they exit the office. Chen Xuan, you are to accompany me to the HR department to sign a document, and then you may leave Shen's group, Chang Yufang states. Her expression devoid of emotion as she gazes at Chen Xuan. What if I refuse? Chen Xuan smiles. Lu Bin had anticipated this response and retorted coldly, Chen Xuan. Whether you agree or not is inconsequential. If you continue to linger, I will summon security. At that point, being forcibly ejected will be quite embarrassing. So do not regret it. Upon hearing Lu Bin's threat, Chen Xuan crossed his arms and leaned against the desk, adopting an air of defiance. Truly resembling someone determined not to leave. Lu Bin was nearly incensed to the point of combustion. He reached for the office phone to call security. Just then, a middle-aged woman wearing glasses entered, inquiring, "Is Mr. Chen Xuan here?" Upon recognizing the visitor, everyone was taken aback. Wasn't this the HR manager, Zhang Yun? Why was she here to see Chen Xuan, and why did she address him with such respect? The onlookers were left utterly perplexed. Lu Bin, with a face full of astonishment, inquired, "Manager Zhang, what brings you here to seek Chen Xuan? He has already been dismissed by me." What? Zhang Yun's countenance immediately darkened as she reprimanded, "Lu Bin, how dare you terminate Mr. Chen? He is the chief physician of our group." Upon receiving a call from Shen Binglan, Zhang Yun found it hard to fathom that an intern from the marketing department could be appointed by the president as the chief physician, with an astonishing annual salary of 3 million. Even more shocking was the fact that Shen Binglan had tasked him with drafting a medical contract worth 2 million. Although Zhang Yun was unaware of who Shen intended for Chen Xuan to treat, she had never encountered such exorbitant medical fees before. Despite her disbelief, Zhang Yun, a seasoned professional, swiftly accepted this information and promptly prepared 2 contracts for Shen Binglan. The thought of being entrusted with such a significant matter left her both honored and astonished. After finalizing the contracts, she hurried to the marketing department, well aware that regardless of Chen Xuan's previous status, he was now a highly esteemed figure in front of Shen. She could not afford to be negligent. To her dismay, upon entering, she overheard Lu Bin state that Chen Xuan had been dismissed, which sent a chill through her heart. The entire marketing department was stunned by Zhang Yun's revelation. How could a prestigious title such as chief physician be associated with an intern like Chen Xuan? They questioned the reliability of their ears. And even Lu Bin was momentarily speechless, rendered unresponsive to Zhang Yun's inquiry. Chang Yufang was the first to regain her composure. Her eyes darting with suspicion, she asked, "What chief physician?" "Zhang Yun, please clarify." As the human resources manager, Zhang Yun had always been a target of Chang Yufang's disdain, prompting her to speak without reservation. "President Shen has just appointed Mr. Chen Xuan as our group's chief physician, and I am here to have him sign the contracts," Zhang Yun replied, placing the 2 contracts before everyone. Instantly, the room was captivated by the staggering figures of a 3 million annual salary and a 2 million medical fee emblazoned on the contracts. A 5 million contract in its entirety. Chen Xuan, already privy to this information, calmly stated, "Manager Zhang, I am Chen Xuan." Upon seeing how youthful he was, Zhang Yun, despite being prepared, could not suppress her astonishment. She then respectfully said, "So you are Mr. Chen. May I trouble you to sign these 2 contracts?" With that, she extended the contracts and a pin towards him. "Wait," Chang Yufang interjected abruptly, "Zhang Yun, is this not a hasty move? Chen Xuan is merely an intern. Are you not concerned about mistaking the individual?" Her words resonated with everyone in the office, as they recalled that just this morning, Chen Xuan had clashed with President Shen. How could he, in such a short span, be appointed as the chief physician with $1 million salary? Such a scenario seemed utterly implausible. Indeed, this Chen Xuan was late to work and even disrespected his superior. "I was about to dismiss him. How could President Shen possibly hire him?" Lu Bin added, his tone tinged with agitation. He was indeed startled just now, but fortunately, Chang Yufang, being astute, reminded him, "Is it possible that our company has another Chen Xuan?" Zhang Yun, upon hearing the conversation between the 2, felt a twinge of uncertainty. Observing this, Chang Yufang couldn't help but sneer, "Zhang Yun, how can you As the HR manager, failed to ascertain who Director Chen has hired? If this oversight leads to a loss of $5 million for our company, can you bear the consequences? As the deputy manager of the HR department, Chang Yufang had long coveted Zhang Yun's position. Now that she had caught Zhang Yun in such a significant blunder, she was determined not to let this rare opportunity slip away. Zhang Yun broke into a cold sweat, realizing that it was indeed utterly impossible for Director Chen to hire an intern. If she had truly made a mistake, given Director Shen's way of handling affairs, her dismissal would be inevitable. Manager Zhang, you have not mistaken the person. Director Chen indeed hired me, Chen Xuan said with a calm demeanor. Chen Xuan, how dare you speak here? Get out immediately. Lu Bin, feeling a sense of relief, shouted at Chen Xuan. Manager Liu, are you truly certain you wish to dismiss me? Chen Xuan still wore a smile, showing no signs of panic. Lu Bin arrogantly declared, indeed, I am going to fire you. It's useless to plead with me. I will call security right now. Do you dare? What is stopping me? Lu Bin retorted confidently. As he spoke, he turned to face the source of the voice. But when he recognized who it was, his expression turned as pale as death. Director Chen, why are you here? Lu Bin's voice trembled. An uncontrollable fear surged within him. Why would the CEO visit the marketing department, especially after he had just spoken back? Shen Binglan approached with measured steps in her exquisite black high heels, her presence akin to that of a queen from a fairy tale, exuding an aura of cold elegance that was almost blinding. Chen Xian thought that her gait surpassed that of the top models on the Victoria's Secret runway by 100-fold. Her serpentine waist swayed mesmerizingly. A goddess, indeed, she was. As she stood before everyone, her face remained shrouded in an icy demeanor, evoking an aura of sanctity. Lu Bin, who gave you the audacity to dismiss Chen Xian? Shen Binglan's voice was as frigid as the eternal ice of the Arctic. Lu Bin's legs weakened, nearly causing him to falter. He could not comprehend the implications of Shen Binglan's words. Was he not entitled, as the department manager, to terminate an intern in his own department? However, he dared not voice these thoughts. Struggling to maintain a sycophantic smile, he said, Director Shen, your presence is an honor. Why not come to my office for a moment? I can brew you a cup of tea and explain the situation in detail. Enough with the platitudes. Shen Binglan turned her gaze toward Chen Xian and said, Chen Xian, please, you may speak. A faint smile graced Chen Xian's lips as he succinctly recounted how Lu Bin sought to dismiss him, coerced by Chen into signing a compensation contract, and how Chang Yufang questioned Zhang Yun. Lu Bin and Chang Yufang's expressions shifted dramatically, particularly when Chen Xian addressed the matter of compensation, instilling a profound sense of dread. They wished to halt his discourse yet dared not intervene. By the time Chen Xian concluded, the pallor on their faces was unmistakable. Mr. Shen, this Chen Xian is utterly fabricating stories. You must not place any credence in his words. Lu Bin exclaimed, beads of perspiration dotting his forehead. The prospect of his 1 million compensation contract being discovered by Shen Binglan filled him with dread, for it would spell his ruin. Shen Binglan cast a cold glance at Lu Bin and remarked, Chen Xian is my personally appointed chief physician. Do you think I lack the discernment to judge the veracity of his statements? What? The collective astonishment of those present was palpable at Shen Binglan's assertion. Lu Bin's ever-present grin faltered, morphing into a visage more grotesque than tears. Chang Yufang's countenance turned ashen, her mind a whirlpool of confusion. This implied that the 5 million contract Zhang Yun presented to Chen Xian was indeed authentic, and that Shen Binglan had unequivocally appointed Chen Xian as chief physician. With trepidation, Lu Bin stuttered, Mr. Shen, this Chen Xian is merely an intern, and not even a medical student. How could you? Lu Bin, are you questioning my judgment? Shen Binglan's retort silenced Lu Bin, leaving him at a loss for words. At that moment, he yearned to strike himself for uttering such foolishness, wishing instead to feign ignorance like Chang Yufang. Shen Binglan continued, yet you, Lu Bin, as a managerial figure within the corporation, have displayed incompetence and gross abuse of power, even resorting to coercing employees to take the fall for you. You are no longer deserving of your position here. Each of Shen Binglan's words struck Lu Bin like a hammer, his eyes betraying fear, resentment, and despair, as if he were on the brink of collapse. Mr. Shen, you cannot dismiss me based solely on Chen Xian's testimony. This is unjust. Lu Bin's voice grew frantic, his demeanor bordering on madness as manager. My dismissal requires the board's approval. Shen Binglan's expression darkened ominously, an invisible tempest brewing in the atmosphere. All but Chen Xian held their breath. An involuntary reaction to the tension. You were correct. Previously, dismissing you indeed required board consent. Shen Binglan fixed Lu Bin with a piercing gaze before chillingly adding, but that was then. Now, As the president of Shin Group, all matters within the corporation are under my purview. I need not seek anyone's approval to terminate your employment." In that moment, despair enveloped Lu Bin entirely. He suddenly sank to his knees, tears streaming down his face as he pleaded, "Mr. Shin, considering my years of service to the company, if not for my contributions, at least for my hardships, I implore you to grant me another chance. Do not cast me aside." In that instant, he resembled a dog wagging its tail in supplication. And the employees he had previously oppressed found a grim satisfaction in witnessing his humiliation. Seeing that Chen Binglan did not respond, Lu Bin turned to Chen Xuan, pleading, "Chen Xuan, esteemed Dr. Chen, considering I was once your superior, I implore you to intercede on my behalf with General Manager Shen. I promise to repay your kindness in the future. After all, you are my superior, are you not? Alas, I have no desire to witness your type of leadership anymore." Chen Xuan replied with a cold smile, his compassion reserved for those deserving. Lu Bin's heart sank, realizing the swift reversal of fortunes within mere minutes. She had been dismissed while Chen Xuan ascended to new heights, securing a lucrative salary. Regret and resentment gnawed at him. After dealing with Lu Bin, Shen Binglan turned to Chang Yufang, stating, "As for you, Chang Yufang, your inappropriate relationship with Lu Bin has tarnished the company's image. You shall no longer report to work from this day forth. Zhang Yun, please handle the necessary paperwork for both of them. Notify the legal department regarding Lu Bin's compensation of 1 million. Yes, General Manager Shen, Zhang Yun replied respectfully. In just a few sentences, Shen Binglan had dismissed both a manager and an assistant manager. This was the embodiment of authority. The employees present gazed at Shen Binglan with admiration, genuinely in awe of their president. Lu Bin and Chang Yufang were akin to parasites within the company, and their dismissal was a cause for celebration. At that moment, Chang Yufang resembled a puddle of mud, kneeling on the floor, her dreams of promotion and salary increases shattered in an instant. By the way, the vacant position of marketing manager shall be filled by you, Chen Xuan. Shen Binglan's subsequent words left everyone astounded, nearly causing them to bite their tongues in disbelief. The way they looked at Chen Xuan had fundamentally changed. It appeared that, without any effort on his part, he had caused the dismissal of Lu Bin and Chang Yufang. And now, General Manager Shen had entrusted him with a position of power and wealth, not to mention the staggering 5 million contract. What extraordinary fortune had Chen Xuan stumbled upon? Had he perhaps shielded General Shen from harm? They truly could not comprehend it, for prior to this day, Chen Xuan had occupied the lowest echelon within the department. Moreover, he was not even a medical expert, nor did he possess a medical degree. How then was he appointed as the chief physician of the group? Bai Chun also regarded Chen Xuan with astonishment, having thought she understood him well, only to discover today that he was an enigma. General Manager, I believe you should seek a more qualified candidate for the marketing manager position. I shall decline, Chen Xuan stated, appearing quite inconvenienced. Well, the crowd nearly dropped their jaws at Chen Xuan's audacity. This was the epitome of arrogance. The coveted high-paying position that others yearned for was met with disdain from Chen Xuan, leading them to question his sanity. Shen Binglan felt a surge of frustration. This insufferable man had once again rejected her, and in front of so many witnesses, leaving her, as president, in a precarious position. It was no wonder he possessed remarkable medical skills yet remained a mere intern. Truly, he exhibited a lack of ambition and drive. At last, Shen Binglan gritted her teeth and said, "If you refuse to take action, then at the very least maintain a nominal position. I shall soon find a suitable replacement for you." With that, she swiftly turned on her heel and exited with the swiftness of the wind. Fearing that lingering in this place would surely drive her to despair under Chen Xuan's provocations. At that moment, the gazes of all present towards Chen Xuan transformed entirely. How had he managed to render the formidable Shen, known for her fierce temperament, utterly placid? One could only express profound admiration and almost reverent respect for his remarkable composure. Lu Bin and Chang Yufang followed Zhang Yun outside, their faces etched with humiliation and despair. Yet, despite their inner turmoil and resentment towards Chen Xuan, they dared not cause a scene within the Shen group. Otherwise, the repercussions would exceed mere dismissal. With the Shen family's influence, they could easily find themselves imprisoned. Once Lu Bin and his cohort departed, the employees of the marketing department gathered around. Chen Xuan, congratulations on your promotion. What shall we call you? Manager Chen. Congratulations. Manager Chen. They cheered. Manager Chen is truly talented and promising. With you at the helm, our marketing department is bound to thrive. Upon hearing such flattering accolades, Chen Xuan smiled, choosing not to respond. It was human nature to curry favor, and now that he had become the favored one in Shen's eyes, It was only natural for them to seek a good rapport. Moreover, with the dismissal of the perverse manager Lu Bin, the marketing department felt as if it had been liberated. Genuine joy radiated from each individual. I hereby declare that the rule mandating an early start time for the marketing department is abolished, and everyone shall work according to the regular schedule. As the new manager, Chen Xuan promptly rescinded Lu Bin's absurd regulation. Oh yes, the room erupted in jubilant cheers, as everyone relished the prospect of an extra half-hour of sleep, a precious boon for urban professionals. Chen Xuan, how have you suddenly become so impressive? I hardly recognize you. Bai Chun inquired, her curious eyes wide with astonishment. You should call me Manager Chen. Chen Xuan feigned a stern expression. Bai Chun was taken aback, momentarily at a loss for words. Was it true that everyone ultimately morphed into the very individuals they despised? Just as she pondered this, Chen Xuan could not suppress his laughter, leading Bai Chun to a moment of clarity. Humph. Being a manager is quite the achievement, isn't it, to intimidate others? Bai Chun pouted, feigning grievance. The pair had always shared a good rapport within the department, had it not been for Bai Chun's prior knowledge of Chen Xuan's girlfriend. Their relationship might have progressed further. Of course, Bai Chun remained unaware that Su Jing had ended her relationship with Chen Xuan the previous night. Gazing at Bai Chun's adorable face, Chen Xuan smiled warmly and said, Indeed, being a manager allows one to act with impunity, for instance. I could facilitate your early promotion right now. Is that truly the case? Bai Chun paused, her eyes sparkling with delight. Are you questioning the words of your superior? Chen Xuan gently tapped her on the forehead, adding, And given our relationship, helping you with an early promotion is hardly a stretch. Bai Chun's delicate face flushed slightly as she sincerely expressed her gratitude. Chen Xuan, thank you. Her gaze, imbued with a certain brilliance, betrayed a flicker of distress. For she was acutely aware that Chen Xuan already had a girlfriend, leaving her heart feeling as though it were constricted by an unseen weight. No need to thank me. Just focus on your work, Chen Xuan replied with a warm smile. Upon entering the manager's office, Chen Xuan settled comfortably into the armchair, reveling in the thought that he would no longer be subjected to the drudgery of menial and turn tasks. He felt an overwhelming urge to shout in exhilaration. What bliss! Not to mention, he was now a nominal department manager, free from responsibilities as the deputy manager and subordinate employees would handle the tasks. This cushy position, replete with ample remuneration and minimal duties, was a coveted dream for many, yet so elusive. Although Chen Xuan was merely acting as the market department manager on a temporary basis, he had no intention of adopting an air of superiority. He planned to personally visit the Human Resources Department to return the backup contract to Manager Zhang Yun. Meanwhile, in the security office of the Shun Group, Captain Zhou, having spent nearly an hour sipping chilled tea in the air-conditioned room, began to feel restless. Under normal circumstances, the departure procedures for a dismissed employee should be swift, and an hour was more than sufficient. Yet, Chen Xuan had yet to emerge. Zhou decided to take 2 security personnel with him to investigate the situation. Upon arriving at the market department on the 55th floor, Zhou surveyed the area and discovered that neither Chen Xuan nor Lu Bin was in the office. Where has Manager Lu gone? Zhou feigned inquiry. No one responded. The entire market department was aware that Zhou's arrogance stemmed from his connection to Lu Bin, and with Lu's dismissal, they had long harbored disdain for Zhou, choosing to ignore him. Undeterred, Zhou pressed on. Is that rascal Chen Xuan not here either? At this, all eyes turned to him with a peculiar look, leaving Zhou feeling somewhat uneasy. What was amiss with everyone today, treating him with such disdain? At that moment, Bai Chun stood up and informed him, Captain Zhou, Chen Xuan has gone to the Human Resources Department. Zhou's expression shifted to one of realization. It seemed Chen Xuan was indeed processing his departure paperwork. With this revelation, a smug smile spread across Zhou's face as he eagerly made his way toward the Human Resources Department. Upon entering the office, he quickly spotted Chen Xuan conversing with Zhang Yun, while Lu Bin stood nearby. He strode over to Chen Xuan, adopting a sarcastic tone. How's the departure paperwork coming along? Chen Xuan? You might want to ask Lu Bin about that, Chen Xuan replied, a mischievous smile playing on his lips as he regarded Zhou with an expression that suggested he was simple-minded. Zhang Yun cast an irritable glance in Zhou's direction. Confused, Zhou turned to Lu Bin, only to realize that Lu's expression had never been so grim. A pang of apprehension struck Zhou as he cautiously inquired, Manager Lu, have you indeed terminated Chen Xuan, bringing him here to finalize his departure? Get lost, Lu Bin retorted. Lu Bin could no longer contain his frustration and let out a curse. He was extremely agitated and found no outlet for his anger. so he directed it towards the sycophant. Zhou Tao was taken aback, unable to comprehend why Lu Bin was in such a foul mood. Was it truly because of Chen Xuan? He immediately turned to Chen Xuan and chastised, "Chen Xuan, you're on the verge of being expelled from the Shin Group. And yet you've managed to provoke Manager Lu to this extent. Today, I shall take it upon myself to teach you a lesson." With that, he summoned 2 security guards to seize Chen Xuan. Zhou Tao intended to drag Chen Xuan to the security office, his own domain, for a thorough reprimanding. However, Chen Xuan could no longer suppress his laughter. It was astonishing how Zhou Tao remained oblivious to the gravity of the situation. How had someone with such a nearly foolish intellect survived this long? Even the 2 security guards under Zhou Tao's command sensed something amiss and hesitated to follow his orders to confront Chen Xuan. "Zhou Tao, you are exceedingly presumptuous to speak to Mr. Chen in such a manner." Zhang Yun interjected, equally exasperated by this imbecile. "What did you say?" Zhou Tao gasped, momentarily at a loss for words. How could he fathom that a manager of a major corporation could exhibit such deference to a mere intern like Chen Xuan? Zhang Yun's expression turned stern as she declared, "Zhou Tao, President Chen has hired Mr. Chen with a generous annual salary of 1 million, appointing him as our chief physician. Mr. Chen is now a significant figure within the group. How dare you show him such disrespect?" Zhou Tao's mouth fell agape, astonished beyond measure by Zhang Yun's revelation. The employees in the HR office were equally stunned. They had previously been puzzled by the manager's respect towards Chen Xuan, only to discover that he had been hired at a high salary by President Chen, an utterly unexpected turn of events. "By the way, Lu Bin has been dismissed by President Chen, and I believe you are also unfit to remain here. You both shall leave today." Zhang Yun's voice was cold, delivering a crushing blow to Zhou Tao's already dim intellect. In truth, Zhang Yun had long wished to expel Zhou Tao, but had refrained due to Lu Bin's influence. Zhou Tao's complexion changed dramatically, cold sweat pouring down as he finally grasped why Lu Bin had looked so despondent. It was his own powerful ally who had been ousted today. Now, he too was caught in the crossfire and faced dismissal, a reality he struggled to accept. His vision blurred as he felt faint. "Captain Zhou, do you remember our wager?" Chen Xuan said, a smile gracing his lips. Zhou Tao felt bitter. He had intended to confront Chen Xuan to fulfill their wager, never anticipating that he would walk straight into the line of fire. His face flushed crimson. How could he possibly bring himself to call Chen Xuan grandfather in front of so many witnesses? Moreover, having previously looked down upon Chen Xuan, he now found himself not only losing his job because of him, but also facing humiliation. The abrupt twists and turns of life were indeed exhilarating. Nevertheless, Zhou Tao had no doubt that if he did not comply, Chen Xuan would ensure Zhang Yun deducted all his wages before dismissing him. "Grandfather, grandfather, grandfather," Zhou Tao cried out in a strained, pitiful voice, addressing Chen Xuan. The crowd was taken aback by the nature of the wager between the two, nearly bursting into laughter. Chen Xuan waved his hand dismissively, his tone dripping with annoyance as he remarked, "I have no grandson like you. Just leave." Hilarity erupted as everyone witnessed Chen Xuan playfully toying with the once domineering Captain Zhou. Handing over the backup contract to Zhang Yun, Chen Xuan returned to the marketing department, too disinterested to cast another glance at Lu Bin and the others. Once back in his office, he idly engaged with his computer, and the day swiftly passed. As closing time approached, Chen Xuan mounted his electric bike, preparing to head back to the school dormitory. Observing this scene, many who were already aware of Chen Xuan's recent elevation to chief physician and marketing manager at the Shin Group wore peculiar expressions. After all, in the Shin Group, managerial figures were typically clad in tailored suits and commuting in luxury vehicles, whereas this newly promoted leader appeared in student attire, riding a modest electric bike, an undeniably striking contrast. However, no one dared to mock Chen Xuan. He was, after all, a favored rising star in the eyes of President Chen. Other managerial leaders could only envy Chen Xuan, as President Chen had never shown them such favor. Numerous individuals from the car-owning elite eagerly inquired whether Chen Xuan would like a ride, but he graciously declined each offer with a smile. Soon, he returned to Tianhai University, unwittingly finding himself at the same small square where he had arranged to meet Su Jing the previous day. A cryptic smile danced at the corners of his lips as he pondered how he had returned to this place of sorrow. Perhaps the events of the past few days had been overwhelming, and he sought solace in the familiar surroundings of the square. In a quieter corner of the square, the campus beauty, Qin Feishua, sat enjoying the breeze. Upon spotting Chen Xuan, her eyes brightened, remembering how he had gallantly come to her aid that morning. A warm sensation swept through her heart. Just as she was about to approach him, she noticed another couple conversing with him. Her brows furrowed slightly as she recognized one of the men as a notorious scion of wealth known for his reckless behavior. How could Chen Xuan be associated with such a person? Deciding to hold back for the moment, Chen Xuan opted to observe the situation. At that moment, as Chen Xuan parked his electric bike and sought a place to sit and contemplate, he inadvertently caught sight of two unwelcome figures, his ex-girlfriend Su Jing and the wealthy heir Yunfeng, who were as inseparable as the day before. Whispering sweet nothings to one another, seemingly oblivious to the world around them. Many passing students shot them disdainful glances, some even recording videos. Yet the couple remained unaffected by the disapproving stares. It was indeed a case of fated adversaries crossing paths. Chen Xuan's expression darkened, and he contemplated leaving. Just then, Yunfeng fortuitously spotted him. He recalled the impoverished rival who had lost his girlfriend to him and relished the opportunity to assert his superiority. Thus, upon seeing Chen Xuan, he exclaimed in an exaggerated tone, "Oh, isn't that Jingjing's ex, Chen something? Why has he come to seek you out again? Is he still as persistent as a stray dog?" The acerbic tone of Yunfeng compelled Chen Xuan to turn around. "Chen Xuan, what brings you here? Did I not make myself clear yesterday? Our relationship is severed, and there is no possibility of reconciliation," Su Jing retorted coldly. In response, Chen Xuan replied icily, "Su Jing, do you possess an inflated sense of self-worth? I am not here to rekindle anything. Chen Xuan, I know you tend to be stubborn, but with your disposition, you will face significant challenges in society," Su Jing admonished. Having been together for over 3 years, she understood this man too well. His arrogance was pronounced. However, when a person lacks capability, such pride appears cheap, laughable, and ultimately self-destructive. Su Jing reaffirmed that her decision to part ways with Chen Xuan was undoubtedly correct. "Huh. Su Jing, we share no ties anymore. Your opinions on my character are unnecessary." Chen Xuan's voice turned frigid. Su Jing shook her head, speaking with a tone of exasperation. "Chen Xuan, if you do not amend your ways, even if you find a new girlfriend, you will inevitably face another breakup." Chen Xuan could not suppress a derisive laugh. This insufferable woman, who was clearly materialistic, had the audacity to attribute their issues to his character. Did she believe this would absolve her conscience? Ha! Su Jing. What a joke. A person like him will never find a girlfriend again. Or perhaps he might attract some wealthy, unattractive woman willing to take him in as a kept man. Yunfeng laughed raucously, unabashedly mocking Chen Xuan. His relentless laughter drew the attention of many around them, including several classmates who had witnessed Su Jing's rejection of Chen Xuan the previous day and her subsequent association with Yunfeng. Observing Chen Xuan endure further humiliation, they could not help but exclaim, "Wow, this guy is truly unfortunate. He lost his girlfriend to Yunfeng and endures all this ridicule without retort. Truly, wealth allows one to act with impunity. Who claims he cannot find a girlfriend?" Just then, a melodious voice emerged from behind Chen Xuan. Everyone turned to see a breathtakingly beautiful girl approaching. Her long, lustrous black hair cascaded down her back, framing a face that was exquisitely flawless, with captivating eyes that sparkled with an enchanting brilliance. She wore an elegant yet luxurious light blue off-shoulder dress, cinched at the waist with a white belt that accentuated her graceful figure. A delicate crystal pendant hung from her snowy neck, bestowing upon her an ethereal charm. She was stunning, simply stunning. All gazes in the square were drawn to her. Male classmates stood transfixed, dazed, while female classmates cast envious glances, pondering why she alone possessed such beauty. This unparalleled beauty was none other than Chen Xuan, who had been observing from a distance moments ago. Under the gaze of the crowd, Chen Xuan approached Chen Xuan with an air of nonchalance, gracefully linking her arm through his and leaning slightly against his chest, exuding an affectionate demeanor. The audacity of her actions left onlookers utterly astounded. Yunfeng stood frozen in disbelief, eventually stammering, "Chen Xuan, what is the meaning of this? Did you not just declare that Chen Xuan could not secure a girlfriend?" "I am Chen Xuan's girlfriend," Chen Xuan replied with an air of calm confidence. The words spilled forth from her lips, prompting a wave of incredulous laughter from the gathered crowd. Could it be true? The campus beauty of Tianhai University was actually involved with an obscure young man. Who would dare to believe such a thing? Rumor had it that since enrolling at Tianhai University, Chen Xuan had never entertained a romantic relationship, consistently dismissing suitors regardless of their height, looks, or wealth, offering them no chance whatsoever. Then there was Chen Xuan, clad in unremarkable attire and riding a dilapidated electric bike, somehow capturing the heart of the campus goddess, a spectacle that left many jaws agape. Wow, Chen Xuan is truly remarkable. How did he manage to win over the campus belle? I bow to him. Initially, it was thought that Chen Xuan had been overshadowed by Ou Yunfeng. But it now appeared that he had indeed won the affection of the beauty, while Ou Yunfeng merely picked up the scraps left behind. How amusing it was to witness Ou Yunfeng's predicament, now relegated to a mere bystander, while Chen Xuan thrived. The male spectators gazed at Chen Xuan with admiration, acknowledging him as a paragon within their ranks, a true champion in the realm of the less fortunate. As the mocking voices surrounded him, Ou Yunfeng wished for nothing more than to vanish into the ground. Just moments ago, he had been ridiculing Chen Xuan's inability to find a girlfriend, only to be met with the stark reality of the campus beauty now by his side, an undeniable slap to his face. Chen Xuan, is this truly real? Su Jing inquired, her expression darkening. The subtle fragrance emanating from Qin Feishua left Chen Xuan momentarily dazed. He wrapped his arm around her delicate waist and smiled. Of course, it is real. Su Jing fell silent, recognizing the genuine chemistry between Chen Xuan and Qin Feishua. Their interactions were entirely natural, a testament to their intimacy that could not possibly be fabricated. Chen Xuan, let us depart. There is nothing worthwhile here, Qin Feishua said with a radiant smile, leading him towards her striking red Lamborghini. The sight of her $1 million limited edition supercar left onlookers in sheer awe, further elevating Chen Xuan's status. The campus beauty's affection combined with her luxurious vehicle painted a picture of ultimate success. In stark contrast, Ou Yunfeng's several $100,000 BMW seemed pitifully inadequate. Inside the car, Chen Xuan beamed. Thank you, Qin Feishua. He had never anticipated that someone of her caliber would be willing to pretend to be his girlfriend, especially in such a public setting, granting him immense honor. Reflecting on the humiliation faced by Ou Yunfeng and Su Jing, Chen Xuan felt an exhilarating sense of satisfaction, finally avenging the hurt he had endured the previous night. Nothing much, you helped me out this morning, so it's only fair that I return the favor, Qin Feishua said with a sly smile. The act of pretending to be a couple was something she had learned from Chen Xuan, yet upon reflection, it seemed that no matter how they played the role, she ended up at a disadvantage. A faint blush crept onto her cheeks. This exchange of favors felt rather delightful. But with so many observers, did that mean they would have to continue this charade in full? Chen Xuan teased. The speed at which gossip spread across campus was astonishing. News of the campus beauty from Tianhai University being wooed by Chen Xuan would surely circulate rapidly. Qin Feishua shot him a glare and playfully retorted. You think too highly of yourself. Since attending Tianhai University, she had not only avoided romance, but had also managed to stay free from scandal. Today, pretending to be Chen Xuan's girlfriend felt like an audacious leap. She hadn't even considered the potential consequences. Even if I were to think highly of myself, it's futile. I've heard your admirers could line up from the lecture halls to the school gate. Chen Xuan continued to jest. Qin Feishua sighed. It's not as many as you claim. Besides, being pursued can be quite troublesome. The thought of those relentless suitors made her head ache. Well, that's certainly better than being rejected, right? Chen Xuan replied with a touch of self-deprecation. Of course, he had long since moved on from being spurned by Su Jing. And Qin Feishua had helped restore his dignity. You shouldn't be too disheartened. With your qualities, you need not worry about finding a girlfriend, Qin Feishua comforted gently. In matters of love, she was rather naive, unable to comprehend why Su Jing would choose to abandon Chen Xuan for the debauched Ou Yunfeng. In her eyes, Chen Xuan was far superior to such a scoundrel. As they conversed, the car had already exited the campus. Chen Xuan stole a glance at Qin Feishua's exquisite profile and smiled. What kind of woman would be worth my sorrow over? He then asked, by the way, where are we headed? To express my gratitude for your help this morning, I wish to treat you to a meal, if Chen Xuan is willing to accept. Qin Feishua turned to him with a radiant smile that was utterly captivating. The car then turned onto a bustling commercial street, lined with upscale establishments. A beautiful lady treating. How could I refuse? Chen Xuan replied with a grin, noticing the car had stopped in front of a high-end Western restaurant. The establishment exuded opulence, clearly catering to a wealthy clientele, yet it was bustling with patrons. As Chen Xuan and Qin Feishua entered, the entire restaurant was momentarily captivated by her breathtaking beauty, drawing the attention of all present, especially the men, who gazed wide-eyed, greedily swallowing their astonishment. They had never encountered such a stunning and graceful woman. Meanwhile, the gentleman accompanying her appeared utterly unremarkable, a stark contrast to the enchanting beauty, making one wonder how such a plain figure could be in the presence of such a goddess. Jealousy clouded reason as the men present cast disdainful glances towards Chen Xuan, wishing fervently to devour him whole. Chen Xuan paid no heed to their glares. He and Chen Feishui settled into a window-side table. Soon, a male waiter approached, visibly struck by Chen Feishui's stunning beauty. He mused, perplexed, how a man who appeared as unremarkable as himself could dine with such an exquisite woman. Life seemed profoundly unfair. The establishment, a lavish restaurant where the bill could easily reach thousands, suggested affluence. Yet Chen Xuan's modest appearance prompted the waiter to secretly deride him, suspecting that he was either a pretender of wealth or a mere gigolo. Placing the menu before Chen Feishui, the waiter respectfully inquired, "Madam, may I take your order?" "Chen Xuan, please feel free to order whatever you desire," Chen Feishui said generously, pushing the menu towards him. The waiter was taken aback by the scene. He had witnessed many couples dine here, typically with men trying to impress their female companions, but never had he seen such a dynamic. Chen Xuan, unreserved, was famished after expending considerable energy healing Shen Binglan with his supernatural vision that day. Having consumed 2 lunches already, he was ravenous by evening and, upon receiving the menu, promptly ordered an array of dishes that left the waiter in astonishment. Chen Feishui, her eyes wide with surprise, couldn't help but ask Chen Xuan, "Can we possibly eat all this?" "Shouldn't be a problem. Would you like to order anything?" Chen Xuan replied nonchalantly. She shook her head, amused. She found it hard to believe they could finish such an abundance. "All right then, waiter, please bring the dishes promptly." Chen Xuan felt his stomach rumbling, as if he had never experienced such hunger before. The waiter nodded, glancing at the extravagant order totaling over 10,000, his lips twitching involuntarily. Yet he dared not comment further as he departed with the menu. "Chen Xuan, I never imagined you possessed such a hearty appetite," Chen Feishui remarked, her eyes sparkling. Chen Xuan chuckled, "Haven't you heard? Those who suffer from heartbreak often indulge excessively. You must not have experienced love before. Is having been in a relationship such a remarkable feat?" Chen Feishui retorted, her face flushing under his teasing gaze. "Besides, you seem far too carefree to be freshly heartbroken. I merely wear a facade of cheerfulness." Before he could finish, Chen Xuan sensed someone approaching them. Turning, he noticed a tall, robust young man clad in exquisite designer attire, flanked by 3 companions. Their demeanor suggested they were not there to dine. "Chen Feishui, you've truly chosen to associate with this pathetic loser?" The young man spat, his voice dripping with contempt for Chen Xuan. The 3 followers behind him regarded Chen Xuan with scornful and threatening expressions. Upon seeing the newcomer, Chen Feishui frowned and remarked, "He Chao, what business is it of yours whom I associate with? We are hardly acquainted." The towering young man named He Chao was one of Chen Feishui's many admirers. Hailing from a wealthy family, he served as the president of the Karate Association at Tianhai University, boasting a black belt of the 4th degree, and wielded considerable influence on campus, with few daring to confront him. The news of Chen Feishui publicly declaring herself as Chen Xuan's girlfriend had swiftly reached He Chao's ears. Consequently, upon learning that Chen Feishui and Chen Xuan were dining at this Western restaurant, he arrived with a few underlings from the Karate Association. After hearing Chen Feishui's words, He Chao could not suppress a mocking laugh. "Not acquainted? I have pursued you for an entire year, showering you with luxurious gifts and extravagant cars. Yet you have ignored me completely. This fellow has known you for but a brief moment, and already you are with him. Is this a deliberate affront to me?" With that, he cast a fierce glare at Chen Xuan, who, if He Chao were to discover had only met Chen Feishui for less than a day, would likely be driven to fury. "He Chao, you are overthinking this. We are in the midst of a meal. I kindly ask that you refrain from disturbing us." Chen Feishui retorted, unceremoniously attempting to dismiss him. Over the past year, He Chao's various tiresome tactics had worn her thin, and she had grown weary of his relentless pursuit. At that moment, she even contemplated that feigning a relationship with Chen Xuan for a while might serve to dissuade He Chao. Stealing a glance at Chen Xuan, she noted his striking features and the extraordinary aura that set him apart from other boys, far surpassing the brutish He Chao. Chen Feishui felt her heart flutter, realizing her thoughts were wandering, and quickly averted her gaze. He Chao let out a few disdainful snorts. He did not wish to sever ties with Chen Feishui entirely. Thus, he turned his attention to Chen Xuan. "You are Chen Xuan, I presume? What year and major are you in? Have you ever heard of me, He Chao?" "Not at all," Chen Xuan replied lazily, glancing at He Chao. He Chao's pupils constricted, and anger surged to his cheeks. Never had a student at Tianhai University dared to speak to him in such a manner. Were it not for Chen Feishui's presence, he would have unhesitatingly delivered a punch to Chen Xuan's face. "You fool, You don't even recognize our leader. One of He Chao's underlings barked. Let me enlighten you. He Chao is the president of the Karate Association at Tianhai University, a master with a black belt of the 4th degree. You cannot afford to provoke him. Regardless of your proclamations, I still do not recognize you. Chen Xuan maintained his languid tone, expressing no interest in the so-called leader or his belt rank. Seeing Chen Xuan's demeanor, He Chao ground his teeth in fury, yet he forced a smile, saying, Not recognizing me is inconsequential. You only need to grasp one thing. Qin Fei Xue is destined to be mine. I demand that you immediately vacate her side, or I shall ensure you comprehend the meaning of a black belt of the 4th degree. He Chao, what nonsense are you spouting? You must leave this instant. Qin Fei Xue exclaimed, her brows furrowed and her eyes wide in disbelief. She could no longer endure such a person. However, He Chao remained impervious to her words, fixating his gaze on Chen Xuan, his eyes radiating a menacing aura. Are you threatening me? Chen Xuan met He Chao's gaze without flinching, his voice laced with a hint of coldness. With his current strength, how could a mere 4th degree black belt intimidate him? Indeed, I am threatening you. So what? He Chao retorted disdainfully, teaching a penniless wretch like you a lesson is something I can easily afford, both in terms of money and influence. If you know what's good for you, get as far away from me as possible. Upon finishing his words, He Chao suddenly summoned his strength, his muscles bulging, exuding a formidable presence that clearly indicated his training. And what if I refuse? Chen Xuan replied languidly, unfazed by He Chao's display of bravado. He Chao was nearly incensed by Chen Xuan's nonchalance. His fists crackled with tension as he glanced at Qin Fei Xue, but ultimately restrained himself, not wishing to tarnish his image in her presence. In Qin Fei Xue's eyes, however, He Chao had long since lost any semblance of a respectable image. Casting a glance around, He Chao abruptly approached the adjacent dining table and barked at Chen Xuan, if I see you with Qin Fei Xue again after today, your fate will be as shattered as this table. With that, he raised his right arm, veins bulging, and struck the table with all his might. Crack! The table split in two, startling the surrounding patrons. Pleased with his display, He Chao turned back to Chen Xuan, only to find him still exuding an air of calm. Put on your act while you can. You'll regret it soon enough. He Chao waved his hand to his 3 lackeys, and they strode away. Qin Fei Xue looked at the broken table and apologetically said to Chen Xuan, I'm sorry for dragging you into this. It's nothing. This isn't your fault. Chen Xuan reassured her with a smile. He Chao, the spoiled rich heir, was used to being arrogant, and it was no wonder Qin Fei Xue had expressed her frustrations earlier. Chen Xuan, you must be cautious. I fear He Chao may truly seek revenge on you, Qin Fei Xue said, her brows furrowing deeper with worry. Alas, everything seems to be going wrong lately. What troubles you? If you don't mind, I'm here to listen, Chen Xuan inquired, having noticed a lingering sadness in Qin Fei Xue's demeanor since their first meeting. Now, her distress was increasingly palpable. Qin Fei Xue looked at Chen Xuan, her cherry lips parting as if to speak, but she hesitated. They had only known each other for less than a day. It felt inappropriate to reveal her innermost thoughts so openly. Noticing her reluctance, Chen Xuan feigned annoyance, saying, I thought after today's events, we would be friends. Instead, it seems you wish to keep me at arm's length, only seeking to repay me with a meal, completely severing our connection. Qin Fei Xue hurriedly clarified, Chen Xuan. That is not what I meant. Please do not misunderstand. Chen Xuan encouraged her, then please share your troubles. Perhaps I could be of assistance. Observing the earnest concern in Chen Xuan's gaze, Qin Fei Xue hesitated for a moment before finally revealing her worries. It turned out that her grandfather, Qin Mishishi, had fallen ill with a mysterious ailment over 10 days ago, one that exhibited no symptoms in its initial stages. By the time the illness manifested, it had reached a critical point, plunging Qin Mishishi into a state of deep unconsciousness. The Qin family promptly admitted the elderly patriarch to the People's Hospital of Tianhai City, where tests revealed he had been poisoned. Despite the extensive expertise of the medical professionals at the hospital, no one was able to determine the nature of the toxin affecting Qin Mishishi. After 3 days of meetings among the doctors yielded no viable surgical plan. It was ultimately the chief physician, known as Old Jin, who approved a highly risky surgical procedure. When Chen Xuan inquired about the risks involved, Qin Fei Xue, with a pained expression, raised 2 fingers to indicate the success rate, a mere 20%. At that moment, Chen Xuan comprehended the gravity of Qin Fei Xue's distress. A surgical plan sanctioned by a doctor of Old Jin's caliber, with such a low success rate, felt akin to a death sentence for her grandfather. Actually, my grandfather was once a renowned physician, exceptionally skilled. With few ailments he could not cure, Qin Fei Xue revealed slowly, imparting another surprising detail to Chen Xuan. Hearing her speak so highly of her grandfather raised a question. How could Qin Mishishi have succumbed to poison for over 10 days without realizing it? Allowing it to seep into his very marrow? Unable to contain his curiosity, Chen Xuan posed the question. You see, my grandfather has a rather peculiar temperament. One day, he abruptly declared that he would no longer practice medicine, and he truly has not treated a single patient since, Qin Feishue replied with a faint smile of resignation. Given this profound toxicity, I suspect he was aware of his condition long ago but chose not to share it with us, having grown up alongside her grandfather. No one understood Qin Mishishi's eccentricities better than she did. This revelation only deepened Chen Xuan's intrigue. Was it possible that the elderly gentleman had grown weary of life? Why would your grandfather choose to do such a thing? Chen Xuan continued to inquire. Qin Feishue shook her head. I do not understand either. After he ceased practicing medicine, he became utterly captivated by antique jade. He hardly seems the type to wish for an end. At over 70, with the Qin family's considerable wealth, Qin Mishishi could easily live to 100 if properly cared for. Chen Xuan's mind raced with questions. What kind of poison had afflicted the old man? Who had administered it? If it was self-inflicted, what could possibly be the motive? When is your grandfather's surgery scheduled? I would like to visit him beforehand. Chen Xuan expressed his desire, now armed with extraordinary medical skills. Eager to uncover the nature of the toxin that had stumped so many experts, Qin Feishue gratefully replied, the surgery is set for this Saturday. If you wish to come, I will meet you at school to take you there. Rest easy, for there is certainly hope for your grandfather's recovery. Chen Xuan offered a comforting remark. At that moment, the waiter brought over the dishes, and Chen Xuan, who was quite famished, began to indulge in the feast without hesitation. Witnessing Chen Xuan's hearty appetite, Qin Feishue couldn't help but smile. Her initial lack of appetite faded as she picked up her chopsticks. After a satisfying meal, Chen Xuan and Qin Feishue exchanged contact information before bidding each other farewell. Upon returning to the dormitory, Chen Xuan intended to take a moment to rest, only to find his good friend Huang Song standing on the balcony, his shoulders trembling uncontrollably. What could be the matter? Chen Xuan glanced at the clock. It was already 8 in the evening, and Huang Song should not have still been in the dormitory, due to his inability to secure an internship. Huang Song had taken a part-time job at a nearby bar, working from 7 in the evening until 3 in the morning. Thus, Chen Xuan felt perplexed to see Huang Song still not on his way to work. As he approached the balcony, Chen Xuan sensed something was amiss. Huang Song's shoulders shook violently, revealing that he was secretly sobbing. Huang Song, what on earth is happening? Who has wronged you? Speak to me. Chen Xuan inquired in a solemn tone. Startled by Chen Xuan's voice, Huang Song turned slowly to face him. Upon seeing Huang Song's bruised and battered appearance, Chen Xuan felt a surge of anger ignite within him. Who did this to you? He demanded coldly. Huang Song shook his head, only able to emit muffled sobs. Understanding Huang Song's gentle nature, Chen Xuan knew that he would not dare to disclose the identity of his assailants. He firmly placed his hands on Huang Song's shoulders and spoke emphatically, Huang Song, you are my dear brother, and I will not stand idly by while you suffer such injustice. Regardless of who is responsible, I shall assist you in seeking retribution. Trust me. Huang Song gazed into Chen Xuan's eyes, drawing strength from his encouragement, and gradually ceased his weeping. With a quivering voice, he revealed, it was Xiao Qian. A few thugs wanted her to entertain them, and when I intervened, they attacked me. Understanding dawned upon Chen Xuan. Xiao Qian was Huang Song's friend and his unspoken love interest, yet Huang Song's timid disposition had prevented him from confessing his feelings. Both worked at the bar. But like Huang Song, Xiao Qian was merely an ordinary waitress, not a courtesan. Naturally, she would have declined the thugs' advances. However, with Huang Song returning battered and bruised, it was likely that Xiao Qian was now in a precarious situation. Without a moment's hesitation, Chen Xuan seized Huang Song's arm, determined to confront the thugs. We must go find those scoundrels at once. Unexpectedly, Huang Song broke free from his grasp, tears streaming down his face as he pleaded, Chen Xuan, we cannot. They are affiliated with Boss Long, and we cannot afford to cross them. Boss Long? Chen Xuan halted his steps, turning back to face Huang Song, who was clearly trembling with fear. He timidly remarked, Dragon Boss is a formidable figure in Tianhai City, commanding thousands of followers. Over half of the underground world in Tianhai City is under their control. According to Huang Song's description, this Dragon Boss not only has a vast number of subordinates but also extensive territory, with over a dozen upscale entertainment venues like the Night Heaven Bar under his dominion. Moreover, many nightclubs, clubs, and hotels in Tianhai City are properties of Dragon Boss, not to mention other illicit assets. The legendary Dragon Boss, known as Long Fei, is not only a skilled fighter but also possesses a ruthless heart and unparalleled cunning. In just a few short years, he has built such an expansive empire, which is truly astonishing. Humph, whether he is a dragon or a tiger, no one shall harm my brother. Chen Xuan's gaze turned icy. He was unperturbed by the prospect of encountering the fabled Long Fei to ascertain his true prowess. Huang Song sensed the chilling aura emanating from Chen Xuan, feeling that he had transformed entirely, though he could not pinpoint the source of this change. As Chen Xuan prepared to step outside, Huang Song hesitated and said, "But Dragon Boss is truly beyond our reach. Have you not considered how they might mistreat Xiao Qian?" Chen Xuan asked in a low voice. His words jolted Huang Song, extinguishing the fear in his eyes. For the sake of the girl he cherished, he could not remain cowardly forever. Chen Xuan then expressed his encouragement with a reassuring glance. Patting Huang Song's shoulder, "Let us head to the Night Heaven Bar." This establishment was in close proximity to Tianhai University, and the two quickly arrived. Before Chen Xuan stood a resplendently decorated building, adorned with colorful lights that spelled out Night Heaven, exuding a mesmerizing and dreamlike glow. Night Heaven is one of the top bars in the area, with a level of sophistication unmatched by smaller venues, attracting a plethora of young men and women every night. Naturally, the clientele must possess considerable wealth, as the average person cannot afford to indulge here. As they navigated through the throng, Chen Xuan inquired, "Where are the thugs who bothered you?" Huang Song mustered his courage and pointed in a direction. Chen Xuan scanned the room and noticed a booth occupied by several unsavory men, among whom was the very individual, Xiao Gu, who attempted to exploit Qin Fei Xue that morning. At that moment, Xiao Gu was fawning over a man adorned in gold and silver, puffing on a cigar, eagerly toasting him with an air of deference. Xiao Qian sat beside that man, her eyes brimming with tears. Observing her condition, Chen Xuan felt a sense of relief. Fortunately, this group had not yet laid a hand on Xiao Qian. Otherwise, his good friend Huang Song would have regretted it for a lifetime. "Huang Song, come with me," Chen Xuan called, leading the way toward Xiao Gu and his entourage. Witnessing the once menacing Xiao Gu now behaving obsequiously, resembling a sycophant, Chen Xuan could not help but feel both amused and exasperated. Approaching Xiao Ji's booth, he was immediately recognized as the one who had disrupted their plans earlier. A flicker of panic crossing Xiao Ji's eyes. At that moment, he, along with a few subordinates, launched an attack, only to be inexplicably defeated by this young man. Consequently, Xiao Gu developed a sense of fear towards Chen Xuan, yet he felt a lingering sense of indignation. Furthermore, with a powerful ally by his side this time, Xiao Gu regained his confidence and bellowed, "You little brat, I haven't come looking for you, so why have you come knocking on my door?" Chen Xuan couldn't help but sneer at this. "You offended my girlfriend this morning, and now you're here to harass my brother's girlfriend tonight. It seems you failed to learn from your lessons." Xiao Gu cast a glance at Xiao Qian beside him and quickly grasped the situation. This young man appeared to be a harbinger of calamity, as he unexpectedly encountered his acquaintances twice in a single day. Xiao Qian, upon seeing Chen Xuan and Huang Song arrive, felt as if a savior had come to her rescue and attempted to stand, only to be pressed back down by the man beside her. "Qiao, who is this person? Do you know him?" The man inquired, his tone dripping with disdain. Xiao Gu hurriedly responded, "Brother Lei, this young man has some personal grievances with me, but tonight, he dares to disturb your enjoyment. I shall promptly send him away." With that, he beckoned a few subordinates, cautioning, "This fellow is quite troublesome. Let us be careful in dealing with him." Seeing Xiao Ji's blatant ignorance, Chen Xuan could only shake his head in exasperation. Xiao Gu and his companions picked up the empty beer bottles from the table, swiftly surrounding Chen Xuan. "Go," Xiao Gu suddenly commanded, raising a beer bottle to smash it down onto Chen Xuan's head. He was determined to see if Chen Xuan could evade this attack as he had before. However, just as Xiao Gu was poised for victory, he was astonished to find that Chen Xuan had vanished from his sight. In a moment of panic, he saw a beer bottle hurtling toward his face. The event unfolded too rapidly for Xiao Gu to evade. He could only brace himself for the impact. With a cacophony of shattering glass and the astonished gazes of onlookers, Xiao Gu and his subordinates inadvertently struck each other with the beer bottles, leaving their faces bloodied and causing them to cry out in pain. Unbeknownst to them, Chen Xuan had previously darted out of the range of their attacks and stood to the side, watching the spectacle unfold. In their moment of reckless abandon, Xiao Gu and his companions had inadvertently harmed their own. It could only be said that Chen Xuan's speed was astonishingly swift. Those unaware of the situation would have thought Xiao Gu and his crew were engaging in infighting. Huang Song was equally astonished by Chen Xuan's display, as he could hardly discern what had transpired. Brilliant, truly brilliant, Chen Xuan applauded with a smile. You lot. Are you performing a show of shattered beer bottles on your faces? Hearing Chen Xuan's mockery, Xiao Gu was both humiliated and enraged. Striking the subordinate who had smashed the bottle against him. Are you blind, daring to hit the boss? The subordinate, clutching his injured face, felt a surge of grievance, thinking, didn't you also smash a bottle in my face? Having once again witnessed Chen Xuan's extraordinary prowess, Xiao Gu, even with 100-fold courage, dared not confront him any longer. Observing that Xiao Gu and his associates had become subdued, Chen Xuan cast a cold gaze towards the man named Lei, who, with a cigar in his mouth and an arm around Xiao Qian's waist, exuded arrogance. Release my brother's girlfriend, and then apologize to them. Chen Xuan spoke with an expressionless demeanor. Apologize? Did I hear that correctly? Ha. Lei Gu could not contain his laughter, seemingly finding Chen Xuan's words to be utterly amusing. Do you not inquire about who I, Lei Bin, am? Chen Xuan maintained his indifferent tone, stating, who you are is inconsequential. What matters is that your people have harmed my brother and harassed his girlfriend. Thus an apology is in order. Xiao Gu watched in astonishment, having never seen anyone dare to speak to Lei Gu in such a manner. Was this young man courting death? Many in the bar who recognized Lei Bin also took notice of the unfolding situation. And upon hearing Chen Xuan demand an apology from a figure of such stature, they could not help but think that this young man was doomed. Lei Bin held a prominent position in this region, greatly valued by Long Fei, who entrusted him with overseeing the entertainment industry surrounding Tianhai University. Furthermore, Lei Bin was a formidable individual, capable of taking on 10 burly men without issue. However, he had a particular fondness for young female students. Having grown weary of those university girls who willingly succumbed to a life of debauchery, he had set his sights on the mere waitress, Xiao Qian, coercing her into accompanying him for drinks. When Chen Xuan insisted that he apologize, Lei Bin wore a disdainful smile. Who the hell do you think you are? Demanding an apology from me? You must be seeking death in the most foolish of ways. As Chen Xuan observed Lei Bin remaining seated, he grew weary of the banter and turned to Huang Song, saying, Huang Song, go fetch Xiao Qian. What? Huang Song's face turned pale with fear at the thought of bringing Xiao Qian away from Lei Bin, an act akin to pulling teeth from a tiger's mouth. Chen Xuan admonished him, a man should not be afraid. Do you no longer wish to have a girlfriend? His words caused both Huang Song and Xiao Qian to blush. At that moment, Xiao Qian realized Huang Song's feelings for her. Seeing her long-desired face, Huang Song suddenly found a surge of courage and hastened toward her, intending to take her hand. Very well, you two have successfully provoked my ire. Lei Bin suddenly stood up, causing Huang Song to retreat in fright. Everyone knew that Lei Bin was genuinely furious this time. Xiao Gu secretly rejoiced, believing that with Lei Bin taking action, Chen Xuan would finally face dire consequences. As Lei Bin's imposing figure rose, the pressure he exerted was immense. Individuals like Huang Song felt their legs weaken at the sight of Lei Bin's ferocity. Yet, Chen Xuan remained unperturbed, standing there with a calm gaze. In that moment, Lei Bin moved, the proximity allowing him to unleash his explosive power fully. In the blink of an eye, he charged towards Chen Xuan, his massive fist crashing down with such speed that there was scarcely time for anyone to react. However, Chen Xuan was the exception. With a speed nearly imperceptible to the naked eye, he raised his right arm and firmly blocked Lei Bin's ferocious blow. In an instant, Lei Bin felt an intense pain in his fist. Was this young man's body made of steel? Your speed and strength are commendable, Chen Xuan remarked, a mocking smile gracing his lips. Unfortunately, you have encountered me. Lei Bin, both astonished and furious, declared with a menacing tone, Boy, do not presume that defeating a few worthless opponents renders you formidable. I shall now unveil my true prowess. With that, Lei Bin lunged forth with the ferocity of a tiger, his punches striking at an astonishing speed, doubting that this young man could withstand such a tempest of blows. Yet, in the following moment, Chen Xuan's swift movements plunged Lei Bin's heart into despair, for he could scarcely discern Chen Xuan's strikes. Although Lei Bin's punches were rapid, Chen Xuan surpassed him, delivering a blow that was both swift and precise to Lei Bin's chest, rendering evasion impossible. Coughing, Lei Bin felt excruciating pain radiate throughout his body. This single punch had robbed him of his combat capabilities. He attempted to raise his fists, only to find them utterly feeble and devoid of strength. A wave of terror crashing over him. Throughout his life, having engaged in countless brawls, he had never encountered an adversary as terrifying as Chen Xuan. You claim to possess formidable techniques, did you not? Why not unleash them now? Chen Xuan remarked with a smile. Lei Bin, drenched in cold sweat from the agony, felt an even deeper dread towards Chen Xuan, for it was evident that Chen Xuan had not even exerted his full strength. One punch had led to his utter defeat. Brother, I was mistaken. I shall never dare to confront you again. Lei Bin managed to force a smile, his demeanor entirely transformed. This sudden capitulation left all onlookers in shock. They had witnessed no prior defeat of Lei Bin by Chen Xuan, yet here he was, inexplicably conceding. Moreover, the typically arrogant Lei Bin was now yielding to a seemingly inconspicuous youth, a sight almost too incredulous to believe. Xiao Gu stood in disbelief, expecting to witness Chen Xuan's humiliation, but was utterly taken aback by Lei Bin's subservient admission. Huang Song, equally astonished, pondered what Chen Xuan had done to incite such a drastic shift in Lei Bin's attitude. It is good that you understand your mistake. Now you may apologize to my brother and his girlfriend. Chen Xuan continued to smile. Yet, his grin sent chills down Lei Bin's spine as he nodded vigorously, akin to a chick pecking at grains. No problem, no problem. Whatever you command, I shall obey. With that, Lei Bin turned to Huang Song and Xiao Qian. Bowing respectfully in apology, his previous fierce demeanor evaporated, replaced by the docility of a kitten. The patrons in the bar were left speechless, realizing that Chen Xuan was the true powerhouse, effortlessly compelling a formidable underling of Long Fei to submit without a single strike. Truly remarkable. Some ladies even cast flirtatious glances at Chen Xuan, captivated by such a charismatic man, unwilling to let the opportunity slip by. However, Chen Xuan remained oblivious to their advances, entirely disinterested in the attention from the bar's patrons. After delivering his apologies, Lei Bin abruptly turned back to Xiao Gu and unexpectedly slapped him multiple times, transforming Xiao Ji's face into a swollen mess. The injuries on Huang Song's face pale in comparison to those of Brother Qiao. You blind fool, not only have you offended this formidable man, but you also dragged me into your mess. How utterly foolish. Lei Bin scolded vehemently. Were it not for Brother Qiao, he would not have felt such humiliation today. Hence he unleashed all his frustration upon Brother Qiao. After venting his anger, Lei Bin turned to Chen Xuan with a fawning smile, saying, Brother, my subordinates have offended you through their ignorance. How do you suggest we rectify this? Chen Xuan, pleased with his demeanor, nodded and replied, These societal miscreants should be made to clean the streets instead. Consider it done, Lei Bin assured confidently. Upon hearing this, Brother Qiao and his subordinates wore expressions of despair. Accustomed to indulgence and idleness, the thought of sweeping the streets felt like a death sentence to them. What are you all standing there for? Go and clean the streets now. I will have someone monitoring you at all times. Do not even think about pulling any tricks. Lei Bin barked, his imposing presence evident. The group trembled at his words, fully aware that disobedience would lead to a brutal and terrifying lesson in consequence. After all, as a boss of the underworld, Lei Bin's notorious methods of punishment were well known to Brother Qiao. Once the group departed the bar like chastised dogs, Lei Bin finally adopted a cordial demeanor and addressed Chen Xuan. Brother, please take a seat. May I inquire your esteemed name and the circles you associate with? Chen Xuan invited Huang Song and Xiao Qian to join them and replied, I am Chen Xuan, merely a student, not someone like you who navigates the underworld. Lei Bin, with a sycophantic smile, assumed that Chen Xuan was reluctant to reveal his identity and refrained from probing further. Nevertheless, Lei Bin found it hard to believe that someone with Chen Xuan's formidable skills could simply be a student. Ah, so it's Brother Chen. It is an honor to finally meet you, Lei Bin proclaimed, shamelessly flattering Chen Xuan. To befriend someone of your stature is truly a privilege for me. He then produced a gilded business card, presenting it to Chen Xuan with both hands in a show of respect. Upon examining it, Chen Xuan noted Lei Bin's name along with an unfamiliar company title, and he couldn't help but chuckle. So even someone of your caliber requires a glamorous identity? Alas, we live in a society driven by profit. Who would willingly engage in violence without necessity? Our leader, Long Fei, has gradually led us towards a more respectable path. Lei Bin explained with a wry smile. Chen Xuan thought to himself that he found it hard to believe. Just moments ago, Lei Bin's fierce demeanor suggested he would not hesitate to eliminate both him and Huang Song. Now he suddenly claimed to be a model citizen? It was laughable. Not wishing to engage further with such individuals, he stood and said, Since the matter is settled, we shall take our leave. Enjoy your time here. Huang Song and Xiao Qian rose as well, preparing to exit the bar. Suddenly, Lei Bin recalled something and hurriedly stepped in front of Chen Xuan, whispering, Brother Chen, May I borrow a bit more of your time for a private word? What else is there? Chen Xuan inquired. Lei Bin slightly bent his body and smiled apologetically. Please. Brother Chen, grant me this favor. Let us discuss this in a private room. Chen Xuan cast a suspicious glance at him, pondering the clandestine motives behind his mysterious demeanor. Huang Song, Xiao Qian, please wait for me here. Chen Xuan decided to discover the peculiar intentions of Lei Bin. Be careful. Huang Song expressed a hint of trepidation towards Lei Bin. Chen Xuan nodded, and Lei Bin promptly requested the bar's proprietress to secure the finest private room. Ushering Chen Xuan inside. Speak plainly. What is it that you desire? Chen Xuan inquired directly. Lei Bin cautiously weighed his words before responding. Brother Chen, I find myself in need of your assistance. My boss, Long Fei, has recently attracted the ire of a formidable adversary, a person of exceptional skill, who appears and disappears without a trace. We are utterly at a loss. If you could intervene, Brother Chen, I am certain you could easily subdue him. After articulating his plea, Lei Bin looked at Chen Xuan with eager anticipation. Do you not have thousands of men at your disposal? How is it that you cannot handle a single foe? Chen Xuan asked with a cold indifference. Lei Bin sighed wearily. Alas, it is the fault of my brothers for not honing their skills sufficiently. This expert has returned from the East with mastery in assassination techniques, possessing remarkable stealth. As long as he remains hidden, we are powerless to act. Long Fei can only remain confined within the villa, guarded by his subordinates, unable to move freely. Since he seeks vengeance against your boss, he will eventually reveal himself. Why not wait for him to make his move? Chen Xuan remarked. Finding Long Fei's predicament rather unimpressive, reduced to cowering within his dwelling due to a solitary adversary, Lei Bin groaned. That individual is no fool, while Long Fei remains indoors. He wreaks havoc outside, disrupting our operations and incapacitating several of our brothers, instilling fear in everyone. If this continues, our reputation in Tian'ai City will be tarnished. From what you describe, this adversary indeed possesses remarkable prowess, Chen Xuan mused, intrigued by the individual trained in Eastern assassination arts. Are you certain that I would be able to defeat such a formidable opponent? Lei Bin was momentarily taken aback by Chen Xuan's question. He recognized Chen Xuan's strength but was uncertain of its extent. Although he had been bested by Chen Xuan in a single blow, he had witnessed the terror of Long Fei's enemy firsthand. On one occasion, while receiving a massage at another establishment, that individual had stormed in and severely injured over a dozen of their men. Lei Bin had charged in but had not even managed to touch his shadow before being knocked to the ground. Thus, he felt uncertain about Chen Xuan's ability to confront such a foe. With an awkward smile, he asserted, with you stepping in, Brother Chen, I have complete faith in your capabilities. Moreover, our boss intends to set a trap, luring that wretched individual into the open. Perhaps, by then, you would not even need to intervene. Merely maintaining a presence would suffice. You have said much, yet why should I acquiesce to your request? Chen Xuan replied with a faint smile. After all, I am but a student and have no reason to engage in matters of vengeance. Lei Bin felt an overwhelming sense of incredulity within. With such skills, which student could possibly be so formidable? He doubted that anyone without a hint of an enigmatic background would be credible. Brother Chen, if you are willing to lend a hand, Boss Long Fei will undoubtedly reward you handsomely, and all of our thousands of brothers will be eternally grateful, Lei Bin stated, gazing at Chen Xuan with eager anticipation. After a moment of contemplation, Chen Xuan mused that he had no need for gratitude, yet the prospect of Boss Long's generous remuneration piqued his interest. Very well. I shall observe the caliber of your boss's adversary, Chen Xuan acquiesced. Lei Bin's face lit up with elation. He quickly expressed his gratitude. Then I must thank you on behalf of Boss Long Fei. When shall we proceed? Chen Xuan inquired. Approximately within the next 3 days. I will notify you in advance and come to fetch you, Lei Bin replied respectfully. Chen Xuan nodded and provided Lei Bin with a contact number. Upon leaving the private room, Huang Song and Xiao Qian, seeing that Chen Xuan emerged unscathed, approached him with expressions of delight. Chen Xuan, what did Lei Bin discuss with you? Huang Song asked, curiosity evident in his tone. Chen Xuan chuckled. Let us converse as we walk. The trio exited the nightclub and made their way toward Tian'ai University. Chen Xuan initially explained that Lei Bin merely wished to befriend him and did not mention anything about assisting Long Fei, as such matters would be too bizarre for Huang Song and Xiao Qian to comprehend, and he would struggle to clarify. By the way, Chen Xuan, you have yet to reveal why you have suddenly become so formidable, Huang Song, having held his question for some time, finally inquired. Xiao Qian, equally intrigued, gazed at Chen Xuan, eager for his response. Chen Xuan laughed heartily. If I were to claim that I have suddenly unlocked the 8 extraordinary meridians and transformed into a martial arts master, would you believe me? Huang Song opened his mouth, initially prepared to dismiss the idea, yet after witnessing Lei Bin and Xiao Ge being effortlessly subdued, he found Chen Xian's words plausible. However, Chen Xian's speed of execution had been so swift that Huang Song could hardly comprehend it, rendering it utterly enigmatic and unlike the martial arts masters portrayed on television. Enough of that. Do not overthink it, Chen Xian remarked, noticing Huang Song's bewildered expression, and deftly shifted the topic. By the way, you and Xiao Qian should cease your part-time work at the nightclub. Starting tomorrow, join me at the Shin Corporation. Chen Xian had already devised a plan to secure internships for Huang Song and Xiao Qian in the marketing department, and as the current manager, facilitating such a small matter would pose no difficulty. Chen Xian, you jest, do you not? The Shin Corporation is among the foremost enterprises in Tianai City. It cannot be that simple to gain entry, Huang Song sighed, reflecting that if such prominent companies were easily accessible, he would not be working part-time at a bar. After pondering briefly, Chen Xian replied with a smile, fear not. Our department is currently in search of interns. Come for an interview tomorrow, and you will undoubtedly secure a position. Are you so certain? Huang Song still harbored disbelief. Xiao Qian voiced her doubts, saying, I previously interviewed at the Shin Group, and it was exceedingly challenging. The competition was fierce, and I was quickly eliminated. Chen Xian playfully tapped Huang Song on the shoulder and teased, are we not brothers? When have I ever deceived you? Huang Song, reflecting on this, ultimately chose to trust Chen Xian. The following day, Chen Xian brought Huang Song and Xiao Qian to the Shin Group headquarters. He led them to the Human Resources Department and proceeded directly to Manager Zhang Yun's office. He stated, Manager Zhang, I have brought 2 classmates who wish to intern in our marketing department. I would appreciate your consideration. Upon recognizing Chen Xian, Zhang Yun promptly rose with a smile and replied, since you have recommended them, I shall waive the interview process. They may report directly to your department. Chen Xian, now a favored individual in front of General Manager Shin, was well aware of her eagerness to accommodate him, so he added, the hiring process must still be adhered to. After all, you are the Human Resources Manager, and I must consult you. Zhang Yun felt gratified by Chen Xian's respect for her authority and responded positively, if you insist. Then please have your classmates come in. Chen Xian signaled for Huang Song and Xiao Qian to enter. The 2 stood nervously, their anxiety evident, prompting Chen Xian to stifle a chuckle. It was as if they were facing a battlefield rather than an interview. Zhang Yun reviewed Huang Song and Xiao Qian's resumes and warmly stated, both of you are exceptional talents, and we at the Shin Group warmly welcome your participation. Huang Song and Xiao Qian had anticipated a barrage of serious questions from the Human Resources Manager, but to their astonishment, she merely glanced at their resumes and granted them approval. They exchanged incredulous looks, unable to believe what had just transpired. Manager Zhang, have we completed the interview? Huang Song stammered. Zhang Yun smiled mysteriously and replied, I trust Mr. Chen's judgment. There is certainly no issue. Mr. Chen? Both Huang Song and Xiao Qian instinctively turned to look at Chen Xian, wondering if Manager Zhang was referring to him. All right, the interview with Human Resources is complete. We must now proceed to meet the marketing manager. Let us hurry along, Chen Xian said, concealing his amusement as he ushered Huang Song and Xiao Qian out. Wait a moment, Zhang Yun called after them, handing Chen Xian a bank card and whispering, there are 200,000 yuan in this account, as instructed by General Manager Shin for your use. Chen Xian accepted the card without hesitation, slipping it into his pocket. He recalled that Shin Binglan had mentioned Zhang Yun would cover 1/10 of his medical expenses, and he was pleasantly surprised by how swiftly it had been arranged. He expressed his gratitude to Zhang Yun before exiting her office. The trio took the elevator to the marketing department, where many employees turned their attention towards them. Good morning, Manager Chen. Good morning. The staff greeted their new department manager. The chorus of greetings left Huang Song and Xiao Qian utterly astonished. As the entire office greeted Chen Xian, it became evident that he was the manager of the Human Resources Department. Huang Song and Xiao Qian suddenly realized why Chen Xian had confidently declared the night before that they could undoubtedly secure positions at the Shin Group. Chen Xian could no longer contain his laughter, feeling rather guilty for having kept it a secret, as he merely wished to surprise them. You should have mentioned it earlier. Huang Song grumbled, though his face was alight with joy. Xiao Qian also wore a beaming smile. They had never dared to dream of working at the Shin Group. And now they had effortlessly passed the assessment, if one could even call it an assessment. Furthermore, they were astounded to learn that Chen Xian had become the manager of the Human Resources Department at the Shin Group. a revelation more absurd than the events of the previous night. Soon after, Chen Xuan introduced Huang Song and Xiao Qian to Bai Chun, and being of similar age. The group quickly became familiar with one another. At that moment, another person entered the office. Chen Xuan turned to see none other than the stunning CEO, Chen Binglan. "Good morning, Director Chen." Everyone greeted in unison. Observing Chen Binglan approach Chen Xuan directly, they all secretly speculated on the extraordinary regard she held for him, opting to seek him out personally rather than sending a secretary. As the breathtaking beauty approached, Huang Song and Xiao Qian, who had never encountered Chen Binglan before, were utterly captivated. They had never seen anyone so exquisite. Even the actresses on television paled in comparison to the enchanting Chen Binglan. Moreover, her youth, coupled with her position as the CEO of the Shen Group, left Huang Song and Xiao Qian in complete awe. "Chen Xuan, please come to my office," Chen Binglan instructed, her tone remaining as frosty as ever. Chen Xuan discerned that Chen Binglan was presently in a rather foul mood. However, one must ponder. Has the Ice Queen ever been in high spirits? Observing Chen Xuan silently trailing behind Chen Binglan as they exited the marketing department, Xiao Qian discreetly inquired of Bai Chun. "Has President Chen always been this aloof?" Bai Chun nodded earnestly. "Do you know why President Chen summoned Chen Xuan?" Huang Song asked, his curiosity piqued. Suspecting that Chen Xuan's sudden elevation to the position of marketing manager was indeed linked to Chen Binglan. Bai Chun, however, shook her head. "I cannot say." In the president's office, as soon as Chen Binglan settled into her seat, she addressed Chen Xuan. "Today, you are to accompany me on an outing." "For what purpose?" Chen Xuan queried. Chen Binglan arched her brows and replied, "The pharmaceutical company under our group has encountered issues with a recent batch of medications. As you are now our group's chief physician, I shall take you to ascertain the problem." Chen Xuan acknowledged with a sound of understanding. On only the second day of his promotion to chief physician, he was already faced with a significant dilemma. Issues with pharmaceuticals are no trifling matter, and if mishandled, they could severely impact the interests and reputation of the Shen Group. Hence, Chen Binglan wore an expression of deep concern. "Let us proceed immediately," Chen Xuan responded straightforwardly. The two swiftly descended and entered Chen Binglan's lavish white Ferrari, valued in the millions. Casting a glance at Chen Xuan, who was clad in casual attire, Chen Binglan remarked coolly, "Chen Xuan, you are now a prominent figure within Shen Group. You must pay attention to your outward appearance. I shall first take you to purchase a suit. Is it really necessary to go through so much trouble?" Chen Xuan retorted, rolling his eyes. "I find this outfit quite satisfactory." "Satisfactory? It is far too informal, and you carry yourself with an air of nonchalance that lacks any vigor," Chen Binglan chided. Yet, observing the spirited glimmer in Chen Xuan's eyes, Chen Binglan's reprimand seemed somewhat unfounded, though she would never concede to that. Chen Xuan chuckled helplessly. "President Chen, I was just jilted 2 days ago. It is only natural for my spirits to be low. Moreover, I checked my reflection this morning, and I do not appear as disheveled as you claim." As he spoke, Chen Xuan leaned closer. "Do you truly see no spirit in my demeanor?" Feeling Chen Xuan's face suddenly encroach upon her personal space, a flicker of panic crossed Chen Binglan's eyes, prompting her to push him away. "Do not presume my coldness renders me unresponsive. Dare to come this close, and I assure you, I will not hesitate to retaliate," Chen Binglan exclaimed. Chen Xuan gazed at her with a playful smile, remaining silent, which only served to infuriate Chen Binglan further, as she clenched her delicate fists. After glaring at him for several seconds, she remarked with irritation, "Just wait. Once my ailment is cured in a year, I will settle the score with you." Chen Xuan chuckled softly. Whether Chen Binglan's condition would improve within a year was not his to determine. "Humph," Chen Binglan huffed, turning her head away and pressing the accelerator to embark on their journey. Noticing that Chen Binglan was steering towards a nearby commercial street, Chen Xuan could not help but ask, "President Chen, are you truly going to buy me a suit?" "Of course," she affirmed. Chen Binglan resumed her lecturing tone. Addressing Chen Xuan, "You mentioned being dumped earlier, so you should really pull yourself together and enhance your image. I can certainly take you out to meet people." Chen Xuan felt exasperated, wondering why he sounded as though he were unfit for public appearance. However, he decided to let her say what she wished. It mattered little to him. A few minutes later, the car arrived at an exceptionally bustling shopping mall, heavily invested in by the Shen Group, thus boasting grand construction with an array of dining and entertainment options. Upon disembarking, they made their way to the clothing section on the 3rd floor. As they walked, Chen Xuan and Chen Binglan captured the attention of many onlookers within the mall. Chen Binglan's stunning beauty and her ethereal, noble demeanor made her stand out remarkably, drawing attention effortlessly. Yet, the sight of her accompanying Chen Xuan, who appeared somewhat shabby, prompted many to frown, lamenting how fine cabbages had been squandered on pigs. While the gentlemen among them seethed with jealousy, they settled on a world-renowned brand S suit store, and as soon as they entered, a female salesperson approached them enthusiastically, inquiring, "Sir, miss, are you here to purchase a suit?" "Just browsing," Chen Xuan replied lazily. The stark contrast between the elegantly poised Chen Binglan and the poorly dressed Chen Xuan was palpable, creating an awkward dissonance for the salesperson. Clearly, it was the man who intended to buy a suit, and given his unassuming appearance, it baffled her that he would dare enter such a prestigious store. She and her colleagues could not help but internally scoff at yet another man trying to impress a beautiful woman by pretending to be affluent. Oblivious to the disdainful glances of the sales staff, Chen Xuan turned to Chen Binglan and said, "Since you want me to buy one, why don't you choose a suit for me?" He had no knowledge of suits or international brands, whereas Chen Binglan, coming from a wealthy background, possessed exquisite taste and discernment, making her selection invaluable. Chen Binglan shot him a look, thinking it lazy that he couldn't even choose a suit for himself. However, she complied and began selecting options for him. Her earnestness led the saleswoman to genuinely believe that Chen Binglan was Chen Xuan's girlfriend, prompting her to wonder what this beautiful woman saw in such a man. It appeared that Chen Binglan was the one making advances, and the salesperson felt her worldview shifting. Before long, Chen Binglan had chosen a sleek, black business suit, stylishly designed and perfectly suited for a young man like Chen Xuan. "This one will do." She instructed the saleswoman to retrieve it for Chen Xuan to try on. When he emerged from the fitting room clad in the suit, the saleswomen were taken aback, astonished at how much more handsome he appeared. The suit, handpicked by Chen Binglan, seemed tailor-made for him, fitting impeccably. Chen Binglan, too, was momentarily struck by the sight of Chen Xuan in the suit. His tall stature and refined demeanor exuded an extraordinary charm that even stirred her usually calm heart. Nodding in satisfaction, she inquired, "How much is the suit?" "We will take it. The young lady possesses remarkable discernment. This suit is the finest in our store, priced at 20,000 yuan, the saleswoman declared fluently. "So expensive?" Chen Xuan exclaimed in astonishment. The saleswoman stifled her disdain for Chen Xuan and patiently elaborated, "Our establishment is an international brand, and our prices have always reflected that." She emphasized the term international brand, as if fearing that Chen Xuan might not grasp its significance. However, Chen Binglan seemed unfazed by the sum of 20,000. Producing a black gold card and saying, "Please process my payment." At the sight of that card, the eyes of all the female sales staff widened. Such a card allows for limitless spending at various shopping venues throughout Tianhai City, with a monthly limit of 1 million, reserved for those of esteemed status. Every woman dreams of possessing such a black gold card for extravagant shopping, and the saleswomen were no exception. Now, Chen Binglan was using her black gold card to pay for Chen Xuan, altering the sales staff's perception of him entirely. Could it be that this fellow possesses certain abilities that would make such a stunning beauty willingly dote on him? After exiting the suit store, Chen Xuan chuckled resignedly. "Since you have purchased such an exquisite suit for me, I must reciprocate with a gift. It's just a suit. There's no need for such extravagance," Chen Binglan replied dismissively. Yet, Chen Xuan, with a serious demeanor, stated, "I cannot accept a gift without offering something in return. Reciprocity is my guiding principle. So I kindly ask you not to refuse." This fellow has suddenly become quite earnest. Chen Binglan shot him a glance, insisting, "There's no need. I never accept gifts from others." Chen Xuan decided against further debate, scanning the surroundings before suddenly taking Chen Binglan's hand and leading her toward a nearby jewelry store. By the time Chen Binglan realized what was happening, she found herself pulled into the jewelry shop, shooting Chen Xuan a sharp look. Once again, she had been touched by this individual, and he was holding her hand. Passers-by in the mall would undoubtedly assume they were a couple. Biting her silver teeth, Chen Binglan, the president of the Shen Group, felt humiliated by Chen Xuan's behavior. However, the jewelry store employees interpreted her frustrated expression as a couple having a quarrel. "Come, select a piece of jewelry you like," Chen Xuan said, ignoring Chen Binglan's ire as he led her to a glass case filled with various jewels. In a fit of stubbornness, Chen Binglan refused to look at the dazzling array of jewels or utter a single word, standing there silently, prompting the store staff to stifle their laughter. The male employee mused that indeed, the more beautiful the woman, the harder she is to appease. Nonetheless, they envied Chen Xuan for having won over such a stunning beauty. To woo her daily, even at the cost of 10 years of life, would be worth it. Noticing Chen Binglan's immobility, Chen Xuan smiled and addressed a female employee, "Please recommend a piece of jewelry." The female sales attendant immediately began her enthusiastic introduction. first presenting a trendy pair of crystal earrings, which were quite aesthetically pleasing. Chen Xuan turned to Shen Binglan and inquired, "What do you think of these earrings?" "Gaudy." Shen Binglan responded coldly. The saleswoman then proceeded to introduce a classically styled jade bracelet, but before Chen Xuan could ask her opinion, Shen Binglan interjected, "Too rustic." Despite being aware of Shen Binglan's irritation, the saleswoman maintained her sweet smile and continued to recommend 5 or 6 pieces of jewelry. However, without exception, they were all met with Shen Binglan's disdain, her reasons for disapproval ranging from the bizarre to the outright trivial, even criticizing some for being too inexpensive. The saleswoman was somewhat at a loss. Why was this beauty so difficult to please? It was rather ironic that she found fault with the jewelry being too cheap when one could hardly overlook the lavish attire of her boyfriend, raising questions about their purchasing power. Moreover, the saleswoman had carefully selected the pieces based on Chen Xuan's evident affluence, and the store's most expensive jewels had yet to be unveiled. Are there not any finer pieces? Chen Xuan maintained his patience, determined to present a suitable gift today. Upon hearing his comment, the saleswoman ceased to ponder his ability to afford the necklace and retrieved an exquisite box from behind the glass display, saying, "Then please, allow me to present our store's pièce d'argent." She delicately opened the box, revealing a diamond necklace. The design of this necklace was intricate and unique, with dazzling diamonds set together to create a stunningly harmonious whole, elegant and enchanting. It could be regarded as a flawless work of art. Shen Binglan, who had remained unmoved until now, experienced a flicker of intrigue in her eyes upon seeing the diamond necklace. Noticing the change in Shen Binglan's gaze, a mischievous smile crept onto Chen Xuan's lips. He knew she was captivated by this necklace. "I'll take it," Chen Xuan decisively proclaimed. The saleswoman hesitated momentarily before asking, "Sir, this diamond necklace is priced at 100,000 yuan. Are you certain you wish to purchase it?" Understanding the implication of her question, Chen Xuan directly retrieved a bank card containing 200,000 yuan from his pocket and handed it to the saleswoman for payment. At this moment, the saleswoman finally believed that Chen Xuan was indeed serious about the purchase, as one could hardly feign wealth to the point of actually checking out. All the staff members were thoroughly awestruck by Chen Xuan's display of affluence. They realized they had been blind to his wealth. The saleswoman couldn't help but envy Shen Binglan, thinking how unfair it was that she did not have such a generous boyfriend. Just as the saleswoman was preparing to process Chen Xuan's payment, a man and woman entered the store. "Feng Ge, that necklace is stunning. Will you buy it for me?" The woman was instantly captivated by the diamond necklace upon entering, her excitement palpable. That voice sounded familiar. Chen Xuan turned around, only to find that the newcomers were Su Jing and Yunfeng. Truly, it seemed that adversaries were destined to cross paths. Su Jing and Yunfeng quickly spotted Chen Xuan and noticed the breathtaking beauty by his side. As Yunfeng's gaze fixated, he was captivated by Shen Binglan, who donned an elegant office attire. Not only was her visage strikingly beautiful, but her figure was also exceedingly alluring. A surge of envy ignited within him. How could Chen Xuan, a man of modest means, continuously encounter such exquisite women? First, it was the campus belle Chen Xuan, and now another stunning OL who rivaled her beauty. His luck with women seemed almost unfair. Glancing at Su Jing, who clung to his arm with an air of flirtation, Yunfeng felt a wave of frustration. The two women were in entirely different leagues. Su Jing, too, was unable to conceal her astonishment. She had presumed that after ending their relationship, Chen Xuan would struggle to find another girlfriend. To her shock, he was now surrounded by enchanting beauties, each more radiant than the last. Was this not a slap in the face for her? At that moment, when Chen Xuan laid eyes on Su Jing, his expression was one of indifference. He intended to settle the bill and leave the jewelry store with Shen Binglan immediately. "Chen Xuan, don't you already have Chen Xuan as your girlfriend? Why are you here with another woman purchasing jewelry? Are you playing both sides?" Yunfeng approached, his tone dripping with sarcasm. Upon seeing Shen Binglan, he had already resolved to win her over. Thus, he deliberately brought up Chen Xuan's relationship status, hoping that this would drive the beauty away from him, thereby creating an opportunity for himself. "I could be juggling 20 affairs. What concern is it of yours, Yunfeng?" Chen Xuan retorted coldly. "Huh?" Yunfeng scoffed, then turned to Shen Binglan with a feigned earnestness. "My dear lady, I am acquainted with this fellow. He already has a girlfriend. I hope you will keep your eyes open and not be deceived by him." Shen Binglan didn't even bother to glance at Yunfeng, let alone respond, leaving him feeling quite embarrassed. "Brother Feng, let us ignore them and buy that diamond necklace," Su Jing cooed, playfully nudging her body against his arm. Her eyes sparkled with desire at the sight of the necklace in the glass display case, as if she longed to wear it immediately. Unexpectedly, Yunfeng brushed her off, smiling charmingly at Chen Binglan. "My lady, I am not very well acquainted with her. I hope you do not misconstrue our relationship." "What do you mean, brother Feng?" Su Jing looked at him in disbelief. "What do I mean? Take a good look at yourself. Do you possess even a fraction of her beauty? Do you think you are worthy of such a precious diamond necklace?" Yunfeng expressed his disdain for Su Jing, wishing for her to vanish. "Leave now and do not bother me again." His words clearly indicated a desire to sever all ties with her. Su Jing was momentarily taken aback. Then her face morphed into one of fear and desperation as she clung to his arm, pleading, "Brother Feng, I'm sorry. I realize my mistake. You don't have to buy that necklace for me. Please don't abandon me." In a brief span of time, she had grown enamored with the lavish lifestyle that wealthy individuals like Yunfeng led. If he were to cast her aside, she feared she could not endure it. Chen Xuan observed Su Jing's transformation with a shake of his head. The woman had swiftly reaped the consequences of her actions. Truly, it was a case of self-inflicted suffering. Yunfeng once again released Su Jing's hand, turning to Chen Binglan with a beaming smile. "Fair lady, have you taken a liking to this exquisite necklace? Allow me to extend my friendship. This diamond necklace shall serve as my token of our meeting." Although the staggering price of 100,000 yuan for the diamond necklace caused a pang of discomfort in his heart, he deemed it a worthy investment to win over such a stunning beauty. "Chen Xuan, let us depart." Chen Binglan could no longer tolerate Yunfeng's lascivious gaze. Had it not been for her pressing matters today, she would have certainly taught this scoundrel a lesson. "Wait, beautiful, do you doubt my intentions?" Yunfeng turned to the female shop assistant, declaring, "I wish to purchase this necklace. Please wrap it up for me." "I apologize, sir, but this necklace has already been sold and the payment completed," the shop assistant replied, returning the bank card to Chen Xuan. Yunfeng's eyes widened in disbelief as he turned to Chen Xuan. "What? This fellow can actually afford a diamond necklace worth 100,000? When did he amass such wealth?" Su Jing was equally astonished. She was well aware of Chen Xuan's financial struggles, so how had he suddenly become so affluent? To afford jewelry of that value implied a fortune in the hundreds of millions. In that moment, a flicker of regret crossed Su Jing's mind. Had she not discarded Chen Xuan, she could have been the one he bought the necklace for today. Get him to refund it and sell it to me. After a brief moment of disbelief, Yunfeng blurted out, disregarding whether Chen Xuan had the means. This necklace was a necessity for him. The shop assistant displayed an expression of distress. "Sir, our jewelry store cannot operate in that manner. Please do not put us in a difficult position. If she were to reclaim a sold piece of jewelry to resell it, it would greatly damage the store's reputation. Then I shall offer 150,000 for it. Will that suffice?" Yunfeng extracted a bank card from his wallet, deliberately showcasing his BMW car keys. "Yunfeng, I have already purchased this necklace. Do not harbor any illusions." Chen Xuan retorted with a cold smirk. "Haha, do you genuinely believe I cannot obtain it? It seems I must demonstrate my capabilities." Yunfeng declared arrogantly, his demeanor exuding audacity. "Service staff, summon your manager. Inform them that Yunfeng requests their presence." Noting Yunfeng's apparent influence, the shop assistant hurriedly went to find the manager. "Chen Xuan, did you know that my family holds a 10% stake in this jewelry brand?" Yunfeng boasted, casting a triumphant glance at Chen Xuan. "You are destined to lose if you dare to compete with me for this necklace." Upon finishing his statement, he glanced at Chen Binglan, noticing a subtle shift in her expression, which inflated his pride even further. Indeed, even the most aloof beauty tends to favor wealthy and powerful men. Soon, the manager emerged from the back room, having heard the shop assistant's account of the situation. Upon seeing Yunfeng, he greeted him with a respectful smile. "Ah, it is an honor to have you, young Master O. I understand you are interested in this diamond necklace. I will facilitate the refund immediately." Yunfeng nodded in satisfaction, then cast a disdainful glance at Chen Xuan, thinking to himself, "How dare he challenge me? This gentleman, Yun, is a valued customer of our store and holds priority for purchases, thus we cannot sell this necklace to you," the store manager declared to Chen Xuan. In a bid to curry favor with Yunfeng, the manager shamelessly fabricated this rule, which did not actually exist in the store. "Is this how your establishment conducts business?" Chen Xuan was momentarily taken aback with laughter. The manager, wearing a forced smile, responded, "Our store has other jewelry. Perhaps you would like to take a look." Without waiting for Chen Xuan's agreement, he signaled the sales assistant to initiate the refund process. "Excellent. You have performed admirably. I shall mention this to my father and propose an increased investment in your store. Yunfeng remarked as he patted the manager on the shoulder, who was immediately overwhelmed with joy. Wait. After a prolonged silence, Shin Binglan suddenly interjected, you must not refund Chen Xuan's payment. The manager, perceiving her authoritative tone, felt a flicker of displeasure and retorted, Miss, the decision to refund is not within your purview. With over half of the shopping mall under the ownership of the Shin Group, why should I not have the right to decide? Shin Binglan's voice was as frigid as ice as she challenged him. Upon hearing this, the manager's expression transformed in an instant. The Shin Group? Could this elegant OL beauty be the legendary president of the Shin Group, Shin Binglan? The more he pondered, the more plausible it seemed, and he trembled as he asked, are you President Shin? Shin Binglan remained silent, tacitly confirming his suspicion. All present, except for Chen Xuan, wore expressions of shock. It turned out that this stunning beauty was indeed the president of the Shin Group. They had only seen her name in the news before, never having encountered her in person. Today, the reality far surpassed their expectations. The Shin Group stood as the leading enterprise in Tianhai City. And with Shin Binglan at its helm, her power was immense. A mere jewelry store held no significance in her eyes. The jewelry store manager was engulfed in endless regret, realizing that he had offended the president of the Shin Group, a force 100 times mightier than Yunfeng. All for the sake of a man with only 10% stake in the store. At this moment, he wished fervently to slap himself twice. President Shin, I apologize for my lack of discernment in not recognizing you, the manager stammered. Shin Binglan let out a cold huff and declared, from today onwards, you are no longer needed here. She would not allow a manager who arbitrarily set rules and treated customers unequally to continue running the establishment. Holding over half the shares of the entire mall, dismissing a jewelry store manager was no challenge for her. The jewelry store manager turned pale, trembling all over. He had been utterly compromised by Yunfeng today. Yunfeng, too, wore an expression of awkward shame. He had boasted about his wealth and power in front of Shin Binglan, only to realize that her resources and influence eclipsed his entirely. What infuriated him further was the thought that Chen Xuan had somehow managed to ascend to such heights by associating with Shin Binglan, a fact that fueled his jealousy even more than the idea of Qin Feishuet being with her. Su Jing gazed at Chen Xuan with a dazed expression, thoroughly humiliated. Chen Xian's woman was incomparable to even 1,000 Su Jings. Chen Xuan calmly stowed away the diamond necklace and was about to leave the jewelry store with Shin Binglan when Yunfeng, unwilling to accept defeat, rushed in front of Shin Binglan and questioned, President Shin, how could you possibly be interested in such a pauper? Before he could finish his sentence, he was suddenly propelled out of the way. Shin Binglan slowly retracted her long leg, her eyes glinting with frost. Just because Chen Xuan could approach her closely did not mean that other men were afforded the same privilege. Yunfeng's audacity to draw near was tantamount to courting disaster. Without hesitation, Shin Binglan delivered a swift kick, launching him several meters away. At that moment, Chen Xuan finally witnessed Shin Binglan's prowess. Indeed, she could send a person flying. Such formidable legs. While the onlookers in the store were still in shock, Chen Xuan and Shin Binglan exited the jewelry shop. Once back in the car, Chen Xuan, with a smile, retrieved the diamond necklace and said to Shin Binglan, since you refuse to return it, does that mean you accept my gift? Shin Binglan pondered for a moment, but did not verbally agree. Throughout her life, she had never accepted gifts from any man. For someone as inexperienced in matters of romance as Shin Binglan, accepting Chen Xuan's present felt profoundly ambiguous. Yet, she found herself quite fond of the diamond necklace, leading her into a state of indecision. Just as Shin Binglan's thoughts lingered in hesitation, Chen Xuan performed an astonishing act. He personally adorned her with the diamond necklace. By the time Shin Binglan regained her senses, the necklace was already draped around her neck. The resplendent diamonds accentuated Shin Binglan's beauty, enhancing her elegance and grace, reminiscent of a celestial maiden descending from the heavens. Truly, a necklace worth 100,000 yuan was extraordinarily exquisite. Chen Xuan exclaimed in admiration. Chen Xuan, I will kill you. Shin Binglan's face flushed crimson as she raised her delicate fist to strike him in the chest. Oh dear. Why must you hit me when I am gifting you something? Chen Xuan jested, yet he did not flinch, allowing Shin Binglan's playful punches to fall upon him. Although Shin Binglan was trained in martial arts, Chen Xuan's body, tempered by ethereal energy, was as hard as iron. Her strikes were akin to mere tickles. Passers-by witnessing the scene might have mistaken them for a couple engaged in playful banter. After a few playful blows, Chen Xuan feigned anguish, exclaiming, ouch, that hurts. If you don't stop, you might truly beat me to death. Shin Binglan, startled by her own intensity, realized she had struck with undue force out of anger. Had she genuinely injured this shameless rogue? She swiftly retracted her hand. However, upon glancing back at Chen Xuan, she discovered that he was entirely unharmed, revealing that his earlier display of pain had been an act. Infuriated, Chen Binglan glared at him. Do you truly believe I couldn't harm you? President Chen. If you were to truly injure me, who would treat you then? Chen Xuan replied with a mischievous grin. Chen Binglan retorted with a cold huff. If your rogue behavior persists, I shall ensure you suffer, even if I remain unwell. Very well, no more next time. Chen Xuan replied dismissively. As Chen Xuan gazed at the diamond necklace adorning Chen Binglan's neck, he couldn't help but chuckle. Despite her claims of never accepting gifts, her body was undeniably honest. Upon hearing Chen Xuan's dismissive remarks, Chen Binglan, infuriated, pressed the accelerator with fervor, her hands gripping the steering wheel tightly. In an instant, the Ferrari executed a dazzling maneuver, departing the parking space and speeding onto the road. Chen Xuan was compelled to admire Chen Binglan's exceptional driving skills. He had not anticipated that this woman possessed not only remarkable agility but also extraordinary driving prowess. In her fit of pique, Chen Binglan drove recklessly, with the speed of the Ferrari leaving one astounded. Chen Xuan watched in awe as the scenery on either side of the road blurred past, the vehicle's velocity dangerously flirting with the boundaries of legality. After several minutes, they arrived at the entrance of Shun Pharmaceutical Company's towering edifice. Exiting the car, Chen Binglan did not utter a word to Chen Xuan, who had no choice but to silently follow her into the building. They ascended directly to the top floor, where the general manager's office awaited. Before they could enter, a cacophony of scandalous sounds reached their ears. To Chen Xuan's astonishment, he surmised correctly. Within the confines of the general manager's office, a shocking scene was unfolding, one that would undoubtedly make headlines. Chen Binglan's brows furrowed deeply, her eyes gleaming with a chilling sharpness, sharper than any blade. Chen Xuan, summon Chen Jiahao for me, she declared frostily, unwilling to witness the sordid spectacle inside. With a resigned shrug, Chen Xuan pushed open the door to the general manager's office. What lay before him was a scene that quickened his pulse. Behind an enormous desk sat a disheveled, alluring woman entwined with a young man, both reclining in their chairs. Well, they certainly know how to have fun, Chen Xuan couldn't help but exclaim. Who are you? The young man demanded, his fury evident. Chen Xuan's sudden entrance had rendered him momentarily weak with shock. The woman, upon hearing his voice, hastily adjusted her attire and scrambled off the young man. You must be Chen Jiahao. There is someone outside looking for you, Chen Xuan remarked, a cryptic smile gracing his lips. Ridiculous. Who dares to seek me without prior notice? Chen Jiahao rose, seething with anger. Who are you, and how did you get in? He had never encountered Chen Xuan in the company and suspected that the inept security had allowed an outsider to enter. Chen Xuan maintained his serene demeanor. Doesn't the esteemed Mr. Shen require prior notification even for a visit from Chen Binglan? Are you referring to Chen Binglan? A flicker of anxiety crossed Chen Jiahao's eyes, quickly replaced by a mocking grin. Even if she were to seek me, she would never bring a man along. Do you take me for a fool? Believe it or not, Chen Binglan is indeed waiting outside, Chen Xuan replied calmly. Chen Jiahao erupted in fury. Do you think I would believe you? Get out this instant. His work had been abruptly interrupted, and he was incensed, unsure of the potential repercussions left in the wake of Chen Xuan's intrusion. As Chen Xuan remained utterly unmoved, Chen Jiahao could no longer contain his fury. He lunged forward, intent on delivering a blow to vent his anger. However, just as his fist was raised high, a hand like an iron claw seized his wrist. Chen Jiahao, having been pampered since childhood, was unaccustomed to such humiliation, and he cried out in pain. Chen Xuan regarded him with a smile that was neither here nor there. Mr. Shen is just outside. Do not say that I have not given you a chance. Why you? Let me go. Chen Jiahao was taken aback by the remarkable strength of Chen Xuan and dared not confront him directly. Chen Xuan released his grip, and Chen Jiahao shot him a resentful glare before adjusting his attire and stepping out. Once Chen Jiahao had exited, Chen Xuan noticed that the long-awaited enigmatic message had arrived once more. This time, it bore no explicit photographs, only a single line of text. Brother Xian. With such discerning taste, do you truly find even the campus beauty of Tianhai University unworthy? Chen Xuan suddenly had a suspicion. Could the sender be attempting to engage in some sordid transaction with Xiangu? This delved into the realm of illegality, as such explicit photographs of a female university student were not something an ordinary person could acquire. It seemed prudent to make a call to Lei Bin. Chen Xuan thought that Lei Bin, being a prominent figure in the underground world, might be able to uncover the identities of both Xiangu and the mysterious individual who disseminated the photographs. As Chen Jiahao stepped outside, He beheld a stunning beauty clad in office attire, elegantly standing before him. It was none other than Shen Binglan. At that moment, her delicate features were clouded with displeasure. Upon noticing Shen Jiahao's emergence, she coldly remarked, "Shen Jiahao, how dare you engage in such conduct within the office? I trust you no longer wish to maintain your position as general manager of this pharmaceutical company." Cough, my dear cousin Binglan. Please do not misunderstand. I was merely teasing the secretary, Shen Jiahao replied with a cheeky grin. He was 2 years her senior and the son of Shen Binglan's uncle, thus establishing their cousinly bond. "Shen Jiahao, our relationship is now one of superior and subordinate within the corporation, so please be mindful of your address." The frostiness in Shen Binglan's expression deepened. "Moreover, I am fully aware of what transpires in there. If you persist in this manner, I shall convene a board meeting to dismiss you from your position as general manager." "Very well, let us consider this a one-time occurrence," Shen zoned. Shen Jiahao continued to dismiss her concerns with a nonchalant demeanor, entirely unconvinced by her threats. With his father, Shen Sheng, being a significant figure in the Dong family, he truly believed Shen Binglan could do little to him. In truth, ever since the elder had entrusted the presidency of Shun Corporation to Shen Binglan, both Shen Sheng and his son harbored resentment towards her. Shen Sheng had presumed that the presidential position was all but secured for him, given that his elder brother had little interest in business and his younger sister lacked the capability to rival him. He never anticipated that the elder would bestow the group upon Shen Binglan. As for Shen Jiahao, he felt even more aggrieved. If the presidency was not to be given to his father, it should have rightfully fallen to him, being both older and a male. Convinced that he could not possibly be outmatched by Shen Binglan. Consequently, since her ascension to the presidency, both Shen Cheng and his son had been subtly undermining her, which had become quite a source of exasperation for Shen Binglan. Now, they had once again created a significant predicament for her. "Shen Jiahao, given the grave issues currently plaguing our pharmaceutical division, do you truly find time for frivolities? Were it not for my urgent arrival today, this matter might have spiraled further out of control. Do you grasp the severity of the situation?" Shen Binglan chastised, her countenance icy. At that moment, Chen Xuan also emerged from within and stood beside Shen Binglan. Observing Chen Xuan's presence, Shen Jiahao retorted with a sarcastic tone, "Shen Zong, if you are here today to address our pharmaceutical issues, must you bring along an outsider to further embarrass me? What will become of the Shen family's reputation if unfounded rumors circulate?" As he spoke, he discreetly speculated about Chen Xuan's identity. As Shen Binglan's cousin, he was acutely aware of her peculiar aversion to men. It was perplexing that she would suddenly bring a man into her presence. Was this individual perhaps summoned to confront him and the Shen family? A glint of cold malice flickered in Shen Jiahao's eyes. He had already contemplated employing underhanded tactics against Shen Binglan, and now he suspected she was poised to strike first. "Humph. You ought to understand the significance of the Shun family's reputation. Yet, you frolic about in debauchery, and your scandalous exploits are already the talk of the town." Shen Binglan replied icily. "Moreover, Chen Xuan is not an outsider. He is our group's chief physician, and I have brought him here to thoroughly investigate the issues with our pharmaceuticals." "Just him? The chief physician?" Shen Jiahao's gaze was rife with skepticism and disdain. He had initially assumed Chen Xuan was merely a bodyguard hired by Shen Binglan, but to discover he was a doctor was entirely unexpected. So young, he probably lacked even a medical license. How could he possibly hold the position of chief physician? Shen Jiahao questioned Shen Binglan's famed intellect, wondering if she had lost her senses by appointing such a youthful man as chief physician. It was undoubtedly a case of deception. A mocking smile crept across his lips as he remarked, "President Shen, it appears you do not take our family's reputation seriously. Employing a mere charlatan as the chief physician of our group will surely invite ridicule. Shen Jiahao, you would do well to clean up your language." "Chen Xuan is my appointee and not some quack from the streets," Shen Binglan retorted, her expression darkening as the chill in her voice intensified. "As for his qualifications as chief physician, we shall soon find out. Now, lead us to inspect the problematic pharmaceuticals." After a moment of contemplation, Shen Jiahao agreed. The batch of faulty medications had stumped even a cadre of medical experts, so if this young man dared to examine them, he would surely reveal his true incompetence. At that point, he would relish in humiliating this young man and seizing the opportunity to undermine Shen Binglan's judgment and leadership, thereby casting doubt on her capabilities within the entire group, paving the way for his and his father's ascendance. With this thought, a sinister smile crept across Shen Jiahao's face as he guided Shen Binglan and Chen Xuan to the company's research and development department. Inside the laboratory of the R&D department, a dozen medical experts were overwhelmed with urgency. Yet they found themselves utterly baffled by the rectangular blocks of black paste on the experimental table. This black paste was the latest health supplement developed by Shun Pharmaceutical Company, known as longevity paste. Consuming it could enhance physical vitality and prolong life, making it immensely popular among the elite of Tianhai City. However, it came at a staggering price. With a small piece no larger than a thumb fetching upwards of 10,000 yuan, the trio entered the laboratory, and the experts were taken aback to see the group president personally involved, fearing they might incur her wrath and jeopardize their lucrative positions. "Have you not yet determined the issue?" Chen Binglan inquired directly. A serious-looking middle-aged man, around 50, approached with a wry smile. "President Chen, we have been diligently examining the situation. We believe we will have results shortly." "Ah, Ding Kun, what else are you examining?" "Now that General Shen has invited our group's chief physician with him here, I assure you the issue will be effortlessly resolved." Shen Jiahao mocked. Listening to his sarcastic remarks, Chen Xuan remained composed, standing silently. "Humph, you're still putting on airs? Soon, you'll be reduced to a mere jester." Shen Jiahao shot a menacing glance at Chen Xuan. "Where is the chief physician?" Ding Kun inquired, glancing behind Shen Binglan, where stood only a young man, no one else. In his mind, the chief physician should be a venerable and experienced elder, certainly not some inexperienced youth. Shen Jiahao continued with his sarcasm. "It's him, Mr. Chen Xuan." Following Shen Jiahao's gaze, Ding Kun and the other dozen medical experts were struck dumb. The chief physician of the Shun group was, in fact, such a young lad? What a joke. Is this young man named Chen Xuan truly our group's chief physician, General Shen? Ding Kun asked incredulously. He held a doctorate from a prestigious medical school in the country and had dedicated over 20 years to the Shen group, climbing to the position of R&D manager in the pharmaceutical division. How could this young man, seemingly unworthy, have soared past him to become the chief physician with such astonishing speed? Ding Kun was indignant, as were his colleagues. Moreover, Shen Jiahao had previously promised Ding Kun that he would assist him in becoming the chief physician, only to have this significant opportunity snatched away by Chen Xuan. Ding Kun was nearly livid with frustration. Shen Binglan, maintaining her tranquil demeanor, replied, "Indeed, Chen Xuan is my newly appointed chief physician. Please explain to him the issues regarding this batch of longevity cream." Ding Kun acknowledged her with feigned compliance, yet his gaze remained hostile towards Chen Xuan. Being part of the faction aligned with Shen Qing and Shen Jiahao, he was aware of the tensions between them and Shen Binglan. Thus he had no intention of treating Shen Xuan kindly. Shen Jiahao, grinning maliciously, added, "Ding Kun, our esteemed chief physician certainly does not require our reminders, doctor." Shen can easily discern the problem with just a glance. Ding Kun, fully aware of the insinuation behind Shen Jiahao's words, donned a hypocritical smile and said to Chen Xuan, "Yes, let us see the keen insight and skill of Dr. Chen. Please proceed." Chen Xuan calmly approached the experimental station but refrained from touching any instruments. Upon witnessing this, Shen Jiahao and Ding Kun exchanged disdainful glances, thinking that this young man might not even know how to use medical equipment. They were prepared to watch Chen Xuan embarrass himself. Meanwhile, Shen Binglan felt a twinge of worry for Chen Xuan. She had taken on immense pressure to appoint him as the chief physician of the group, and she fervently hoped he would not let her down. Chen Xuan gazed silently at the blocks of longevity cream on the experimental table, then picked one up to bring it to his nose for inspection. A slightly pungent odor wafted towards him. Upon witnessing this scene, Ding Kun could not help but scoff, saying, "Dr. Chen, what kind of examination method is this? Can your nose possibly rival that of professional instruments?" Haha, perhaps Dr. Chen's nose is even more sensitive than a dog's, but this longevity bomb is certainly not excrement. Ha ha ha. Shen Jiahao brazenly mocked. Shen Binglan cast a cold glance at Shen Jiahao, prompting him to cease his taunts, though his expression remained one of disdain. After a moment of contemplation, Chen Xuan finally spoke in a calm manner. "This longevity bomb is likely composed of deer antler, cistanche, cinnamorium, epimedium, astragalus, ginseng, along with a total of 11 traditional Chinese medicinal ingredients." As he recited this list of herbal names, the gazes of everyone present shifted dramatically, especially Ding Kun, whose eyes appeared somewhat dazed. It was astonishing that Chen Xuan could accurately identify all the crucial components of the longevity bomb simply by scent. Among such a gathering of medical experts, while they all understood the 4 principles of traditional Chinese medicine, observation, listening, inquiry, and palpation, none had ever witnessed anyone achieve the level of olfactory discernment that Chen Xuan displayed. A flicker of surprise and delight crossed Shen Binglan's frosty visage, affirming that she had indeed not misjudged him. Chen Jiahao was equally taken aback, yet he soon retorted with a cold sneer. We have been developing this longevity bomb for quite some time. It seems Dr. Chen has memorized its components thoroughly before arriving. After saying this, he cast a pointed glance at Shen Binglan, insinuating that she must have shared the formula with this young man. Ding Kun was suddenly enlightened by Chen Jiahao's words, exclaiming, Yes. The components of the longevity bomb are not a secret within the company, and President Shen is already aware of the unusual symptoms following its use. Doctor, Shen need not lecture us. His tone dripped with mockery. He had initially thought this young man possessed remarkable medical skills, only to realize he was merely pretending, causing Ding Kun to feel foolish for his earlier concerns. Holding the longevity bomb, Chen Xuan continued to smile and said, Indeed, we are aware that symptoms such as headaches, nosebleeds, increased heart rate, and elevated blood pressure occur after taking the longevity bomb. However, have you discerned the reason behind these side effects? Ding Kun hesitated upon hearing this. He led a team of over a dozen doctoral-level medical professionals who had tirelessly researched this longevity bomb for 3 days and nights without uncovering any anomalies. It was embarrassing for them to admit that they could not find issues with the supplement they had developed themselves. Yet, could this young man truly unveil what they could not? With a bold face, Ding Kun inquired, If we are unable to discover the issue, might we request Dr. Chen to enlighten us on what precisely is wrong with this longevity bomb? He could hardly believe that this young man, without any instruments or equipment, could identify problems with the longevity bomb. This longevity bomb integrates 11 nourishing Chinese medicinal herbs. While it is indeed a potent tonic, moderation is key. Overindulgence can lead to various physical abnormalities in the users, Chen Xuan explained slowly. However, his words elicited derision from Ding Kun and the other medical experts. Dr. Chen, prior to marketing the longevity bomb, we conducted multiple tasting trials, and the participants exhibited no physical abnormalities. Thus, it cannot possibly be an issue with the medicinal components. Ding Kun scoffed without reservation, stating that our general manager Shen personally participated in the taste test, and he is still as vigorous as ever. Chen Jiahao responded affirmatively, Indeed. The tonic developed by Ding Kun is remarkably effective. I have consumed numerous doses without any adverse reactions. I believe the few buyers experiencing health issues are merely exceptions. Compensating them would suffice. General Manager Shen's reasoning was sound, as we had conducted inspections for 3 consecutive days and found no fault with the longevity elixir. It was clearly an issue with those particular buyers, Ding Kun flattered. He was reluctant to continue the inspections, as such a thankless task was a waste of time that could have been spent developing new products for profit. No, Shen Binglan interjected, her brows arching in disapproval. The fact that several individuals have reported anomalies indicates that the quality testing for the longevity elixir has failed. If we cannot resolve this issue, we must halt production. Otherwise, our corporation's reputation will undoubtedly plummet. Upon hearing this, Chen Jiahao raised his hands in a gesture of exasperation. But General Shen, the chief physician you brought in cannot ascertain the cause, and you seem to distrust the judgment of my expert team. What can we do? The sales of the longevity elixir are thriving. We cannot simply cease production. Shen Binglan's expression darkened. Currently, the longevity elixir was supplied to affluent and influential buyers, and an abrupt halt in production could likely provoke their dissatisfaction, presenting a significant dilemma. Who says I cannot determine the cause? Chen Xuan, who had remained silent until now, suddenly spoke up, turning to Ding Kun with a question. Are all your taste testers as youthful as General Shen? Ding Kun casually replied, Yes. Those willing to try the supplements are all young. It's quite easy to recruit them for taste tests. Before he could finish his sentence, his expression shifted abruptly. Wait. Are you implying the issue lies with the elderly? It dawned on him that the few complaining buyers had all mentioned their elderly relatives experiencing problems. So this is your method of conducting taste tests? Chen Xuan observed Ding Kun with a bemused smile. Ding Kun's face flushed with embarrassment. In his eagerness to launch his product and generate profit, he had neglected thorough quality control and rushed the product to market. Of course, Chen Jiahao had endorsed this approach, as the longevity elixir was a highly lucrative item. Upon discovering the substantial profit margins, Chen Jiahao had promptly instructed Ding Kun to expedite production and sales, resulting in considerable earnings in a short time. Though he hadn't anticipated issues arising so soon, the longevity elixir I developed is indeed suitable for both young and old. Those elderly individuals, it must be that their health was already too frail. The elixir cannot be blamed. Ding Kun continued to defend his position. Chen Xuan smirked slightly, holding a piece of the longevity elixir as he approached Ding Kun, since it is a supplement suitable for all ages, and considering you are approximately 50. Why not try a piece yourself? Surely it should pose no issue. Ding Kun hesitated, unwilling to accept the challenge. Although he had personally developed the elixir, the troubling reports from buyers made him reluctant to consume it recklessly. Ding Kun, your previous failure to conduct proper drug tests is a grave error. Now, you even hesitate to taste it. Are you attempting to shirk responsibility? Shen Binglan's cold voice pierced the air like a sharp blade. Upon hearing this, Ding Kun's expression shifted. He recognized that refusing to consume it would undoubtedly lead to his dismissal by General Manager Chen. Gritting his teeth, he seized the longevity paste from Chen Xuan's hand and swallowed it in one gulp. All eyes were fixed upon him, and initially, it seemed as though nothing had changed after he ingested the longevity paste. Just as they were about to breathe a sigh of relief, suddenly Ding Kun let out a muffled groan as 2 streams of crimson blood flowed from his nostrils. His body swayed unsteadily, and a nearby medical expert rushed to support him. In that moment, everyone understood that something was amiss with the longevity paste. Shen Jiahao's eyelids twitched. Astonishment etched across his face, rendering him speechless. He had initially believed that Chen Xuan was merely a charlatan masquerading as a medical master, deceiving Shen Binglan to secure a position as chief physician. To his surprise, Chen Xuan was indeed competent, surpassing the capabilities of his entire medical team in an instant. Furthermore, with the longevity paste malfunctioning, Shen Jiahao's own troubles were just beginning. Such careless drug testing had occurred with his explicit approval, making him and Ding Kun the primary targets should issues arise. Ding Kun covered his nose, panic reflected in his eyes. He, a middle-aged man under 50, had suffered immediate side effects from the longevity paste. What more was there to discuss? His face burned with embarrassment, feeling utterly humiliated. A mere 20-something could identify the problem. Yet their team of over 10 medical professionals had failed to discern it after 3 days and nights. Chen Xuan, however, had merely needed to smell it to ascertain the ingredients and side effects of the longevity paste, a level of expertise in traditional Chinese medicine that even a well-versed medical doctor like Ding Kun had never encountered before. At that moment, Ding Kun regarded Chen Xuan with newfound respect, saying, "Mr. Chen, as our group's chief physician, you truly deserve your title for identifying the issue so swiftly. Might I inquire how we can eliminate the side effects of this longevity paste?" He was now sincerely seeking guidance, no longer daring to put on airs in front of Chen Xuan, and hoped that this humble approach might soften General Manager Shen's impending punishment. It's quite simple. Just remove the components of meat corydalus, lok yang, and ginseng from the longevity paste and incorporate bitter ashram and licorice, 2 cooling herbs for balance. This will prevent the previous side effects from reoccurring, Chen Xuan replied calmly, as if discussing a trivial matter. The path of traditional Chinese medicine is vast and profound. With herbal studies being its essence, ordinary herbs can often yield miraculous results. Ding Kun's relentless pursuit of nourishment had, ironically, contravened the principles of balance in traditional Chinese medicine. Thus, as soon as Chen Xuan concluded his explanation, Ding Kun's eyes brightened. He realized the truth of Chen Xuan's words. At that moment, Ding Kun was thoroughly convinced of Chen Xuan's expertise. Had he not been alerted in time, he would have surely faced disaster in future supplement development. At this moment, Shen Binglan's gaze towards Chen Xuan shimmered with a hint of admiration. She was already greatly astonished that Chen Xuan had identified the issue with the longevity ointment. She had thought that resolving the problem would require a considerable amount of time, yet to her surprise, Chen Xuan promptly articulated the solution, akin to a divine healer reincarnated. "Why are you all still dawdling? Quickly proceed," as Chen Xuan suggested. With Shen Binglan's command, Ding Kun and the others snapped back to reality, bustling into action. Feeling the weight of Shen Binglan's displeased gaze upon him, Shen Jiahao forced an awkward smile and feigned nonchalance, saying, "General Manager Shen, the esteemed Dr. Chen you have invited is indeed a master of the healing arts. I am truly impressed." Shen Jiahao, your grave mistake has jeopardized the interests of the corporation. Do not presume you can easily evade the consequences. Shen Binglan admonished, her tone devoid of any warmth. "I have decided to withhold half a year's salary from both you and Ding Kun. In addition to this year's year-end bonus, do not expect to receive it." "What?" Shen Jiahao's face turned ashen. The forfeiture of half a year's salary and the year-end bonus amounted to several million yuan. Losing such a substantial sum would significantly curtail his extravagant lifestyle. "General Manager, considering my father's position, could you not impose such a heavy penalty? I assure you I will never commit such an error again," Shen Jiahao pleaded, swallowing his indignation. Upon hearing him invoke Shen Cheng, Shen Binglan resolved to show no mercy. The two had covertly undermined her in countless ways, particularly her cunning uncle. This matter is non-negotiable, even if your father were to plead on your behalf. It would be of no avail. With that, she turned to Chen Xuan and said, "Let us take our leave. By the way, before we depart, I must remind you that excessive consumption of the faulty longevity ointment can lead to irreversible effects, even for the young." Chen Xuan, with a smile, addressed Shen Jiahao, then turned to depart. Shen Jiahao's face darkened, knowing that after consuming the longevity ointment, he had been particularly vigorous in that regard, having indulged in dozens of pieces. If Chen Xuan's words were true, would his future be irrevocably ruined? Watching the two depart, Shen Jiahao's expression twisted with resentment as he muttered through clenched teeth, "Shen Binglan, enjoy your arrogance while you can. Your reign as president will not last long. And as for that Chen Xuan, who has cost me millions, I shall exact double the revenge." Once outside the Shen Corporation, Shen Binglan's expression softened somewhat, relieved to have resolved a significant issue. "Chen Xuan, thank you for your help this time," she said sincerely, looking at him. "It was nothing, merely a small effort," Chen Xuan replied with a smile. However, Shen Binglan's tone shifted as she added, "I shall not forget what you did to me previously. This debt shall not be forgiven." She glanced down at the diamond necklace adorning her neck, resolved to remove it upon returning home. Chen Xuan noticed the necklace nestled amidst Shen Binglan's decolletage. His mind momentarily distracted. "What are you staring at?" Shen Binglan's cheeks flushed as she chided him. Chen Xuan coughed lightly and smiled helplessly, saying, "Mr. Shen, can we not maintain such a tense doctor-patient relationship? I consider you a friend, yet you treat me as if I were your enemy." "Friends? I have no need for such vile men as friends, especially you, who so easily resorts to lewd behavior," Shen Binglan retorted, biting her cherry lips. Chen Xuan immediately displayed a peculiar expression and lowered his voice. "Mr. Shen, with your disdain for men, could it be that you truly prefer women?" "What did you say?" Shen Binglan's beautiful eyes widened, nearly ablaze with fury. Anticipating a swift kick, Chen Xuan quickly leapt back, narrowly escaping Shen Binglan's leg, and patted his chest, exclaiming, "That was close. Almost faced another assault from my unscrupulous superior." Uffed. This time, Shen Binglan found herself amused by Chen Xuan's antics. He feigned terror even before she had struck. It was utterly speechless. Witnessing Shen Binglan's smile, which could enchant the very soul, Chen Xuan was captivated and remarked, "That's it. Mr. Shen, you should smile more often. You look far more beautiful when you do." Upon hearing this, Shen Binglan immediately wiped the smile from her face. Her cheeks tinged with crimson as she retorted, "Mind your own business. Get in the car." Suppressing his laughter, Chen Xuan entered Shen Binglan's Ferrari, and the two returned to the headquarters of the Shen Group. Upon arriving at the marketing department's office, Chen Xuan went to the restroom and called Lei Bin. "Brother Chen, what can I do for you?" Lei Bin's voice was respectful. "Are you aware that near Tianhai University, someone has been illicitly obtaining explicit photos of female students for sordid transactions? Are you referring to that rotund fellow involved with campus loans?" Lei Bin inquired. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Chen Xuan quickly pieced it together. It was likely that the so-called rotund fellow was coercing indebted female students into taking indecent photographs under the threat of debt. "Lei Bin, do you also know someone named Xiango?" "Xiango? You must mean Chen Xuan. That kid has some money and frequently mingles in bars near Tianhai University." Instantly, Chen Xuan grasped the situation. Chen Xuan's name bore a phonetic resemblance. Could it be that the campus loan organization had sent a message in error due to this mix-up? Contemplating this, Chen Xuan found it rather amusing. He had not anticipated that Su Jing would resort to borrowing from campus loans and thus embrace moral decay. Of course, the second explicit photo he received was not of Qin Feishua, as the physiques differed too greatly, suggesting it was likely fabricated. "Brother Chen, did that rotund fellow and Chen Xuan offend you?" Lei Bin cautiously asked. "It's nothing." Chen Xuan hung up the phone. Since it was merely a mistake from the campus loan organization, he decided to disregard it as long as it did not involve him directly. When the workday concluded, Bai Chun, Huang Song, and Xiao Qian surrounded Chen Xuan. It turned out that the three had conspired to treat Chen Xuan to a meal. Bai Chun wished to express her gratitude for his assistance in securing her position, while Huang Song and Xiao Qian were grateful for the events of the previous night and for helping them find such a splendid job. Chen Xuan grinned widely and said, "How can I allow you three to treat me? It would be more fitting for me to treat you instead." "Then it's settled. You're treating us. And we certainly won't hold back," Bai Chun said playfully, her large, sparkling eyes blinking mischievously. Chen Xuan observed her expression. genuinely questioning whether he had fallen into a trap set by them. Nevertheless, it mattered little. His recent elevation in position warranted a celebration. And with a sum of 100,000 in his account, how could these three possibly deplete his finances? Eat to your heart's content. I shall cover the bill. Chen Xuan declared with grandiosity. Immediately, Bai Chun and her companions erupted into cheers, and the group made their way to a nearby esteemed restaurant. Along the way, Huang Song and Xiao Qian subtly maneuvered Bai Chun and Chen Xuan to walk side by side, while they trailed behind. Being perceptive, Bai Chun, as a young lady, was well aware of their intentions, her cheeks flushing with embarrassment as she stole glances at Chen Xuan from the corner of her eye. Chen Xuan, oblivious to her furtive glances, sensed instead several malevolent gazes lurking nearby. Why does it feel as though someone is watching us from the shadows? He surveyed the area. It was rush hour, and the streets were teeming with people, yet he discerned nothing amiss after a thorough scan. Perhaps I am just being overly cautious, he mused. And soon they arrived at their chosen restaurant. The waiter assisted in selecting a table, and the four of them settled down in pairs, with Chen Xuan naturally seated next to Bai Chun. At that moment, Bai Chun seemed a tad excited. She volunteered to take the initiative in ordering and eagerly grabbed the menu to peruse. In a short while, she had selected 6 dishes. Huang Song leaned in for a closer look and exclaimed, "Wow, Bai Chun, how did you know Chen Xuan loves these dishes?" Having been close friends with Chen Xuan for quite some time, Huang Song had memorized his culinary preferences. In contrast, Bai Chun had known Chen Xuan for merely a month since he joined the Shin group, yet she had already memorized his favorite dishes with such precision. Initially oblivious to Bai Chun's selections, Chen Xuan redirected his attention. Indeed, all 6 dishes were his favorites. Of course, Bai Chun replied proudly. I pay attention to what Chen Xuan often orders during lunch at the company cafeteria, so it's only natural I would remember his favorites. Hear that, Chen Xuan? Bai Chun is quite thoughtful towards you. Don't you think you should acknowledge that? Huang Song teased, raising his eyebrows. His words caused Bai Chun to shyly lower her head. Chen Xuan smiled faintly and diverted the topic. Huang Song, focus on yourself for now. Why don't you inquire about what Xiao Qian enjoys? While Bai Chun was indeed an admirable girl, Chen Xuan had recently emerged from a heavy emotional chapter and was not inclined toward romantic thoughts at the moment. Xiao Qian, upon hearing Chen Xuan's words, felt a slight flush rise to her cheeks. After all, she and Huang Song were only just beginning to explore their relationship and were not yet at ease. Just as the atmosphere grew slightly awkward, Bai Chun lifted her head and smiled brightly. All right, Xiao Qian, it's your turn to order. You've already selected 6 dishes, which is ample for the 4 of us. Xiao Qian responded with a smile. Yes, that's enough for us. Huang Song chimed in cheerfully. Well, since Chen Xuan is treating, we can always order more if we don't have enough. Chen Xuan instructed the waiter to remove the menu, and soon 6 steaming dishes were presented before them. As the group indulged in their meal, laughter and conversation flowed freely, and with the onset of night, their delightful gathering drew to a close. Chen Xuan promptly settled the bill and exited the restaurant with the other 3. Bai Chun and Chen Xuan were not from the same university, so after bidding farewell, they headed in a different direction. At that moment, an ominous premonition suddenly surged within Chen Xuan, its source lurking behind him. He turned to look and saw a black van speeding towards Bai Chun. The door swung open, and a shadowy figure swiftly seized her, followed by the vehicle's rapid departure. All occurring in less than 3 seconds. Bai Chun, Chen Xuan's expression shifted dramatically as he gave chase, his mind racing with astonishment. Why would someone abduct Bai Chun? And who could the perpetrators possibly be? Chen Xuan pursued with remarkable speed, and just as he was about to catch up, the van ahead suddenly turned, entering a large underground parking lot. Above this parking structure stood the Vienna Hotel, where Qiao Gu and his henchmen were gloomily sweeping the street. Just as Qiao Gu gathered a mound of leaves, a sudden gust of wind scattered them in disarray. Who the hell is that bastard? Qiao Gu cursed furiously, only to quickly silence himself upon recognizing a familiar figure ahead. It was Lord Chen. A shiver ran down Qiao Ji's spine. Uncertain whether his earlier expletive had been overheard, Chen Xuan halted at the Vienna Hotel, hearing someone curse his name. Turning around, he discovered it was Qiao Gu and his gang. Not wanting to waste time on them, and fearing for Bai Chun's safety, he rushed into the underground parking lot without a second thought. Lord Chen seems to be in a foul mood, one of the henchmen remarked. Is that even necessary to mention? Qiao Gu retorted, relieved that Chen Xuan bore him no ill will, as it might have cost him his job. However, he couldn't shake the feeling that Chen Xuan was in a hurry. Scratching his neck, Qiao Gu suddenly recalled seeing a figure from the underworld enter the Vienna Hotel earlier. Yet, That individual was not someone he could confront. Contemplating for a moment, Xiao Go pulled out his phone and dialed a number. "Hello, Brother Lei. I just saw Lord Chen rush into the Vienna hotel in a hurry, and Fatty Li is inside. I suspect it's related to him." "Fatty Li? I'm on my way." On the other end, Lei Bin abruptly pushed aside a companion and hurried out of the nightclub. As Chen Xuan entered the underground parking lot, he heard Bai Chun's faint cries for help emanating from an elevator. Approaching, he noted that the elevator indicator showed the kidnapper had ascended to the 9th floor. Without waiting for the elevator to descend, Chen Xuan took the stairs 2 at a time, racing upward. Upon reaching the 9th floor, Chen Xuan scanned his surroundings but saw no sign of Bai Chun. Each hotel floor housed over 30 rooms, and suppressing his anxious heart, he activated his X-ray vision, surveying the rooms one by one. Meanwhile, Bai Chun, her eyes covered, was engulfed in fear as her captors swiftly brought her into a room. When her blindfold was removed, she discovered she was in a luxurious hotel suite. Looking around, her complexion paled instantly. The two individuals who had brought her here were none other than Lu Bin and Zhou Tao, both previously dismissed by Xin Binglan. Lu Bin grinned sinisterly. "Bai Chun, did you ever expect it would be us?" "Aha." Bai Chun's tears streamed down her face. She felt utterly hopeless. "Is this what you call a cute little beauty?" A coarse and lewd voice echoed through the room, belonging to a rotund man seated beside an opulent bed. This corpulent figure was none other than Fat Li, as referred to by Xiao Go, resembling a large winter melon, his flesh nearly bursting from his attire. With a face adorned by rolls of fat that conveyed a blend of ferocity and absurdity. Scattered throughout the lavish suite were 7 or 8 young ruffians, either sitting or standing, casting lecherous glances at Bai Chun, much like Fat Li. Lu Bin, with a sycophantic grin, stepped forward and remarked, "Indeed, Boss Li, this young beauty is quite exquisite, and I assure you, she is undoubtedly a virgin." "Quite right, Lu Bin and Zhou Tao, you have done well." Fat Li's small eyes darted over Bai Chun's figure, as if he longed to strip her bare at that very moment. Lu Bin's expression brightened, and he cautiously inquired, "Since Boss Li is pleased, what about our 500,000? After being dismissed by Xin Binglan, Lu Bin had been desperately pondering how to repay the staggering sum of 1 million. With Chang Yufang, the woman who had once been by his side, having abandoned him due to his plummeting fortunes and overwhelming debts, borrowing from her was out of the question. Zhou Tao, who was similarly entrapped by gambling debts and now found himself destitute after losing his job, had fortuitously crossed paths with Fat Li, who was involved in illicit campus loans. In a bid to secure funds from Fat Li, Zhou Tao set his sights on Bai Chun. Once he shared this scheme with Lu Bin, the latter, gritting his teeth, agreed, and they struck a deal with Fat Li, subsequently bringing Bai Chun to this location. Upon hearing Lu Bin mention the 500,000, Fat Li's flesh quivered, and he retorted with a tone laced with menace, "Your merchandise is indeed good, but why would I need to spend 500,000 on a virgin? Not to mention the risk of being caught. Do you think I am a fool with a bottomless purse? I can offer you a maximum of 100,000. Lu Bin and Zhou Tao's faces fell at this drastic reduction. 500,000 had shrunk to 100,000, and with a 50-50 split. This meager sum was utterly insufficient to settle their colossal debts. "Boss Li, we had agreed upon 500,000. How has it now turned to 100,000? Please do not jest with us." Lu Bin lamented, his face a mask of despair. "Humph, who do you think you are to bargain with me?" Fat Li thundered, his anger palpable. "Keep yapping, and you won't even see the 100,000. Zhou Tao, realizing he had less debt than Lu Bin, quickly interjected. "We will take the 100,000. We will." 5,000 would suffice for him to repay a portion of his obligations, prompting his hasty agreement. Reluctantly, Fat Li tossed a thick stack of cash, which Zhou Tao eagerly grasped, dragging the dazed Lu Bin out of the room. Once outside, they were spotted by Chen Xuan. Zhou Tao, surprised, exclaimed, "Chen Xuan, you actually followed us here? How bold of you to come alone before we had a chance to settle the score with you." "Truly a fool's errand." Lu Bin's eyes flared with fury as he shouted at Chen Xuan. When they had abducted Bai Chun, they were already aware of her relationship with Chen Xuan, yet they had not anticipated that he would manage to pursue their van and track them to the Wiener Hotel. Two individuals, their faces etched with resentment, charged towards Chen Xuan. However, before they could strike, Chen Xuan executed a swift series of kicks, sending them sprawling to the ground, clutching their injuries and howling in pain, unable to rise. "Humph, I will settle the score with you later." Chen Xuan cast a cold glance at the fallen Lu Bin and Zhou Tao before striding towards the door of the suite. These scoundrels dared to abduct Bai Chun, and Chen Xuan certainly would not let them off easily. Yet, Rescuing Bai Chun was his priority, so he temporarily incapacitated the two, intending to return to deal with them later. With a resounding crash, Chen Xuan forcefully kicked open the door. Fatty Li had already torn a portion of Bai Chun's blouse and was poised to continue when Chen Xuan's entrance startled him into momentary paralysis. The 7 or 8 lackeys accompanying him were similarly taken aback, glancing toward the door in alarm. "Release her." Chen Xuan stood resolutely, his tone as frigid as ice. Upon seeing him, Bai Chun's eyes flickered with a glimmer of joy, quickly replaced by concern. She had not anticipated that Chen Xuan would single-handedly pursue her to this place. Yet, how could he possibly contend with so many ruffians alone? Though touched, Bai Chun secretly wished for Chen Xuan to flee from this peril. Fatty Li, with a lewd hand resting on Bai Chun's delicate shoulder, cast a contemptuous glance at Chen Xuan and sneered, "Who are you? How dare you intrude upon my suite? Have you a death wish?" No sooner had he spoken than his 7 or 8 lackeys menacingly encircled Chen Xuan. "So, you are the infamous Fatty Li involved in illegal campus loans?" Chen Xuan had not expected to encounter Fatty Li under such circumstances. "You would do well to release her. I could be less harsh." "Ha." Fatty Li laughed uproariously, his corpulent body shaking grotesquely. "Oh, so you've come to play the hero. But look at you, such a puny figure, daring to act tough before me. You must be tired of living." Once his laughter subsided, his expression darkened. And he coldly commanded his lackeys, "Break this brat's limbs and toss him aside. Let him witness the prowess of Fatty Li in bed." The lackeys, grinning maliciously, rolled up their sleeves, as if Chen Xuan had become their plaything. "I'll start by crippling one of your arms." One particularly menacing lackey charged forward, clad in steel knuckles, aiming a brutal blow at Chen Xuan's arm. Chen Xuan stood unmoved, perceiving the thug's movements as if they were in slow motion. Just as the thug's fists were about to collide with him, Chen Xuan suddenly dropped his shoulder and forcefully collided with the thug's chest, propelling him against the wall. The thug cried out in agony, feeling as though all his bones had shattered. As the lackey slumped to the ground, a heap of broken flesh, most likely incapacitated, Fatty Li frowned, having failed to discern Chen Xuan's swift actions. He had not anticipated that this young man possessed such skill. "What are you all standing there for? Attack him!" Fatty Li bellowed in fury. He could hardly believe that this young man could possibly handle so many adversaries at once. The underlings of the corpulent Lei brandished their knives, iron rods, and knuckle dusters, their faces contorted with malevolence as they launched an assault on Chen Xuan. Despite being besieged by so many adversaries, Chen Xuan maintained an air of composure, observing each attack with clarity. Suddenly, he sprang into action. A fleeting shadow darted through the room, passing before each thug, followed by a cacophony of anguished shrieks. In the blink of an eye, 7 or 8 thugs were sent sprawling in disarray. Some crashed onto the sofa, others collided with the wall, and a few even careened into the bathroom, all howling in agony and unable to rise. Lei's eyes widened, his expression shifting between fear and disbelief as he failed to discern Chen Xuan's movements. Several of his men were already laid low. How could this man be so swift? Bai Chun stood agape, unable to fathom the scene before her. She had expected Chen Xuan to be overwhelmed by the thugs, and just as despair gripped her, the tide of battle turned in an instant. Standing among the fallen thugs, Chen Xuan resembled a celestial being, and stars seemed to twinkle in Bai Chun's eyes. He was simply breathtaking. "Are you not going to release her?" Chen Xuan's gaze was piercing as he addressed Lei. "Release her? Not a chance," Lei bellowed, seizing a pillow from the bed and hurling it at Chen Xuan to obscure his vision. In that fleeting moment, he charged forward, executing a move reminiscent of twin dragons emerging from the sea, aimed at striking Chen Xuan's temples. Weighing at least 400 pounds, Lei's charge reverberated like a minor earthquake, and his punches were as swift as the wind, often obliterating careless opponents in an instant. However, to Chen Xuan, Lei's speed was still woefully inadequate. He raised his arms and effortlessly blocked the powerful fists. How is this possible? Lei's pupils constricted in disbelief. The force behind his blows was no less than 400 or 500 pounds, yet Chen Xuan held them at bay with ease. As Lei grappled with his astonishment, Chen Xuan smiled enigmatically and declared, "Now it's my turn to strike." With that, he unleashed a powerful right hook into Lei's abdomen. Lei stumbled back 3 paces, clutching his belly and groaning in pain. The blow was excruciating. His teeth chattered from the agony, and with a sudden roar, he charged again. Chen Xuan, maintaining a faint smile, remarked, "Oh, you certainly possess a remarkable threshold for pain." His martial arts blended the techniques of an evil physician, targeting the body's 409 acupoints, many of which, when struck, could induce unbearable suffering. Lei had been hit in a crucial acupoint. Chen Xuan had anticipated him writhing in pain on the floor. Yet he surprisingly endured for a few seconds, leaving Chen Xuan somewhat astonished. Let me show you the true prowess of the evil physician's acupoint striking technique. As Lei, resembling a hefty wild boar, charged at him once more, Chen Xuan stood his ground, swiftly tapping several acupoints on his body. Li Pengzi, struck multiple times by Chen Xuan, abruptly halted in his tracks. After a few seconds, intense force surged from the acupoints that Chen Xuan had targeted, accompanied by excruciating pain that sent Li Pengzi flying. This exemplifies the formidable prowess of the rogue physician's acupoint striking technique, which allows the impact to be stored within various acupoints before erupting all at once. Li Pengzi was truly in agony, akin to a pig being slaughtered, drenched in cold sweat, rolling on the ground, yet unable to alleviate the torturous pain that rendered him helpless. Chen Xuan, you are remarkable. Seeing Li Pengzi defeated, Bai Chun's worry transformed into joy. Chen Xuan smiled and inquired, are you all right? Bai Chun shook her head, suddenly realizing that a piece of her clothing had been torn away by Li Pengzi. In an instant, she was exposed, and with a gasp, she hurriedly covered herself with her hands, her face flushed with embarrassment. At that moment, hurried footsteps were heard from outside. Turning to look, Chen Xuan saw Lei Bin, a subordinate of Long Lauda, approaching with an anxious expression, accompanied by a group of followers. Upon seeing Chen Xuan, Lei Bin asked with concern, Brother Chen, are you all right? Do I look like I have a problem? Chen Xuan retorted with a smile. Lei Bin immediately offered an apologetic laugh. It's my fault for not choosing my words wisely. Brother Chen is exceptionally skilled. How could a mere Li Pengzi trouble you? In truth, observing the groaning ruffians on the ground, Lei Bin realized that they had clearly offended Chen Xuan and were swiftly dispatched. Chen Xuan nodded, suddenly recalling something. By the way, Lei Bin, how did you come to be here? Lei Bin respectfully responded, it was a Qiao, who sweeps the streets downstairs. That informed me you were in trouble. I rushed over immediately. Understanding now, Chen Xuan acknowledged that Lei Bin indeed cared for him, despite having his own motives. As the two conversed, Bai Chun suddenly let out a piercing scream. Li Pengzi, lying on the ground, had seized the opportunity to ensnare Bai Chun from behind. One hand gripping her neck while the other brandished a dark handgun, pressing it against her head. Bai Chun had never faced such a tangible threat to her life. Her tears, previously held back, flowed freely as she cried out in terror, Chen Xuan, save me. Seeing this scene, Chen Xuan furrowed his brow slightly. Li Pengzi, in a frenzied state, taunted, aren't you quick? Come on, let's see if your speed surpasses that of my gun, huh? Li Pengzi, put down the gun this instant. Lei Bin shouted, his expression darkening. He had not anticipated Li Pengzi's reckless behavior. If Chen Xuan's woman were harmed, there would be dire consequences for him. Li Pengzi laughed maniacally. Lei Bin, do you think I'm a fool? If I put down the gun, will I have a chance to live? I command you all to exit the room immediately and let me leave safely, or I will blow her head off. With that, he jabbed the gun's muzzle into Bai Chun, instilling fear that nearly caused her to lose her senses. Humph, fatly, do you dare to cause trouble on our turf? And defend Brother Chen's woman? Do you really think I would let you go so easily? Lei Bin sneered. However, I can offer you a chance now. Release the hostage. And I assure you that you will leave here alive. Lei Bin, I do not believe your words. I will count to 3, if you do not retreat immediately. I will shoot this girl. Fatly growled menacingly. No one doubted that if they did not comply, he would indeed pull the trigger. Lei Bin was also anxious. Fat Li was in a desperate state, and nothing he said would be of any use. Fat Li, you mentioned testing whether my speed is faster or your gun, correct? Chen Xuan interjected. Fat Li's eyes twitched, his expression fierce as he replied, indeed, you may try, but I will only count to 3. 1. Chen Xuan remained motionless, rooted to the spot. 2. Lei Bin was in a cold sweat, hesitating whether to urge Brother Chen to retreat. After all, no matter how fast a person was, they could never outpace a bullet. 3. Fat Li gritted his teeth, ready to pull the trigger, only to discover that his hand was empty. His firearm had mysteriously vanished. This realization struck terror in Fat Li's heart. His handgun was his lifeline. How could it just disappear? Meanwhile, Chen Xuan appeared unchanged. Yet his hand toyed with a sleek black object, the very handgun of Fat Li. When had he snatched it away? Fat Li's eyes widened in disbelief, staring at Chen Xuan as if witnessing a ghost. Lei Bin and his subordinates were equally astonished by Chen Xuan's swift action. Was this still the speed of a mere human? He had seized Fat Li's gun without anyone noticing. It was nothing short of miraculous. After a moment of shock, Fat Li suddenly remembered that Bai Chun was still in his grasp. Terrified, he shouted at Chen Xuan, "Don't come any closer, or I will strangle her." Chen Xuan shook his head. If he could snatch the gun away, how could Fat Li's speed possibly compare? Like a wraith, Chen Xuan appeared before Fat Li, delivering a powerful punch to his triple chin jaw. Fat Li had no time to react before he was sent crashing to the ground. Then, Chen Xuan reached out and pulled the still frightened Bai Chun into his embrace, gently asking, "Are you all right? Were you scared?" Bai Chun, her small face pressed against Chen Xuan's warm, solid chest, suddenly burst into tears. She was truly terrified. At that moment, Lei Bin hurriedly commanded his men to restrain Fat Li and keep a watchful eye on his underlings to prevent any further tricks. "Fat Li, you are finished." Lei Bin crouched beside Fat Li and delivered a sharp slap across his face. "Lei Bin, do you dare to kill me? My brother is not to be trifled with." Fat Li spat blood, defiantly speaking. Lei Bin coldly smirked. "Why would I not dare to kill you? You have trespassed into our territory, providing me with a legitimate reason to eliminate you. No, you cannot kill me. If you do, it would ignite a war between your leader and my brother, resulting in mutual destruction, leaving you in a dire situation as well." Fatty Li was somewhat anxious. Wouldn't provoking a war be advantageous? Lei Bin rose, a cold smirk on his face, stating, "Our leader, Long Fei, has long desired to deal with your brother. Now, you have unwittingly provided an excellent pretext, Fatty Li. I shall use you as a sacrificial offering today, haha." Upon hearing this, terror finally flickered in Fatty Li's eyes, and he pleaded, "Brother Lei, please spare me. I promise never to cause trouble in your territory again, and I will show you great respect in the future." But it was too late for mercy. Lei Bin commanded his subordinates to bind Fatty Li and prepare him for transport back to their headquarters. At that moment, Bai Chun shyly emerged from Chen Xuan's embrace. Expressing her gratitude, "Chen Xuan, thank you for rescuing me. I am relieved you are unharmed," Chen Xuan gently reassured her. Just then, Lei Bin approached, saying, "Brother Chen, I am taking Fatty Li with me." "Wait." Chen Xuan's interjection startled Lei Bin slightly. Was there still an account to settle with Fatty Li? "Fatty Li, did someone named Su Jing ever borrow money from you?" Chen Xuan inquired, directing his gaze at Fatty Li. "It seems so," Fatty Li responded, his voice tinged with fear after a moment of contemplation. "I initially intended to extort this woman, but that vixen has taken up with a wealthy young man and is no longer intimidated by our threats." "Oh. Did you also send explicit photos of Su Jing to someone named Chen Xuan?" Chen Xuan continued his questioning. Fatty Li's face turned to one of astonishment. "How do you know?" Chen Xuan produced his phone, displaying the messages before Fatty Li. "Damn. It must have been one of my useless subordinates who sent the wrong information." Fatty Li realized why that Chen Xuan had not responded. He possessed contact information for all students at Tianhai University, and it was likely that his subordinate had mistakenly heard Chen Xuan as Chen Xuan, leading to the erroneous dispatch of explicit images. "Are the photos purportedly of the campus bell genuine?" Chen Xuan pressed on. "They are fake. I lack the means to obtain explicit photos of the campus bell. I merely hired a skilled photo editor to create a fabricated image to deceive Chen Xuan into parting with his money." Now, Chen Xuan comprehended everything. With the mystery of the explicit photos resolved, he turned his attention away from Fatty Li, addressing Lei Bin. "You may handle Fatty Li according to the rules. I have no objections. There are still 2 scoundrels outside who kidnapped my friends. I would appreciate your assistance in dealing with them, as I am still a student and cannot resort to violence at every turn." Cough, cough. Lei Bin coughed several times. "You, Brother Chen, are still a student and refrain from fighting? Just look at how all these ruffians have been taken down." Lei Bin smiled obsequiously at Chen Xuan, emphasizing the word education. Chen Xuan nodded in satisfaction. Certain matters were inconvenient for him to address, and Lei Bin, a figure who navigated the gray areas, was precisely the person to assist him in handling these delicate issues. He suddenly realized that knowing such an individual was quite advantageous, despite finding Lei Bin's flattery somewhat distasteful. "If Brother Chen has no further instructions, we shall take our leave. Regarding the matter previously mentioned, I will notify you in due course," Lei Bin stated. Awaiting Chen Xuan's consent before departing the Wiener Hotel with his subordinates, capturing the likes of Fatty Li, Lu Bin, and Zhou Tao. "Chen Xuan, what is that matter Lei Bin mentioned?" Bai Chun inquired curiously after the others had left. Chen Xuan smiled lightly. "It's nothing of significance." "Chen Xuan, you wouldn't be involved in the underworld, would you?" Bai Chun's concern grew as she recalled Lei Bin's reference to him as Brother Chen, prompting her to worry about the path Chen Xuan might tread. Sensing her apprehensions, Chen Xuan chuckled. "Bai Chun, Where are your thoughts wandering? How could I possibly be involved in the underworld? It is merely a coincidence that I know Lei Bin. As for how we became acquainted, you may inquire with Huang Song and Xiao Qian. Hearing Chen Xian's earnest response eased Bai Chun's worries. Well then, let us depart. I shall escort you home. After ensuring Bai Chun returned safely to her residence, Chen Xian made his way back to Tianhai University, where he informed Huang Song and Xiao Qian of his well-being. With Saturday approaching, Chen Xian recalled his arrangement with Qin Feishui to visit her grandfather, Qin Mushi. Upon returning to the dormitory, he enjoyed a restful slumber, not awakening until the sun was high in the sky the following day. As he stepped out of bed, he noticed Huang Song and two other roommates standing on the balcony, gazing intently downwards. Curiosity piqued, he approached them. Chen Xian, come quickly. The campus bell, Qin Feishui, has come to our male dormitory. Huang Song exclaimed with palpable excitement. Do you not have Xiao Qian? Why are you still eyeing the campus bell? Chen Xian scoffed at Huang Song. The latter's face flushed with embarrassment as he explained. Do you not wish to know which male student Qin Feishui is seeking? It is well known that she does not engage in romantic affairs or socialize with male students, making her visit to the male dormitory unprecedented. A sudden realization struck Chen Xian. He surmised that Qin Feishui must be there for him. He joined Huang Song in peering down, spotting a striking red Lamborghini parked in a nearby open area, undeniably eye-catching. Qin Feishui remained inside the luxury vehicle, likely avoiding the heat of the day. A pang of guilt washed over Chen Xian. Had she been waiting for long? He decided against lingering, retreating to dress and freshen up. At that moment, a tall, robust young man approached the Lamborghini and knocked on the window. Upon recognizing him, Qin Feishui opened the window just a crack. Her brows furrowed as she remarked, He Chao, what brings you here? The entire male dormitory was watching, and she wished to avoid any misunderstandings regarding her relationship with He Chao. Qin Feishui, are you not here to seek me out? He Chao said with a smug smile. Yesterday, while dining with Qin Feishui and Chen Xian, he had threatened Chen Xian. Given Qin Feishui's character, He Chao speculated that she might intercede on Chen Xian's behalf, which suited his intentions perfectly. He had already devised a plan. Should Qin Feishui plead for Chen Xian, he would demand that she become his girlfriend in exchange for sparing Chen Xian. This way, he would have a chance to win Qin Feishui's affection. For even a forced relationship was preferable to having nothing at all. However, Qin Feishui's retort shattered He Chao's hopes. Don't be so self-important. I am here to see someone else. He gritted his teeth and replied, Are you looking for that poor wretch named Chen Xian? Show him some respect, or I will not speak to you again. Qin Feishui responded coldly. You. He Chao seethed with jealousy, flames of rage igniting in his eyes. What merit did that boy possess to warrant such protection from Qin Feishui? He Chao had pursued her for a year without receiving such treatment, and it infuriated him. At that moment, Chen Xian happened to descend the stairs. Upon seeing him, He Chao positioned himself in front of Qin Feishui's car. What do you want? Chen Xian asked in a low voice. He Chao, seething with anger, retorted, What do you think? Have you forgotten my warning from yesterday? I told you to stay away from Qin Feishui, yet here you are. Huh? Who do you think you are? Why should I listen to you? Chen Xian scoffed. He Chao's fury escalated, his eyes nearly bulging with rage. He raised his fists, ready to teach this boy a lesson. He Chao stopped. Qin Feishui, sensing the escalating situation, hurriedly opened the car door and positioned herself in front of Chen Xian. In her view, He Chao was the esteemed president of the Taekwondo Association at Tianhai University, a black belt of the 4th degree, while Chen Xian was merely an ordinary boy, surely no match for He Chao. Furthermore, He Chao was known for his ruthless combat style, capable of severely injuring Chen Xian with a single blow, which compelled Qin Feishui to shield him. The scene sent shockwaves throughout the male dormitory. What was happening? Was this a public confrontation over romantic rivalry? Moreover, Qin Feishui was not defending the imposing and affluent He Chao, but rather an unremarkable boy, which left the other males utterly dumbfounded. Witnessing the ethereal beauty of Qin Feishui actively protect an ordinary male stirred feelings of envy and resentment among the onlookers. Had it not been for He Chao being a rival, they would have been inclined to cheer him on. He Chao, now seething with rage, could hardly fathom that Qin Feishui would go to such lengths for Chen Xian. Qin Feishui, step aside. This is a matter for men, he asserted, brimming with arrogance. He was exceedingly confident in his martial prowess, always resorting to Taekwondo to resolve conflicts. Qin Feishui frowned and replied, He Chao, is it truly manly to bully someone who has never trained in martial arts? Huh, and what does it say about him that he hides behind a girl? He Chao countered. He Chao raised his right hand, extending his index finger to point at Chen Xian, and proclaimed arrogantly, "If you're a man, step forward and challenge me to a duel." In the presence of Chen Xuan and numerous male peers, if Chen Xuan were to decline the challenge posed by another man, he would undoubtedly be deemed cowardly. Though he preferred to avoid conflict, he wouldn't hesitate to teach a lesson to a spoiled second generation like He Chao. Chen Xuan leisurely emerged from behind Chen Xuan, stretching comfortably as he remarked, "Just woke up. I might as well use you for my morning exercise." "What did you say?" He Chao's fury ignited at Chen Xuan's nonchalant demeanor. He had never before encountered such blatant disdain. At that moment, He Chao's anger reached a boiling point as he clenched his fists, determined to deliver a thorough beating to Chen Xuan, hoping to make him look foolish in front of Chen Xuan. Meanwhile, Chen Xuan remained unfazed, awaiting He Chao's advance. Just as the tension heightened, Chen Xuan suddenly bit her lip in determination, seized one of Chen Xuan's hands, and hurried toward her Lamborghini. This unexpected action left He Chao utterly astonished. How could Chen Xuan, the campus beauty, take the initiative to hold a boy's hand? It was hard to believe that there was no hint of romantic involvement between them. The entire male dormitory erupted in astonishment. They had never witnessed such a spectacle. What extraordinary charm did this seemingly ordinary boy possess to win Chen Xuan's favor? They felt they were no less deserving than Chen Xuan. Only Huang Song, Chen Xuan's good friend, cheered from above, reveling in the fact that stunning beauties like Shen Binglan and Chen Xuan were drawn to Chen Xuan. It was truly remarkable. Chen Xuan had become his idol. As it appeared that Chen Xuan was about to be whisked away by Chen Xuan, He Chao's expression darkened. In a sudden burst of rage, he lunged forward, launching a vicious kick aimed at Chen Xuan's back. He was confident that this strike would send Chen Xuan crashing to the ground, bruised and battered. However, Chen Xuan had anticipated He Chao's assault as if he possessed eyes in the back of his head, without turning around. He executed a precise hook kick that struck He Chao's knee. Instantly, He Chao felt excruciating pain radiate through his leg, as if his bones might shatter, and he was propelled backward by an overwhelming force. He staggered, unable to maintain his balance, and fell to his knees. The onlookers were left in shock. Having missed the swift exchange, all they witnessed was He Chao's failed attempt to ambush Chen Xuan, followed by his humiliating descent to the ground. Those unaware of the circumstances might have mistaken it for a gesture of submission to Chen Xuan and Chen Xuan. He Chao, having failed in his covert attack, found himself in a mortifying position, his face flushed with embarrassment as he knelt before the crowd. Moreover, Chen Xuan's kick had rendered him unable to rise, forcing him to watch helplessly as the pair entered the car and prepared to depart. Blending humiliation with rage, He Chao shouted toward Chen Xuan in the vehicle, "Chen Xuan, if you have the guts, meet me at the school's karate dojo for a fair duel." He was consumed with indignation, having been brought low by Chen Xuan without even having the chance to showcase his martial prowess. Kneeling on the ground, he posed a challenge to Chen Xuan, but it appeared utterly lacking in any form of grandeur, rendering the scene rather comical. Those who secretly harbored disdain for He Chao seized the opportunity to burst into laughter. Chen Xuan, disinterested, did not spare a glance at the prostrate He Chao. This individual had thoroughly lost and merited no response to his second challenge. Chen Xuan ignited her Lamborghini and swiftly drove away from the dormitory complex. "You need not hold my hand. Dealing with someone like He Chao is well within my capabilities," Chen Xuan remarked with a smile, still savoring the lingering sensation of Chen Xuan's delicate grip, as soft as a feather, which left an indelible impression on his mind. Chen Xuan shot him a disapproving glance, retorting, "You boys just love to play the hero. Do you really believe He Chao's 4th-degree black belt in karate is a sham? Had I not been holding you back, you might have suffered a broken bone." Unbeknownst to her, she had not witnessed He Chao kneel before Chen Xuan, thus remaining unaware of Chen Xuan's remarkable prowess. In her haste to rescue him, she had instinctively clasped Chen Xuan's hand in front of a multitude of onlookers, leaving her cheeks ablaze with embarrassment. Such a bold gesture was unprecedented in her life. "Very well, if you doubt me. He Chao to challenge me to a duel at the karate dojo. Once we visit your grandfather, I shall seek him out," Chen Xuan asserted earnestly, determined not to be underestimated, especially by a beauty like Chen Xuan. With a sigh of resignation, Chen Xuan replied, "Chen Xuan, please refrain from pursuing any rivalry. He Chao's karate skills are genuinely formidable. I cannot permit you to confront him." "All right," Chen Xuan conceded, recognizing that Chen Xuan was preoccupied with concern for her grandfather, who was preparing for surgery and thus did not wish to oppose her wishes. However, he was confident that He Chao would eventually seek him out again, and Chen Xuan was mentally prepared for that eventuality. A few minutes later, Chen Feishue parked the car in the lot of Tianhai City People's Hospital. The two hurried into the bustling lobby, where time was of the essence as Chen Mushi's surgery was set to commence in less than half an hour. Anxiety was etched across Chen Feishue's face. Despite Tianhai City People's Hospital being the finest in the city, equipped with a premier team of specialists and state-of-the-art medical facilities, her worries persisted, particularly as her grandfather's surgery boasted a mere 20% success rate. Chen Xuan empathized with her unease as they ascended the stairs to the third floor, where Chen Mushi was in the intensive care unit. Upon reaching the third floor, Chen Xuan observed the corridor teeming with people, many wearing expressions laden with gravity. Among them were Chen Feishue's relatives, including her mother, Lin Li, a woman in her 40s who, upon seeing her daughter, called out, "Feishue, why have you arrived so late? Come over here." Chen Feishue hurried towards her mother, with Chen Xuan following closely behind. Upon noticing a young man trailing closely behind her daughter, Lin Li, with keen observation, discerned immediately that Chen Xuan was certainly not the offspring of a wealthy family. A frown of concern creased her brow. Why was her daughter associating with someone like him? "Mom, how is Grandpa doing now?" Chen Feishue inquired with genuine concern. Lin Li sighed softly. "Alas, your grandfather remains in a comatose state. We can only await his surgery." "And who is this beside you?" "This is Chen Xuan, my university classmate, here to visit Grandpa," Chen Feishue introduced. Chen Xuan greeted Lin Li. "Hello, Auntie." "Hello, young man. That is very considerate of you," Lin Li replied with a polite smile. However, since Feishue's grandfather is preparing for surgery, he cannot receive visitors at this time. Chen Xuan returned her smile, indicating his understanding. At that moment, a stern-looking middle-aged man approached from behind Lin Li. In an irritable tone, he addressed Chen Feishue, "Daughter, in such a setting, why have you brought an outsider here? Remember, our Chen family is not an ordinary household. Refrain from mingling with common classmates in the future." The speaker was Chen Feishue's father, Chen Anhua, who had also recognized that Chen Xuan was not a scion of the elite. The Chen family was engaged in lucrative businesses such as stone gambling, antiques, and jade, and thus associated with influential figures. Consequently, Chen Anhua was deeply displeased with his daughter bringing home a common male classmate. Stung by her father's rebuke, Chen Feishue pouted in distress. Lin Li shot her husband a disapproving glance and comforted her daughter. "Feishue, your father only wants what is best for you. Just be more mindful in the future." Internally, she sided with her husband, as Chen Xuan appeared altogether too ordinary, despite his decent appearance. His attire and mannerisms were entirely those of a typical child from a modest background. As for Chen Xuan, he seemed unfazed by the attitudes of the Chen couple. His primary concern lay with the ailing Chen Mushishi in the intensive care unit. Activating his X-ray vision, Chen Xuan peered through the walls of the ICU, observing an elderly man lying unconscious on the bed. The pallor of his face revealed a lack of vitality, and a faint, ominous black aura enveloped him, suggesting that his time was short. In addition, within the ICU, a doctor and several nurses were present, the doctor anxiously monitoring the electrocardiogram. Fearful that Chen Laozu might lose vital signs at any moment, Chen Xuan utilized his X-ray vision to examine Chen Mushishi's body, beneath the skin. He discovered that the old man's heart was ensnared by a mass of dense black energy, swirling ominously as if it were alive, a truly horrifying sight. The heart-eating goo. It was indeed the heart-eating goo. A chill ran down Chen Xuan's spine. Legends spoke of the mysterious Miaojiang region, where goo masters cultivated various formidable and bizarre insects, which, once inside a human body, were nearly undetectable. Even with modern medicine's advancements, treating goo toxins proved to be exceptionally challenging. The heart-eating goo was among the top 10 goo poisons of Miaojiang, exceedingly potent and specifically designed to consume the heart's essence. Not even the most robust man could withstand the devastation wrought by the heart-eating goo. At last, Chen Xuan comprehended why Chen Mushishi's ailment could not be diagnosed. The heart-eating goo, during its activation, would release a layer of black energy around the heart to obscure its presence and protect the goo insect. This peculiar dark aura is imperceptible even to modern scientific instruments, rendering even the most well-equipped Tianhai City People's Hospital utterly helpless. It appears that the only recourse lies in the arcane acupuncture technique known as the Transcendence Needle, Chen Xuan murmured to himself. At this moment, all the attending physicians and department heads of the People's Hospital gathered in a large conference room, their expressions grave as they deliberated on the final surgical plan. At the helm stood an elderly man with white hair, the most seasoned and experienced medical expert, Professor Jean. His tone was solemn as he meticulously outlined the surgical details. While the other doctors listened attentively, acutely aware that even the slightest oversight could lead to irretrievable errors, Professor Jean shared a profound camaraderie with Chen Xuan. Both were esteemed masters of medicine, renowned throughout Tianhai City. Their friendship blossomed quickly, yet it was tinged with regret as Chen Xuan eventually ceased practicing medicine. Now, faced with his ailing friend, Professor Jean felt the weight of the burden as he and his medical team discussed the surgical plan, which had only a 20% chance of success. After another 10 minutes of discussion, having ensured that no detail had been overlooked, Professor Jean led the doctors to the threshold of the intensive care unit. "How is the patient faring?" he inquired of a physician stationed at the door, who had been conveying updates on Chen Xuan's condition. Upon seeing Professor Jean, the doctor promptly reported, "Old Master Chen's vital signs are gradually weakening. The situation is quite dire." Upon hearing this, Professor Jin's brow furrowed deeply. The family members of Chen Xuan, who had overheard the doctor's report, wore expressions of profound concern, fidgeting anxiously like ants on a hot pan. Several women began to weep, and tears glistened in Chen Xuan's eyes. Chen Anhua stepped forward, urgency evident in his voice. "Professor Jean, please, we implore you to operate on my father immediately. If we delay any longer, we may truly lose him." "Indeed, Professor. If you manage to save the old master, the Chen family would be more than willing to donate several million to the People's Hospital," Linley added from the side. Professor Jean sighed inwardly, recognizing that this was not merely a matter of finances. The enigmatic ailment afflicting Chen Xuan left little room for hope. He could only nod and say, "I will do my utmost." With that, he prepared to enter the intensive care unit accompanied by several assistant doctors. "Wait, Professor Jean. May I assist you in the operation?" Chen Xuan interjected, halting Professor Jean in his tracks. Turning back, Professor Jean regarded Chen Xuan, an unfamiliar face, and inquired with curiosity, "Young man, are you affiliated with our hospital?" "My name is Chen Xuan. I am not from the People's Hospital, but I possess a modicum of medical knowledge and hope to be of assistance," Chen Xuan replied with quiet confidence. Professor Jin's brow furrowed further. In a life-and-death situation, could an amateur with mere superficial medical training truly be of help? Moreover, Chen Xuan appeared remarkably youthful, and in the hospital, individuals of his age were merely interns. He hardly resembled a seasoned medical expert with profound skills and extensive experience, let alone someone capable of participating in the significant surgery that old Master Jean was about to undertake. "Who do you think you are? A quack doctor? Leave this place immediately. If you delay old Master Jin's surgery for the patient, our hospital will hold you accountable." A middle-aged man of director rank at the hospital yelled at Chen Xuan. Unfazed by the outburst, Chen Xuan spoke rapidly to old Master Jean. "The patient is experiencing a continuous loss of vital blood from the heart area, and the heart-eating poison is relentlessly consuming his life. We have reached a critical juncture where conventional surgery is futile. Only my unique acupuncture technique can provide treatment." Old Master Jean found Chen Xuan's claims utterly bizarre. What was this talk of poison and a singular acupuncture method? Such concepts were entirely foreign to contemporary medicine, leaving him in utter disbelief. Moreover, Chen Xuan's assertion that standard surgery would be ineffective was particularly irksome, as old Master Jean had meticulously developed the surgical plan after extensive deliberation with a panel of experts. Thus, he retorted with annoyance, "Young man, our surgical plan was crafted through days and nights of expert discussion and is far more reliable than your so-called unique acupuncture. It would be wise for you to refrain from making such baseless boasts." With that, he led his team into the intensive care unit. The director, witnessing Chen Xuan's absurdity and the slight delay it caused old Master Jean, became even more incensed. "What are you still doing here? Leave at once. Do not interfere with our treatment." The Chen family cast disapproving glances at Chen Xuan. Chen Anhua glared at him, exclaiming, "How could my daughter associate with such an arrogant young man, daring to impersonate a medical expert before old Master Jean? You likely aren't even a medical professional. Leave now, and do not contact Fei Shui again." Linley was also profoundly disappointed in Chen Xuan. Initially, she had perceived him as quite polite, but she was astounded by the outrageous statements he had made. "Father, Chen Xuan is my good friend. You cannot expel him," Chen Fei Shui said, her eyes brimming with tears, her voice resolute. While she struggled to comprehend Chen Xuan's actions, she recognized his intentions were noble, and it would be excessively hurtful to dismiss him from the hospital. "Humph. My daughter has grown up and is now siding with him," Chen Anhua thought, deepening his disdain for Chen Xuan. Linley shook her head. Contemplating a serious conversation with her daughter upon their return, urging her to distance herself from Chen Xuan. Despite the collective desire for Chen Xuan to leave, he remained resolute. For if he departed, Qin Mishishi's life would truly be at stake. With determination, Chen Xuan declared, "If you allow me to enter, I assure you I can save the old gentleman's life." "Nonsense. Will you wager your life on that? How can your life possibly compare to old Master Qin's?" The hospital director was nearly driven to madness by Chen Xuan's audacity. Even in such dire circumstances, how could this young man continue to boast wildly? Only adding to their frustration? Qin Anhua's expression darkened profoundly as he coldly addressed Chen Xuan, stating that were it not for the sake of his daughter, he would have immediately ordered his expulsion. Chen Xuan shook his head, choosing silence. He utilized his X-ray vision to observe the situation within the intensive care unit, contemplating an opportunity to enter and provide treatment for the esteemed elder Qin. Upon entering, old Qin swiftly commanded several assistants to prepare surgical instruments. For this operation would involve incising the heart of Qin Mishishi, a procedure fraught with peril, requiring utmost concentration. Just as an assistant lifted Qin Mishishi's garment to administer anesthesia, a heart-wrenching scream erupted from the patient's lips, causing the assistant to drop the syringe in shock. Almost instantaneously, all monitoring devices emitted alarming beeps, indicating that the patient's vital signs had plummeted dangerously low, posing an imminent threat to his life. The anguished cry from Qin Mishishi reverberated beyond the confines of the ICU, startling his children and grandchildren, deepening the worry etched upon their faces. Through his X-ray vision, Chen Xuan discerned that deep red blood was oozing from elder Qin's mouth. Witnessing this, Chen Xuan furrowed his brow, recognizing that Qin Mishishi was expelling his vital essence. He understood that were it not for the imminent approach of death, elder Qin would never relinquish such essence, as it was synonymous with life itself. Beside the hospital bed, old Jin's hand trembled as he gripped the scalpel. Realizing that performing the surgery was futile, even divine intervention could not reverse Qin Mishishi's fate at this juncture. Amidst his sorrow, old Jin noticed that Qin Mishishi's lips parted slightly, as if he wished to convey something. He hastily leaned in and asked, "Brother Mishishi, is there anything you wish to say? I shall ensure your words reach your family." Heart-devouring goo, truly formidable. "I die, without regrets, ha. Elder Qin managed to utter with a faint, intermittent voice, displaying an oddly eccentric demeanor even in his final moments. Despite its frailty, old Jin grasped each word clearly, and a sudden jolt coursed through him. Heart-devouring goo. Elder Qin had uttered the very name of the poison that the young man, Chen Xuan, had mentioned earlier. Could it be that this young man truly possessed the means to save Qin Mishishi's life? Old Jin's countenance shifted through a spectrum of emotions. Realizing that Chen Xuan could identify the cause of Qin Mishishi's affliction as the so-called heart-devouring goo, he resolved that, regardless of the young man's capabilities, they must attempt a remedy. After all, Elder Qin was already teetering on the brink of death. It was better to attempt salvation than to witness his passing helplessly. Without further hesitation, old Jin urgently called out to an assistant nearby, "Go fetch that young man named Chen Xuan from outside." Noting the seriousness of his tone, the assistant promptly nodded and dashed away. Outside, the family members were in a state of anxious turmoil, their eyes fixed on the assistant as he emerged, all wondering if the surgery had concluded so swiftly. Typically, such major operations would last several hours, and given that only a few minutes had elapsed, it seemed increasingly likely that their patriarch's fate was dire. Qin Anhua, with an impatient disposition, rushed forward and inquired, "What's the situation?" The assistant disregarded him entirely and called out to Chen Xuan, who was in the corner. "Chen Xuan, our esteemed elder Jin requests your presence." "What?" A wave of astonishment swept through the crowd. How could elder Jin suddenly allow Chen Xuan into the intensive care unit? Was he truly summoned to assist in a surgical procedure? Regardless of how one pondered it, such a notion seemed utterly implausible, especially since elder Jin had just now sternly rejected Chen Xuan's earlier request. This abrupt twist left everyone dumbfounded. Chen Xuan had initially intended to rush in to save a life, and with the assistant's call, he no longer needed to force his way in. Without hesitation, he followed the assistant into the intensive care unit, under the astonished gazes of the onlookers. Upon Chen Xuan's entrance, elder Jin immediately expressed his apologies, saying, "Young brother, I was remiss earlier. I failed to recognize your medical background. You mentioned that Brother Musher is afflicted by a heart-eating goo poison, and that your unique acupuncture skills could save him, correct?" "Indeed, but I require a set of silver needles," Chen Xuan replied. Elder Jin, a towering figure in the medical community, was not only well-versed in acupuncture but also proficient in its practice. However, given the critical nature of Qin Musher's condition, It was entirely inconceivable to treat such a vital organ with acupuncture. Elder Jean remained skeptical about how Chen Xuan intended to apply acupuncture techniques to the heart. Nonetheless, he complied and retrieved a cherished set of silver needles from his collection. With the advancement of modern medicine, Elder Jean seldom resorted to acupuncture. Thus the needles were impeccably preserved and ready for immediate use. Chen Xuan accepted the entire set, examined one needle, and nodded in satisfaction. The quality was outstanding and capable of withstanding the infusion of his spiritual energy during the acupuncture procedure. "Young brother Chen, what are your chances of saving brother Musher?" Elder Jean inquired, visibly tense. After a moment of contemplation, Chen Xuan replied calmly, "Had treatment commenced earlier, I would have had a 90% assurance of success. Now, it stands at 80%. 80%? Elder Jin's eyes widened at this figure, incredulous that this young man might be boasting. Their elite medical team had only devised a surgical plan with a mere 20% success rate, while Chen Xuan boldly claimed 80%. Elder Jin could hardly believe his ears. The other doctors in the intensive care unit scoffed at Chen Xuan's assertion. Each of them held doctoral degrees in medicine and possessed years of surgical experience, while Chen Xuan appeared quite youthful, hardly resembling a legitimate physician. His claim of an 80% chance to save Qin Musher seemed an affront to their expertise. In their eyes, Qin Musher was beyond saving, and they were curious to witness how Chen Xuan would falter. "Elder Jin, I am about to begin the acupuncture procedure. I would appreciate your assistance," Chen Xuan instructed without ceremony. Elder Jin nodded, realizing that the hope for Qin Musher's survival rested entirely on Chen Xuan's shoulders. If there was a chance to save him, what was the harm in assisting with menial tasks? Seeing this, the other doctors grew increasingly displeased with Chen Xuan. Typically, they served as assistants to the esteemed Dr. Jin, yet today, this young man audaciously commanded Dr. Jin to assist him. One might mistakenly believe he was a renowned national physician of extraordinary repute. Chen Xuan approached Qin Mishishi, withdrew a silver needle, and then held his breath, concentrating as he gradually infused his inner celestial energy into the needle, which began to radiate an intense heat, turning a brilliant red. The needle was so slender that, without a close inspection, one would hardly notice its glowing detail. Hence, only old Jin, standing beside Chen Xuan, displayed a look of astonishment. Could it be that this young man possessed inner strength, capable of instantly heating the silver needle to such a degree? Old Jin, having lived for so many years, had never witnessed anything so extraordinary. He watched Chen Xuan's subsequent actions with rapt attention, fearful of missing even the slightest nuance. Through his enhanced vision, Chen Xuan observed the swirling black energy surrounding Qin Mishishi's heart. Suddenly, with lightning speed, he plunged the silver needle into Qin Mishishi's chest. A barely audible, sizzling sound emerged, and the tension in the room heightened in tandem with Chen Xuan's movement. As the first needle was inserted, the layer of black energy over the heart trembled violently, as if stung, roiling even more fiercely. Chen Xuan's pupils constricted as he swiftly withdrew 6 more silver needles, expertly driving them into the heart region of Qin Mishishi. The technique of the evil Doctor's calamity needle was truly remarkable. As Chen Xuan executed it, it appeared as though he were seizing the very essence of creation itself. Even those unfamiliar with acupuncture could sense the profound and wondrous intricacies within. However, this audacious maneuver sent old Jin, usually composed and prudent, into a state of alarm. His expression shifting dramatically, not to mention the other doctors present. Would such a method truly not result in death? With the infusion of celestial energy through the 7 needles, Qin Mishishi's body convulsed slightly, and the ominous black energy began to contract as if it felt an overwhelming threat from the silver needles. A subtle smile graced Chen Xuan's lips as he channeled even more celestial energy into the 7 needles, causing the black energy to visibly shrink, coalescing into a grotesque, insect-like form. This was the so-called heart-devouring goo worm. Upon a mere glance, Chen Xuan sensed an indescribable malevolence emanating from it. The 10 goo poisons of Miaojiang were indeed not mere legends. Yet, before the formation of silver needles laid by Chen Xuan, even the formidable heart-devouring goo was compelled to flee from Qin Mishishi's heart, emitting a hissing sound as it began to scurry chaotically within him. "Huh? Do you think this allows you to escape my grasp?" Chen Xuan scoffed, concentrating the celestial energy from the 7 needles into one, pressing it deeper into Qin Mishishi's body to pursue the heart-devouring goo worm. Observing Chen Xuan's actions that defied medical logic, old Jin nearly doubted the young man's intentions, fearing he might be attempting to murder Qin Mishishi. After all, inserting a silver needle into the body was an exceedingly perilous act, especially when targeting the heart. Unbeknownst to him, beads of cold sweat began to form on old Jin's forehead. However, what followed was even more shocking to old Jin. A small bulge began to emerge on Qin Mishishi's abdomen, continuously shifting and appearing incredibly eerie. The other doctors were equally alarmed, unable to comprehend the sight before them. Within the venerable Qin's body lay a mysterious organism. Despite their extensive examinations with various medical instruments, nothing had revealed its presence. That small creature was the heart-eating goo worm, relentlessly fleeing from Chen Xuan's needle, imbued with celestial energy, which pursued it without relent. Just as it seemed on the verge of capture, the heart-eating goo worm was compelled to abandon Qin Mishishi's body, abruptly emerging from his navel. A black, sinister worm appeared before the onlookers, flapping its wings as it ascended into the air, attempting to escape. Except for Chen Xuan, the others were bewildered by this grotesque entity. Their panic palpable as they instinctively recoiled, fearing the worm would burrow into them. Yet, the creature could not flee. Chen Xuan swiftly grasped the silver needle and hurled it towards the airborne goo worm. No matter how swiftly the worm flew, it could not outpace Chen Xuan's needle, which pierced the creature's body and pinned it to the wall. After a few futile flaps of its wings, it lay still, irrevocably lifeless. "Is this the heart-eating goo?" Elder Jin murmured, still shaken, as he gazed at the worm on the wall. Chen Xuan wiped the sweat from his brow. Having expended considerable celestial energy with the divine needle of transcendence, in such a brief span, fatigue enveloped him. He had also consumed some of his celestial energy to mend the damage inflicted on Elder Qin's heart by the goo worm. Now, we merely need to administer some calming and blood-replenishing herbs to Elder Qin, and with a few days of recuperation, you shall recover, Chen Xuan assured Elder Jin. Elder Jin looked incredulously at the still unconscious Qin Mishishi, noting the gradual return of color to his face and the stabilization of his breath, the bleeding having ceased. The other doctors noticed that the readings on the monitoring equipment, including heart rate, had returned to normal, indicating that the patient's vital signs had escaped danger. How can this be? All the doctors regarded Chen Xuan with a reverential gaze, as if he were a deity. This young man had merely inserted a few needles to bring back to life someone who had one foot in the grave. Moments ago, they had anticipated his failure. Yet now, their faces burned with embarrassment, as if they had received a stinging slap. After the initial shock, a fervent admiration illuminated Elder Jin's eyes. A miraculous healer. Chen Xuan is truly a prodigy seldom seen in a millennium. The illness afflicting Qin Mishishi had left modern medicine powerless, yet Chen Xuan had resurrected him with mere acupuncture. What contemporary medical expert could achieve such a miraculous feat? Not Elder Jin, who was proficient in acupuncture, nor Qin Mishishi, whose medical prowess surpassed his own. In that instant, Elder Jin felt an overwhelming sense of insignificance. Before Chen Xuan, he felt akin to an amateur just beginning to grasp the art of medicine, prompting a deep sigh to escape his lips. "Elder Jin, are you all right?" Chen Xuan inquired, perplexed by the elder's lingering sigh after having saved Qin Mishishi. Elder Jin shook his head, his demeanor transformed into one of deep respect. "I am well. Mr. Chen, you are a true medical genius. I am thoroughly in awe of you, and I hope to study under you and learn your art in the future." With that, he bowed deeply in reverence to Chen Xuan. Chen Xuan hurriedly assisted the esteemed Elder Jin to his feet, smiling as he said, "Elder Jin, you are a towering figure in the field of medicine. How could I presume to teach you anything? No, no. In your presence, I am but a humble student. And I hope you do not find my knowledge lacking." Elder Jin, fearful of Chen Xuan's refusal, spoke with a tone laced with earnestness. "Moreover, Mr. Chen, as a renowned physician, our people's hospital would be honored to appoint you as chief physician with an annual salary of 1 million. What do you think?" Chen Xuan could not help but chuckle. He was already the chief physician at the Shen Group, and there was no way he would accept another offer for the same position. "Thank you for your generous offer, Elder Jin, but I have no interest in the chief physician role at the People's Hospital," Chen Xuan politely declined. The doctors in the intensive care unit were left astounded. Initially, they felt a pang of jealousy upon hearing Elder Jin's offer to Chen Xuan, but they were utterly shocked to learn that he had actually turned it down. This was a position they had all dreamt of, and yet, Chen Xuan appeared disinterested. Was this a mistake? Elder Jin had hoped that by enticing Chen Xuan with a high-paying position, the reputation of their hospital would soar with the presence of such a miraculous physician. However, to his surprise, Chen Xuan rejected the offer outright, leaving Elder Jin both in admiration of his disinterest in fame and deeply regretful. After a moment's contemplation, Elder Jin donned a smile and said, "Mr. Chen, I encourage you to reconsider. Our people's hospital would always welcome you as chief physician whenever you wish. Let us step outside. The patients need their rest, replied Chen Xuan noncommittally, and he exited the intensive care unit. Elder Jean and the group of doctors followed closely behind him. As Chen Xuan emerged, all eyes were drawn to him. The onlookers were still puzzled as to why Elder Jean had summoned Chen Xuan inside. Qin Anhua and his wife, Lin Li, had even inquired with Qin Feishui and, upon learning that Chen Xuan was not a medical student, their astonishment deepened. When they saw Elder Jean exit as well, Qin Anhua was the first to approach, asking, Elder Jean, has the surgery been completed? How's my father doing? His question echoed the thoughts of everyone present. They were all awaiting Elder Jean's words to know whether the old master had survived. Elder Jean revealed a reassuring smile as he said, I am pleased to report that the surgery was indeed successful. The old master has now escaped the brink of death and will only need a few days of quiet recuperation to recover. Upon hearing this, a collective sigh of relief swept through the crowd as the weight on their hearts was finally lifted. Qin Feishui, overwhelmed with joy, embraced her mother, Lin Li. Elder Jean, you truly are a living embodiment of Hua Tuo, a master of miraculous healing. You saved my father in just a matter of minutes. At this moment, Qin Anhua was also beaming with gratitude, saying, on behalf of the old master, I thank you. The family members of Qin Mushi eagerly approached to express their gratitude. Surrounding Elder Jean, while Chen Xuan found himself somewhat sidelined, Lin Li stepped forward to express her thanks, saying, Elder Jean, I am profoundly grateful to you and the People's Hospital. I will return home and immediately donate 2 million to your hospital. Though she was the wife of Qin Anhua, the financial authority of the Qin family was firmly in her hands. A mere 2 million was insignificant for the Qin family. Qin Anhua smiled and agreed, stating that not only should they make a donation, but they should also present an ornate golden plaque inscribed with the words National Medical Sage to Elder Jean. As the members of the Qin family expressed their gratitude, and Qin Anhua lavished praise, Elder Jin's face grew increasingly flushed. Finally, he awkwardly interjected, in truth, it was not I who saved old Master Mu. I did not assist in any capacity. The one who preserved his life was Mr. Chen Xuan. What did you say? Qin Anhua thought he had misheard. Lin Li, Qin Feishui, and other members of the Qin family wore expressions of bewilderment. Elder Jean was not the one who had revived the elder. Elder Jean reiterated, it is Mr. Chen Xuan who is the true divine doctor. He is the one you should be grateful to. As a renowned physician of his generation, Elder Jean was pragmatic. He would not claim credit for what was not his. However, his words left the Qin family utterly astonished. Initially, it had already exceeded everyone's expectations that Elder Jean had invited Chen Xuan to assist. But who could have anticipated that it was Chen Xuan who had saved old Master Qin's life, and that Elder Jean claimed to have played no significant role? Could it be that Chen Xuan single-handedly rescued the elderly man from the brink of death? All eyes shifted from Elder Jean to Chen Xuan. Chen Xuan, is it truly you who saved my grandfather? Qin Feishui inquired, her disbelief evident as she spoke. Chen Xuan smiled faintly and replied, indeed, it was I. Upon receiving Chen Xuan's confirmation, the expressions of everyone present transformed, filled with astonishment. Chen Xuan was so young that he hardly appeared to possess exceptional medical skills, let alone the divine prowess ascribed to him by Elder Jean. Qin Anhua and Lin Li exchanged complex glances, for they had harbored a degree of contempt for Chen Xuan in their hearts. Yet, Chen Xuan had immediately proven his mettle through tangible action, demonstrating miraculous medical abilities and earning the endorsement of Elder Jean, a towering figure in the medical field. After a brief pause, Qin Anhua finally said to Chen Xuan, somewhat awkwardly, I never expected you to be so unassuming. Thank you for saving my father's life, and I also apologize for my previous rudeness. It was nothing. Merely a small effort. Uncle Qin need not concern himself with past matters, Chen Xuan replied with a smile. Given Qin Anhua's graciousness in offering an apology, Chen Xuan naturally did not wish to make things difficult for him, especially since he was the father of Qin Feishui. This was a matter of respect. Chen Xuan, thank you for saving the elder. Andy will transfer 2 million to you as a token of gratitude, Lin Li stated generously, her perception of Chen Xuan having changed entirely. Chen Xuan quickly waved his hand, saying, no need for that, Auntie. I accompanied Feishui to visit old Master Qin with the intention of treating him. I cannot possibly accept 2 million from you. His refusal was not feigned. Rather, he was genuinely unmoved by the monetary offer, driven not only by his commitment to medical ethics but also by a sense of pride. Upon hearing that Chen Xuan had outright declined a generous offer of 2 million, Chen Anhua and Lin Li found their admiration for him elevated to new heights. What an extraordinary young physician, exhibiting a benevolent spirit and selflessness in the pursuit of his craft. Nearby, Qin Feishue observed Chen Xuan with a glimmer of intrigue in her gaze. She discerned that his family background was likely modest, given his refusal of such a substantial sum. This remarkable disregard for wealth was a quality not easily found in others. Having spent years in business and possessing a keen insight into human nature, Qin Anhua recognized that Chen Xuan was undoubtedly a young man of considerable integrity. After a moment of contemplation, he proposed, "Chen Xuan, your medical skills are truly exceptional. Why not establish a private clinic? I would be more than willing to fully sponsor you in this endeavor. Once you have amassed your fortune, you can repay me." He harbored aspirations of nurturing Chen Xuan's potential while also considering his pride, understanding that despite his exceptional skills, Chen Xuan might struggle to convert his talents into financial success. Thus, he believed that sponsoring the clinic would afford Chen Xuan the opportunity to earn while safeguarding his dignity, a truly harmonious solution. Lin Li concurred with her husband's suggestion, casting him an approving glance. Observing her father's eagerness to assist Chen Xuan filled Qin Feishue with joy. However, upon witnessing their hopeful expressions, Chen Xuan could only smile apologetically. "Thank you for your kindness, Uncle Qin, but I am currently employed and cannot resign at will." Although the proposal to support him in opening a clinic was enticing, Chen Xuan was bound by a contractual agreement with Shenbing Lan. During the year he was to treat her, he could not simply walk away. Furthermore, he had committed to being the chief physician of the Shen Group, which rendered the idea of establishing a separate clinic ethically untenable. Qin Anhua was taken aback by Chen Xuan's refusal, feeling a twinge of discomfort. He had never encountered such an arrogant young man before, declining 2 million and rejecting assistance for a clinic. It seemed that his humble appearance was a self-imposed condition resulting from his pride. Lin Li, somewhat perplexed, inquired, "Chen Xuan, what is your current occupation? Surely working for someone else cannot be more advantageous than opening your own clinic. I encourage you to reconsider. We are always willing to support your entrepreneurial aspirations. I am currently employed at the Shun Group and bound by a contract, so I cannot resign at this time." Chen Xuan replied politely. "The Shun Group?" Qin Anhua regarded Chen Xuan with renewed interest, aware that the hiring standards of the Shin Group were exceedingly high, and that his ability to gain employment there indicated a certain level of competence. However, given Chen Xuan's character, he was certain he would face numerous challenges in the workplace. Surely, establishing a clinic would be far more rewarding. Lin Li continued with a smile. "I have heard from Feishue that you have yet to graduate. Your role at the Shin Group is likely an internship. Ascending within such a large company is notoriously difficult, especially without connections. Even if you reach a senior position, how much could you possibly earn in a year? Conversely, with your level of medical expertise, establishing your own clinic could easily yield an annual income in the hundreds of thousands." For Lin Li, a formidable woman of a business family, to offer such heartfelt advice to a young man of humble means was indeed a rare occurrence. Qin Feishue found her mother's words to be quite reasonable. Her beautiful eyes fixed intently on Chen Xuan, eagerly awaiting his agreement. It was the first time Qin Anhua witnessed Lin Li speaking in such a manner. If Chen Xuan continued to disregard their request, irrespective of his remarkable medical skills, Qin Anhua would promptly sever all ties between his daughter and him. The notion that a child cannot be taught was not lost on Qin Anhua, who held a deep disdain for excessively arrogant youth. Furthermore, Chen Xuan's continual refusal of the Qin family's gratitude might suggest he harbored feelings for his daughter, a thought that further fueled Qin Anhua's ire. He certainly did not wish for his cherished daughter to marry such a man. In truth, "I am currently the chief physician of the Shun Group and also serve as the manager of the marketing department," Chen Xuan contemplated before revealing the truth. His revelation left the listeners utterly astounded. It turned out this young miracle worker already held a prominent position within the Shin Group, which explained his rejection of the 2 million and the proposal from Qin Anhua. It appeared he simply held them in disdain. The Shin Group was the leading enterprise in Tianhai City, one that even the Qin family could not rival. For Chen Xuan to occupy the roles of chief physician and marketing manager within the Shin Group, an annual salary of 1 million was undoubtedly within reach. Old Qin finally grasped why Chen Xuan declined the position of chief physician at their hospital. He had evidently been recruited by the Shin Group first. Qin Anhua's expression grew complex. He had underestimated Chen Xuan's capabilities. Lin Li felt reluctant to press further, yet given that Chen Xuan had indeed saved their elderly patriarch, it was only fitting they express their gratitude in some manner beyond mere words. "Chen Xuan, it seems you are truly a remarkable young man. I have underestimated you." Lindley remarked with a gentle smile. Since you refuse any compensation, might I invite you to our Qin residence for a meal? Surely that would not be a problem? Chen Xuan readily agreed. Of course, that sounds delightful. However, the elderly patriarch will fully recover in about 3 days. I would prefer to visit your home then, to pay my respects. His intention was to inquire about the heart-devouring goo poison while Qin Mishishi was present. That sounds wonderful. I shall have Fei Xue come to fetch you. Lindley replied with a smile. Qin Fei Xue was elated to see Chen Xian's genuine concern for her grandfather. Today, he had indeed provided her with an abundance of surprises. With the invitation settled, Chen Xian bid farewell to Qin Anhua, Lindley, and old Qin, and Qin Fei Xue drove him back to Tianhai University. Having expended considerable celestial energy that day, Chen Xian felt the need for a good rest. Meanwhile, far from Tianhai City, in the unique stilt house of the Miao ethnic group in the Miaojiang region, a white-haired old woman clad in traditional Miao attire suddenly changed countenance, spitting out a black object. Upon closer inspection, it was revealed to be yet another small heart-devouring goo worm. How can this be? My heart-devouring goo poison has been broken? The old woman murmured in disbelief. For so many years, Qin Mishishi has never managed to break it. Who could have accomplished such a feat? Her heart-devouring poison is exceedingly difficult to dispel, for the source of the poison resides within her. To unravel this affliction, one must locate her original self. Which is why the old woman was so astounded, unable to comprehend the methods employed by the other party. Behind the old woman stood a young girl, seemingly in her 20s, possessing an extraordinary beauty. With cascading black hair reminiscent of a waterfall and a delicate oval face, she was strikingly exquisite. Beneath her elegantly arched brows, her eyes resembled a tranquil pool, exuding an indescribable allure. Her skin was as smooth and tender as freshly peeled water chestnuts, and a tiny black mole at the corner of her mouth enhanced her charm. Adorned in intricately patterned Miao attire, her garments were embellished with numerous square, rectangular, and semicircular silver pieces, as well as silver bells and other exquisite silver ornaments, creating a captivating spectacle. The beauty's figure was gracefully curvaceous, with striking contours that complemented her traditional attire, bestowing upon her an enchanting, exotic allure. Grandma Tao, is it not fortuitous that your heart-devouring poison has been broken? If what you say about Grandfather Qin succumbing to the poison is true, you would also meet the same fate, and how heartbroken would Shi Qing be? The beauty spoke softly, her tone laced with melancholy. What do you know? This is a matter between me and that old adversary. We had originally vowed to die on the same date, Grandma Tao retorted, her irritation palpable. Now, my poison has been dispelled by someone else, and our promise of dying together has been thwarted. Ji Qing, the beautiful maiden, sighed. Aware that Grandma Tao and Qin Mushi had once been a deeply in love couple, having sworn everlasting devotion to one another. In their fervor, they had ingested a pair of heart-devouring insects, with the understanding that if one perished, the other would follow suit. Although such a tale may sound fantastical, it was precisely the kind of bond that individuals like Grandma Tao and Qin Mushi could forge. However, due to unforeseen circumstances, their relationship eventually disintegrated. Qin Mushi returned to Tianhai City, married another woman, and his romance with Grandma Tao became a tragic saga. Years later, due to the passage of time and the distance of 1,000 miles, the heart-devouring poison dormant within Qin Mushi suddenly flared up. Grandma Tao, taken aback, perceived this as divine will and chose not to actively dispel the poison, opting instead to let nature take its course. After all, she and Qin Mushi had lived long enough. It was time to fulfill their ancient promise of shared life and death. Yet, she had not anticipated that the poison would be broken by Chen Xian. Shi Qing, you should return to Tianhai City and investigate who has broken my heart-devouring insect. Grandma Tao said slowly. Your cold food insect is nearly ready. It is the perfect opportunity to treat your cousin's cold ailment. The cousin referred to by Grandma Tao is none other than Shen Binglan. The beautiful maiden's full name was Zhang Xiqing, Shen Binglan's younger cousin. From a young age, she had aspired to become a physician to cure Shen Binglan's ailment. She later pursued her studies abroad and, at a tender age, became a doctoral candidate at a renowned international medical school. Upon returning home, Zhang Xiqing discovered that her skills were still insufficient to cure Shen Binglan's peculiar illness. Having found no success with Western medicine, she delved into various traditional Chinese remedies, yet to no avail. Ultimately, Zhang Xiqing turned her attention to the Miao practitioners of Gu. She had heard that the Gu masters of Miaojiang could command various mysterious Gu insects, capable of both causing death and saving lives. Thus, she journeyed thousands of miles to Miaojiang to apprentice under Granny Tao. Granny Tao was a master of goo, and she swiftly devised a method to use the cold food goo to absorb the strange chill from Shen Binglan's abdomen, subsequently imparting the technique of cultivating the cold food goo to Zhang Ziqing. Raising goo was an endeavor that demanded immense time and patience, and before she realized it, Zhang Ziqing had already spent nearly a year in Miaojiang. Upon hearing Granny Tao instruct her to return to Tianhai City, Zhang Ziqing voiced her concerns. Granny Tao, what will you do alone if I leave? I fear the Golden Silkworm sect may pose a threat to you. Do not worry about me. This old woman is not so frail as to be easily dispatched. Granny Tao replied with a cold laugh. However, you must exercise caution upon your return. It is said that the goo masters of the Golden Silkworm sect have been seen in Tianhai City. I suspect that those who destroy the heart-biting goo may well be among them. I will be careful. I shall pack my things and head back to Tianhai City. Please take care of yourself, Granny. Zhang Ziqing's tone was laced with reluctance. Upon returning to his dormitory, Chen Xuan lay on his bed, contemplating that he could not afford to squander his celestial energy again. His efforts to save Qin Mishishi were driven by the fact that the old man had one foot in the grave, prompting Chen Xuan to exhaust his celestial energy without hesitation. Within the legacy of the evil healer, there exists a volume titled Heavenly Evil Medical Canon, which encapsulates the essence of the evil healer's medical knowledge and includes methods for cultivating celestial energy. I could attempt to practice it. Excited, Chen Xuan sat cross-legged on his bed, just as his dorm mates had stepped out, leaving him undisturbed. Following the techniques outlined in the Heavenly Evil Medical Canon, Chen Xuan began to circulate the celestial energy within his body, flowing through his limbs and bones. In no time, he felt a wave of languid comfort wash over him, and his energy was significantly restored, banishing his fatigue. He was pleasantly surprised by the efficacy of this medical canon, which brought him great joy. It seemed he would need to practice more diligently in the future, though he could not do so in the dormitory, lest his roommates suspect he was losing his sanity. After his practice, Chen Xuan felt a pang of hunger and promptly leapt from his bed, intending to head to the school cafeteria for a meal. Just as he descended the stairs, four burly male students with unfriendly expressions emerged from the side, blocking his path. Our president, He Chao, requests your presence at the karate dojo, one of the male students stated. It became apparent that He Chao, still resentful after being brought to his knees by Chen Xuan, had summoned a few lackeys to guard him, waiting for the moment he would descend to take him to the dojo. Understanding the situation, Chen Xuan realized that He Chao was eager for a duel. Let's go. Without a second thought, Chen Xuan agreed. He knew that unless He Chao was thoroughly subdued, the trouble would continue, so it was better to resolve the matter in one decisive confrontation. At that moment, in the school's karate dojo, 4 or 5 classes of students had gathered for a large karate lesson, many of whom were members of the Karate Association. The instructor, a Mr. Gao, held a second-degree black belt, far inferior to He Chao's fourth-degree black belt. Thus in the expansive dojo, He Chao was undoubtedly the center of attention. Teacher Gao, aiming to please He Chao, elucidated a segment of technique and subsequently arranged for a male student to practice with him, declaring, "Everyone, pay close attention, for He Chao's demonstration will undoubtedly prove far more beneficial than my explanation." He Chao nodded appreciatively, buoyed by Teacher Gao's flattery, and approached the center of the arena, gesturing for the designated male student to step forward. The chosen student internally lamented his misfortune but felt compelled to comply, donning a reluctant expression as he advanced. Although this young man wore a yellow belt, indicating a certain proficiency in karate, he was nevertheless vastly outmatched by He Chao. Upon entering the fray, He Chao first executed a few moves in accordance with Teacher Gao's instruction, and then delivered a simple sidekick that sent the boy sprawling to the ground. What prowess! He Chao is so dashing. The surrounding students erupted in enthusiastic applause, while the girls gazed at him with infatuated admiration. He Chao, both affluent and formidable, embodied their idealized vision of a male deity. Savoring the adoration of the onlookers, He Chao stood tall in the arena, a smug smile gracing his lips. "President, we have brought Chen Xuan," a voice called from the entrance. He Chao turned, his eyes suddenly ablaze with fury at the sight of Chen Xuan, the very individual who had recently forced him to kneel in humiliation. Four male students escorted Chen Xuan to the forefront, prompting whispers among the crowd. Who is this fellow? Has he offended He Chao? Confronting He Chao, Chen Xuan exhibited an air of calm. You have finally arrived, Chen Xuan. Do you dare accept my challenge here? He Chao vociferously inquired. What is there to fear? Chen Xuan replied nonchalantly, inciting astonishment among the spectators. Who is this person, so audacious as to accept He Chao's challenge? Very well. Today I shall utterly vanquish you. rendering you to the ground like a pitiful dog, begging for mercy. He Chao exclaimed, his eyes blazing with rage. He sought to humiliate Chen Xuan before the multitude, to repay his prior disgrace 100-fold. Witnessing He Chao's fury, the crowd mused. It appears this Chen Xuan has greatly offended He Chao. If he is not beaten to a pulp today, he will surely be left unrecognizable. They had previously witnessed He Chao's wrath, having seen him inflict grievous injuries upon a student who had crossed him, leaving them with stitches in their noses and numerous broken teeth. May we commence? Chen Xuan asked, maintaining his composure. I still have dinner to attend. What is your haste? I assure you, soon you will be incapable of even eating, He Chao retorted with a series of cold laughs. Let me make this clear. Since you have agreed to duel, remember that fists and feet are unforgiving. Do not hold me accountable for any severity in my strikes. This is a matter that Teacher Gao can attest to. Seeing himself drawn into the fray, Teacher Gao had no choice but to concur, stating, Indeed. This is a private duel, and it cannot be merely a display of restraint. Should you lose, you must accept responsibility for your lack of skill. Do not blame your opponent for their force. He was aware of He Chao's intentions, recalling the previous incident where He Chao had grievously injured an adversary, causing a stir throughout Tianhai University. Fortunately, He Chao's wealth had ultimately smoothed over the situation. This time, He Chao is determined to inflict a more severe defeat upon Chen Xuan. Therefore, he has preemptively warned him to refrain from causing any further disturbances. Upon hearing He Chao's words, Chen Xuan merely smiled, saying, What if I strike too hard and incapacitate you? Impossible, He Chao retorted with unwavering conviction. He acknowledged that his previous defeat was due to his own carelessness and was resolute that this time, victory would undoubtedly be his. Initially, some classmates felt sympathy for Chen Xuan, considering that He Chao, a fourth-degree black belt, was both tall and formidable, towering over Chen Xuan by a head. To their astonishment, Chen Xuan audaciously boasted, displaying an alarming lack of awareness, claiming he could incapacitate the president of the Karate Association. This blatant disrespect towards all the karate students present extinguished any sympathy they may have felt for him. They were now eager to witness the extent of his impending humiliation. The crowd erupted with fervent support for He Chao, exclaiming, How dare he look down on our He? He must teach this arrogant brat a lesson. Indeed, to belittle Senior He is to insult all of us in karate. Go, Senior He, show him the true power of karate. Hearing the enthusiastic cheers from the sidelines, He Chao smirked and continued, Chen Xuan, if you lose today, you shall not meet Qin Feishuer again. You will keep your distance from her. His words revealed the underlying animosity. It was evident that He Chao's fury stemmed from Chen Xuan's association with Qin Feishuer. It was well known that He Chao had pursued Qin Feishuer for a year without success, as she had shown little interest in him, even engaging with other boys. Given He Chao's notoriously domineering nature, it was clear he would not let Chen Xuan off the hook easily. Observing He Chao's confidence, Chen Xuan retorted coolly, If I win, you must never show your face to me again. Your presence is bothersome. You're asking for it. He Chao could no longer contain his rage and charged at Chen Xuan. As he approached, He Chao unleashed his most esteemed combination of strikes, a series of punches, knife hand strikes, front kicks followed by side kicks, each executed with ferocity and utilizing the full extent of his strength. Anyone caught in his onslaught would likely suffer numerous broken bones. However, to Chen Xuan, He Chao's movements appeared sluggish and weak, lacking the finesse of even Lei Bin. With a slight smile, Chen Xuan effortlessly evaded He Chao's relentless assault, allowing him to chase in vain without even brushing against his garment. Wow, Senior He's movements are so cool, exclaimed a group of enamored girls on the sidelines, oblivious to the unfolding reality, merely captivated by He Chao's flashy maneuvers. Teacher Gao, observing He Chao's vigorous onslaught, seized the moment to commend him, saying, Look at Senior He's movements, graceful, solid, and unyielding. His timing with punches and kicks is impeccable, and he perfectly harnesses core strength. Everyone should pay close attention and learn well. His words prompted nods of agreement from the students, and Teacher Gao could not help but wear a proud expression, convinced that his praise was well-deserved. After all, He Chao indeed possesses the formidable prowess of a fourth-degree black belt, a level that would surely establish him as a master within any karate dojo in Tianhai City. In stark contrast, Chen Xuan appeared to be utterly untrained in martial arts. How could he possibly withstand He Chao's swift and powerful onslaught? However, Teacher Gao quickly widened his eyes in disbelief as he observed that, after a series of relentless attacks from He Chao, Chen Xuan emerged unscathed, deftly evading every strike. The onlooking students, all at least novices in karate, recognized the extraordinary feat. The difficulty of dodging Yi Chao's barrage was not lost on them. Yet, Chen Xuan had effortlessly sidestepped the entire sequence, rendering Teacher Gao's previous assertions utterly laughable. Come now, are you truly afraid to engage with me? Yi Chao scoffed. With a half-smile, Chen Xuan replied, I merely wish to afford you a greater opportunity to showcase your skills. If you were to be brought to your knees by a single strike as before, it would be rather dull, wouldn't it? You're talking nonsense. Yi Chao retorted, his eyes blazing with fury at the humiliation implied in Chen Xuan's words. Our president could never be felled by a mere blow from you. Stop boasting. Exactly. He is too cowardly to even face our president's attack. Huh. All this evasion just proves you're scared of being brought down by our president. At this point, the karate students present were becoming increasingly agitated, failing to consider the impressive skill required to so effortlessly evade Yi Chao's signature moves. What's the matter? Are you not going to continue? Chen Xuan inquired with a playful smile. Yi Chao glared at Chen Xuan, saying, You think you can rely on your speed to escape? I have no interest in playing hide and seek with you. Very well, this time I shall not evade. I will stand right here. And if I take a single step back, I concede defeat. Chen Xuan placed his hands behind his back, exuding an air of confidence. His declaration and posture ignited Yi Chao's fury to unprecedented heights. Never before had anyone dared to look down upon him so brazenly, time and again. Excellent. If you seek your own demise, I shall oblige. Yi Chao roared, launching himself into the air. With a swift motion, he lifted his right leg high, summoning a fierce gust of wind, his intent ominous. Reaching an astonishing height, Yi Chao's right leg descended like a mountain crashing down upon Chen Xuan's head. The force of this kick was utterly ferocious. Teacher Gao watched in horror, his pupils constricting. He had never witnessed Yi Chao execute such a complex karate maneuver. Could this be the hidden trump card he had kept concealed? As everyone observed Yi Chao's impending strike, they could not help but cheer. While the unfortunate youth seemed destined for disaster, this blow could easily prove fatal. Yet, Chen Xuan remained utterly still, resolute in his earlier claim of not retreating even a single step, seemingly intent on facing the full force head-on. Some timid girls had already closed their eyes, unable to bear the sight, convinced that Chen Xuan's head would undoubtedly be split open by the impending blow. At the critical moment, Chen Xuan smiled faintly and suddenly swayed to the side. Yi Chao's fierce kick, delivered from a superior position, landed heavily on Chen Xuan's shoulder. Witnessing this, everyone believed that Chen Xuan could not withstand such a blow and would undoubtedly be forced to his knees. Yi Chao thought the same. However, when his foot firmly struck Chen Xuan's shoulder, the latter remained completely still, as if a feather had rested upon him. How could this be? Everyone gasped in astonishment, dumbfounded by the scene before them. Yi Chao's face turned pale with fury. He pressed down with his right leg, yet Chen Xuan remained unyielding. Damn it. I refuse to believe I can't move you. Yi Chao's mind was clouded with rage, completely disregarding why Chen Xuan was unaffected by his full-force kick. He retracted his right leg, inhaled sharply, his chest puffing out, and then unleashed the entirety of his physical strength and martial arts prowess. Within mere seconds, Yi Chao delivered a barrage of over a dozen powerful punches and 5 or 6 swift kicks, with Chen Xuan standing resolute and unflinching. Every one of Yi Chao's attacks came straight at him, with tremendous force and remarkable impact. The sounds of strikes echoed as Yi Chao's fists and feet crashed against Chen Xuan's body. Yet, remarkably, Chen Xuan remained immobile, effortlessly neutralizing all assaults with a mere flick of his hand. In fact, there were several strikes that Chen Xuan could not even be bothered to deflect, taking them directly. A typical person would have collapsed under Yi Chao's explosive power, but Chen Xuan emerged completely unscathed. Such astonishing resilience left everyone present utterly speechless. Is this person's body forged from steel? After his explosive flurry, Yi Chao surpassed his physical limits and had to pause, gasping for breath. His heart roiled with disbelief as he gazed at Chen Xuan. Sigh, given the opportunity, you are truly lacking, Chen Xuan remarked, shaking his head with a light sigh. Your leg technique is lacking. Your punches are scattered. What are you even learning martial arts for? Yi Chao felt a surge of anger and embarrassment at being scolded like this, his face flushed with indignation, yet unable to land a blow on Chen Xuan. What could he possibly retort? He bent down, seemingly about to concede, but a flicker of malice flashed in his eyes. Suddenly, Yi Chao moved his right foot and executed a despicable kick, one frowned upon by martial artists. Witnessing such a treacherous move, Chen Xuan snorted coldly, raised his right hand, and swiftly struck down towards Yi Chao's shoulder. This knife-hand strike was simple yet powerful, swift as lightning, precisely hitting Yi Chao's shoulder acupoint. Crack! He Qiao felt as if the bones in one side of his shoulder had shattered into countless pieces, his body succumbing to an overwhelming force that drove him down to his knees. With a loud thud, He Qiao knelt before Chen Xuan, his knees emitting faint cracking sounds, as more bones were likely broken. He Qiao let out a heart-wrenching scream, his face contorted in agony. The excruciating pain from the broken bones intertwined with the intense agony inflicted by Chen Xuan's strike, rendering He Qiao momentarily despondent. Witnessing this scene, the audience fell into a profound silence, all rendered speechless. No one anticipated that Chen Xuan could bring He Qiao to his knees in a single blow. His earlier claims were not mere bravado. In that instant, He Qiao's reputation as a karate master crumbled in the minds of the onlookers, for his defeat was utterly devastating. Teacher Gao, taken aback for a moment, regained his composure and reproached Chen Xuan angrily. How could you strike so ruthlessly, daring to inflict serious injury upon young master He? Observing He Qiao pressing his forehead against the floor, grimacing in pain, Teacher Gao realized the gravity of his injuries. After all, He Qiao had been harmed in his class. And when the school authorities pursued the matter with the He family, Teacher Gao would undoubtedly bear responsibility. Did you not just say that in a private duel there are no rules? Chen Xuan retorted. Teacher Gao fell silent. They had indeed agreed not to blame one another for excessive force. But who could have imagined that He Qiao would lose? Gritting his teeth, Teacher Gao scolded. Young master, he is a scion of a wealthy family. His physique is precious. How could you, a background-less student of humble means, possibly compare? Are you suggesting that he may strike with impunity while I must hold back? Chen Xuan replied with a cold smile. Indeed, your lack of restraint renders any skill you possess moot. Teacher Gao spat vehemently. I will inform the principal and young master He's parents at once. You are finished. Chen Xuan remained unperturbed by Teacher Gao's threats. He had merely acted in self-defense against He Qiao's vicious assault, which had nearly intended to cause him great harm. With so many students as witnesses, even if the school and the He family sought to trouble him, Chen Xuan felt no trepidation. If need be, even if the entire world sided with He Qiao, Chen Xuan would simply be expelled. After all, his remarkable medical skills rendered a diploma unnecessary. 2 students from the Karate Association hurried to assist He Qiao, who glared at Chen Xuan with palpable resentment, gritting his teeth as he declared, Chen Xuan, if you have the courage, do not leave. I will summon Lord Lei to deal with you. Who is this Lord Lei? I have no interest in playing games with you, Chen Xuan replied. His thoughts focused solely on satisfying his hunger, for he was truly famished. No interest? I see you are merely afraid, He Qiao cried, enduring the pain. Lord Lei's skills far surpass mine. You may have bested me, but you stand no chance against him. Fearing that Chen Xuan might depart, He Qiao swiftly took out his phone and dialed the number saved under Lord Lei, only to be met with a voice prompt indicating that the line was busy. Simultaneously, Chen Xuan's phone rang. Upon checking, he saw an unfamiliar number. After a moment's hesitation, he pressed the answer button. Hello, Brother Chen. Our leader has set a trap for that enemy. Where are you now? I will come to fetch you, came the respectful voice of Lei Bin from the other end of the line. It dawned on Chen Xuan that he had given his number to Lei Bin but had not inquired about Lei Bin's number, hence the unfamiliar caller ID. In the karate dojo of Tianhai University, Chen Xuan spoke, come over. After hanging up the phone, He Qiao, hearing that Chen Xuan seemed to have allies on the way, scoffed. Oh, so you've called for help? Very well. I shall see whose companions are more formidable. With that, he dialed Lei Yi's number again, this time successfully connecting. Hello, is it convenient for you to talk, Lei Yi? He Qiao inquired cautiously, displaying a semblance of respect towards this formidable figure. On the other end, a voice laced with impatience responded, not particularly. What's the matter, He Qiao? Lei Yi, I was injured in the school dojo. That fellow possesses some skill, and I hope you can assist me in seeking vengeance. He Qiao glared at Chen Xuan with palpable animosity. You're also at the dojo? The voice on the line sounded somewhat surprised. Very well, wait for me there. I will be there shortly. Upon hearing Lei Yi acquiesce to his request, He Qiao's spirits soared, and the pain seemed to diminish by a fraction. He looked at Chen Xuan with a smug expression and declared, Chen Xuan, you are as good as dead. Lei Yi is a powerful figure. Once he intervenes, you shall never see the light of day again. He Qiao was aware of Lei Yi's ruthless reputation. Once he agreed to take action, he would do so without mercy, thereby eliminating any future threats. This was precisely why Lei Yi had attained such a status among the underworld elite. Upon hearing Lei Yi's name, Teacher Gao and the students present all turned pale, astonished that He Qiao had connections with such a notable underworld figure, realizing the depths of his background. After concluding the call, He Chao requested the medical staff at the dojo to administer basic treatment. Meanwhile, Chen Xuan remained nonchalantly at his post, awaiting Lei Bin's arrival. A few minutes later, the president of Tianhai University and He Chao's parents were the first to arrive. He mother, a stout middle-aged woman, upon seeing her son with bandages on his shoulder and knee, was both shocked and furious, demanding, "Son, who did this to you?" Clad in a suit, he father, with thinning hair, glared at his son's condition, angrily exclaiming, "Which scoundrel dares to lay a hand on our son?" The He family was affluent, and their members had developed a haughty demeanor that could not tolerate any slight against them. He Chao's injuries were tantamount to a deep-seated vendetta against their family. It was him, Chen Xuan. He Chao pointed accusingly at Chen Xuan, his voice dripping with resentment. Seeing the young man responsible for her son's grievous injuries standing there unfazed ignited a furious fire within He mother, who charged forward, exclaiming, "Dare to harm my son? I shall make you pay." However, before she could take more than a few steps, He father restrained her. Though he too harbored a desire to confront Chen Xuan, he had not succumbed to blind rage. His son was a 4th-degree black belt in karate. If Chen Xuan could inflict such harm, what could they accomplish together? "Young man, do not presume you are invincible. The He family will not be bested by you." He Fa wore a stern expression as he addressed Chen Xuan, stating, "Let me make it clear, in today's society, wealth and connections hold the ultimate power. With just a few phone calls, I can ensure you spend a lifetime behind bars. I must clarify that it was not my intention to injure your son. He challenged me to a duel and struck me first. I merely acted in self-defense." Chen Xuan, maintaining his composure, replied calmly, unperturbed by He Fa's threats. The notion of being imprisoned was utterly unfathomable to him. He Mu, enraged, retorted, "My son has been beaten to this extent, and you call that self-defense? Furthermore, if my son wishes to strike you, let him do so. We are not financially incapacitated, and frankly, what is the worth of a life like yours? A mere pauper?" Upon hearing He Mu's brazen and unreasonable remarks, Chen Xuan could not help but let out a cold laugh, dismissing the idea of engaging in a rational discourse. The arrogance of such nouveau riche was starkly different from that of Chen Feishue's family, whom he had met before. While they embodied a certain pride associated with affluence, they were at least reasonable. In contrast, He Chao's parents were uncouth and entirely devoid of decorum. Observing Chen Xuan's demeanor, He Mu let out a shriek. Turning to complain to the principal of Tianhai University, who had accompanied them, "Principal Zhang, look at your institution. How can it harbor such a delinquent student who has inflicted such harm upon my son?" Principal Zhang, a tall and slender man in his 50s, adorned with black-framed glasses, approached Chen Xuan with a grim expression and admonished, "You are Chen Xuan, correct? Which department are you from to dare inflict harm within the school premises? I am not only going to expel you, but will also pursue legal action to provide an explanation to the He family." "Principal, I reiterate that I did not act with malice. It was He Chao who challenged me to a duel and struck me repeatedly, forcing me to retaliate. All the students present can testify to my account," Chen Xuan replied, unhurriedly. Despite being aware of He Chao's unruly nature and his history of injuring numerous students, Principal Zhang, cognizant of the He family's wealth and influence, knew precisely where his loyalties lay. He turned to the assembled students with a stern countenance and inquired, "Is there anyone willing to step forward and testify on Chen Xuan's behalf?" Faced with the principal's intimidating gaze, no student dared to take a step forward to support Chen Xuan. None wished to jeopardize their standing at Tianhai University. "Principal, I can testify," a sycophantic teacher, Gao, stepped forward, asserting, "We were in a karate class, and it was Chen Xuan who initiated the confrontation with young Master He and left him severely injured." His blatant distortion of the truth was delivered with an unwavering facade, which made Chen Xuan's stomach churn with disgust. "Chen Xuan, do you have anything else to say?" Principal Zhang pressed. "I have nothing further to add. Justice will ultimately prevail," Chen Xuan replied coolly. Seeing his stubbornness, He Fa snorted coldly and addressed Principal Zhang, "Principal, please notify the police to apprehend him. I happen to know several acquaintances in the department who would be more than willing to entertain this young man." With that, He Fa produced his phone, preparing to dial a few numbers. "Dad, there is no need for such trouble," He Chao suddenly interjected, halting his father's call. Both Mr. He and Mrs. He gazed at their son with expressions of bewilderment. He Chao, brimming with pride, declared, "I have invited Lord Lei here to deal with this brat. He is undoubtedly 100 times more formidable than Dada's friends." "What? Lord Lei?" Both Mr. and Mrs. He exhibited astonishment. Their family owned a restaurant, and the territory was under Lord Lei's dominion. The He family had frequently shown their respect to him. Otherwise, their establishment would have been destroyed within days. Thanks to Lord Lei's protection, their restaurant thrived, leading the He family to diligently curry favor with him. He Chao had also come to know Lord Lei through this connection. Upon learning that their son could summon Lord Lei, Mr. and Mrs. He felt a surge of surprise and pride. It seemed Lord Lei held their son in high regard. "Son, since Lord Lei is willing to assist us, that is splendid," Mr. He remarked, putting away his phone and saving on a few favors. "Mrs." He gave her son a thumbs up and then, turning fiercely towards Chen Xuan, exclaimed, "Kid, no one can save you now. If you kneel and apologize to my son, perhaps we can persuade Lord Lei to spare your life." She spoke animatedly, her words punctuated with fervor, as if she were a powerful figure capable of dictating life and death. "By the way, didn't you say you were bringing help? Where are they? Surely they haven't lost their nerve?" He Chao mocked, having completely forgotten the humiliation of being brought to his knees by Chen Xuan and the pain in his body. Indeed, no matter how skilled Chen Xuan was, or how many allies he summoned, none could compare to the might of Lord Lei, whom He Chao had summoned. "Why the rush? ISNT your Lord Lei still absent?" Chen Xuan responded to He Chao's taunt with a calm smile, his eyes half closed as he began to gather his thoughts. He Chao scoffed, "Even at death's door, you're still putting on airs. Just wait until you wet your pants from fright." Principal Zhang secretly shook his head, puzzled by Chen Xuan's resilience. He could have simply admitted his fault and avoided incarceration, but now, with the He family having summoned a formidable figure, it seemed even the deities could not save him. Though the principal wielded considerable influence, it paled in comparison to that of Lord Lei, leading him to decide to turn a blind eye. After all, this life was not his to claim. Everyone awaited Lord Lei's arrival. Although classes had ended, the students lingered, their faces alight with excitement as they whispered to one another, eager to behold the true visage of the legendary Lord Lei. Young martial arts enthusiasts were often captivated by tales of figures from the underworld. Approximately 5 minutes later, a figure appeared at the entrance of the dojo, clad in a striking purple suit and adorned with a gold chain thick as a thumb. After surveying the dojo with a respectful demeanor, he approached Chen Xuan. Before reaching Chen Xuan, the man in the purple suit was encircled by the He family. "Lord Lei, you have arrived." Father He and Mother He wore obsequious smiles that could send shivers down one's spine. He Chao adopted a pained expression and implored the man in the purple suit. "Master Lei, look at me. I have been beaten to a pulp. Please, I beseech you to help me avenge this wrong." The man in the purple suit dismissively replied, "We shall discuss your matters later. Do not obstruct my path." He did not even glance at He Chao, pushing him aside with an air of impatience. This left the He family utterly astonished. Wasn't Master Lei supposed to assist in avenging their son? Why did he seem to disregard them completely upon their first encounter? This man in the purple suit was, in fact, Lei Bin, who had come seeking Chen Xuan. As he approached, he noticed Chen Xuan encircled by a throng of individuals in the center of the dojo, which piqued his curiosity. Upon circumventing the He family and catching sight of Chen Xuan's ambiguous smile, Lei Bin suddenly had an epiphany. He turned back to He Chao and inquired, "Who struck you?" He Chao, believing that Master Lei was about to assist him in seeking revenge, felt a surge of joy as he pointed at Chen Xuan, exclaiming, "It was him. That fool named Chen Xuan. You are the fool." Lei Bin retorted angrily, raising his hand and delivering a sharp slap to He Chao's face. He then swiftly approached Chen Xuan, speaking with utmost respect. "Brother Chen, I sincerely apologize for my tardiness. I did not anticipate you encountering such troubles." This series of actions left everyone present in a state of shock, their eyes nearly bulging from their sockets. What was happening here? Wasn't Master Lei summoned by He Chao to deal with Chen Xuan? Why, upon his arrival, did he slap He Chao and then treat Chen Xuan with such deference? It appeared that Chen Xuan resembled the true authority in this scenario, perhaps even a figure of greater stature than Master Lei himself. Who could have predicted such a turn of events? He Chao stood frozen, clutching his swollen, reddened cheek, while Father He and Mother He were rendered speechless by their astonishment. Chen Xuan regarded the respectful Lei Bin with a slight smile. "It is merely a minor inconvenience, though somewhat time-consuming. Brother Chen, I shall handle this immediately." Lei Bin responded hastily. His foremost concern was to persuade Chen Xuan to assist their leader, Long Fei. It was evident from Chen Xuan's demeanor that He Chao and his family had posed an obstruction, a matter Lei Bin could not tolerate. With a darkened expression, Lei Bin turned toward He Chao and admonished him sternly. "He Chao, how dare you lay a hand on Brother Chen? Do you possess the audacity of a bear and the gall of a leopard?" He understood He Chao's inherent arrogance and penchant for bullying other students, thus concluding that He Chao had provoked Chen Xuan first, resulting in his injury, and had then foolishly summoned him for assistance. However, this time, He Chao had mistakenly sought the wrong ally. Having received a harsh slap from Lei Bin and witnessing his respectful demeanor towards Chen Xuan, He Chao was nearly paralyzed with fear. After a moment of stunned silence, he stammered, Master Lei, this Chen Xuan, he is just a common, impoverished student. Why do you treat him with such respect? Moreover, were you not summoned to aid me? Assist you? Lei Bin shot He Chao a cold glance. Brother Chen is a distinguished guest of our leader, Long. What significance do you hold, He Chao, that I would risk offending Brother Chen on your behalf? Are you saying he is a distinguished guest of Dragon Boss? He Chao felt a bitter taste in his mouth, and his heart sank. He had previously inquired about Chen Xuan's background, discovering only that he was a poor student hailing from a remote town, devoid of any influence. How could he suddenly become a favored guest of Dragon Boss? Furthermore, Lei Bin held a significant position under Long Fei. Having recently achieved great merit and ascended to the role of second-in-command, enjoying a peak in his career, yet he treated Chen Xuan with utmost respect. What status did Chen Xuan possess? A cold sweat broke out over He Chao's body, and he trembled incessantly, too afraid to ponder further. Our Dragon Boss is preparing to host a banquet, and I have come to invite Brother Chen to attend. Lei Bin fixed his gaze on He Chao, a chilling smile gracing his lips. Do you truly believe I am so idle as to run here just to be your errand boy? He Chao was rendered speechless at the mention of Long Fei, his face paling to an ashen hue. Long Fei was a formidable force in Tianhai City. It was said that when he stomped his foot, half of the city trembled. He Chao's parents were already ghostly pale, unable to comprehend that Chen Xuan was connected to such a high-caliber individual. If they could not contend with Lei Bin, how could they possibly withstand the terrifying presence of Long Fei? Principal Zhang's expression shifted dramatically, his heart filled with shock as he was compelled to re-evaluate Chen Xuan. Was this young man truly just an ordinary student from his school? The onlooking students struggled to process the implications of Lei Bin's words. The legendary magnate Long Fei was hosting a banquet in honor of Chen Xuan, and the one who had come to escort him was also a prominent figure under Long Fei's command. Chen Xuan's identity and background instantly transformed in the eyes of all, becoming exceedingly powerful and enigmatic. Noticing He Chao's lips trembling and his inability to speak, Lei Bin snorted coldly and turned to Chen Xuan, cautiously inquiring, Brother Chen, how should we deal with this young man? Understanding Lei Bin's eagerness for his assistance, Chen Xuan contemplated briefly before responding. Just ensure this young man does not bother me again. After all, He Chao had already been adequately punished for his actions, and there was no need to escalate matters further. Lei Bin respectfully nodded and then addressed He Chao's family in a stern tone. Quickly apologize to Brother Chen and get as far away from here as possible. The He family trembled at his words, cautiously approaching Chen Xuan. Their faces filled with trepidation as they exclaimed, Master Chen, we are truly sorry. We had no idea you were a distinguished guest of Dragon Boss. Offending you is unforgivable. We hope you can overlook our transgressions. I will certainly educate He Chao properly upon our return. He Chao's father pleaded, his tone submissive, fearful that Chen Xuan might unleash Lei Bin's wrath upon them, rendering their hotel business untenable. From now on, ensure your son refrains from senseless violence. Tianhai City is vast, and there are many whom you cannot afford to offend, Chen Xuan concluded, waving his hand dismissively. The He family's faces burned with humiliation, as if scorched by fire, stinging with the realization that they had just boasted about their own significance while Chen Xuan had delivered them a resounding slap of reality. Upon witnessing Chen Xuan's decisive gesture, the three individuals could no longer maintain their composure in the presence of such authority. They quickly bowed and uttered a few apologies before hastily retreating from the karate dojo. Chen Xuan, preparing to leave with Lei Bin, suddenly recalled an important matter and directed his gaze toward Principal Zhang. Sensing Chen Xuan's scrutiny, Principal Zhang's expression shifted, and he awkwardly remarked, I had no idea that young Master Chen is a friend of Mr. Lei. What I previously stated holds no weight, and I sincerely hope you do not take it to heart. At that moment, even if Principal Zhang had 1,000 times more courage, he would never dare to expel Chen Xuan from the university. It is crucial to understand that Tianhai University lies within the domain of Long Fei, and it falls under Lei Bin's jurisdiction. If Lei Bin instructed his subordinates to overlook the delinquents within their territory, the school would undoubtedly face an onslaught of bullying, robbery, and violent incidents. Satisfied with Principal Zhang's response, Chen Xuan nodded and exited the dojo alongside Lei Bin, leaving the principal to privately exhale in relief. Principal, who exactly is Chen Xuan? Why do I sense such trepidation from you in his presence? Teacher Gao, who had been silent out of fear, finally dared to inquire once Chen Xuan had departed. In his mind, Principal Zhang, as a figure of such high stature, was already impressive. having connections with numerous influential figures in the city. Yet even he seemed cautious around Chen Xuan. Principal Zhong cast an irritable glare at Teacher Gao and replied, "You nearly led me to disaster. Chen Xuan is clearly someone of the same caliber as Long Fei. Do you not realize that our modest Tianhai University cannot compare to the vast influence of Long Fei, who dominates a significant portion of Tianhai City?" Teacher Gao, taken aback by the reprimand, found himself at a loss. Lacking any comprehension of the legendary figure that Long Fei represented, he was acutely aware of Chen Xuan's formidable capabilities. "Xiao Gao, you have offended Chen Xuan. I suggest you resign before matters escalate." Principal Zheng's subsequent words left Teacher Gao pale with dread. Angering someone of Chen Xuan's stature was a risk Principal Zheng could not afford to take. It would be prudent to dismiss Teacher Gao to avoid incurring further wrath. Suddenly faced with the prospect of unemployment, Teacher Gao was struck dumb, regretting his earlier attempt to distort the truth and cursing himself for his indiscreet comments. Chen Xuan entered He Chao's sleek black sedan, and He Chao drove him toward the western outskirts of Tianhai City. Approximately half an hour later, they arrived at the foot of the lush, mist-covered Qingyun Mountain. "Qingyun Mountain?" Chen Xuan inquired, a hint of surprise in his voice. He recognized the landmark immediately, having previously visited its developed tourist area, which boasted stunning scenery. "Indeed," Lei Bin affirmed, "our leader has arranged a banquet at the Bayou Pavilion on Qingyun Mountain." Upon hearing this, Chen Xuan's gaze shifted with intrigue. Bayou Pavilion was renowned throughout Tianhai City. As the saying goes, the bright moon rises over Tianhai. And the Bayou Pavilion stands on Qingyun Mountain. At the summit of Bayou Pavilion, a massive white jade disc stood majestically, pristine and flawless. The most remarkable aspect of this white jade plate is that, upon nightfall, it emits a soft and radiant white light, reminiscent of the resplendent moon in the sky. Regardless of the location within Tianhai City, one can faintly perceive the glowing white jade plate, which inspired the aforementioned verse. Consequently, the White Jade Tower has become an iconic structure of Tianhai City. Typically, the White Jade Tower is not open to the public. Only individuals of immense power and influence possess the means to host banquets there. It is clear that Long Fei is among those privileged few. The Guyun Mountain tourist area does not offer an entrance leading to the White Jade Tower. To reach it, one must traverse a cluster of the city's most luxurious private villas. Thus, He Chao navigated his vehicle along a winding path at the mountain's base, opting not to enter through the tourist area, but through a private road. Along the way, Lei Bin's vehicle encountered several checkpoints, yet upon announcing Long Fei's name, the security personnel respectfully lifted the barriers, allowing them passage. Before long, the vehicle halted in a vast square. As they approached the side of the square that overlooked the cliff, Chen Xuan finally beheld the renowned White Jade Tower. This majestic edifice, constructed in an ancient style, rises magnificently amidst the clouds and mist of the mountain, akin to a celestial sanctuary. One can only wonder how many billions were invested to create such a breathtaking spectacle. Lei Bin guided Chen Xuan into the White Jade Tower, ascending through a spiral stone-carved staircase. To preserve the aesthetic integrity of the structure, no elevators were installed, fortunately. Neither of them were ordinary individuals, and they ascended several flights without breaking a sweat. Eventually, Chen Xuan stepped onto an expansive terrace, where from such a height, he could survey the ever-shifting cloud sea of Guyun Mountain and the myriad lights of Tianhai City below. Hosting a banquet on this lofty terrace is a symbol of the elite status of Tianhai City's most powerful figures. With brisk strides, Lei Bin approached a large round table at the center of the terrace, bowing slightly to a middle-aged man seated in the prominent position, and respectfully stated, "Boss, I have brought Brother Chen Xuan, as previously mentioned." "Oh, please invite him to take a seat," the man replied in a nonchalant manner. Chen Xuan recognized that the middle-aged man conversing with Lei Bin was none other than the legendary Long Fei. He appeared to be in his late 30s. With thick brows and large eyes, a prominent nose, and a wide mouth. A scar ran vertically down his left cheek, lending him a somewhat striking appearance. Although seated, his imposing physique was evident, and his eyes sparkled with a keen intelligence that exuded authority. In addition to Long Fei, 5 or 6 other distinguished individuals occupied the table, likely either friends of Long Fei or skilled allies he had summoned for support. Behind Long Fei stood a slender woman, whose ordinary features were overshadowed by an aura of chilling intensity that evoked unease. Given the grandeur of this assembly, Chen Xuan mused internally that perhaps his intervention would not be necessary. He approached the table, and Lei Bin promptly introduced him, saying, "This is our boss, Long Fei. Greetings." "I am Chen Xuan," he replied. Chen Xuan spoke with an air of neither servility nor arrogance, signifying his acknowledgement of Long Fei. He was not one of Long Fei's subordinates and felt no trepidation toward the imposing presence of such a powerful figure. Thus, he saw no need to offer respect or bow in deference. However, Chen Xuan's demeanor prompted Long Fei to furrow his brow in mild discontent. He had not anticipated that the martial arts master mentioned by Lei Bin would be so youthful and brimming with pride. Casting a disapproving glance at Lei Bin, Long Fei silently questioned his judgment in inviting such an inexperienced individual. Lei Bin, perceiving the look from his superior, could only manage an awkward smile. Knowing that Chen Xuan appeared exceedingly young and gave no indication of having trained in martial arts, leaving him at a loss for explanation. I have heard that with a single move, you bested my most capable subordinate, Lei Bin. Might I inquire, young brother Chen Xuan? To whom do you owe your martial arts tutelage? Long Fei inquired, turning his gaze toward Chen Xuan. Being a martial arts practitioner himself, he was well acquainted with the prominent figures in the martial arts community of Tianhai City. If Chen Xuan truly had defeated Lei Bin with a single strike, then his master must be someone of considerable renown. Sensing a hint of skepticism in Long Fei's tone, Chen Xuan shook his head and replied, I have not taken any master. Long Fei was taken aback, not expecting such an answer. It was a common belief that every martial arts expert had a prestigious mentor. Particularly in an era where the martial arts community was in decline, it seemed implausible for an ordinary person to cultivate exceptional skills without guidance. Long Fei, why have you brought such an unreliable lad here? He does not even acknowledge his own lineage, perhaps out of fear of embarrassment, remarked a man in his 50s. Clad in a black training outfit, his presence was imposing, with pronounced temples, and he spoke with a commanding voice that exuded the aura of a martial arts master. And who might you be? Chen Xuan inquired calmly, turning to the speaker. Humph, you lack the qualifications to know the name of my master, retorted a youthful man, under 30, who abruptly stood up, his demeanor brimming with arrogance. Chen Xuan regarded this young man with a slight frown, puzzled by the hostility directed toward him. Sensing the tension escalating, Long Fei cleared his throat, stating, Everyone here has come to support and lend their strength today. Let us not allow discord to mar our gathering. Master Wu Ding and brother Yu Tian, if what Lei Bin says is true and this young friend Chen Xuan has indeed bested him in a single blow, then he must possess genuine talent. Please, let us sit and converse. With only one seat remaining at the round table, Chen Xuan took a seat without reservation. The table was surrounded by 7 individuals, including Chen Xuan, Long Fei, Master Wu Ding, and disciple Yu Tian, along with 2 robust men in black suits and an elder in a brown long robe who sat with his eyes closed. Long Fei proceeded to introduce each person. Both Master Wu Ding and disciple Yu Tian were experts from the foremost martial arts school in Tianhai City, the Dingsheng Martial Arts School, primarily practicing the 8 extremities fist. Due to Master Wu Ding's prolonged retreat for training, the leadership of the school was entrusted to his disciple, Yu Tian. This time, Long Fei spared no expense to invite Wu Ding out of seclusion. Having sensed that Wu Ding's prowess subtly surpassed that of all the martial arts masters he knew in Tianhai City, it can be said that the greatest support for him this time is Master Wu Ding. The 2 men clad in black suits are Long Fei's friends from the underworld. Both are master marksmen, exceptionally skilled with various firearms, and their ability to coordinate poses an even greater threat than many martial arts experts. After all, in modern society, no matter how formidable one's skills may be, they cannot compete with firearms. Lastly, there is the elderly gentleman dressed in vintage attire. According to Long Fei, this elder is a renowned feng shui master in Tianhai City, known as Elder Go, who has provided Long Fei with feng shui consultations multiple times, ensuring that his territory has thrived over the years. The reason for inviting Elder Go this time is his profound expertise in Qi Min Duanjia and the 5 elements, which may yield extraordinary results against the elusive movements of Long Fei's enemies. After the introductions, Long Fei's gaze returned to Chen Xuan, and he casually inquired, Though you are reluctant to disclose your lineage, with your abilities, you must possess a level approaching the pinnacle of Ming Jin. Am I correct? What is the pinnacle of Ming Jin? Chen Xuan was utterly perplexed. Long Fei was slightly taken aback. He had intended to probe Chen Xuan's background, only to discover that he was unaware of even the terminology of martial arts realms. Defeating Lei Bin with a single move is something any martial artist who has grasped the basics of Ming Jin could achieve. How could this young man possibly have reached the pinnacle of Ming Jin? Boss Long, you are overestimating him, Wu Ding remarked, shaking his head with disdain. Having immersed himself in martial arts for many years, his discernment had sharpened alongside his own skills. He could easily identify who trained well and who did not. For instance, Lei Bin was clearly someone who had not even reached the threshold of Mingjin, while Chen Xuan, with his delicate skin and unremarkable physique, bore no resemblance to someone who had practiced martial arts. The mere fact that he could cultivate to the level of Mingjin was astonishing. Wu Ding believed that the two were likely exaggerating their cooperation, after all, having been defeated by Chen Xuan. Lei Bin would certainly elevate his opponent's status to justify his own loss. Upon hearing Master Wu's remarks, Long Fei realized that Chen Xian's level could barely be classified as the basics of Mingjin, which was even less than his own. He felt a twinge of disappointment. He had once been a master at the pinnacle of Mingjin, just a step away from the next great realm, but due to the demands of life over the years, he had neglected his training and fallen to the level of an ordinary Mingjin practitioner. Yet, given Chen Xian's youth, even if he were at the Mingjin level, it was certain that he had only recently begun his journey. When the time came to engage, among the 7 present, aside from Elder Go, Chen Xian would undoubtedly be the weakest. Wu Ding's disciple, Yu Tian, was roughly on par with Long Fei, both having attained great mastery of Mingjin, but Yu Tian, having diligently practiced for years and being about a decade younger than Long Fei, was at the peak age for martial artists and held a slight edge in practical combat experience. Long Fei had deliberately arranged the banquet on this open rooftop, believing that with Yu Tian and himself assisting Wu Ding, along with the 2 marksmen on standby, even if his adversary was well-versed in Eastern evasion techniques, escape would be impossible. With the presence of the woman behind him as a trump card, Long Fei felt that Chen Xian had become an expendable presence. It seems that Lei Bin has exaggerated this time. Once the matter is settled, let's simply offer some money to send this young man on his way, thought Long Fei, maintaining an impassive expression. Chen Xian, intrigued by the terms Mingjin entry and pinnacle, turned to Master Wu and inquired, Master Wu, you mentioned that my level is merely at the threshold of Mingjin. Could you enlighten me on how the realms of martial arts are specifically classified? What realm do you currently occupy? He approached the question with humility, sincerely seeking guidance, for he recognized that Chinese martial arts are vast and profound, populated by exceptional talents. Chen Xian would never presume that possessing divine energy and cultivation techniques would inherently place him above the esteemed masters of martial arts. Wu Ding tilted his head upwards to gaze at the clouds, dismissing Chen Xian's inquiry entirely. A brash young lad, barely stepping into the realm of Mingjin, speaking with such audacity and lacking respect for his seniors. Were it not for the imminent threat at hand, Wu Ding would have sent his disciple to teach this young man a lesson, unaware of the unspoken customs within the martial arts community. Chen Xian merely smiled and refrained from pressing further when he noticed Wu Ding's reluctance to respond. However, Yu Tian could not resist showing off, saying, "Let me enlighten you. Young man, the realms of martial arts are divided into Mingjin, Anjin, Huajin, and Danjin, with each realm further subdivided into entry, minor success, major success, and pinnacle. My master has already attained the realm of Anjin's major success, the greatest expert in Tianhai City. With your mere level of Mingjin entry, protocol dictates that you must bow 3 times before you can speak to my master." Listening to Yu Tian's flattery, Wu Ding, though looking towards the sky, could not help but smile faintly, clearly pleased. He cleared his throat and added, Tian, you have overlooked one realm, known as the Qi realm. Master, did you not say that the Qi realm is merely an ethereal legend within the martial arts community, a realm that can be regarded as non-existent? Yu Tian inquired, astonished. Wu Ding, with a solemn expression, slowly replied, although the notion of the Qi realm may seem elusive and no one in modern martial arts has achieved it, these 5 realms were distilled from centuries of wisdom by our ancestors. While no one today can cultivate the ability to project internal energy or utilize Qi to inflict harm, it does not imply that such feats were unattainable in ancient times. The Yu Tian did not elaborate on the specifics of the first 4 martial arts realms. Chen Xian grasped the essence of Wu Ding's mention of the Qi realm. It equated to the pinnacle masters in martial arts novels, those possessing profound internal strength capable of striking from afar, indeed, an enigma. Chen Xian was skeptical about the existence of such beings. After much discussion, the elderly Ge, who had been resting with his eyes closed, suddenly opened them slightly and spoke in a leisurely manner. The Qi realm described by Master Wu bears some resemblance to the legendary practitioners of Taoism, who, unlike martial artists, do not train in combat but rather cultivate a secret method to refine essence into Qi, storing their vital energy within their dantian, thus enabling them to wield Qi as a weapon. Oh, does that imply you two are a practitioner of Taoism? Wu Ding asked, intrigued. Elder Gu shook his head and remarked, in modern society, where can one find true practitioners, even if one wishes to cultivate? The esoteric techniques have long been lost to time, and as we draw closer to the present, the spiritual essence of the world has thinned dramatically, rendering any attempts at cultivation futile. The words of Elder Gu were received by the others as mere curiosities, yet within Chen Xuan, a gentle ripple of contemplation stirred. His prior meditative practices, guided by the techniques within the heavenly evil medical canon, harmonized with the celestial energy within him, were indeed aligned with Elder Ge's definition of a practitioner. Yet, he required no reliance on the world's spiritual essence for his cultivation. Both Master Wu and Elder Gu, being titans in their respective fields, not only possessed profound mastery, but also exhibited a wealth of knowledge that commanded respect. Long Fei chuckled, offering compliments to both men. At that moment, Chen Xuan felt his internal organs protesting vehemently. With a forced smile, he interjected, "Long Lao Da, could we perhaps have the dishes served before continuing our conversation?" As soon as the words left his mouth, an awkward silence enveloped the room. Amidst looming danger, Chen Xuan retained the composure to dine. Laban wore an expression of discomfort, internally lamenting, "Brother Chen, if you cannot conduct yourself properly now, I shall be utterly embarrassed." Wu Ding and Yu Tian, his disciples, exchanged glances, unable to suppress their disdain for Chen Xuan, deeming it beneath their dignity to share a table with him. "Since Brother Chen is hungry, let us serve the dishes." Long Fei waved his hand grandly, and several elegantly attired women in kipeos brought forth an array of exquisite dishes presented on jade platters. Everyone was invited to savor the unique heavenly court feast exclusive to the White Jade Tower, a delicacy unattainable by ordinary mortals in their lifetime. Faced with such a sumptuous banquet, the already famished Chen Xuan wasted no time, picking up his chopsticks and indulging vigorously, as he needed to replenish his energy swiftly. After all, having accepted remuneration to resolve others' troubles, he could not afford to be devoid of strength when the time for confrontation arrived. Witnessing Chen Xuan's voracious appetite, Wu Ding and Yu Tian exchanged knowing glances and shook their heads in unison, firmly categorizing him as a Navi bumpkin. Long Fei, though outwardly magnanimous, inwardly found the situation rather absurd. Providing such a lavish meal to someone who would merely spectate during the ensuing battle felt like a waste of resources worth hundreds of thousands. By the way, I haven't mentioned the name of my nemesis. His name is Gui Yang. Over a decade ago, he and I contended for territory, and after a fierce struggle, I decimated his influence, leaving him as the sole survivor fleeing to the land of the rising sun. To my surprise, he has since mastered formidable assassination techniques and returned seeking vengeance. As he spoke of his adversary, a flicker of resentment clouded Long Fei's gaze. Ever since Gui Yang sought retribution, Long Fei had secluded himself within an isolated villa, plagued by unease and frustration, unable to devise a strategy against Gui Yang. It was not until today, having set the stage for a confrontation, that his demeanor had slightly improved. "Long Lao Da, are you so certain that Gui Yang will indeed come to the White Jade Tower?" Chen Xuan inquired casually, lifting a piece of fish with his chopsticks. "Humph. He has no choice but to come. This is his prime opportunity for revenge." Long Fei spoke with an air of confidence. Aware that although Gui Yang knew he had summoned formidable experts, he remained oblivious to their true capabilities. Particularly Master Wu, who had been in seclusion for many years, was a name Gui Yang would not recognize, given his recent return from overseas. This would surely catch him off guard. A triumphant smile appeared on Wu Ding's face as he arrogantly declared, "The martial artists from the small nation of the East only possess flashy and useless techniques. No matter how adept Gui Yang's assassination skills may be, would he dare confront me directly with my 8 extremes fist? With Master Wu present, Gui Yang will surely be unable to withstand 3 moves from you." Long Fei, after offering a compliment, paused before adding, "However, Gui Yang's evasion techniques are also quite formidable. Therefore, Master Wu should not hold back. Eliminate him on the spot to prevent his escape." "Are you suggesting I must kill Gui Yang?" Wu Ding's pupils constricted slightly. Although Wu Ding was a master of dark energy with a history of taking lives, those had been in duels with martial artists who had signed death contracts. The prospect of killing while assisting in a fight was something he needed to weigh carefully, especially at his age, when he was nearly ready to retire. Noticing Wu Ding's change in expression, Long Fei promptly said, "I previously offered 1 million for Master Wu and Brother Yu Tian to assist me. If Master Wu can help severely injure Gui Yang, rendering him unable to escape without needing to kill him, I shall add another 1 million for the renovation of the Dingxing Martial Arts School. Considering you claim Gui Yang's evasion skills are exceptional, the balance between injuring him severely and killing him may be difficult to manage." Despite Long Fei's offer of 2 million, Wu Ding's tone remained uncertain. Yu Tian, who had been with Wu Ding for many years, understood his master's intentions best. He remarked to Long Fei with a faint smile. Boss Long is a figure who commands great respect in Tianhai City. To offer 2 million for a single life, especially that of an archenemy, seems rather beneath your stature. How about this? My master has always aspired to open a new martial arts school in the city center. If Boss Long is willing to assist, I believe my master will spare no effort in his actions. Tianhai City is one of the nation's nearly first-tier cities, where land in the city center is exceptionally valuable. Establishing a martial arts school there would require a minimum investment of 5 to 6 million, which caused even Long Fei to hesitate momentarily. Nevertheless, recalling the treacherous Gui Yang, Long Fei gritted his teeth and replied, "Very well. As long as Master Wu helps me eliminate Gui Yang, I will also gift him a new martial arts school." Wu Ding then revealed a satisfied smile, saying, "Boss Long is indeed magnanimous. Let us await Gui Yang's arrival to meet his demise. Boss Long, if I were to slay Gui Yang, would I not also receive a reward equivalent to Master Wu's?" Chen Xuan, who had been quietly enjoying food and drink, finally spoke up. He had come seeking Long Fei's generous reward and was now eager to negotiate terms like Wu Ding and his disciple. However, his words caused Wu Ding's expression to darken, and he angrily retorted, "You insolent brat, tell me who your master is, and after today, I shall certainly visit to pay my respects." Unable to endure Chen Xuan's brazen remarks any longer, Wu Ding resolved that after assisting Long Fei in dealing with his enemies, he would allow Yu Tian to deliver a severe lesson to this insufferable brat in front of Chen Xuan's master. "I have already stated that I have no master, and I have never practiced martial arts. I am not what you refer to as a beginner in Mingjin," Chen Xuan retorted to Wu Ding, then turned to Long Fei. "Brother Long, I did not come here merely to enjoy a meal. Let us speak plainly. Please answer my earlier question." Chen Xuan's words unsettled Long Fei, who felt a surge of irritation. This brash youth, whose martial prowess was inferior to his own, spoke with such audacity, daring to negotiate with him like Wu Ding and the others, utterly oblivious to the gravity of the situation. With a disdainful snort, Long Fei's eyes gleamed with cold intensity as he fixed his gaze on Chen Xuan and declared, "If you possess the ability to eliminate Gui Yang, I shall gift you a villa in the city center. What say you?" "Excellent. With Brother Long's assurance, I can now eat in peace," Chen Xuan replied, resuming his meal. The others fell silent, at a loss for words. Even Wu Ding, despite his exceptional composure, could hardly contain his fury towards Chen Xuan, while his disciple Yu Tian nearly charged forward, eager to give Chen Xuan a sound thrashing. Meanwhile, Lei Bin, who had been observing quietly, inwardly lamented, "Brother Chen, with how much you are consuming, don't even think about fighting later. Will you even be able to move?" As the others grew impatient, pondering whether Gui Yang would indeed make an appearance, and as Chen Xuan polished off the last of the food on the table, the elderly Gu, who had been squinting, suddenly opened his eyes wide and gazed towards the highest peak of Guiyan Mountain. Almost in unison, everyone stood up, having noticed, like Gu, that a dark cloud was swiftly approaching the summit. To their astonishment, what they had initially thought was a cloud turned out to be a swarm of black paragliders, deftly gliding towards the rooftop of Bayou Building. What shocked them further was that there were no pilots controlling these gliders. Instead, they were tethered to ominous black packages, the contents of which remained a mystery. Wait, two of the paragliders at the rear concealed individuals. A chill ran down Chen Xuan's spine as he realized this before anyone else. Just as Long Fei sensed something was amiss, the paragliders soared above the rooftop, and the packages bound beneath them suddenly burst open, releasing a vast cloud of black mist that cascaded downwards. This was dire. Everyone found themselves enveloped in darkness, their visibility reduced to nothing, panic gripping their hearts. In such an environment, how could they defend themselves? Surviving was already a challenge. Remembering that Gui Yang excelled in assassination techniques, thriving in the shadows, Long Fei's heart sank to the depths. Could it be that they would meet their end in such an inexplicable manner? Suddenly, a raucous and arrogant laughter echoed from above. "Long Fei, did you truly believe that setting a trap on this spacious, well-lit rooftop could thwart me? How naive! With a single stroke of my secret technique, you have all become blind. Ha ha ha." The voice was elusive, making it impossible to discern its source. Long Fei roared into the sky, "Gui Yang, if you have the courage, come down and face me openly to settle our grievances. Resorting to such underhanded tactics, are you still the formidable adversary who once battled me fiercely? Do you think I am a fool, Long Fei?" After years of mastering the art of assassination for vengeance, why would I not utilize it? Besides, back in those days, when you had the numbers to bully the few, you were quite bold as well. Guo Yang's voice echoed with boundless resentment. At that moment, everyone had surrounded Long Fei, their eyes unable to see, yet all except Chen Xuan were seasoned warriors. Well aware that in such a predicament, maintaining composure was of utmost importance. It's futile, Guo Yang's sinister voice drifted over. My shadowy technique will last for 5 minutes, during which you shall see nothing. Long Fei, I intend to torment you thoroughly, letting you suffer in despair within the darkness. As soon as Guo Yang's words fell, it seemed as if he had vanished entirely. Suddenly, a chilling laughter erupted in the ears of the crowd. Causing their hairs to stand on end, Guo Yang had arrived at their side with alarming swiftness, evidently possessing some secret method to maneuver freely in darkness. Bang! Bang! The two sharpshooters summoned by Long Fei fired rapidly towards the source of the laughter, yet their bullets found only emptiness. A moment later, the two let out anguished cries, their firearms slipping from their hands and clattering to the ground. Had they been able to see clearly at that moment, the onlookers would have been horrified to find that both sharpshooters had star-shaped darts embedded deep in the backs of their hands, blood streaming profusely. Two once threatening marksmen were instantly incapacitated, unable to wield their weapons again. Hearing the cries of his comrades, Long Fei's heart sank. He had anticipated Guo Yang's cunning in first targeting those wielding firearms. In a fit of anger, he shouted to Wu Ding, Master Wu, think of something quickly. Have Long Lao to stay close to me. As soon as Guo Yang makes a move against you, I can discern his position by sound and intercept him. Wu Ding replied gravely, in this situation, we can only defend passively. Haha, you may protect Long Fei, but can you safeguard your own disciple? Guo Yang sneered contemptuously. Yu Tian suddenly felt a gust of wind rush past him. He swiftly raised his arm to block, only to find a dagger thrust towards him. The blade sliced a long gash across Yu Tian's arm, eliciting a pained cry as he raised his other fist to strike at the shadow behind the dagger, only to find the figure had already retreated several meters away. A Tian, Wu Ding shouted, quickly tearing a piece of fabric from his clothing to bind Yu Tian's wounded arm, preventing a torrential flow of blood. Haha, what martial arts expert after all? Just a bunch of useless fools. Long Fei, what kind of trash have you summoned? Guo Yang mocked unabashedly from the darkness. Damn you, if you have the guts, stop hiding and come out to face my Baji Quan. Manipulated by Guo Yang like a mere puppet, Wu Ding was on the verge of madness. Having honed his martial skills to the pinnacle of dark energy, he had anticipated that upon his emergence, he would be invincible. Yet, to his dismay, he found himself in a position where he could only endure blows without the ability to retaliate against his first adversary. Guo Yang responded with a cold laugh. Fully aware of Wu Ding's formidable prowess and thus refraining from engaging him in a direct confrontation, with a swift motion, Guo Yang darted past Chen Xuan, Lei Bin, an elder Gu, whom he deemed inconsequential, and positioned himself behind Long Fei, unleashing a star-shaped dart. It was time to draw blood from Long Fei. Chen Xuan's eyes shimmered with a faint golden light, as he had already activated his X-ray vision, clearly perceiving Guo Yang's actions. Just as he prepared to intervene and protect Long Fei, he heard Guo Yang exclaim in surprise. For he had discovered that the star-shaped dart had been caught by the ominous woman standing beside Long Fei. Guo Yang, who had practiced his dart-throwing technique countless times, had never before encountered anyone capable of intercepting his projectiles. Sensing something peculiar about this woman, Guo Yang promptly retreated, disappearing into the dense black mist. Moments later, Guo Yang re-emerged on the opposite side of Long Fei, brandishing a dagger aimed at his back. Humph, attempting the same trick again? Wu Ding shouted furiously as he delivered a precise punch targeting Guo Yang's wrist. However, before the strike could connect, Guo Yang had already pulled back. Well aware of the dangers posed by dark energy practitioners, a mere graze from their strikes could allow their force to be projected through the skin, inflicting significant harm in an instant. With his dart thwarted and his close-range assault countered, Guo Yang found himself at an impasse against Long Fei. At this moment, Long Fei's anxiety began to wane. Although Guo Yang was elusive, he was not truly invincible. As time ticked by, Guo Yang launched over a dozen attacks, all of which were deftly blocked by Wu Ding and the woman beside Long Fei. This woman was a skilled assassin whom Long Fei had saved years prior. In gratitude, she had taken on the role of his bodyguard, occasionally carrying out assassinations on significant targets, all without failure, thus earning Long Fei's utmost trust. Little did he expect that in this life-or-death situation, his female protector would prove to be so crucial, prompting Long Fei to reflect that sometimes saving a life holds more value than taking one. With less than a minute remaining for Guo Yang's shadowy technique, he abruptly ceased his assault. Wu Ding scoffed. Why have you stopped? Once the mist dissipates, you will have even fewer opportunities. Huh? Do you think I fear you simply because you are a dark energy master? Guo Yang's voice echoed ominously from the other side of the platform. Hearing such confidence from him, Long Fei couldn't help but wonder if Guo Yang had some hidden card up his sleeve. Soon, the black fog surrounding the platform completely cleared, and everyone was once again bathed in light. The crowd instinctively turned towards the source of Guo Yang's voice, only to be taken aback. To their astonishment, another figure clad in black stood beside Guo Yang. Clearly, this individual was an accomplice, yet, during the previous 5 minutes of darkness, why had he not made a single move? The figure clad in black remained silent, his face obscured by a thick layer of black cloth, revealing only a pair of piercing eyes, exuding an air of mystery. Brother Baizong, I shall go and humiliate that dark energy practitioner. Making him aware of the formidable prowess of our Eastern assassination techniques, Guo Yang respectfully stated to the black-clad figure, You are not his match. Allow me to handle this. The individual named Baizong replied coldly in broken Chinese. Chen Xuan and the others realized that this black-clad man was, in fact, from the east and the senior disciple of Guo Yang. Upon finishing his words, Baizong moved swiftly, covering the distance to the group in merely a few steps. Elder Ji's eyes twitched, murmuring to himself, the ability to traverse space in an instant. I never expected the Easterners to employ such esoteric footwork. Humph, what esoteric footwork? Merely an illusion, Wu Ding retorted disdainfully. Master, there is no need for you to intervene against this Eastern youth. Allow me to confront him, Yu Tian humbly said. Bowing to Wu Ding nodded slightly. Go, but be wary of the Eastern illusions. Yu Tian strode confidently towards Baizong, assuming the initial stance of the 8 Extremes fist. Despite having sustained a wound on his arm that diminished his combat prowess, he felt assured in facing this Eastern martial artist without the interference of the Dark Veil. Baizong, initially expecting Wu Ding to engage directly, was taken aback by the decision to send a disciple instead, and could not help but scoff. Your disciple is insignificant. Why allow him to come forth and seek his demise? It is you who shall meet your demise. At the height of his youthful vigor, Yu Tian, feeling previously restrained in the dark, could hardly tolerate the provocation. With a powerful leap, he lunged forward like a fierce tiger. The 8 Extremes fist, known for its aggressive and rapid strikes, allowed Yu Tian to close the distance to Baizong in an instant, anticipating that Baizong would not dare to take his punches head-on. However, in the next moment, Yu Tian's eyes widened in disbelief as Baizong remained unmoving, his fists extending gently as if he had no intention to exert force. In truth, Baizong had no space to prepare for a counterattack, for Yu Tian's punch had already reached his chest. The audacity of Baizong to receive the 8 Extremes fist without any preparatory force sparked a cold smile at the corner of Yu Tian's mouth. The two sets of fists collided, and in an instant, one figure was sent flying backward, crashing heavily before Wu Ding. Ha! To dare engage in a fistfight with my senior brother is truly courting death. Guo Yang laughed arrogantly from behind. Wu Ding, both astonished and enraged, looked at his severely injured disciple on the ground, then turned to Baizong and inquired, Might I ask which esteemed master of the Eastern hard boxing school you are a disciple of? It is commendable that you can identify my style of boxing. Baizong replied with pride, My master is Sakazuki Ji Gore. Unfortunately, you shall not have the opportunity to meet him. Wu Ding felt a jolt of realization. The fact that Baizong could severely injure a practitioner of the Ming level like Yu Tian indicated that Baizong's strength was indeed formidable. What then could be said of Baizong's master, Sakazuki Ji Gore? I did not anticipate that Eastern martial arts had progressed to such heights. However, our Chinese warriors are not so easily underestimated. Allow me to experience the essence of Master Sakazuki's esteemed disciple's hard boxing, Wu Ding proclaimed, inhaling deeply, his temples bulging slightly as his internal energy surged, radiating a force that would injure any ordinary person who dared to approach. Confronted with the most formidable adversary of his life, Wu Ding dared not exhibit the slightest hint of carelessness. As he summoned his inner strength, he charged forward. However, the ensuing scene left both Wu Ding and the onlookers in utter astonishment. Before their eyes, Baizong's figure flickered and suddenly manifested into 3 distinct silhouettes, each so lifelike that one could scarcely discern their authenticity. How swift must one be to conjure such phantoms? Baizong's masterful assassination technique, complemented by his indomitable iron fist, struck toward Wu Ding. In an instant, Wu Ding perceived a flurry of dozens of fist shadows before him, compelling him to unleash the full extent of his 8 extremes fist to safeguard his position. The sharp sounds of colliding fists reverberated through the air as the two engaged in a fierce exchange atop the rooftop. Baizong transformed into a swirling mass of darkness, darting around Wu Ding and delivering blows that dazzled the spectators. Wu Ding could only defend desperately, and Long Fei watched with furrowed brows. At this rate, Wu Ding would surely be overwhelmed. Just as Long Fei contemplated summoning his female bodyguard for assistance, a sudden explosion echoed, and Baizong had ceased his mesmerizing maneuvers. Standing coldly in place, Wu Ding staggered backward, ultimately unable to maintain his footing, collapsing to his knees, his complexion flushed as he suddenly expelled a mouthful of blood. The victor and vanquished were already glaringly evident. Long Fei and the others gazed at the unscathed Baizong, a chill coursing through them. This Eastern man was terrifying. In less than 5 minutes, he had defeated Wu Ding, who had mastered the inner strength. Could it be that Baizong's martial prowess had already reached the realm of transformation? Chen Xuan's heart stirred. He had refrained from intervening, eager to ascertain Baizong's true capabilities. Long Fei felt Baizong's murderous intent lock onto him, causing an immediate shiver to run down his spine. And in the next moment, Baizong's figure materialized before him. The female bodyguard, recklessly shielding Long Fei, was effortlessly sent flying by a single punch from Baizong. Crashing to the ground, her fate uncertain. Faced with the specter of death, despair washed over Long Fei's features. He clenched his fists, preparing to confront Baizong with all he had. "Senior brother, spare him for now," Guiyang suddenly shouted from behind. Upon hearing this, Baizong altered his strike from a punch to a palm, sending Long Fei sprawling to the ground. Guiyang hastily approached and delivered a vicious kick to Long Fei, reveling in his triumph as he proclaimed, "Long Fei, look at you now." Ha. The pent-up resentment of over a decade erupted in that wild laughter. Long Fei's countenance turned ashen. After today, his vast enterprise would dissipate into nothingness. Had he known this would be his fate, he would never have neglected his martial training. With his innate talent, he might have broken through to the level of transformation during these years of diligent practice and would not find himself so utterly defenseless today. "Long Fei, quickly, kneel and beg for mercy. Perhaps after I've had my fill of tormenting you, I might spare your miserable life." Ha. Guiyang mocked without restraint. Long Fei, brimming with indignation, retorted, "If you wish to kill me, then do so. Do not delude yourself into thinking I would beg for mercy." "Oh, you assert such bravado without considering the fate of your wife and children?" Guiyang replied with a sinister grin. Upon hearing that Guiyang would not even spare his family, Long Fei's face drained of color, his teeth grinding audibly. After a moment's hesitation, he prepared to kneel before Guiyang and plead for mercy. The illustrious reputation of Dragon Boss has been utterly tarnished today. "Dragon Boss, there is no need for you to kneel before him." Chen Xuan finally spoke, his tone calm and indifferent. Guiyang immediately suppressed his smile, turning to the source of the voice, only to discover that it was the young man he had deemed a mere waste. "What are you? How dare you interrupt my enjoyment?" Guiyang retorted with displeasure, his thoughts occupied with how to humiliate Long Fei, now disrupted by this impudent youth, leaving him in a foul mood. Others looked at Chen Xuan in disbelief. Having witnessed the terrifying prowess of Baizong, they were all feigning ignorance. Yet this young man dared to speak, displaying a blatant disregard for his own life. At this moment, Chen Xuan did not spare Guiyang a glance, but addressed Long Fei with an air of composure. "Dragon Boss, if you wish to avoid a humiliating death, I can intervene on your behalf. But the stakes will need to be raised, considering there are 2 opponents." "What did you say?" Guiyang felt as if he had heard the most ludicrous of jokes, his anger boiling over at Chen Xuan's audacious tone. With a flash of his dagger, he vanished from sight. No one anticipated that Chen Xuan was still contemplating the reward for Long Fei, and upon witnessing Guiyang's disappearance, they all understood that Chen Xuan was doomed. A shadow suddenly lunged at Chen Xuan, knife poised to strike fiercely at his heart. In the face of such a brutal assault, Chen Xuan merely waved his hand, and the shadow let out a muffled groan, hurtling sideways and crashing to the ground, sliding several meters upon impact. A single strike had incapacitated him. The spectators were left speechless as they beheld Guiyang, now bleeding profusely from afar. A glint of cold light flickered in Baizong's eyes, resembling a venomous serpent fixated on Chen Xuan. "So, Dragon Boss, are you ready to raise the stakes now?" Chen Xuan clapped his hands, as if he had merely brushed away a speck of dust. Long Fei was taken aback by Chen Xuan's ability to dispatch Guo Yang so effortlessly, appearing far more at ease than Bai Zhang's prior display of lethal force. Could it be that this young man was indeed a hidden gem? At this moment, even a glimmer of hope for survival was worth pursuing. Without hesitation, he responded, "If Brother Chen Xuan can save my life, I would gladly offer you not just a villa in the city center, but my most luxurious residence at Moon Bay Coast as well." Moon Bay Coast is renowned as one of the most picturesque attractions in Tianhai City, home to the priciest seaside villas in the area. The #1 mansion stands as a pinnacle among them, designed to resemble Tony Stark's mansion from the film Iron Man, uniquely perched on a prominent cliff, exuding grandeur. Long Fei had recently invested over 100 million to acquire it, yet had not even had the chance to enjoy it before encountering Guo Yang's vendetta. Faced with the imminent threat to his life, Long Fei cared little for the exorbitant mansion. If it could be exchanged for his life, it would be worth every penny. "Have you finished your discussion?" Bai Zhang, witnessing his injured junior being left aside, could no longer contain the fury and murderous intent radiating from him. Chen Xuan smiled faintly, stating, "The discussion has concluded, and I must thank you for your arrival, which has granted me the opportunity to escalate the stakes." Humph. Bai Zhang could no longer endure Chen Xuan's arrogant words. His figure flickered, and he conjured 3 phantoms, dashing towards Chen Xuan with the swiftness of lightning. Chen Xuan remained stationary, observing as countless shadows of fists surged towards him. Inwardly, he recited a spell, allowing celestial energy to circulate throughout his body, 2 streams of which flowed into his eyes. He felt as though the entire world had slowed to a crawl, regardless of how rapid Bai Zhang's punches were. Chen Xuan perceived them with utmost clarity. The sound of fists and feet colliding echoed, as if the air had exploded, leaving all onlookers pale and hastily retreating. Bai Zhang's ghostly speed and the ferocity of his punches had generated whirlwinds that could maim or kill upon contact. It was terrifying. Bai Zhang undoubtedly possessed the prowess of transformation. Wu Ding, kneeling on the ground, clutched his chest in shock, exclaiming in disbelief. At that moment, Chen Xuan stood at the eye of a miniature storm, yet his demeanor remained serene, effortlessly deflecting Bai Zhang's proud strikes with casual grace. Bai Zhang grew increasingly alarmed. He had initially believed that his secret assassination technique would pulverize Chen Xuan, but after unleashing so many punches, it seemed as though he was merely tickling his opponent, who effortlessly countered every blow. The rapid movement and relentless punching drained Bai Zhang's stamina, forcing him to pause, his gaze filled with uncertainty as he regarded Chen Xuan. Is this fellow even human? He has taken so many punches without even a hint of fatigue. Is it my turn now? Chen Xuan grinned mischievously, his figure suddenly vanishing without a trace. All present widened their eyes in astonishment. In broad daylight, on the expansive terrace of the white jade building, a living person had seemingly disappeared into thin air. It was akin to witnessing a ghost in broad daylight. Only Bai Zhang felt a chilling dread. He understood that Chen Xuan had not truly vanished, but had moved with such incredible speed that it created the illusion of disappearance. This velocity was more terrifying than the 3 phantoms he conjured, for at least those were visible. Bai Zhang's formidable punches were rendered futile against Chen Xuan, whose speed had eclipsed his own, instilling within him a profound sense of fear and defeat. Suddenly, a voice that seemed to echo from the depths of hell pierced Bai Zhang's ears. "Eastern martial artist, allow me to demonstrate the acupoint striking techniques of our huaxia." Following this, Bai Zhang felt precise strikes landing upon his chest, back, and arms. Each finger strike from Chen Xuan was imbued with supreme celestial energy, and with every thrust, a new wound erupted on Bai Zhang's body, blood gushing forth. A mortal frame, no matter how robustly honed, could scarcely withstand the impact of Chen Xuan's celestial energy. Although Chen Xuan had yet to master the art of projecting his energy to strike from a distance, dealing with Bai Zhang was more than sufficient at this moment. The energy surged like a pillar, forming circles in every direction. Could this be Dan energy? Wu Ding's heart churned with tumultuous waves, his complexion shifting with each passing moment. With a mere touch of his finger, Chen Xuan could pierce through Bai Zhang's body. In Wu Ding's understanding, such a feat could only be achieved by a master of profound cultivation, whose essence, blood, and marrow were meticulously honed and consolidated. The development of Ming Jin strengthens muscles and bones, focusing on physical prowess, and Jin cultivates inner strength and skin, allowing internal energy to emanate through the pores. Hua Jin, building upon the previous 2 realms, refines the internal organs, enabling the subtle energy to permeate the body and flow at will. Reaching the realm of Hua Jin signifies the attainment of human limits. Wu Ding was astounded to discover that, in the modern martial arts world, There existed individuals who could achieve the level of Dan Jin, leaving him utterly shaken. Meanwhile, Elder Gu perceived the profound and ethereal aura radiating from Chen Xuan. Murmuring to himself, no, he is not a martial artist, but a practitioner of the Tao. His words were barely audible and went unnoticed as everyone else was left in awe by Chen Xuan's terrifying prowess. With just a mere point of his finger, he could create a gaping wound in a person's body far more formidable than a laser gun. At that moment, an unspoken thought resonated among the crowd, a legendary martial art that existed solely in the realm of wuxian novels, the Six Meridians Divine Sword. Under the relentless assault of Chen Xuan's finger techniques, Baizang could no longer endure and soon collapsed to the ground, utterly devoid of any capacity to fight back. In the blink of an eye, the situation had undergone a dramatic reversal. Long Fei stood in stunned silence for a moment before finally uttering 3 words through gritted teeth. Good, good, good. Having just traversed the precipice of life and death, he was now experiencing a tumultuous emotional upheaval, finding it difficult to contain his excitement. Chen Xuan turned his head, a smile gracing his face as he looked at Long Fei and said, Boss Long, I have dealt with Gui Yang and Baizang for you. It is time for you to fulfill your earlier promise, is it not? Indeed, indeed, it should be honored, Long Fei replied, making a concerted effort to suppress his excitement. Having narrowly escaped a dire fate, he felt a pang of reluctance at the thought of parting with the extravagant mansion. However, in the presence of a figure as formidable as Chen Xuan, he dared not entertain thoughts of reneging. Just as he was about to speak, he suddenly noticed Baizang behind Chen Xuan hurling a black orb. Master Chen, be careful, he exclaimed. The black orb soared into the air, exploding into a cloud of darkness, reminiscent of Gui Yang's earlier secret technique, albeit on a smaller scale. Seizing this opportunity, Baizang leaped into the black mist, vaulting towards the edge of the rooftop. With arms outstretched, his body astonishingly glided forward without plummeting downwards. His black attire was designed akin to that of a bat. And having leaped from the mid-mountain Bayou building, he had reached the perfect height for gliding. You think you can escape? Chen Xuan leaped off the rooftop without a moment's hesitation. The onlookers gasped in shock from such a height without a gliding suit like Baizang's. Even with superior martial skills, Chen Xuan would likely meet a tragic end. Yet, what followed was an action that left everyone incredulous. He channeled every ounce of celestial energy within him into his feet, miraculously taking a step in midair, landing squarely upon Baizang's back. With a powerful thrust, he shattered Baizang's spine, causing him to plummet like a kite severed from its string. Chen Xuan, utilizing the momentum from his step, executed a graceful backflip, landing deftly back on the rooftop in one fluid motion, a spectacle both thrilling and perilous. Clap. Everyone rushed to the edge of the rooftop to gaze down, witnessing Baizang crash onto the concrete below, lifeless and utterly defeated. Master Chen is truly a master of martial arts, invincible in his prowess. Long Fei praised from the depths of his heart, even altering his address to Chen Xuan. Wu Ding let out a deep sigh of admiration, bowing in respect. After 40 years of martial training, witnessing Master Chen's celestial techniques today, I realize I have merely been a frog at the bottom of a well. How shameful, how shameful. His disciples stood behind him, flushed with embarrassment, rendered speechless. Just moments ago, they had looked down upon Chen Xuan, only to discover he was the true master who had saved their lives, leaving them feeling deeply ashamed. Listening to Long Fei's flattery, Chen Xuan maintained a calm demeanor. Although internally he chuckled ruefully, for this battle had nearly depleted his celestial energy. He pondered how long it would take to fully recover. Though the victory was splendid, he recognized the necessity of exercising restraint in the use of celestial energy. Otherwise, against a more formidable opponent, he might not manage as effortlessly as he had today. Having survived the ordeal, Long Fei was visibly elated, regaining his imposing demeanor. He commanded Lei Bin to dispose of Gui Yang and Baizang's remains, instructed his subordinates to administer basic treatment to the injured, and then summoned the steward of Bayou Building to prepare a grand banquet in the heavenly style. Eager to celebrate, after the banquet was rearranged, Chen Xuan, who had previously occupied a lower position, now confidently took the seat of honor at the head of the table. Everyone accepted this as a matter of course, including Wu Ding, who was typically proud and aloof. As the guests raised their glasses to toast Chen Xuan, their flattering words flowed effortlessly, with Long Fei being the most diligent in his praises. The fact that a prominent figure like Long Fei would adopt such a humble demeanor illustrates the elevated status Chen Xuan had attained in his eyes. After another toast, Long Fei, beaming with enthusiasm, remarked, Master Chen, your martial prowess is truly extraordinary. If you were to join us, it would undoubtedly be like adding wings to a tiger. Not to mention, a villa, power, wealth, and beauty would all be at your disposal. Upon hearing Long Fei's overtures, Chen Xuan smiled but did not respond immediately. He noticed Lei Bin returning after dealing with the body and gestured for him to take a seat. Surprised and flattered, Lei Bin sat at the end of the table and said with a beaming smile, "Thank you, Master Chen." Chen Xuan couldn't help but feel a bit speechless. Even Lei Bin was addressing him as master. Am I really that old? Brother Long, I am merely an unfinished university student at present and have no interest in joining your enterprise, Chen Xuan replied to Long Fei with a neutral tone. Hearing this, Long Fei felt a twinge of disappointment but maintained a cordial demeanor, saying, "It's no problem at all. I, Long Fei, will always welcome Master Chen's esteemed presence." Since Chen Xuan was willing to part with a luxurious villa, Long Fei believed he was certainly not indifferent to fame and fortune. By showing him respect and flattery, he hoped to win Chen Xuan's goodwill as their ally, ensuring that no one would dare to challenge them again. Master Chen, with your martial skills, you must have reached the level of Dan power where one is in perfect harmony with their energy. Wu Ding, seated across the table, spoke with utmost reverence. He now believed Chen Xuan's earlier claim of having no master might indeed be true. Such a rare talent in martial arts could not simply be cultivated under the guidance of renowned masters. In all of Huaxia, practitioners of Dan power are exceedingly rare, let alone someone as young as Chen Xuan, whose potential in the martial path seemed limitless. Chen Xuan was taken aback that Wu Ding would regard him as a master of Dan power. In reality, he had no understanding of these martial realms and was too indifferent to explain once more that he had not practiced martial arts. Instead, he inquired, "Master Wu, could you tell me about the level of the martial artist Baizong? The martial training of Eastern warriors differs significantly from ours in Huaxia. However, based on Baizong's mastery of the hard fist, he should have already reached the threshold of transformative power." Wu Ding paused briefly before adding, somewhat sheepishly, "In truth, Baizong's greatest strength lies in his assassination techniques. Had it been solely a contest of fist techniques, I wouldn't have been defeated so swiftly. The mere entry level of transformative power was extraordinarily formidable, nearly annihilating everyone present, which reshaped their understanding of martial prowess." Chen Xuan nodded thoughtfully and posed another question. "And what about Baizong's master, Sakazaki Jigor? What level does he represent? For years, I have devoted myself to solitary cultivation, remaining nearly oblivious to the martial arts scene of the East. I have only heard of Sakazaki Jigor, the paragon of the Jiken school. Yet I remain unaware of the depths of his prowess, and I doubt I could ever rival him." Wu Ding replied candidly, ending with a compliment. Chen Xuan nodded slightly. Deep in thought, it appeared imperative that I enhance my own strength swiftly. My disciple, Baizong, has already attained a level of transformative energy, and it is possible that my master is a true expert in the art of Dan energy. Should Sakazaki Jigor arrive in Huaxia seeking vengeance for his disciple, I truly lack the confidence to contend with him. Noticing Chen Xuan's apprehension, Long Fei smiled broadly and reassured him, "Rest easy, Master Chen. I have encountered Eastern martial artists before. If Baizong's master dares to seek retribution, I assure you, he will fall into my intricate web. And with your esteemed presence to bolster our ranks, he shall find himself at a complete disadvantage." Long Fei had enjoyed remarkable success in recent years, expanding his territory without encountering significant opposition, which had led to his current predicament of being cornered into a life-or-death situation. From this point onward, Long Fei would no longer underestimate the strength of martial arts experts and would strive to cultivate a favorable relationship with Chen Xuan, a formidable ally. After several rounds of drinks, the usually taciturn Elder Gu suddenly inquired, "Mr. Chen, I observed your energy surging when you made your move earlier. Akin to the legendary adept of the Tao, might you be a practitioner of the mystical arts?" He had harbored this question for quite some time. Unable to restrain himself any longer, Chen Xuan regarded Elder Gu with renewed interest. Despite his seemingly frail appearance, the old man had discerned his extraordinary aura, indicating that this feng shui master possessed some genuine insight. However, Chen Xuan would not disclose his possession of transcendent energy or his practice of the methods from the heavenly evil medical canon. He smiled gently and replied, "I am no practitioner of the Tao. I am curious how you linked my aura to that of a Taoist adept. I have been a feng shui master for many years and have come to know a few individuals within the cultivation circle, which inform my judgment," Elder Gu responded leisurely. "Yet, none of them emanate the intensity of your aura, Mr. Chen." "I see. But Elder Gu, did you not previously assert that true practitioners do not exist in modern society?" It seems your acquaintances are, in fact, practitioners? Chen Xuan questioned with curiosity. Elder Gu, his eyes twinkling with mirth, replied, they are not true practitioners. They merely possess a fragmentary understanding of cultivation methods. Should you request them to perform any supernatural feats, they would be utterly incapable. If you are interested in their circle of practice, I could introduce you. Upon finishing, Elder Gu produced a business card adorned with a landscape illustration, bearing his name and contact details. Regardless of whether Chen Xuan was genuinely a practitioner, Elder Gu had resolved to cultivate a relationship with him first. After Chen Xuan accepted the card and shared a few more drinks, he rose to take his leave. Long Fei promptly handed him the key to Villa No. 1 at Moon Bay Coast. The gathered company respectfully escorted Chen Xuan downstairs, where Laban drove him back to Tianhai University. That evening, Chen Xuan lay on his dormitory bed, toying with the villa key. Reflecting on the splendid day he had experienced, his thoughts drifted to the realms of martial arts and cultivation, entities utterly distant from the lives of ordinary people. It seemed prudent to relocate to the villa that Long Fei had gifted him sooner rather than later, as it would greatly facilitate his practice of celestial energy. Chen Xuan mused. The following day, a Monday, Chen Xuan arrived early at the Shin Group. As soon as he entered the manager's office, his landline rang. Picking up the phone, he heard the cool, ethereal voice of Shin Binglan. Come to my office. Just as he was about to inquire further, the line went dead. Chen Xuan couldn't help but exclaim inwardly, what on earth? A new week had just begun, and already, early in the morning, it appeared Shin Binglan had more tasks for him, practically exhausting him, the chief physician. With a resigned shake of his head, Chen Xuan made his way to the president's office. Upon entering, he found Shin Binglan perched elegantly on a leather sofa, her captivating beauty as mesmerizing as ever. With a figure that was both alluring and graceful, her long, exquisite legs adding to her charm. Feeling a dryness in his throat, Chen Xuan composed himself and boldly took a seat on the sofa opposite her. That necklace of yours. As he settled in, he noticed the dazzling diamond necklace adorning Shin Binglan's neck. Her cheeks flushed slightly as she replied, what? I thought you would have tossed it aside when you got home. Considering you said you would never accept gifts from anyone. Chen Xuan responded with a half-smile, indeed. I would be quite pained if you were to wear it daily after I spent a fortune on it. Realizing the playful tone in Chen Xuan's words, Shin Binglan's face grew even warmer as she retorted coldly, if you wish for me to discard it, I shall wear it even more. You must feel quite the sting from the 10,000 spent on this necklace. I will wear it every day to remind you. Hearing such a clumsy justification nearly made Chen Xuan burst into laughter, but he managed to suppress it, retorting, yes, indeed, I feel the sting daily. However, he shifted his tone, if you truly wear it every day, I would be quite pleased. What nonsense are you speaking? Shin Binglan exclaimed, it is still work hours. Please mind your language. The heat on her face was impossible to hide. Chen Xuan smiled. So, does that imply I can speak nonsense after hours? You. Shin Binglan glared at Chen Xuan, a blend of embarrassment and anger evident in her expression. All right, enough of the jesting. Sensing her impending irritation, Chen Xuan quickly raised his hands. President Shin, I wonder what troublesome matters you called me in for so early this morning? Humph. As if I were looking for trouble with you. I summoned you to convey 2 pieces of news, Shin Binglan teased. What are the 2 pieces of news? Chen Xuan inquired. Shin Binglan blinked, her tone laced with mystery. One is good news, and the other is bad news. Which would you prefer to hear first? Of course. The good news, Chen Xuan replied without hesitation. The good news is. Shin Binglan deliberately elongated her words. You have been dismissed. What did you say? Chen Xuan was taken aback. He has just assisted in resolving the issue with the longevity ointment, and Shin Binglan's cold condition remains untreated. How is it that he has suddenly been dismissed? Observing Chen Xuan's startled expression, a hint of triumphant glee crept onto Shin Binglan's face as she remarked. I have not yet finished speaking. Why are you in such a rush? I am merely relieving you of your position as the marketing department manager. My dear aunt, do not speak half-truths. It may frighten one into a heart attack. Chen Xuan patted his chest, pondering how this could be construed as good news. Who is your dear aunt? Shin Binglan raised an eyebrow, a glint of coldness flashing in her eyes. Did you not previously express a desire to relinquish the role of marketing department manager? I am merely granting your wish. Is that not good news? Chen Xuan smiled wryly, realizing that this was the nature of the so-called good news. However, he had barely settled into the position, and to be ousted so swiftly felt somewhat disrespectful. The thought of returning to the department only to be teased by Bai Chun and the others, along with their inquiries regarding his abrupt departure, filled him with trepidation. Have you found a suitable candidate for the marketing department manager position? Chen Xuan inquired with curiosity, given the rigorous recruitment process at the Shin Group. Where even interns faced multiple interviews, it seemed implausible that a new hire could be secured in just a few days. Shin Binglan teased, "Of course, I have found someone. And she will commence work today. You shall meet her shortly." Though she refrained from revealing the identity of the new marketing manager, Chen Xuan was too apathetic to ask further. He assumed she would be yet another seasoned middle-aged man, and he had little interest in learning more. "And what of the bad news?" Chen Xuan pressed on. Upon hearing this, Shin Binglan's delicate brows knitted together, her tone growing icy. "Because I appointed you as chief physician without the board's approval. My uncle Shin Chin and my aunt Shin Feng have allied with certain shareholders to pressure me into assessing your qualifications for the chief physician role." "Are you saying you acquiesced to them?" Chen Xuan asked, skeptical. Shin Binglan replied, her voice tinged with reluctance, "I had no choice. After all, the group's president does not wield absolute power. It seems there is significant infighting within the Shin family," Chen Xuan remarked with a sigh. Shin Binglan snorted. "My uncle and aunt have long been dissatisfied with my presidency. Last Friday, due to the issues with the longevity ointment, I deducted Shin Jiahao's salary and year-end bonus, which has become the catalyst for their offensive." In that moment, Chen Xuan perceived a rare glimpse of fatigue in Shin Binglan, the formidable woman who usually commanded the room with such authority. Despite her outward bravado, she had to juggle corporate affairs while contending with internal family intrigue. One could only imagine the fortitude required to maintain such composure amid the storm. "Chen Xuan, I have faith that your medical expertise will enable you to pass the assessment," Shin Binglan declared, her gaze unwavering as it fixed upon him. The troubles surrounding the longevity cream could be resolved on the spot. And Chen Xuan undoubtedly surpassed Ding Kun and his medical team by leaps and bounds. Although Ding Kun's entire team comprised PhD-level professionals from the nation's leading medical institutions, it was evident that academic credentials alone could not dictate everything. After a moment of contemplation, Chen Xuan inquired, "When is the assessment?" "This afternoon," Shin Binglan replied, pausing briefly before adding, "The evaluation will take place at the headquarters of the Tianhai Medical Association, where 5 esteemed experts will assess you, 4 from Western medicine and 1 from traditional Chinese medicine." Chen Xuan responded with a nonchalant acknowledgement. Despite the seemingly formidable nature of the assessment panel, he felt confident in his ability to adapt as circumstances unfolded. Shin Binglan pondered for a moment before expressing her concerns. "I worry that my second uncle and third aunt might bribe some of the experts to intentionally create difficulties for you, so please be vigilant this afternoon." Before she could finish her sentence, the office door swung open abruptly, revealing a young woman with an exuberant voice. "Cousin, I'm back." Chen Xuan turned to look and was instantly captivated. The newcomer possessed a perfectly shaped oval face, her features seemingly crafted by the hand of a master artist. Her large, expressive eyes sparkled, while her delicate nose and soft, rosy lips, adorned with a subtle beauty mark, appeared as if touched by divine grace. Her long, lustrous black hair cascaded down her shoulders, the tips adorned with an exquisite meow silver ornament, drawing attention effortlessly. She wore a white cropped blouse that accentuated her slender waist and a blue and white checkered skirt that elegantly showcased her long, fair legs. Once again, he was confronted with a stunning beauty, leaving Chen Xuan momentarily speechless. "What are you staring at? Have you never seen a beautiful woman before?" The beauty, sensing Chen Xuan's unabashed gaze roaming over her, felt a surge of annoyance. With a playful smile, Chen Xuan remarked, "There are countless beautiful women, yet few, like you, are truly exceptional." "Such flattery, clearly a rogue," she retorted, gliding past him to embrace Shin Binglan, akin to a playful kitten. "Cousin, I missed you so much." As she nestled against Shin Binglan, her cherubic face rubbed against her cousin's shoulder, evoking a sense of envy in Chen Xuan. Shin Binglan, momentarily flustered, gently pushed her away, adopting a tone that was both exasperated and affectionate. "Jiqing, how old are you now? Why do you still act like a child?" "Because I missed you." The beauty pouted playfully. She was none other than Zhang Jiqing, Shin Binglan's cousin, who had hurriedly flown back to Tianhai City, eager to see her cousin and assist in remedying her cold ailment. "Cousin missed you too," Shin Binglan said, embracing Zhang Jiqing and tenderly stroking her hair, her eyes reflecting warmth and affection. This was the first time Chen Xuan had witnessed such a gentle expression from Shin Binglan, leaving him astonished. Was this truly the same icy beauty? After a brief embrace with Shin Binglan, Zhang Jiqing turned to Chen Xuan and queried, "Cousin, who is this guy? Are you not rather disdainful of men? Why then do you find yourself alone in an office with one?" The question caused Shen Binglan's cheeks to flush slightly, prompting her to clarify. His name is Chen Xuan, and he is the newly appointed chief physician of our group. What? Cousin, did you not promise that upon my return, I would be appointed as the chief physician of the group? Zhang Ziqing exclaimed, breaking free from Shen Binglan's embrace, her eyes wide with astonishment. Shen Binglan's face instantly turned awkward as she realized she had forgotten this matter. Ahem, dear cousin, my chief physician position has already been formalized with a contract. Do not entertain any notions of leveraging familial ties to usurp my role, Chen Xuan stated nonchalantly. He had scarcely settled into his position as the marketing manager when Shen Binglan had appointed him. If he were to lose the chief physician position to this alluring woman, he would be relegated back to being an intern. Who is your cousin? Who is attempting to exploit familial connections? Zhang Ziqing nearly fainted with indignation. The position of chief physician at Shen Group rightfully belongs to me. You are the one who has taken it from me. Noticing Zhang Ziqing's furious demeanor, Shen Binglan shot Chen Xuan a glare and remarked, Chen Xuan, she is my cousin. Please show her the respect she deserves and refrain from inappropriate titles. Turning back to Zhang Ziqing, she spoke softly, Ziqing, please calm down and allow me to explain. Cousin, regardless of what you say, I am determined to become the chief physician of the group. Zhang Ziqing pouted childishly. Shen Binglan could only smile helplessly, saying, Chen Xuan possesses remarkable medical skills. Our group has acquired a prodigious healer. You should be happy for me, Ziqing. What prodigious healer? Is his medical prowess truly superior to mine? Zhang Ziqing retorted, her disbelief evident. As a young medical doctor, well-versed in both Western and traditional Chinese medicine, she considered it impossible for anyone her age to surpass her abilities. A flicker of hesitation crossed Shen Binglan's eyes as she pondered, ultimately deciding to voice her thoughts. Ziqing, Chen Xuan is capable of curing my cold symptoms. And it is for this reason that I hold faith in his medical expertise, which I consider to be of divine caliber. Throughout my life, I have encountered countless esteemed physicians, none of whom could remedy my condition, yet Chen Xuan's intervention yielded immediate results, far surpassing those of the renowned doctors. What did you just say? Zhang Ziqing's expression morphed into one of incredulity. This man can cure your cold symptoms? How is that possible? The revelation shocked her more than Chen Xuan's appointment as chief physician. In her view, only she could treat her cousin's peculiar affliction. How can it be impossible? Perhaps it is your own medical skills that are lacking, Chen Xuan teased with a smirk. Zhang Ziqing had never before been accused of inadequacy in her medical training, and her anger flared. Had it not been for Shen Binglan's timely intervention, she might have rushed forward to deliver a few punches to Chen Xuan. Cousin, how exactly did he treat you? Did he employ Western or traditional Chinese methods? Zhang Ziqing inquired, her indignation palpable. Despite her efforts in both disciplines, she had been unable to discover a treatment for Shen Binglan's unusual illness. Did this man truly possess the ability? She remained skeptical. Upon hearing Zhang Ziqing inquire about the treatment method, Shen Binglan's expression immediately grew somewhat unnatural, and she remained silent. The notion of such an intimate treatment was exceedingly difficult for her to articulate. It's quite simple, really. I simply place my palm on President Shen's lower abdomen and employ my unique medical techniques to dispel the coldness within her body, Chen Xuan casually remarked. Chen Xuan, you. Shen Binglan was taken aback by Chen Xuan's forthrightness, her cheeks instantly flushed with crimson. Zhang Ziqing was equally astonished. Her cousin was actually willing to allow a man to place his hand on her abdomen, which utterly shattered her understanding. Zhang Ziqing was acutely aware of Shen Binglan's aversion to men, having grown up together and witnessed countless instances where Shen Binglan reacted violently to male proximity. Cousin, what is the meaning of this? Aren't you typically averse to men? Zhang Ziqing asked, her tone filled with astonishment. Shen Binglan murmured softly, I don't know why. I just don't feel any aversion towards Chen Xuan. Zhang Ziqing was further bewildered. As a skilled physician, she understood that Shen Binglan's aversion to men was physiological rather than psychological. No man should be able to transcend such medical principles. Hey, Chen Xuan, you can't possibly be a eunuch, can you? A sudden thought crossed Zhang Ziqing's mind, considering that following such a procedure, one would likely lose all male hormones, which might explain Shen Binglan's lack of repulsion. Chen Xuan nearly choked on his words. What are you even suggesting? Would you like to check and see if I'm a eunuch right now? As a normal man. The mere suggestion of being labeled a eunuch by a stunning woman left Chen Xuan feeling an overwhelming urge to prove his masculinity. Disgraceful, Zhang Ziqing exclaimed. Her cheeks slightly flushed as she spat in indignation. However, as a doctor, she could discern no physical traits indicating such a condition in Chen Xuan, thus dismissing that possibility. Turning her attention back to Shen Binglan, Zhang Ziqing expressed her concern. Cousin, This fellow claims that placing his palm on your lower abdomen can cure you. But that is entirely devoid of any medical rationale. You must not allow him to deceive you further. But the treatment is indeed effective, Chen Binglan countered. Though she could not comprehend how Chen Xuan achieved such results, the alleviation of her cold symptoms was a tangible sensation. Zhang Ziqing remained skeptical, insisting, "Cousin, he must have employed some method to create the illusion of effectiveness. I suspect he is nothing more than a charlatan, perhaps even coveting your beauty." Chen Binglan found herself at a loss for words at her cousin's assertion, pondering the absurdity of the situation. "Miss Ziqing, your prejudice against me is quite excessive. I believe it is essential for you to gain a deeper understanding of who I truly am," Chen Xuan remarked, feeling overwhelmed by Zhang Ziqing's disparaging comments. Zhang Ziqing rolled her eyes and retorted, "What is there to understand about a rogue like you? Furthermore, my full name is Zhang Ziqing. You shall not address me by my two-character name. Never mind, perceive me as you will." Chen Xuan chuckled helplessly. "Yet I shall not relinquish the position of chief physician to you." Zhang Ziqing huffed with a heavy nasal tone, shaking Chen Binglan's arm as she remarked, "Cousin, how could you still allow this despicable fellow to hold the title of chief physician? Did your previous words no longer hold weight? My earlier promise went unfulfilled. It is I who owes you an apology, dear cousin. However, there is now an opening for the role of marketing manager, and I would like to invite you to take it on," Chen Binglan said in a soothing tone. Chen Xuan displayed an expression of realization. The newly appointed marketing manager mentioned by Chen Binglan was indeed her younger cousin. However, given Zhang Ziqing's demeanor, would she willingly accept such a position? As expected, Zhang Ziqing reluctantly replied, "I do not wish to be a marketing manager. I desire only to serve as the chief physician of the group." "Ziqing, if you refuse to accept the role of marketing manager, my second uncle and third aunt will place their own people in positions of power, and I will find myself facing even greater constraints," Chen Binglan spoke earnestly. In that moment, Zhang Ziqing finally grasped Chen Binglan's good intentions. She was acutely aware of the internal factional struggles within the Chen family. If she did not assist her cousin, Chen Binglan, the group president, would become increasingly isolated. "Cousin, I shall accept the position of marketing manager, but you must dismiss Chen Xuan. He is clearly a fraud." Zhang Ziqing acquiesced, a spark of excitement illuminating her face. "Upon my return, I have discovered a remedy for cold ailments. Look here, dear cousin." Zhang Ziqing opened her alabaster palm, revealing a small white insect that crawled slowly within, emanating a chilling aura. Chen Xuan furrowed his brow slightly at the sight of the insect, inquiring, "Is this a hanshirgu? You actually know about the hanshirgu?" Zhang Ziqing gazed at Chen Xuan in surprise, astonished that he was familiar with the name of this insect. Chen Xuan adopted an enigmatic expression, smiling faintly. "I am aware of much more than you think." Unable to contain her curiosity amidst their cryptic exchange, Chen Binglan interjected, "What is the hanshirgu?" Zhang Ziqing first shot an admonishing glance at Chen Xuan, then explained to Chen Binglan, "The hanshirgu is a rare insect from the Miao region, capable of consuming the cold energy within the human body, making it perfectly suited to treat your cold ailment, dear cousin. Can this little creature truly be used for healing?" Chen Binglan gazed skeptically at the white insect nestled in Zhang Ziqing's palm. Zhang Ziqing replied with pride, "Of course. I have nurtured this hanshirgu for nearly a year and have studied it thoroughly. Now, if we place the insect inside your body in just half a month, it will completely eradicate your cold ailment." The thought of having this small creature introduced into her body sent an involuntary shiver down Chen Binglan's spine. She preferred the prospect of allowing Chen Xuan to take advantage of her rather than subjecting herself to such an unusual treatment proposed by her cousin. "Zhang Ziqing, if you truly introduced the cold food goo into your cousin's body, you would be endangering her life." Chen Xuan suddenly interjected, his words striking like thunder. "What nonsense are you spouting?" Upon hearing Chen Xuan's remarks, Zhang Ziqing furrowed her brows, her anger igniting. "I have successfully treated several patients in Miaojiang with this cold food goo, and they have all been perfectly fine. How could it possibly harm my cousin?" Chen Xuan replied calmly, "Mr. Shen has been suffering from a cold condition since birth, with cold energy having accumulated in his body for years, deeply penetrating his internal organs. If your goo were to absorb this cold energy, it would severely compromise his internal structure. Even if I were to intervene later, it might be too late." Chen Xuan's words sent a jolt through Zhang Ziqing, for he spoke the truth. She had not even considered the gravity of the situation. Had it not been for Chen Xuan's timely warning, or had he not been present today, she might have unwittingly caused her cousin's demise, leading to a tragic disaster. The more she contemplated it, the more alarmed she became, beads of cold sweat forming on her back. After a moment, Zhang Ziqing murmured, "Cousin, I am so sorry." "Ziqing, you were only looking out for me, and fortunately, nothing has occurred. There's no need for you to feel guilty," Shen Binglan comforted, gently patting her head. Reflecting on Zhang Ziqing's solitary journey into Miaojiang to learn the intricate art of Gu to treat her cold condition, Shen Binglan felt a pang of sympathy. With reddened eyes, Zhang Ziqing was filled with trepidation, grateful for Chen Xuan's intervention. "By the way, how do you possess such profound knowledge of the cold food Gu? Are you a Gu master as well?" she curiously inquired, gazing at Chen Xuan. Chen Xuan shook his head. "I am certainly not a Gu master. I have merely studied some knowledge regarding Miaojiang's Gu poisons." "Thank goodness you are not, or I might have suspected you were an agent of the Golden Silkworm sect. And I would have had no mercy on you." Zhang Ziqing sighed in relief, harboring a healthy apprehension towards the Gu masters of that sect. Chen Xuan chuckled. "Are you a fool? If I were indeed a master from the Golden Silkworm sect, why would I admit it in front of you?" "Oh, wait. You dare call me a fool, you deceitful one. I shall have my cousin dismiss you." Zhang Ziqing retorted with indignation, then turned to Shen Binglan with pleading eyes. "Cousin, could you please fire this guy?" Shen Binglan feigned a stern expression and replied, "Ziqing, do not be foolish. Chen Xuan truly possesses remarkable skills. If you still doubt him, this afternoon, he will be at the Tianhai City Medical Association headquarters for the chief physician assessment. You may accompany him and witness for yourself." "Really?" Zhang Ziqing's spirits lifted instantly. "Then I shall go with Chen Xuan. If he fails the assessment, the position of chief physician will be mine." He. Chen Xuan shook his head in exasperation. This girl was so covetous of his position. However, if she wished to claim it, she might have to wait until her next life. "Mr. Xuan, if there are no further matters, I shall take my leave for now. See you this afternoon," Chen Xuan announced as he stood up, preparing to depart. Before Shen Binglan could nod in agreement, Zhang Ziqing quickly waved her hand, exclaiming, "Go away, go away. I still wish to catch up with my cousin." Chen Xuan smiled gently and exited the president's office. Time swiftly passed, and by 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Chen Xuan returned to seek out Shen Binglan and Zhang Ziqing once more. As the president, Shen Binglan was swamped with affairs and could not accompany Chen Xuan to the headquarters of the medical association. Chen Xuan and Zhang Ziqing descended to the parking lot, both intending to let the other go first, resulting in a moment of mutual hesitation. "Do you not have a car?" they both inquired simultaneously after 3 seconds of silence. "Seriously, as the chief physician of the group, you lack a vehicle? That is rather pathetic." Zhang Ziqing could not help but disparage Chen Xuan, shrugging his shoulders. Chen Xuan replied, "And you, a young lady from a wealthy family, do not possess a car either?" "That is because I rushed back from Miaojiang to Tianhai City overnight and went straight to the headquarters after landing, without returning home to drive," Zhang Ziqing retorted with irritation. Ultimately, the two were compelled to borrow a company vehicle, an aging black Toyota, to proceed to the Tianhai City Medical Association headquarters. Zhang Ziqing, accustomed to luxurious cars worth millions, found herself in a foul mood as she took the passenger seat, instructing Chen Xuan to drive. Chen Xuan reluctantly assumed the role of the driver. "Chen Xuan, drive faster," Zhang Ziqing urged, sensing the car's speed was insufficient. "I have a gathering to attend later." Chen Xuan queried in surprise, "Didn't you just return? You're already off to a gathering?" "It's to celebrate my return to Tianhai City. My friends are hosting a reunion," Zhang Ziqing replied, her face alight with anticipation. Chen Xuan acknowledged with a sound of understanding and pressed the accelerator. Approximately half an hour later, they arrived at the entrance of the Medical Association headquarters. As they exited the vehicle and were about to enter the lobby on the first floor, a man smoking at the door was so struck by Zhang Ziqing's beauty that he dropped his cigarette. He immediately stepped in front of Chen Xuan and Zhang Ziqing, ignoring Chen Xuan entirely, and extended his hand with a charming smile towards Zhang Ziqing, saying, "Hello, beautiful. I am Sun Xiang, the director of the assessment department of the Medical Association. How may I assist you?" This man appeared to be around 30, impeccably dressed in a designer suit. And as he extended his hand, the Rolex watch on his wrist, worth at least 60 to 70,000, was clearly visible. However, Chen Xuan could not help but chuckle internally. Who extends their left hand for a handshake? Sun Xiang was evidently attempting to flaunt his wealth before a beautiful woman. Unfazed by the watch on Sun Xiang's wrist, Zhang Ziqing replied flatly, "I have no business with you." "He does." Sun Xiang, having been rebuffed, awkwardly withdrew his left hand and turned to Chen Xuan, revealing a hint of disdain on his face. He had already noticed Chen Xuan arriving in an old Toyota. Clearly a sign of poverty, and could not fathom how such a man was in the company of such an exquisite beauty and utter waste in his eyes. Nevertheless, observing Zhang Ziqing's demeanor towards Chen Xuan, Sun Xiang felt a flicker of hope and arrogantly questioned Chen Xuan, "What brings you here?" "Medical assessment," Chen Xuan replied lazily. Upon witnessing the expression on Chen Xuan's face, Sun Xiang sneered, "With your lackadaisical attitude, you are unlikely to pass the medical examination. So there is no need for you to proceed. Whether I pass the medical examination is of no concern to you," Chen Xuan retorted brusquely. "You." Sun Xiang's anger flared. "Very well, I shall observe how you intend to pass the assessment. The examination room is on the second floor. You may ascend on your own." Having been so offended by Chen Xuan, Sun Xiang, as the head of the examination department, could easily hinder Chen Xuan's chances during the evaluation, ensuring he faced difficulties. "This lovely lady, if you are not taking the examination, you may wait here. I would like to befriend you," Sun Xiang said, no longer casting a glance at Chen Xuan, but instead beaming at Zhang Ziqing. Zhang Ziqing responded coolly, "I intend to accompany him upstairs." She had come specifically to see if Chen Xuan could pass the assessment. Once again disregarded, Sun Xiang's expression soured as he mockingly remarked, "My dear, what benefit do you derive from associating with such a hopeless pauper? I serve as the head of the examination department, earning an annual salary of 500,000. And I run my own clinic, bringing in an additional 40 to 50,000 each month. Am I not worthy of your friendship? Whom I choose to associate with is none of your concern. Step aside. I have no interest in befriending someone like you," Zhang Ziqing replied, her brows furrowing in annoyance. She despised men who resorted to monetary allure to entice women. Infuriated and humiliated, Sun Xiang seethed. "Fine, I will ensure he fails the examination. And then we shall see if you continue to follow such a man." Zhang Ziqing's disdain for him deepened, and she promptly followed Chen Xuan up the stairs, eager to leave him behind. "Acting so high and mighty in front of me. I've seen many women like her, and in the end, they all succumb to my financial prowess," Sun Xiang thought bitterly to himself. Upon reaching the second floor, a middle-aged man approached Chen Xuan, and upon learning that he was indeed the chief physician of the Shen Group, his face displayed visible surprise. "How could you be so young?" This middle-aged man was one of the examination experts, and he led Chen Xuan into a spacious reception room. Zhang Ziqing was also allowed to enter, as the man recognized her significant status. Inside, Chen Xuan observed 4 men seated opposite him, all over the age of 40, with the eldest on the far right showing gray hair and appearing to be at least 60 or 70 years old. The middle-aged man who had escorted them took a seat across from them and invited Chen Xuan and Zhang Ziqing to sit down. "Today, the Shen Group has entrusted us with assessing Mr. Chen's qualifications to serve as the chief physician. We will evaluate him through 3 segments: medical qualifications, medical knowledge, and clinical diagnosis," the middle-aged expert stated with a serious demeanor. However, before he could continue, the door to the reception room swung open, and Sun Xiang entered with an insidious expression, declaring, "I wish to join this examination panel." The middle-aged expert hesitated before responding, "But Director Sun, your role is in the office. Joining the examination panel does not comply with association regulations." "Regulations are merely constructs of individuals," Sun Xiang retorted. Sun Xiang interrupted him, questioning the significance of his presence if this individual were indeed competent enough to pass the assessment. The middle-aged expert fell silent, taken aback by Sun Xiang's unreasonable remarks. At merely 30 years of age, thanks to his uncle, the vice president of a local people's hospital, Sun Xiang had ascended to the position of head of the assessment department of the city's medical association, with a promising future ahead. No one dared to offend him lightly within the association. "How about this? The assessment team only requires 5 members, right? One of you can take a medical leave, and I shall fill in temporarily." Sun Xiang, mindful of the association's regulations, proposed what he believed to be a flawless solution. Among the 5-member assessment team comprising 4 Western medicine practitioners and 1 traditional Chinese medicine, TCM, expert, he scanned the room and pointed to the oldest expert, saying, "You, old Fu, please take a leave." The designated TCM expert, already displeased with Sun Xiang's conduct, was further incensed by this directive, exclaiming, "Sun Xiang, the assessment team must include a TCM practitioner. Do you dare to violate this rule? What relevance does TCM have now? It has long been outdated. Even our president, Old Jean, hasn't resorted to TCM for years. Please leave and do not disrupt us." Impatiently, Sun Xiang retorted to Old Fu, "Who says TCM is useless? Chen Xuan interjected with a cold laugh, unable to hold back any longer. Sun Xiang, your disrespect towards this esteemed expert is alarming. I fear that should you contract an ailment that Western medicine cannot treat, you will seek his expertise for a prescription. Zhang Ziqing also expressed her discontent with Sun Xiang's words. Although she had studied abroad, she regarded TCM as a treasure of Chinese heritage. I am in perfect health. How could I possibly fall ill? Even if I were to become unwell, I would never seek TCM for treatment, Sun Xiang asserted vehemently, then turned his gaze back to the expert. Old Fu, it seems you intend to oppose me? Do not forget that I am the head of the assessment department. I can impede many of your endeavors. Old Fu remained seated, unwavering. As an elder practitioner, he adhered strictly to his principles. The more Sun Xiang threatened him, the more resolute he became in his defiance. Very well, Old Lu, you may take your leave. Sun Xiang directed another Western medicine expert. The expert, named Old Lu, dared not resist. His integrity paled in comparison to his professional obligations, and he nodded before exiting. With a sense of triumph, Sun Xiang seated himself opposite Chen Xuan, a sly smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Let us begin. What is the first assessment? A middle-aged expert to his left spoke up. First, we will assess medical qualifications. Mr. Chen, may I ask what your current educational status is and whether you possess a medical license? I have yet to graduate from university. Nor have I obtained a medical license, Chen Xuan replied candidly. Haha. Sun Xiang could not suppress his laughter. You haven't graduated or obtained a medical license. How dare you participate in the Medical Association's physician assessment? Generally, obtaining a medical license qualifies one to practice as a doctor. But advancing to the level of attending physician or serving as chief physician in certain pharmaceutical companies requires certification from the Medical Association. Chen Xuan, lacking even a medical license, left Zhang Ziqing and the expert assessment team utterly astonished. How could the president of the Shin Group have appointed him as the chief physician? Observing Sun Xiang, who was laughing uncontrollably, Chen Xuan coldly remarked, "What is so amusing? I serve as the chief physician of the Shin Group, not a hospital doctor. A medical license is of little consequence to me." However, a middle-aged expert, speaking with gravity, countered, "According to the board of directors of the Shin Group, Mr. Chen, your qualifications are insufficient for the role of chief physician." This expert was indeed the one bribed by Shun Binglan's uncle, Shin Cheng, and aunt, Shin Feng. Upon hearing that Chen Xuan lacked a medical license, he no longer needed to feign difficulty. He could simply declare Chen's qualifications inadequate. Sun Xiang, looking at Chen Xuan, erupted in laughter. "So you're here for the assessment for the chief physician of the Shin Group? Ha ha ha. How could the Shin family hire a useless person like you?" While the absence of a medical license was indeed not of paramount importance, Zhang Ziqing interjected. "I hope you can evaluate Chen Xuan's medical skills. The Shin Group requires genuinely talented individuals." Initially, she had wished for Chen Xuan to fail the assessment. But upon witnessing Sun Xiang's repugnant demeanor, she found herself hoping that Chen Xuan truly possessed remarkable medical skills to prove Sun Xiang's narrow-mindedness wrong. Sun Xiang's lecherous gaze lingered on Zhang Ziqing, and with a feigned smile, he said, "From your tone, it seems you are affiliated with the Shun Group as well? Very well, I shall grant you some favor and allow a few experts to assess this young man's medical skills." The bribed middle-aged expert subtly furrowed his brow. The situation could have been resolved easily, but this director's son had complicated matters, so he reluctantly stated, "Let us proceed to the medical knowledge assessment." Subsequently, all four medical experts, excluding Sun Xiang, posed a series of highly challenging medical questions to Chen Xuan. However, he was unable to answer any of their meticulously prepared inquiries. Even Zhang Ziqing, who had defended him, felt a twinge of embarrassment. Had her cousin truly brought back a medical fraud? Sun Xiang unabashedly displayed his disdain and, after the four experts finished their questioning, could not restrain himself from mocking. "With your level of ignorance, how can you aspire to be chief physician? Even as a hospital aide, you would be unwanted. Now you may leave. I am not a medical professional. It is entirely normal for me not to answer these medical questions." Chen Xuan replied with an air of calmness. "Moreover, my medical skills are meant to save lives, not to answer quiz questions." Huh. You know nothing of medical knowledge and still expect to save lives? You'd be lucky if no one dies on your watch. Sun Xiang brazenly derided. The middle-aged expert, maintaining a stern demeanor, stated, "Mr. Chen, based on our assessment, you do not meet the requirements for the position of chief physician at the Shin Group. Please take your leave. You cannot dismiss my medical skills based merely on words. There is still the clinical diagnosis segment to consider. I can provide live proof to you right now." Chen Xuan said, somewhat indignantly. What qualifications are needed for an assessment that can so easily dismiss his medical skills based solely on an oral examination? This is nothing short of an affront to the reputation of medical practitioners. Zhang Ziqing interjected, advocating for a second chance. She could not fathom that her cousin would casually appoint someone as chief physician. Furthermore, recalling Chen Xuan's warning about the cold food goo earlier that morning, she believed he could not possibly be a mere layman in the realm of medicine. A chance would be acceptable, however, should he fail the clinical diagnosis assessment. You must agree to dine with me, Sun Xiang remarked with a smirk. Zhang Ziqing bit her lip in determination and replied, all right. Chen Xuan gazed in surprise at the young beauty, who had fiercely contested his position as chief physician earlier that day. How curious it was that she was now fully advocating for him. Indeed, a woman's heart is as unfathomable as the depths of the ocean, especially when it comes to the thoughts of a beautiful woman. The middle-aged expert was nearly exasperated by Sun Xiang's foolishness. How could he continue to grant Chen Xuan opportunities time and again, utterly blinded by beauty? Clinical diagnosis must be conducted at the hospital, as only there can patients be treated, the middle-aged expert stated, striving to maintain his composure. Chen Xuan smiled and replied, there is no need to go through such trouble. Each of you present is a patient, and I can diagnose you right here. You claim I am ill. Sun Xiang was the first to exclaim. I believe it is you who is unwell, speaking such nonsense. At that moment, the elderly traditional Chinese medicine practitioner, known as Old Fu, spoke up. His eyes filled with anticipation as he addressed Chen Xuan. I cannot speak for others, but I indeed suffer from ailments, and I humbly request your diagnosis. Sun Xiang scoffed. Irritated by Old Fu's persistent opposition, vowing to deal with the old man after the assessment concluded. Before commencing the diagnosis, Chen Xuan activated his insight, which allowed him to assert that all present were afflicted by illness. Upon hearing Old Fu's request, Chen Xuan smiled slightly and said, Elder, in your youth, you were pierced in the left lung by a sharp object and did not receive timely treatment. Now, every night during sleep, you suffer from severe coughing, a condition that traditional remedies struggle to alleviate. Precisely so, your words are flawless. Old Fu's eyes sparkled with astonishment. The others were taken aback, marveling at how Chen Xuan could discern such a long-standing injury. How did he accomplish this? Sun Xiang, momentarily taken aback, quickly regained his composure and sneered. What good is your perception? This ailment has lingered for decades. Can it truly be cured? Of course, it can be cured. And I can remedy it right now, Chen Xuan replied confidently. Sun Xiang scoffed derisively, with your level of expertise. How could you possibly claim to cure it on the spot? You are merely boasting. Chen Xuan remained silent, instead retrieving the set of silver needles gifted to him by Old Qin. He had kept this set on him for emergencies, taking out a single silver needle. Chen Xuan approached Old Fu with a smile and said, Elder, if you are willing to place your trust in me, I shall administer the acupuncture now. Old Fu's expression shifted slightly, but he soon steeled himself and replied, Very well, proceed with the acupuncture. Previously, Chen Xuan was able to accurately identify the root of his ailment, leading him to believe that Chen Xuan was no ordinary individual. After all, he had struggled with his persistent affliction for many years, so what harm could there be in allowing him to try? Once Old Fu removed his upper garment, Chen Xuan infused his silver needles with ethereal energy, deftly inserting them into Old Fu's chest. He utilized the needles to block the pain nerves near Old Fu's left lung, subsequently channeling his celestial energy to mend the injured lung lobe. Although the wound had existed for many years, the affected area was not extensive. Within a minute, Chen Xuan's unparalleled celestial energy had completely healed the injury. After withdrawing the silver needles, Chen Xuan instructed Old Fu, Now, cough a few times and see if your lungs feel different from before. Following his instructions, Old Fu coughed several times and realized that the sharp stabbing pain in his lungs had vanished, filling him with immense joy as he exclaimed, It's truly healed. Coughing now causes me no pain at all. Hearing Old Fu's dry cough, those present, well-versed in medical knowledge, recognized that such a sound was not genuine coughing, and they displayed expressions of disbelief. To think that a single needle could cure Old Fu's long-standing illness was nothing short of miraculous. Sun Xiang, you previously claimed that traditional Chinese medicine is ineffective. What I have just employed is acupuncture, a method that can yield immediate results, unlike Western medicine, which often requires months of treatment, Chen Xuan remarked coldly, casting a glance at Sun Xiang. Sun Xiang's face flushed crimson, and in a fit of indignation, he retorted, Just because you say it's healed, does that mean it truly is? Who knows if you and old Fu colluded to deceive me? Having just argued with old Fu, he suspected that old Fu might be feigning recovery to provoke him. However, the others regarded Sun Xiang as a fool among those present. He was the only one unable to discern whether old Fu had truly recovered, revealing him to be the least knowledgeable in medical matters. At that moment, a middle-aged expert, who had been bribed, began to sense the precariousness of his situation and interjected, "Mr. Chen, you mentioned that we all have ailments. Please diagnose me as well." Old Fu's condition could be assessed through changes in his chest during respiration, though this required exceptional eyesight. The middle-aged expert doubted that Chen Xuan could discern his illness with a mere glance. However, as soon as he finished speaking, Chen Xuan, without hesitation, stated, "You have a benign tumor the size of a thumb in your stomach." The middle-aged expert's expression shifted dramatically. How could he have discerned that? Others looked at Chen Xuan in astonishment, unsure of the basis for his conclusion. Although traditional Chinese medicine employs the techniques of observation, listening, inquiry, and palpation, achieving such an insight at a mere glance seemed to elevate him to the status of a deity in the medical realm. "Mr. Chen, I do indeed have a benign tumor in my stomach, but isn't that merely a minor issue?" The middle-aged expert suppressed his astonishment and continued. Chen Xuan replied calmly, "Your long-standing alcoholism has severely damaged your gastric mucosa, which can adversely affect that tumor. If you do not control your drinking, the tumor may transform from benign to malignant. And at that point, it will be more than just an ailment. It will become a grave illness." The middle-aged expert, upon hearing this, could not help but feel a chill run down his spine. Despite his excessive drinking, he had never truly considered the implications of a benign tumor. As a medical expert, it was ironic that he had neglected his own health, and had it not been for Chen Xuan's timely reminder, the consequences could have been dire. This time, he found himself utterly speechless. Chen Xuan proceeded to articulate the conditions of two other Western medical experts, both of whom were oblivious to their own complex ailments. He also provided them with traditional Chinese medicinal prescriptions, which instantly earned him the admiration and gratitude of both individuals. Observing how effortlessly Chen Xuan elucidated the ailments and remedies of the four experts, who were left thoroughly convinced, Zhang Ziqing could not help but regard him with newfound respect. She reflected that, with her own medical expertise, she could never achieve what Chen Xuan had done so nonchalantly. "Wait, you still haven't mentioned what illness I have," Sun Xiang declared defiantly. "Unless you can identify my condition, even if the four of them pass you, I will cast a dissenting vote." The assessment by the Medical Association was notoriously rigorous, employing a veto system. After all, the evaluation of physicians could not be taken lightly. Allowing a quack to pass could lead to countless future mishaps. Chen Xuan scrutinized Sun Xiang from head to toe and inquired meaningfully, "Do you truly wish for me to reveal it?" "Go ahead, I am eager to hear what you have to say," Sun Xiang retorted confidently, seemingly self-assured about his health. A peculiar smile crossed Chen Xuan's lips as he stated, "You suffer from premature ejaculation." "How did you know?" Sun Xiang blurted out, quickly covering his mouth. At that moment, he wished he could slap himself. This was tantamount to confirming Chen Xuan's assertion. His face turned a deep shade of purple, as such a matter was profoundly embarrassing, especially with the stunning Zhang Ziqing present. "I not only know about your condition, but I am also aware that you have recently taken a vitality elixir to aid in your intimate endeavors," Chen Xuan continued. Sun Xiang looked at Chen Xuan in astonishment. "How do you know this?" Doubts began to creep in. He wondered if Chen Xuan had been investigating him. With a teasing grin, Chen Xuan replied, "You have halitosis, and the vitality elixir has a strong flavor. After consuming it, a portion of the taste lingers in your mouth, making it quite easy to discern." He recalled having encountered the scent of the vitality elixir at Xinjia House Pharmaceutical Company. Otherwise, he might have struggled to identify which enhancement drug Sun Xiang had used. "Do you have a remedy for this?" Sun Xiang asked, his gaze filled with anticipation. At that moment, he could no longer concern himself with pride. Premature ejaculation had troubled him for years, and after trying various Western medications without success, he was left relying on enhancement drugs to maintain his virility, which was incredibly frustrating. Chen Xuan smiled and said, "It could have been completely cured, but due to your recent consumption of a problematic vitality elixir, excessive use can lead to erectile dysfunction as a side effect." "Therefore what?" Sun Xiang's expression darkened, as if he had just ingested something foul. "Is there still a way to remedy this? I can prepare a prescription with an increased dosage, but did you not previously assert that even if one were ill, you would not seek treatment from a traditional Chinese medicine practitioner?" Chen Xuan remarked with a smile that bordered on sarcasm. Sun Xiang immediately regretted his words. His face alternating between crimson and pale, and after a lengthy pause, he awkwardly responded, "In truth, I do not harbor an outright aversion to traditional Chinese medicine. I hope, Mr. Chen, that you will not take my earlier words to heart." Chen Xuan abruptly ceased his mirth, stating, "Your words are disingenuous. Do you think such pretense can deceive me? If you truly possess sincerity, you should first apologize to this esteemed traditional medicine practitioner." "That is impossible." Upon hearing that he was to apologize to old Fu, a man who prized his dignity above all, Sun Xiang could not bring himself to lower his pride. Chen Xuan sneered, "Then prepare to face the dire consequences of your obstinacy. Chen Xuan, if you refuse to issue my prescription, I will ensure you do not pass the assessment." Sun Xiang declared with venom, his embarrassment transforming into rage, fully revealing his true nature. The middle-aged expert, initially swayed, found it difficult to oppose after Chen Xuan highlighted the potential dangers of the tumor. However, with Sun Xiang's dissenting vote, he was now pleased to comply. Witnessing Sun Xiang's arrogance, old Fu retorted angrily, "Sun Xiang, Mr. Chen's medical skills have reached a level of remarkable proficiency. He is more than qualified to serve as the chief physician for the Shen Group. By what authority do you deny him this assessment?" "By what authority?" "Simply because I am the head of the assessment department, and my word is final." Sun Xiang shouted at old Fu with a menacing glare. "Sun Xiang, your unreasonable behavior compels me to inform Elder Jane. He will certainly endorse Mr. Chen's assessment," old Fu declared as he began to dial. Sun Xiang scoffed dismissively, "Go ahead and notify him, but do not forget that my uncle is the deputy director of the People's Hospital. And Elder Jean is the foremost expert there. Their relationship is quite cordial. When Elder Jean arrives, we shall see whether he assists this young man or supports me." After speaking with Elder Jean, old Fu shot a resentful glance at Sun Xiang. Elder Jean stated he would arrive within 10 minutes. "Once he arrives, I will report your insubordination, and you may find yourself hoisted by your own petard. Do not come to me for assistance then." Sun Xiang retorted disdainfully. Chen Xuan shook his head slightly, finding the scene oddly reminiscent. Lu Bin had once claimed he was merely confronting authority, yet he now found himself in a predicament. Nearby, Zhang Ziqing observed Chen Xuan's gesture and assumed he was disheartened, thus softly comforting him. "Chen Xuan, there is no need for disappointment. I have heard that Elder Jean is a paragon in the medical community of Tianhai City. He will surely recognize your exceptional skills and grant you the assessment. Wouldn't it be more beneficial for you if I were to fail the assessment?" Chen Xuan replied, a subtle smile gracing his lips as he looked at Zhang Ziqing. In a teasing tone, she retorted, "I do not wish for you to pass the assessment. I merely find Sun Xiang insufferable." "Oh, I see. You would prefer my success in order to avoid dining with him, would you not?" Chen Xuan remarked with a cheerful grin. "Humph, Chen Xuan, do not get too complacent. Even if you pass the assessment, the position of chief physician is not guaranteed to remain yours." Zhang Ziqing lightly bit her lip and glared at Chen Xuan, declaring, "When the time comes, I shall inform my cousin. This young lady, am determined to compete for the position with you." Upon hearing the phrase "compete for the position," Chen Xuan couldn't help but chuckle. This little girl was simply too adorable. "What are you laughing at? Although your medical skills are impressive, I am not to be underestimated. Let us see who possesses superior medical expertise." Zhang Ziqing retorted, puffing up her cheeks in indignation. Chen Xuan was left speechless. Could one truly compare medical skills? Before long, Elder Jean arrived at the headquarters of the Medical Association, striding into the reception room with great vigor. Upon spotting Chen Xuan, he immediately approached with a beaming smile, saying, "Divine Physician Chen, why did you not inform me of your visit to our association? I apologize for not welcoming you in a timely manner. Please do not take offense." Witnessing Elder Jin's respectful and warm demeanor towards Chen Xuan, Sun Xiang, who had initially intended to lodge a complaint, was left in astonishment, sinking back into his seat. Elder Jin actually knew Chen Xuan and even addressed him as a divine physician. Sun Xiang nearly questioned the clarity of his hearing. Others were equally taken aback, unable to fathom why their esteemed president of the Medical Association, a paragon of the medical field in Tianhai City, was showing such deference. Zhang Ziqing blinked her beautiful eyes in surprise, glancing between Elder Jin and Chen Xuan. Was the situation not reversed? "Elder Jin, I am merely here to participate in the chief physician assessment requested by the Shen Group. There was no need for you to go out of your way to receive me." Chen Xuan stood up and smiled gently. Elder Jin chuckled wryly. "With your level of expertise, who is qualified to assess you? It would be more fitting for you to assess us. However, there are still those who hinder my assessment, and I find myself quite helpless," Chen Xuan remarked, shifting his gaze towards Sun Xiang. Elder Jin, fully understanding his implication, immediately turned a serious countenance towards Sun Xiang, stating, I have already heard from old Fu that you deliberately obstructed divine physician Chen's assessment. Sun Xiang, your actions not only contravene the regulations of the association but also severely insult the spirit of medicine. You have brought disgrace upon our association. After receiving such a righteous reprimand from Elder Jean, Sun Xiang, pale with fear, rose to his feet, stammering, Elder Jean, I was unaware of Mr. Chen's acquaintance with you. Had I known sooner, I would have passed him without the assessment. Are you implying that divine physician Chen needs to rely on connections to pass the assessment? That is utterly insulting. Elder Jean rebuked sternly. Sun Xiang, you have seriously violated the association's regulations. I have decided to dismiss you from your position as director of the assessment department. What? Sun Xiang's face changed dramatically. Elder Jean, I acted foolishly this time. Please grant me another chance for the sake of my uncle. If your uncle were to learn of your misconduct here, he would also be unable to bear the shame. Sun Xiang, you are to leave the association today. Elder Jean declared without mercy. Sun Xiang trembled, staggering back a step and knocking over the chair behind him. He could hardly accept that offending Chen Xuan would result in losing his job. The middle-aged physician, who had been compromised, found himself rendered speechless in the presence of Elder Jean. How could he dare cast a dissenting vote against Chen Xuan? Divine Dr. Chen, are you content with the outcome of this punishment? Elder Jean inquired, turning to Chen Xuan. Chen Xuan nodded in affirmation, stating, as long as I pass the assessment, I am satisfied. If there is nothing further, may I take my leave? He rose to depart. Of course, Divine Dr. Chen, please take your time. I will ensure that the assessment report is promptly delivered to the Xin group. Just as Chen Xuan and Zhang Ziqing were about to exit the reception room, Sun Xiang abruptly called out to them, You have yet to provide me with a prescription. Chen Xuan turned back without uttering a word, swiftly scribbling a few lines on the paper before him. However, instead of handing the prescription to Sun Xiang, he passed it to old Fu. If you wish to heal, you should seek old Fu for your prescription, Chen Xuan remarked with a sly grin, before making his exit from the reception room. Observing old Fu's stern demeanor, Sun Xiang seemed to wilt visibly. As Zhang Ziqing accompanied Chen Xuan down the stairs, a thought struck her, and she delicately inquired, Chen Xuan, did you not mention that everyone has an ailment? You have yet to reveal what my affliction is. She had always been attentive to her health and had not noticed any recent ailments. Now, she was eager to test Chen Xuan's abilities to discern her condition. As Chen Xuan approached the staircase on the first floor, he turned to Zhang Ziqing, a playful smile gracing his lips as he remarked, Ever since your return from Miaojiang, you have kept the cold food good with you, haven't you? Indeed. Is there a problem? Zhang Ziqing inquired with curiosity. Chen Xuan chuckled and replied, Oh, there is certainly a problem. The cold food goo feeds on cold energy. By carrying it with you, it will gradually siphon the cold energy from your body without you even realizing it. Over time, the yin will weaken and the yang will flourish, resulting in the growth of facial hair, chest hair, and other unsightly features. Shameless and vulgar. As Chen Xuan's words became increasingly outrageous, Zhang Ziqing's cheeks flushed crimson, prompting her to interrupt him. Believe it or not, but if you were to become as hairy as a monkey, it would be quite unbecoming for someone as beautiful as you. Chen Xuan found the thought amusing, laughing heartily. I believe you. Zhang Ziqing shuddered at the image of herself covered in hair, thinking it a fate worse than death. Chen Xuan, do you have any solution? The solution is quite simple. Just refrain from carrying the cold food goo. Humph, do you think I hadn't considered that? Zhang Ziqing shot him a disdainful glance. But I've nurtured this cold food goo for quite some time. I cannot bear to part with it. Chen Xuan smiled and suggested, You could entrust it to me. The cold food goo will enter hibernation upon encountering yang energy. I can keep it with me, and whenever you wish to see it, you can simply ask. Zhang Ziqing could not help but scoff. Who would want to be around you all the time? I shall certainly keep my distance from a rogue like you. Moreover, it is far too precious to entrust to you. Very well, then you may grow a beard and chest hair, and when no one wishes to marry you, do not come to me for a remedy, Chen Xuan replied, suppressing his laughter. Zhang Ziqing found herself in a state of inner turmoil. She was reluctant to part with the cold food goo, yet the prospect of the condition Chen Xuan described was too terrifying to contemplate. Ultimately, Miss Zhang relented, reluctantly extending her graceful arm and opening her palm, revealing the cold food goo nestled within. Chen Xuan gently swept his fingers across her palm, retrieving the cold food goo. Realizing the intimacy of the gesture, Zhang Ziqing instinctively withdrew her arm, her voice laced with threat. Chen Xuan, you must take good care of my cold food goo. If anything were to happen to it, you shall face my wrath. Rest assured, I shall treat it as a treasured gift. My principle is one of equivalent exchange. You have entrusted me with the cold food goo, and I shall return the favor with a gift of equal value, Chen Xuan said earnestly. Zhang Ziqing rolled her eyes dismissively. I do not desire any gifts from you. Besides, you can barely afford a vehicle. How could you possibly procure something as precious as the cold food goo? You shall see in due time. Chen Xuan replied with a faint smile as he turned to exit the hall. Just as he reached the door, an expression of astonishment flickered across his eyes. Outside, an impressive array of luxury vehicles, BMWs, Mercedes, Lexuses, Porsches, Audis, lined the street, each car valued at no less than several hundred thousand, with many exceeding $1 million. Beside these opulent automobiles stood a group of well-dressed young men and women, all heirs to immense fortunes. Upon catching sight of Zhang Ziqing, they enthusiastically waved and called out to her, startling her momentarily. What brings you all here? Zhang Ziqing inquired, her voice tinged with surprise. A fair-skinned, fashionable young woman rushed forward, beaming with excitement, and embraced Zhang Ziqing joyfully, exclaiming, Ziqing, we came specifically to pick you up. Aren't we the best of friends? You're all too sweet. Chen Xuan, I've missed you so much. Zhang Ziqing exclaimed, planting a firm kiss on Chen Xuan's cheek. As others approached, a wealthy heir, arm in arm with his girlfriend, remarked, Zhang Ziqing. It was actually Li Muchun who insisted we come to fetch you. Li Muchun was the wealthiest and most influential heir in their circle, tall, handsome, and subtly commanding respect among his peers. Stepping closer to Zhang Ziqing, Li Muchun gazed at her with affection and said, Ziqing, it's been a year. I've missed you dearly. His words elicited a chorus of teasing from the group, some even whistling, creating a scene reminiscent of a fairy tale reunion between a prince and princess. However, upon seeing Li Muchun, Zhang Ziqing furrowed her brows, her tone cool and detached. In this past year, I can only imagine how many women you've entertained. Did you have time to think of me? Ziqing, it seems you still harbor deep misconceptions about me. This past year, you have been the sole occupant of my thoughts. I have had no interest in any other woman, Li Muchun replied earnestly. Zhang Ziqing rolled her eyes in disbelief, unyielding to his insincere words. A year prior, she had witnessed Li Muchun in a bar restroom with an inebriated woman. And since that moment, a profound aversion towards him had taken root in her heart. Ziqing, is this your friend? Chen Xuan asked, draping her arm around Zhang Ziqing's neck and casting a curious glance at Chen Xuan. Zhang Ziqing hesitated before responding noncommittally. Yes. In truth, she had only just met Chen Xuan a day prior, and they had not yet reached the level of friendship. However, in the face of the bothersome Li Muchun, she subconsciously labeled Chen Xuan as a friend, seeking to irritate the arrogant scion. Observing that Zhang Ziqing's friend was dressed modestly and lacked the aura of a wealthy heir, the group reacted with a mixture of incredulity. Mirroring Chen Xuan's expression, how could Miss Zhang associate with someone like him? Li Muchun cast a disdainful glance at Chen Xuan. A flicker of scorn in his eyes, how could this impoverished fellow dare to compete for women with him? What do they call you? Li Muchun inquired, his tone dripping with arrogance. With his hands tucked into his pockets, Chen Xuan replied coolly, Chen Xuan. Oh, quite the bold one, aren't you? Li Muchun retorted with a smirk, and the wealthy heirs behind him exchanged derisive glances at Chen Xuan. How audacious to act pretentious in front of Li Muchun. This boy must be utterly naive, mistaking himself for someone of significance. I have known Ziqing for quite some time, yet I was unaware that she had a friend like you. Chen Xiao, are you from a family that owns a mine? Li Muchun remarked sarcastically. The crowd behind him erupted into laughter at his words. What my family does is none of your business, Chen Xuan replied with a somewhat languid tone. However, his response led everyone to believe he was inwardly insecure, reluctant to reveal his family background, which only fueled their disdain for him further. Li Muchun boasted, my family operates a mine and manages a gambling stone yard on the outskirts of East City. Chen Xiao, you should come and visit sometime. A wealthy second-generation heir stifled a laugh and added, Li Xiao, don't put pressure on him. Gambling stones is a game for the affluent. Who can afford to play without at least tens of millions? As soon as he finished speaking, Chen Xuan unexpectedly agreed, sure. I'll visit Li Xiao's gambling stone yard when I have the chance. With only 100,000 left in his bank account, he was contemplating using his supernatural ability to earn some money, and now Li Muchun had conveniently presented him with an opportunity. However, everyone assumed he was merely putting on a facade, and their laughter grew even louder. I shall await your esteemed presence, Chen Xiao, Li Muchun sneered, then turned his attention back to Zhang Ziqing. Ziqing, Let us go. Since it's still early, we can have dinner, drink, sing karaoke, and dance. Celebrate however you wish. Brother Mukin, instead of that, why not go for singing and dancing first? Jiqing has been in Tian'ai City for a year. It's the perfect chance to take her to the newly opened Ayua Palace. Suggested a glamorous young lady adorned in designer brands, her makeup flawless. Ayua Palace is renowned as the most upscale and luxurious bar in all of Tian'ai City, where a single night of revelry can easily cost over 100,000. Nonetheless, Li Mukin, unfazed, readily agreed. All right, let us head to Ayua Palace. Jiqing, I don't see your car here. You can ride with me. No need. I'll ride with Chen Xuan, Zhang Jiqing replied coolly. Li Mukin immediately frowned. He is going too? What is the problem? Zhang Jiqing retorted coldly. Fine, fine. It's just one more person. Can I afford it? Let Chen Xiao broaden his horizons and see what a bar with a minimum spending of 10,000 is like. Li Mukin scoffed at Chen Xian. Upon hearing that Li Xiao was treating them, the crowd of wealthy heirs cheered, hastily getting into their luxury cars. Eager to indulge in a night of revelry, Chen Xian, upon realizing that Zhang Jiqing wanted him to join, pondered for a moment before acquiescing. After all, he needed to rely on this wealthy young master to make his fortune, so it was prudent to establish a rapport with him tonight. As they approached the old Toyota that Chen Xian had driven from the company, he pressed the remote to unlock it, only to hear Li Mukin burst into laughter behind him. Chen Xiao, you drive this kind of car? The others turned their gazes toward Chen Xian, eager to discern the caliber of the vehicle he was driving, given his ostentatious demeanor. However, when they laid eyes upon that dilapidated Toyota worth merely a few tens of thousands, they could not help but burst into laughter. To them, that vehicle was akin to a heap of refuse. They would feel embarrassed to even accept it as a gift. Is there a problem? Chen Xian turned around to inquire of Li Mukin. Li Mukin scoffed. You may drive it if you wish. But such a piece of junk is unworthy of Zhang Jiqing's company. No sooner had he spoken than Zhang Jiqing had approached the Toyota, opened the door, and taken her place in the passenger seat, waving to Xian Xian. Xian Xian, would you like to ride with me? Li Mukin's expression darkened considerably, his resentment towards Chen Xian intensifying. Jiqing, I think I'll ride with someone else. Xian Xian shook her head, unwilling to compromise her dignity by sitting in such a shabby vehicle, and instead chose to enter another girl's car. Chen Xian, undeterred, settled into the Toyota, started the engine, and glanced at Li Mukin, saying, lead the way, Li. Il Huang is located in the West District. It's quite far. I worry your clunker won't keep up. Li Mukin retorted coldly, stepping into his Mercedes and flooring the accelerator. He intended to embarrass Chen Xian on the road, hoping he would realize the humiliation of being belittled while driving such a decrepit car. The affluent heirs, accustomed to gambling and racing, recognized Li Mukin's intent from his expression. With a collective whistle, the luxury cars sped off, leaving Chen Xian far behind in their dust. Yet, Chen Xian leisurely drove out of the medical association's gates, appearing utterly unconcerned about being left behind. Seeing him dawdling, Zhang Jiqing grew somewhat anxious, exclaiming, Chen Xian, should I drive? If we get left behind, they will surely mock me. No need, Chen Xian replied with composure. Ahead, Li Mukin sped along in his Mercedes, glancing in the rearview mirror and noticing that Chen Xian's dilapidated Toyota was nearly out of sight. Feeling exceedingly pleased, that fool must be making a fool of himself in front of Zhang Jiqing. Soon, the convoy of luxury vehicles turned onto a bustling street, where traffic increased significantly. Even these skilled young drivers had to reduce their speed. At that moment, Chen Xian's Toyota appeared in Li Mukin's rearview mirror, drawing closer and closer. In no time, it overtook a large truck, matching Li Mukin's pace. The grin vanished from Li Mukin's face as he witnessed Chen Xian effortlessly maneuvering past vehicle after vehicle, catching up alongside him in mere moments, his driving skills reminiscent of a meticulously choreographed racing scene from a film. Li, can you drive a bit faster? The window of the Toyota rolled down, revealing Chen Xian's enigmatic smile. Don't get too cocky just yet. Li Mukin gritted his teeth, pressing down hard on the accelerator again, and his Mercedes surged ahead, creating a gap between them. However, the heavy traffic on the road limited Li Mukin's ability to exploit his luxury car's advantages, as he had not honed his driving skills enough to navigate swiftly through such a congested thoroughfare. Chen Xian activated his clairvoyance, foreseeing the changes in the vehicles ahead. After being tempered by celestial energy, his perception, control, and reaction abilities were significantly enhanced, allowing him to command the car with unparalleled finesse. He deftly weaved through the congested streets, swiftly catching up with Li Mukin's Mercedes. However, this was merely the beginning. Within 2 seconds, Chen Xuan's Toyota surged ahead of Li Mukin, leaving the group of affluent heirs in a state of disbelief as one luxury car after another was overtaken by a seemingly aged vehicle, ultimately placing him at the forefront of the race. The sight of such a multitude of million-dollar luxury cars being outpaced by a dilapidated Toyota left those privileged youths, who once prided themselves on their driving skills, utterly humiliated, realizing their high-speed escapade had been for naught. At this moment, Chen Xuan leaned casually against the car window, one hand deftly maneuvering the steering wheel, his gaze deep and serene, exuding an air of utter contentment. Were it not for the continuous overtaking of vehicles and the rapid retreat of the scenery on either side, Zhang Ziqing might have mistaken Chen Xuan for a novice leisurely practicing in a driving school. "Chen Xuan, how is your driving skill so extraordinary?" Zhang Ziqing inquired excitedly, her heart swelling with delight as she witnessed her friend's luxury cars being surpassed one by one. Chen Xuan turned his face, flashing a playful smile, "Because I am a genius." "Spare me the vanity. Such driving prowess requires professional racers' years of rigorous training to attain," Zhang Ziqing earnestly critiqued. She had followed motorsport closely, noting that even the drivers in competitions did not possess the fluidity Chen Xuan exhibited. With Li Mukin and the others left behind, Chen Xuan activated the car's navigation system to search for the location of Huangchao, yet his speed remained unyieldingly brisk. As he neared Huangchao, the traffic thinned considerably. While Li Mukin disregarded traffic signals, speed limits, and surveillance cameras, treating this contest of speed as a legitimate race to overtake Chen Xuan before the finish line. With the accelerator floored, Li Mukin's Mercedes charged forward like a wild stallion. As he approached Chen Xuan's vehicle, his focus narrowed entirely on the task at hand. He frantically maneuvered the steering wheel, attempting to overtake Chen Xuan in the limited space available. However, his turn lacked precision, resulting in a harsh collision with the roadside guardrail. The screech of metal against metal echoed as Li Mukin's Mercedes scraped along the barrier, finally halting at the entrance of Huangchao. Yet, Chen Xuan had already arrived ahead of him. He stepped out of his car and approached Li Mukin's damaged vehicle, shaking his head at the sight of the mangled body. Marred by the guardrail, Li Mukin exited his car, his heart still racing from the near brush with danger, reflecting on how he had nearly risked his life to surpass Chen Xuan. In the end, he had not only failed to overtake him, but had also rendered his beloved car half destroyed, which would cost him a fortune to repair, an utterly disheartening loss. Fury ignited within Li Mukin as he glared at Chen Xuan, exclaiming, "Chen Xuan, look at what you've done to my car. Can you even afford to pay for this? Li Xiao, it was you who crashed into the guardrail in your reckless attempt to overtake, so why do you blame me?" Chen Xuan remarked with a hint of amusement. "Li Mukin, despite your family's wealth, you wouldn't resort to petty tricks over a mere few $100,000, would you?" Zhang Ziqing chimed in to support Chen Xuan. Witnessing the destruction of Li Mukin's Mercedes brought her a sense of schadenfreude. She thought it served him right. Li Mukin, upon hearing Zhang Ziqing's words, felt a surge of indignation, as if a few $100,000 was insignificant, although he belonged to a wealthy family. The thought of spending such a sum on car repairs was still painful. A group of affluent second-generation heirs arrived one after another at the bar, taken aback by the sight of Li Mukin's wrecked Mercedes. They were astonished that Li Xiao risked it all in a street race against Chen Xuan. However, what truly left them in awe was Chen Xuan's driving prowess, which was nothing short of extraordinary, akin to that of a cinematic speedster. With everyone gathered, Li Mukin could only bitterly remark, "What good is driving skill if you're still behind the wheel of a worthless Toyota? Let us head inside." Though he felt a profound displeasure, Li Mukin feigned graciousness and ushered everyone into the Ale Royal. Even before nightfall, the opulent bar was already ablaze with lights. As Chen Xuan beheld the lavish decor of the Ale Royal, he recognized it as a veritable paradise of luxury, far surpassing the nearby establishment known as Night Sky. Upon entering, he was greeted by a row of young women clad in kipayos, who warmly welcomed the guests in unison. Observing their beauty, Chen Xuan understood why Ale Royal was renowned as the premier bar in Tianhai City. Leading the way, Li Mukin was immediately greeted by the bar manager, whose face was adorned with a broad smile. "Welcome, Li Xiao," he exclaimed. The familiarity in their exchange indicated that Li Mukin had frequented this establishment on numerous occasions. "My friend has just returned to Tianhai City, and I'm here to treat her. Please reserve the Imperial Hall for us," Li Mukin stated nonchalantly. The bar manager, still smiling, replied, "I'm sorry, Li Xiao, but the Imperial Hall has already been booked. How about the Duke Hall instead?" "Oh, Someone actually booked the Imperial Hall. Li Mukin expressed surprise, then the Duke Hall it is. The Imperial Hall was the most exclusive private room in Ale Royal, with a minimum spending requirement of 100,000, necessitating a certain status to reserve it. Even someone of Li Mukin's stature rarely had the opportunity to book the Imperial Hall, and he had hoped to flaunt his wealth in front of Zhang Ziqing, only to discover it had already been reserved. As they entered the Duke Hall, the waitstaff promptly served beer, snacks, and fruit platters, and Li Mukin ordered several bottles of exquisite red wine, racking up a bill of over 100,000, much to the delight of the bar manager. So, Chen Xuan, I suppose you've never encountered such a level of luxury in a private room? Li Mukin boldly claimed, reclining on the central sofa, his gaze full of pride. Chen Xuan replied nonchalantly, Indeed, I have not. Humph, there are many things you have yet to witness. Li Mukin gazed at Chen Xuan with a sense of boastfulness, declaring, If you were to learn of the background of the grand era of music, I dare say even 100 lives wouldn't embolden you to step foot here. Oh, what background might that be? Chen Xuan inquired dismissively. With a cold smirk, Li Mukin replied, This grand establishment is owned by the esteemed Long Yi of Tianhai City. Without a modicum of status or connections, you wouldn't even be permitted at the door. Do you comprehend? Having sustained a loss of several 100,000 in repair costs due to Chen Xuan, Li Mukin, still brooding, sought to flaunt his connections and knowledge before Chen Xuan to reclaim his lost pride. Young Master Li has connections with the prominent figures under Long Yi. Otherwise, do you think we could secure the VIP room? Interjected a wealthy second-generation scion. By the way, young Master Li, what is that esteemed individual's name? Li Mukin cast an appreciative glance at the wealthy youth and remarked, Young Master Ding, I'm surprised you remember the distinguished individual I mentioned last time. His name is Brother Nan, and I shall introduce you to him next time. Young Master Ding, taken aback, responded, Then I must thank you, young Master Li. No thanks are necessary, given my rapport with Brother Nan. It is but a trifling matter, Li Mukin said, casting a menacing glance at Chen Xuan, implying, I am acquainted with the underworld's elite. Let us see how bravely you carry on. However, Chen Xuan appeared utterly unfazed, calmly stating, I have only heard of Long Fei and Lei Bin. Who might this Brother Nan be? A chorus of laughter erupted among the onlookers. This fellow is quite the pretender. Isn't as if he were intimately acquainted with Long Fei and Lei Bin. Young Master Li, it seems Brother Chen possesses some understanding. Perhaps you should engage him further? Young Master Ding provocatively suggested. Li Mukin, now intrigued, taunted Chen Xuan. You dare to call the names of Long Yi and Lei Yi so casually? It's evident you are merely pretending to be knowledgeable. These two are titans of industry, far removed from someone of your ilk. Clearly, you are aware of their existence. I had presumed you were only familiar with Brother Nan, Chen Xuan retorted, half smiling. Without a hint of decorum, Li Mukin scoffed, Enough of your charade. You've merely heard tales of Long Yi, treating them as fodder for bragging rights. Tell me, are you aware of the recent significant event involving Long Yi? What event? Long Yi has recently dealt with the infamously fatty from the West City. Surely, you were unaware of this? Li Mukin said, lowering his voice in a show of superiority. Chen Xuan initially thought Li Mukin would speak of the incident at the Bayou building in Guiyun Mountain, but instead, it pertained to some Li fatty. I have indeed not heard of it, Chen Xuan admitted candidly. Then refrained from pretending to be knowledgeable. It is quite easy to be made a fool of. Young Master Ding seized the opportunity to mock. The others, unabashed, cast disdainful glances at Chen Xuan, simultaneously extolling Li Mukin's profound connections and extensive knowledge, asserting that he could even befriend the elite under Long Yi. Well, it is not surprising that young Master Chen has limited exposure, however. Let us keep matters concerning Long Yi confidential. Li Mukin regained his composure and feigned magnanimity, raising a glass of red wine and obsequiously addressing Zhang Ziqing. Today, as Ziqing returns, let us all raise a toast in her honor. The crowd lifted their glasses in unison, downing their drinks in a single gulp. Let us indulge in merriment today, drinking and reveling to our heart's content. We shan't leave until we are intoxicated, Li Mukin proclaimed with exuberance. The room erupted with cheers as they sang, danced, and engaged in spirited games, leaving no room for boredom. Although Zhang Ziqing and Li Mukin were at odds, she was surrounded by a few close friends, enjoying their drinks and reminiscing with laughter. These wealthy heirs were accustomed to such gatherings, their familiarity with one another rendering their revelry almost frenzied. However, Chen Xuan remained a stranger to this crowd, despite having impressed them with his driving skills moments earlier. They merely regarded him as a talented yet impoverished youth. It was inconceivable for them to embrace him into their circle. as they naturally perceived Chen Xuan as belonging to an entirely different world. Chen Xuan, disinterested in their banter, had only accompanied Zhang Ziqing to this bar out of respect for her. Sipping wine leisurely and enjoying fruit snacks, he found himself quite comfortable. The Royal Lounge featured a small dance floor where several couples had already begun to perform the latest popular dances. After a few drinks, Zhang Ziqing's cheeks flushed with excitement, prompting her to pull Xian in onto the dance floor. Having spent a year in seclusion in the Miao region, Zhang Ziqing's lively and spirited nature had long been stifled, and dancing served as a perfect outlet for her pin-up feelings. With a visage as enchanting as a blossom and a figure that epitomized allure, her movements on the dance floor were nothing short of captivating. Every male gaze was irresistibly drawn to her, unable to look away. Even those committed to relationships found themselves entranced, for Zhang Ziqing surpassed all the other young ladies present by several degrees of beauty. Li Muqin's eyes gleamed with desire as he fixated on her, swallowing hard. Suddenly, he rose and stepped onto the dance floor, gesturing for Xianyan to make way. Approaching Zhang Ziqing with a sycophantic grin, "Ziqing, allow me the pleasure of dancing with you." Upon realizing that the partner opposite her had changed to Li Muqin, Zhang Ziqing halted abruptly, coolly retorting, "Step aside. I refuse to dance with you. It is merely a dance. Surely you wouldn't deny me this small favor?" Li Muqin persisted with his insipid grin. Zhang Ziqing did not deign to acknowledge him, instead striding directly to Chen Xuan, pulling him into the dance floor with a radiant smile. "Chen Xuan, let us dance together." This unexpected gesture left everyone astonished. Zhang Ziqing's friends knew she never engaged in flirtatious behavior with males, and it was the first time they had witnessed her taking a man's hand and inviting him to dance, especially in front of Li Muqin. It felt like a resounding slap in the face to him. Was Zhang Ziqing truly intoxicated and letting go of her inhibitions? No one could fathom that she would genuinely take an interest in someone as impoverished as Chen Xuan. Li Muqin's face turned an ashen hue with rage as he stormed out of the dance floor, downing a hefty gulp of alcohol. Today, he felt as though this insufferable brat was pushing him to the brink. "Chen Xuan, you would do well to step down. If you dare to dance with Zhang Ziqing today, I assure you, you will not leave the ale Huanqiao, fueled by liquor." Li Muqin's eyes blazed crimson as he directed his ire toward Chen Xuan. Yet, Chen Xuan paid no heed to Li Muqin's threats. Standing face to face with Zhang Ziqing, he admired her exquisitely radiant visage, flushed yet vibrant, her eyes sparkling with clarity, betraying no sign of inebriation. On the contrary, she appeared quite lucid. "You've used me as a shield time and again. It seems I must demand some interest," Chen Xuan remarked, a devilish grin playing on his lips as he leaned closer to Zhang Ziqing, their cheeks almost brushing, whispering in a manner that sparked intrigue. A flicker of panic crossed Zhang Ziqing's eyes. Before she could process the moment, she felt Chen Xuan's strong hand encircle her delicate waist. The dance they were engaged in was not meant for physical contact, which was why she had boldly invited Chen Xuan to act as her barrier to provoke Li Muqin. Little did she expect Chen Xuan to turn the tables, not only mirroring her movements but also transitioning into an entirely different dance, catching her off guard. With one arm wrapped around her slender waist, feeling the soft, supple texture of her skin, and standing nearly nose to nose, Chen Xuan's eyes glinted with a hint of intoxication. It was impossible not to be captivated by such a stunning beauty. "Please, release me quickly, or Li Muqin will surely be quite unkind to you," Zhang Ziqing said, flustered and anxious, biting her lip. Chen Xuan smirked, his voice low and teasing. "If you hadn't pulled me into this dance, would Li Muqin truly have been unkind to me?" Zhang Ziqing faltered at his words, realizing that it was indeed her invitation for Chen Xuan to dance that had drawn Li Muqin's ire upon him. But there is no need for this kind of dance, she protested weakly. Chen Xuan exhaled gently against her face. "This is the only dance I know. Since you brought me here, a price must be paid." His tone was imbued with a mixture of audacity, jest, fearlessness, and an undeniable, commanding presence, leaving Zhang Ziqing blushing profusely, her body unwittingly warming at his proximity. "You." Zhang Ziqing felt her tongue grow heavy, surrendering to Chen Xuan as he guided her through the dance steps. With one hand resting on her waist and the other entwined with her fingers, Chen Xuan led her into an elegant waltz at the center of the dance floor. All eyes converged upon them, astonished by Chen Xuan's boldness, while Zhang Ziqing showed no sign of resistance. Was this truly the same Miss Zhang they all knew? Li Muqin, watching the intimate exchange between the two at the center of the floor, felt his expression darken further. After pursuing Zhang Ziqing for so long, never once having touched her hand, how could he bear to see Chen Xuan embrace her so closely? The jealousy and rage simmering within him were unbearable. Chen Xuan, captivated by Zhang Ziqing's fair and radiant face, her enchanting, dreamy eyes, instinctively tightened his grip around her slender waist, drawing them even closer together. As Zhang Ziqing pressed her chest against Chen Xian's, she could not help but close her eyes in embarrassment, her heart racing like a startled fawn. In that moment of darkness, it seemed as though the entire world transformed into a realm of lightness and joy. Swept along by Chen Xian's lead, she twirled and danced. As if immersed in a wondrous dream of freedom, a flicker of hope blossoming within her heart that this enchanting dance could last forever. Yet, as this thought surfaced, she felt a wave of shyness wash over her. After all, how long had she known Chen Xian? To entertain such audacious thoughts was utterly uncharacteristic of her. It was undoubtedly the fault of this audacious rogue who had led her astray. Observing Zhang Ziqing in her blissful reverie, the onlookers exchanged incredulous glances. How could she be so entranced while dancing with Chen Xian? Did he possess some extraordinary charm? As the music came to an end, Zhang Ziqing returned to her senses, only to be met with Chen Xian's captivating and mischievous smile. Her cheeks flushed crimson, spreading warmth from her ears to her neck and spine, prompting her to hastily extricate herself from his embrace and pull Xian away from the dance floor. Meanwhile, Chen Xian, under the murderous glare of Li Muqin, made his way back to his seat. Just then, the wealthy second generation known as Ding Xiao abruptly raised his glass, splashing Chen Xian's clothing with liquor. Simultaneously, Ding Xiao exchanged a covert glance with Li Muqin. Chen Xian noticed their silent communication but remained unfazed, stepping out of the private room to head to the restroom and dab at the damp fabric. Upon entering the restroom, Li Muqin and Ding Xiao followed him, cornering him against the wall. "What do you want?" Chen Xian declared, leaning against the wall with a playful smile. "Let me make it clear. I am a normal man, not interested in anything else." Li Muqin glared furiously, exclaiming, "Who the hell is here looking for that? I warned you earlier not to dance with Zhang Ziqing. Were you deaf?" Ding Xiao, poised with eagerness, awaited Li Muqin's command to deliver a harsh lesson to this insolent youth. Hearing the accusation, Chen Xian scratched his ear lazily and replied, "Did you really think you could guarantee I wouldn't leave the Love Palace tonight?" Fury flickered in Li Muqin's eyes as he bared his teeth. "Indeed, you think I was merely jesting? Even if you manage to leave the Love Palace tonight, it will be on a stretcher. Ding Xiao, teach him a lesson." As they raised their fists to strike, Chen Xian maintained his calm demeanor. Just as their blows were about to land, he swiftly extended his fingers, precisely tapping their abdomens. The touch was neither painful nor irritating. Yet it froze Li Muqin and Ding Xiao mid-action, as if time itself had halted. Their expressions shifted dramatically as they suddenly doubled over, clutching their stomachs, and rushed into the restroom. With a slight smile, Chen Xian exited, knowing that if he lingered, the air would soon be filled with unpleasant odors. His 2 fingers had just directly pressed on the acupoints of the 2 individuals, inducing a tormenting bout of diarrhea, a veritable tempest of distress. Retracing his steps back to the royal lounge, Chen Xian settled into his seat amidst the astonished gazes of the onlookers. They had anticipated his return to be marked by bruises and injuries, yet he appeared unscathed. Had Li Xiao perhaps shown him mercy? Although Zhang Ziqing had earlier been a victim of Chen Xian's teasing, she now approached, her face flushed with concern, and inquired, "Chen Xian, they did not harm you, did they? Do I look like I'm in distress?" Chen Xian replied, a faint smile gracing his lips, while he mused that the 2 of them would likely struggle to walk later. Struggle to walk? Zhang Ziqing was utterly perplexed by Chen Xian's words. However, since he seemed unharmed, she refrained from displaying excessive concern and returned to her seat beside Chen Xian. Half an hour later, Li Muqin and Ding Xiao stumbled out of the restroom, having expelled all that was within them, supporting each other with weary expressions. "That bastard Chen Xian! I cannot fathom what tricks he played on us. I swear I will make him pay tonight." Li Muqin gritted his teeth, his voice weak from the ordeal. Ding Xiao, equally pale, added, "Li Xiao, that kid is rather sinister." As they entered the bar's main hall, Li Muqin suddenly spotted a familiar face approaching from across the room, and his heart leaped with joy as he donned a welcoming smile. "Brother Nan, long time no see." The man, muscular and fierce-looking, wore a white tiger tattoo on his left arm. Upon recognizing Li Muqin, he managed to muster a smile from his hardened features. "Ah, it's Li Xiao. Back at Ale Emperor for some fun again?" "Well, I intended to have some fun, but a certain brat has turned my night into a nightmare," Li Muqin replied, somewhat disgruntled. Brother Nan, detecting the unpleasant odor emanating from them, frowned slightly. "Is there truly someone audacious enough to provoke you, Li Xiao?" "Don't mention it. I'm not like you, Brother Nan, a figure of authority whose reputation commands respect everywhere," Li Muqin retorted. At this, Brother Nan's expression shifted, and he lowered his voice. "Li Xiao, we can joke around, But today, the big bosses from above have gathered here, so we must tread carefully. Li Mukin felt a jolt of surprise and cautiously inquired, Brother Nan, are the big bosses from your side taking over the Imperial Hall today? Indeed, today, Boss Long. Lord Lei and other prominent figures are here for a celebration. We smaller ones are merely here to ensure their safety. Brother Nan leaned closer to Li Mukin. Both Li Mukin and Ding Xiao's faces reflected astonishment. They had not anticipated being so closely involved with the legendary superiors. The so-called celebration was not lost on Li Mukin, who understood it signified Boss Long's triumph over Li Pengzi's elder brother, leading to this gathering of festivities. Brother Nan, would you do me the honor of joining me for a drink in my royal lounge? Perhaps you could help me regain my pride. That troublesome brat is inside. Li Mukin extended a warm invitation. I'm afraid I'm currently in a bit of an inconvenient position, Brother Nan replied, his tone strangely evasive. Li Mukin was well aware of the implications behind the words. It was merely about money, was it not? In truth, the relationship between the two was not as amicable as Li Mukin had previously boasted in front of others. Brother Nan was reluctant to abandon his post over such trifles concerning Li Mukin. Brother Nan, if you could just teach that brat a lesson, causing him to spend a year or so in the hospital, I would be willing to offer you 50,000 for a drink, Li Mukin proposed, revealing a figure. Brother Nan appeared somewhat troubled, hesitating as he replied, recently, our leader Long has been embroiled in a major incident. The atmosphere outside is rather tense, and the higher-ups have instructed us to refrain from causing any disturbances. What about 100,000? Li Mukin bit his lip and countered. Considering that scoundrel who had caused him such distress, he was prepared to go all out. The losses he incurred due to Chen Xuan today totaled nearly 1 million, and he would have to endure a scolding from his father upon returning home. However, seeing Brother Nan nod in agreement, Li Mukin felt that the expenditure was justified. Brother Nan immediately accepted the 100,000 transfer from Li Mukin and summoned 4 of his subordinates to accompany him into the Wangjue Hall. The group of affluent young heirs was taken aback when several burly men with intimidating appearances and various tattoos on their arms and chests entered, fearing that something was amiss. This is Brother Nan, as I mentioned before, along with his brothers, Li Mukin proudly introduced. The others greeted Brother Nan in unison. Hello, Brother Nan. They had not anticipated that Li Mukin would truly manage to invite him. Although these wealthy heirs were well off, few had ever encountered influential figures from the underworld. The imposing presence of Brother Nan left them momentarily astounded. They could not help but admire Li Mukin's connections. For a young Master Li to bring in someone like Brother Nan was indeed impressive. Basking in the admiration of the crowd, Li Mukin felt a sense of elation. But his mood soured upon noticing that only Chen Xuan remained seated, failing to acknowledge Brother Nan. Brother Nan, that brat over there is the one I mentioned. His name is Chen Xuan, Li Mukin said, his eyes narrowing ominously. Brother Nan turned his gaze toward Chen Xuan, a cold smile spreading across his face. You've got quite the audacity, disrespecting young Master Li and not even bothering to stand for me. Which faction do you belong to? I am not part of any faction, but I do know a few individuals above you, Chen Xuan replied, remaining seated, showing no inclination to rise. Amused by Chen Xuan's words, Brother Nan chuckled. Oh really? Who are they? Pray tell. Long Fei and Lei Bin, Chen Xuan stated, naming 2 figures. The laughter that erupted from Brother Nan and his 4 subordinates was uncontrollable, as though they had never heard such a hilarious joke. Li Mukin and the others joined in the laughter, some shaking their heads in disbelief, thinking that this fool was truly courting disaster without realizing it. Witnessing this scene, Zhang Ziqing understood perfectly well the purpose of Brother Nan's visit, but she was astonished at Chen Xuan's composure in the face of such peril. Where did he derive such confidence? You're quite impressive, knowing both are Leader Long and Master Lei. As Nan spoke, he abruptly ceased his laughter. Let me tell you, all the big shots above me are in the Emperor Hall across from us. If you dare, go confront them and claim you know them. I'm merely a student and have no interest in mingling with esteemed figures. Upon hearing that Long Fei and Lei Bin were present at the Ale Royal Palace, Chen Xuan remained indifferent and had no desire to approach. I thought you had some guts, but it turns out you're just a coward. Brothers, let's give this kid a good thrashing. Nan, unwilling to waste further words with Chen Xuan, immediately commanded his 4 underlings. The 4 burly men revealed fierce expressions, rolling up their sleeves as they advanced towards Chen Xuan. You are not allowed to harm him. In the midst of everyone's astonishment, Zhang Ziqing stepped protectively in front of Chen Xuan. Upon seeing the stunning beauty before them, the 4 muscular men halted in their tracks. Nan was equally captivated by Zhang Ziqing's beauty, greedily gazing for a few seconds before shifting his attention to Li Mukin, eager to discern his intentions regarding this evident love triangle. Ziqing, step aside. What makes this kid worth your protection? Li Mukin demanded, his face cold. Zhang Ziqing shook her head, turning to Chen Xuan with an apologetic expression. Chen Xuan, it's my fault for causing you to incur Li Mukin's resentment. I'll protect you as we leave. He wouldn't dare harm me. Why should I leave? Chen Xuan replied confidently, pulling Zhang Ziqing behind him. Observing this scene, Li Mukin sneered, Chen Xuan, if you kneel and plead for mercy now, I might instruct Nan's brothers to go easy on you. Apologize to me and this Nan fellow immediately, and I will indeed be lenient. With hands in his pockets and an expression devoid of emotion, Chen Xuan retorted, I owe no apologies. Upon hearing this, Nan's eyes gleamed with a cruel glint. I originally intended for you to lie low for a few months, but I didn't expect you to be this arrogant. Brothers, make sure he pays for this. The four hulking figures, filled with anticipation, lunged at Chen Xuan like wolves. Yet in the next instant, it was as if they had been struck by a massive truck, flying backward. Some crashed to the floor, others against the walls, and a few collided with a glass table, sending wine glasses, fruit platters, and dice scattering everywhere, with shards of glass flying about, startling everyone into retreat. The onlookers stood in stunned silence, their expressions frozen in disbelief as they gazed at Chen Xuan, who seemed to have barely moved, yet had sent the four giants sprawling. Was he truly the legendary martial arts master? Zhang Ziqing, who had initially expected Chen Xuan to be beaten, widened her eyes in disbelief. Could this man truly possess such formidable strength? Previously, she had thought of him merely as a skilled doctor with a touch of arrogance. Li Mukin and Ding Xiao simultaneously gasped. Having just contemplated dealing with Chen Xuan in the restroom, it now appeared that he had shown them mercy instead. Amidst the incredulous gazes of the crowd, Chen Xuan approached Li Mukin and brother Nan step by step, his voice chilling as if it emanated from the depths of the netherworld. Apologizing to me now might still be timely. Brother Nan fixed his gaze upon Chen Xuan, a tempest of astonishment and fury swirling within him. He had not anticipated that his four most capable subordinates could be so easily dispatched by Chen Xuan with but a single glance. Such terrifying prowess left him acutely aware that engaging Chen Xuan further would be akin to striking a stone with an egg. You do not take pride in this. The powerful figures above me are all adept at facing 100 foes alone. If you possess any courage, come with me to the Imperial Hall. Brother Nan gritted his teeth fiercely. Apparently, you still fail to comprehend the situation, Chen Xuan replied, shaking his head dismissively. Never mind, just summon Long Fei to meet me. With that, he turned and returned to his seat, nonchalantly sitting down. The crowd was once again struck by Chen Xuan's words, wondering if this audacious youth truly believed that defeating a few lackeys granted him the right to challenge the legendary dragon boss. How utterly arrogant! After a moment of hesitation, Brother Nan dashed out of the marquee hall. He could not believe that the esteemed figures would allow an unknown youth to wreak havoc on their territory during a celebratory banquet. Surely, any of the powerful individuals present could swiftly make this insolent boy regret his actions. As Brother Nan headed towards the Imperial Hall, Li Mukin regained his smug demeanor and coldly remarked to Chen Xuan, Chen Xuan, your fate is sealed. To provoke the name of Dragon Boss is to court death. The assembly regarded Chen Xuan with expressions of profound peculiarity, as if observing a specter, no matter how skilled he might be. Some individuals are simply not to be trifled with, although they, the privileged offspring, had their own influential backgrounds. They understood the necessity of decorum when entering the domain of the formidable figures of the Ale Emperor dynasty. When had anyone dared to cause a scene? Yet, here was Chen Xuan, who, on his very first visit, had injured a subordinate of Dragon Boss and, by sheer misfortune, encountered Dragon Boss amid a banquet. Thus, the consensus among the crowd was that, after today, Chen Xuan would quietly vanish from the world, without a trace. Seeing Chen Xuan leisurely savoring his red wine, Zhang Ziqing felt an overwhelming sense of dread. As everyone else made a concerted effort to distance themselves from Chen Xuan, she approached him, both exasperated and anxious. Chen Xuan, you should leave this place at once. That dragon boss is certainly not someone to be trifled with. Whether he is formidable or not, we shall soon see. Chen Xuan replied with a slight smile, handing her another glass of wine. Here, have a drink to calm your nerves. Zhang Ziqing was momentarily taken aback. The wine glass was already in her hand, leaving her speechless in response to Chen Xuan's nonchalance. At such a moment, was there really time to savor wine leisurely? Chen Xuan, if you can drink, you should indulge, for you may never have the chance again. Li Mukin taunted with delight. Meanwhile, Brother Nen approached the imperial hall in a state of trepidation. Upon entering, he was greeted by an imposing long table, flanked by a row of formidable figures, each displaying a distinct demeanor and aura. At the far end of the table sat a grand and authoritative man, his left cheek marred by a long scar, Long Fei. Upon the entrance of Brother Nan, all the prominent figures turned their gaze towards him. Under the scrutiny of so many piercing eyes, Brother Nan nearly faltered, his legs trembling as if he might kneel. "Anan, what brings you here?" inquired Lei Bin, seated in the lower right of Long Fei. Anan, one of his subordinates, should have been patrolling outside with his men. It was perplexing that he had suddenly entered the imperial hall. Master Lei. There's a rather formidable young man in the Marquis Hall who has injured several of our brothers, Anan replied, bowing and speaking with trepidation. Hearing this, Lei Bin's expression darkened, and he exclaimed, "Who dares to wreak havoc on our territory? Not only does this young man cause trouble, but he also demands to see Lord Long," Anan said, his head bowed, struggling to utter the words. The other prominent figures in attendance could not help but grin. Who had the audacity to summon their leader? Such bravado was astonishing, as if he considered himself a king among men, rather than expressing anger. Long Fei chuckled and glanced at Lei Bin, saying, "Lei Bin, you should handle this." Lei Bin nodded, gesturing for Anan to lead the way. As they walked, he queried, "You mentioned this young man is skilled. Do you know anything of his background?" "I only know he was brought by Li Muqing, but he seems to have fallen out with him. His name might be Chen Xuan," Anan replied truthfully. At this revelation, both Long Fei and Lei Bin's expressions shifted dramatically. Long Fei rose abruptly, asking, "What did you say? Repeat the name of that person." Startled by Long Fei's sudden intensity, Anan stammered, "His name is Chen Xuan." "Let us go. Everyone follow me to the Marquis Hall," commanded Long Fei, his demeanor neither joyful nor angry. The commanding presence in the room compelled all to rise swiftly and follow in his wake, despite their uncertainty regarding his intentions. The scene, brimming with intensity, left Anan bewildered. Was it truly necessary for the leader to mobilize all the elites for a mere youth? Even the obliteration of rival territories had not warranted such a display. Anan remained frozen in place until Lei Bin delivered a firm pat, jolting him into action. Within the Marquis Hall, Li Muqing and the others heard an abrupt cacophony of footsteps approaching, prompting them to glance toward the door. The sight that greeted them was nothing short of astonishing. It resembled a grand cinematic assembly of gang leaders. Leading the charge was Long Fei, striding with the confidence of a dragon, followed by a throng of men clad in dark suits, each exuding an aura of menace or deceptive charm. The palpable pressure they radiated was nearly suffocating. In stark contrast, Anan and his fellow elites appeared diminished, resembling harmless pups in comparison. The affluent youths, unaccustomed to such a formidable display, paled visibly, scarcely daring to breathe. Although Li Muqing had yet to see Long Fei's visage, he could easily deduce that the commanding figure at the forefront was none other than the legendary dragon boss. He forcibly suppressed the fear deep within him and stepped forward, trembling as he spoke. "You must be Dragon Boss. I am Li Muqing. Thank you for your support. Get lost." Before Li Muqing could finish his sentence, he was casually brushed aside by Long Fei's wave of his hand. Ding Xiao hurried over to support him, and upon seeing Li Muqing's contorted face and the blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, it was evident that Long Fei had shown him no mercy. Long Fei, accompanied by Lei Bin and several other powerful figures, approached Chen Xuan with utmost reverence, bowing respectfully as he greeted, "Good day, Master Chen." The other influential figures, witnessing their leader's respectful demeanor towards Chen Xuan, immediately followed suit, calling out in unison, "Good day, Master Chen." Each of these formidable martial artists, in the prime of their lives, shouted with resounding voices, shaking the very air and leaving everyone present in a state of shock. Li Muqing felt as if he had been struck by lightning, his mind reeling at the scene before him, a moment he would never forget. The expressions of others were not much better. They stood frozen, as if struck dumb, their eyes wide with disbelief as they gazed at Chen Xuan. Zhang Ziqing, standing beside Chen Xuan, also appeared pale, lost in a trance. Although these affluent heirs had not witnessed the might of Long Fei firsthand, they had heard tales from their elders. The notorious dragon boss of Tianhai City was now bowing to an ordinary young man in his 20s. How could such a sight not be utterly astonishing? Could this young man truly possess such remarkable connections that even Dragon Boss dared not cross him? The wealthy heirs, gripped by fear, remained rooted in place, unable to fathom Chen Xuan's true identity. In stark contrast, Li Muqing had merely encountered a minor thug, while Chen Xuan had compelled Dragon Boss to bow in submission, an unimaginable disparity. "Long Fei, come over and meet me," You need not bring so many people. You've frightened them all. Chen Xuan reclined lazily on the sofa, his tone relaxed. He was inherently a low-key individual and had no desire for such a grand display. Long Fei's actions left him feeling quite helpless. Master Chen, I apologize for my lack of foresight, Long Fei replied with a smile. But my brothers merely wished to behold your esteemed presence. It would be beneficial for them to honor you in the future when we encounter you in any setting. Chen Xuan smiled faintly. Honor is unnecessary. Just ensure your subordinates do not trouble me. Long Fei understood his meaning all too well and immediately turned to the already pale-faced Anan, bellowing with thunderous authority, How dare you offend Master Chen? Come here at once. Anan's body trembled violently as he crawled toward Chen Xuan and Long Fei, kneeling in supplication. I'm sorry. I lacked the eyes to recognize such greatness. I did not know you were acquainted with Master Chen and Master Long. I truly apologize. You foolish, blind imbecile. Laban strode over and slapped Anan. As one of his subordinates, Anan's audacity to provoke Chen Xuan left Laban feeling uneasy, fearing that Chen Xuan's wrath might be directed at him as well. However, Chen Xuan merely sipped his red wine, offering no further reaction. At this moment, Anan was utterly terrified, fervently apologizing. After receiving a slap from Laban, he suddenly recalled something and turned to glare resentfully at Li Mukin, exclaiming, Master Chen, Boss Long, it was this brat Li Mukin who incited me to act. I was unaware of the situation before. It's all because of this foolish blind idiot. I shall take care of him for Master Chen. With that, he charged at Li Mukin like a rabid dog, unleashing a torrent of punches and kicks upon him. Li Mukin had just been struck by Long Fei and had yet to recover when Anan descended upon him, pummeling him mercilessly, causing him to wail in agony. Stop it, Brother Nan. Please, stop. I recognize my mistakes. I won't dare again. The wealthy heirs watched Li Mukin's pitiful state, thoroughly humiliated and beaten. Yet none dared to intervene. Even Ding Xiao, who shared the closest bond with Li Mukin, cowered in a corner, trembling in fear, grateful merely to avoid being implicated in Anan's wrath. Though these individuals often called Li Mukin their brother, they were, in truth, merely fair-weather friends. To expect them to confront Boss Long on Li Mukin's behalf was to overestimate their camaraderie. All right, do not kill him, Chen Xuan finally spoke. Upon hearing this, Anan immediately halted his assault. By this point, Li Mukin was battered and bruised, his once handsome face marred by several cuts, rendering him a pitiable spectacle. Chen Xuan's icy gaze fixed upon him as he inquired, Li Mukin, do you understand where you went wrong? Yes. I was foolish and should not have attempted to vie for a woman with you, Master Chen, Li Mukin replied, his face downcast and sorrowful. Upon hearing Li Mukin's words, Chen Xuan nearly spat out the red wine in his mouth, utterly bemused by the man's peculiar reasoning. To the side, Zhang Ziqing's cheeks flushed suddenly, her bashful demeanor appearing exceptionally endearing. Long Fei had already taken note of the enchanting beauty beside Chen Xuan and, with a beaming smile, remarked, Master Chen, your lady is truly a vision of celestial beauty. You two are simply a perfect match. What lady? I and Chen Xuan are merely friends. Please do not mislabel us, Zhang Ziqing retorted, her face flushed with embarrassment. Chen Xuan chuckled softly, neither confirming nor denying the assertion. Long Fei wore a knowing smile, sensing that Master Chen and his lady had yet to consummate their relationship. Not daring to press further, he shifted topics, Master Chen. I will have someone take care of that brat. Please, step over to the Imperial Hall, my brothers, and I would like to treat you to a drink. At the mention of being dealt with, Li Mukin shivered involuntarily, a warm sensation flooding him. He had been frightened to the point of nearly losing control. Today, he had exerted great effort and spent a considerable sum attempting to eliminate Chen Xuan, only to find himself humiliated, his very life now at stake. However, Chen Xuan seemed to ponder for a moment before declaring, Li Mukin has already learned his lesson. Let us spare him this time. As for drinking, I have had my fill today. You may proceed as you wish. Long Fei nodded in agreement, refraining from further insistence. Having gradually discerned Chen Xuan's temperament and understanding his desire to avoid deep entanglements with the underworld, then, Master Chen, we shall take our leave. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to call upon me. After Long Fei concluded his remarks and observed Chen Xuan's nod, he led a group of influential figures out of the Duke's hall. As the pressure receded like a tidal wave, everyone exhaled deeply, exchanging glances filled with astonishment and lingering fear. They had never anticipated that the events of the day would unfold in such an unforeseen manner, with Chen Xuan emerging as the sovereign of the situation. While Li Mukin was left in a state of disgrace, their positions utterly reversed. All eyes were now cast upon Chen Xuan with a newfound trepidation from this moment onwards. They would no longer dare to underestimate this young man of formidable connections. The gathering, originally meant to celebrate Zhang Ziqing's return, had taken on a different tone. The atmosphere was heavy, and no one felt inclined to drink, sing, or dance. Li Muqin lay on the ground like a defeated dog, groaning softly and avoiding Chen Xuan's gaze. Ding Xiao, huddled in a corner, had yet to muster the courage to assist Li Muqin to his feet. Witnessing the once arrogant heirs now displaying reverence, Chen Xuan stood up with a faint smile and addressed Zhang Ziqing. I shall return to the company now. You may continue enjoying yourselves. Just as he was about to exit, Zhang Ziqing unexpectedly followed him, her tone complex as she said, I will accompany you to the gathering. She expressed her apologies, stating, Friends, I am quite fatigued today and have yet to return home, so I will take my leave. Thank you for celebrating with me. With that, she left with Chen Xuan, while the others bid her farewell, watching her depart alongside him, excluding the dazed Li Muqin and Ding Xiao. Once outside the Yue dynasty, Chen Xuan and Zhang Ziqing climbed into the company's dilapidated Toyota. The moment the engine roared to life, Zhang Ziqing could no longer contain her curiosity and inquired, Chen Xuan, your medical skills are remarkable, your driving unparalleled, your prowess formidable, and even Long Fei, who commands respect, shows you deference. Who exactly are you? May I choose not to answer that question? Chen Xuan replied with a subtle smile as he maneuvered the vehicle onto the road. Zhang Ziqing, her expression earnest, insisted, No, I cannot allow someone of ambiguous identity to work in my cousin's company, especially when she has entrusted you with significant responsibilities. Therefore, you must answer me. Everyone harbors their own secrets. If I disclose mine, would you be willing to share your most profound secret with me in exchange? Chen Xuan countered. Zhang Ziqing fell silent. Her cheeks flushed as she struggled to respond. Turning to admire her exquisite profile, Chen Xuan stated solemnly, While there are matters I cannot reveal, I assure you that I harbor no ill intentions toward General Shun or the Shin Group. At this, Zhang Ziqing bit her lip, contemplating the weight of his words. Given Chen Xuan's capabilities, had he wished to harm her cousin, he would have done so long ago, rather than remain at the Shin Group and assist her with her ailment. Nevertheless, despite having seen Chen Xuan's resume from Shinbinglan, she remained skeptical that he was merely an ordinary university student yet to graduate, especially after the multitude of shocks he had bestowed upon her today. Do you wish to return home or to the company? Chen Xuan asked calmly. Zhang Ziqing, jolted from her thoughts, replied after a moment of contemplation. Please take me home first. As dusk had yet to settle, Chen Xuan, with his deft driving skills, swiftly delivered Zhang Ziqing to her residence, a luxurious apartment complex. This location was in close proximity to the Moon Bay coast, where Long Fei had gifted Chen Xuan a villa. Furthermore, according to Zhang Ziqing, Shinbinglan's home was also situated at the Moon Bay coast, a standalone villa as well. After dropping off Zhang Ziqing, Chen Xuan drove back to the Shin Group. By this time, the workday had concluded, and as he maneuvered his car to a traffic light just a street away from the corporate building, he noticed a white Ferrari approaching from the opposite direction, with none other than Shinbinglan behind the wheel. Shinbinglan quickly spotted Chen Xuan, and just as they were about to exchange greetings, 6 black sedans surged toward them from the 4 corners of the intersection, racing at breakneck speed, intent on colliding with both Chen Xuan's and Shinbinglan's vehicles. These cars seemed to have lost their senses, disregarding lanes and traffic signals entirely. A chill ran down Chen Xuan's spine as he shouted to Shinbinglan, accelerate and get out of here. In that critical moment, Shinbinglan, without a second thought, pressed the accelerator to the floor, and the Ferrari surged forward, escaping the encirclement of the 6 black sedans. Unfortunately, Chen Xuan was not as fortunate. His aging Toyota was already slow, and having come to a halt for the red light, it sluggishly resumed movement, making it impossible to evade the impending collision. With a deafening crash, the 6 sedans collided with Chen Xuan's Toyota, instantly transforming the vehicle into a mangled heap of metal. Its structure utterly shattered and unrecognizable from the previous moment. Chen Xuan. Shinbinglan cried out in horror as she gazed into the rearview mirror at the wreckage of the Toyota, unable to suppress her despair. It was over. Such a collision would surely have left Chen Xuan in pieces. Tears welled in her eyes, and her heart plummeted. Without a moment's hesitation, she slammed on the brakes and leaped from the Ferrari. The 6 sedans gradually withdrew from the crumpled Toyota. Inside those cars sat men with stern expressions, having just committed an act of murder, yet showing no intention of fleeing the scene as they turned their vehicles towards Shinbinglan. Their next target was none other than the female president of the Chen Group. At that moment, a metallic cracking sound emanated from the wrecked Toyota, drawing everyone's astonished attention. Suddenly, with a resounding bang, the roof of the Toyota seemed to be forcefully smashed open, and out sprang a figure, none other than the remarkably unscathed Chen Xuan. Despite the horrific accident, he bore no injuries. His only misfortune was a tattered outfit, ripped and ragged. Standing resolutely atop the wreckage of the Toyota, Chen Xuan's gaze was piercing and frigid, reminiscent of a specter from the netherworld, as he surveyed the occupants of the 6 sedans. The moment his chilling gaze met theirs, a shiver ran through them, and they couldn't help but wonder, how had he survived? Chen Binglan, witnessing Chen Xuan's miraculous survival and his unscathed condition, felt a surge of relief replace her despair, staring in disbelief at this formidable man before her. After a moment of stupor, the occupants of the car swiftly regained their composure and exited the vehicle, advancing menacingly towards Chen Xuan, who was seated in the Toyota. Surprisingly, upon witnessing Chen Xuan's formidable physique, these individuals did not exhibit fear nor retreat. Instead, they approached him in a synchronized manner. This unusual calmness led Chen Xuan to suspect that they were likely a group of professional assassins. Attack! A voice shouted, and a dozen fierce-looking assassins lunged at Chen Xuan. Although they were unarmed, their skills were extraordinary. Their physical fitness, speed of strikes, and coordination surpassed that of ordinary thugs by a significant margin. As one assassin leapt high, swinging a fist towards him, Chen Xuan remained unmoved, countering with a powerful kick executed from midair. The assassin had no time to evade and was sent flying, crashing against a shop sign several meters away. The sheer force of that kick propelled him 8 meters, causing a stir among the onlookers, who were astonished to witness such a scene, typically reserved for television. Indeed, there were masters of martial arts in modern society. However, the presence of the spectators did not impede the assassin's assault. They were intent on a swift resolution before departing. Yet, regardless of their professional training and advanced tactical coordination, they were ultimately futile in the face of the overwhelming disparity in strength. Chen Xuan's physical prowess had already surpassed human limits. Even a single kick from him possessed the force of 1,000 pounds. Anyone receiving his full force strike would either be dead or severely injured. Not to mention that he had yet to harness the supreme energy within him. Unfazed by the assassin's reckless onslaught, Chen Xuan maintained his composure, standing firmly atop the Toyota, delivering a succession of precise kicks, front kicks, side kicks, and a series of rapid strikes that sent the assassins sprawling in disarray. Within mere seconds, the street was littered with incapacitated assassins, groaning in pain, having recklessly charged at him in broad daylight. The onlookers were taken aback by Chen Xuan's graceful and powerful kicking technique, marveling at his prowess. Even Chen Binglan's beautiful eyes sparkled with astonishment. She had not anticipated that Chen Xuan possessed such extraordinary martial skills in addition to his remarkable medical talents. Once all the assassins had been dealt with, Chen Binglan felt a wave of relief and approached Chen Xuan. "Be careful," Chen Xuan suddenly shouted, his pupils dilating in alarm. He had noticed an assassin lying on the ground, pulling out a dark handgun from his clothing, aiming it at Chen Binglan with a sinister smile as he squeezed the trigger. This assassin was particularly treacherous. Instead of targeting Chen Xuan directly, he had chosen Chen Binglan as his intended victim, believing that with Chen Xuan's abilities, he could likely evade the bullet, whereas Chen Binglan lacked such skills. Bang! A spark erupted from the gun's muzzle, and the bullet raced towards Chen Binglan. As Chen Xuan uttered the words "be careful," he gripped a shard of metal from a car wreck and hurled it towards the gunman. In an instant, he vanished from sight. Before the assailant could fire a second shot, his body was struck at a vital point by Chen Xuan, rendering him paralyzed and incapable of even moving his fingers. At that moment, an ethereal energy surged wildly through Chen Xuan, unleashing every ounce of his potential. His unparalleled speed created a gale as he moved, a blur that was imperceptible to the naked eye of an ordinary person. The gunman lay sprawled on the ground, eyes wide with desperation as he searched for Chen Xuan's location. Yet, even if Chen Xuan were to slow his pace by half, the gunman would still be unable to trace his movements. As the bullet was about to pierce Chen Binglan's chest, Chen Xuan reached her side in a fraction of a second. With a sharp sound, the bullet struck Chen Xuan's back. But the ethereal energy within him converged at the point of impact, dissipating the force of the projectile. His formidable physique trapped the bullet within his muscle, preventing it from penetrating and causing internal damage. It is noteworthy that Chen Xuan had previously withstood the collision of 6 vehicles while seated inside a Toyota without a scratch. Therefore, this bullet inflicted little harm upon him, barely registering his pain. Blood trickled from the wound, yet Chen Xuan regarded Shen Binglan with a gentle gaze. Smiling softly as he inquired, "Are you all right?" Shen Binglan remained in a daze. Initially, upon witnessing the gunman fire at her, despair had enveloped her, leading her to believe her life was at an end. To her astonishment, in the next moment, Chen Xuan appeared before her, shielding her from the bullet. The surreal experience of witnessing a glimmer of hope amidst the abyss of death left her stunned and speechless, clearly shaken. Noticing Shen Binglan, usually so composed and serene, had failed to respond to him, Chen Xuan understood that facing death stripped anyone of their calm demeanor. Observing the pallor on her delicate face, he felt a surge of compassion. He gently enveloped her in his arms. The softness of her body and the unique, pleasant fragrance she exuded captivated him. Moments later, Shen Binglan suddenly gasped and, as if jolted by an electric shock, broke free from his embrace. Her cheeks flushed crimson, and she coldly chided, "You big rogue." Chen Xuan, with a helpless shrug, replied, "I merely wish to comfort you with a warm embrace after your fright." "How's that comforting? You were just taking advantage of me." Shen Binglan retorted, her expression frosty. Seeing her anger, Chen Xuan feigned a pained expression, exclaiming, "Oh no, I've been shot." "Where?" Shen Binglan's heart raced with concern. "My back." Upon inspecting Chen Xuan's back, Shen Binglan felt a mix of emotions, gratitude for his bravery in shielding her and embarrassment upon realizing the bullet had struck near his lower back. As she watched the wound bleed profusely, the formidable Shen Binglan felt a surge of panic. "Chen Xuan, are you all right? I will take you to the hospital immediately." "Wait." Chen Xuan replied, feigning endurance against the pain, determined to uncover the identity of those who sought to harm them. With resolve, he swiftly approached the assassin who had fired the shot. Among the numerous assailants, only this individual had wielded a firearm, suggesting a position of authority among the others. In the bustling cities of Huaxia, smuggling weapons is a formidable challenge. Thus, this group of killers likely believed that only one gunman was necessary as a precaution against Chen Xuan. "Who sent you?" Chen Xuan inquired, his tone as frigid as ice. The assassin scoffed derisively, turning his head away, adopting an air of indifference. "Quite dedicated, aren't you?" Chen Xuan remarked with a sardonic smile. No sooner had he spoken than he extended a finger, pressing it against a vital point on the assassin's chest. A searing pain coursed through the assassin's body, contorting his features in agony, beads of cold sweat cascading down his brow. I will speak." The assassin gasped, struggling to utter the words through gritted teeth. In mere seconds, even this highly trained professional assassin could not withstand the torment. At that moment, Shen Binglan approached, standing resolutely beside Chen Xuan. "It was a client with the surname Shen, who paid us to eliminate you both," the assassin stammered, his lips trembling. Upon hearing this, Chen Xuan exchanged a knowing glance with Shen Binglan, understanding that they both had arrived at the same conclusion. The employer with the surname Shen could only be either Shen Qing, Shen Binglan's uncle, or his son Shen Jiahao, or perhaps even their aunt Shen Feng. How ruthless! Shen Binglan thought, horrified at the lengths to which her family would go for the presidency of the Shen Group, willing to resort to murder against their own niece. Her expression darkened, an overwhelming sense of dread washing over her. Had it not been for the fortuitous arrival of Chen Xuan, she could have met a tragic end today. Shrouded in mystery, Chen Xuan continued to interrogate the assassin, but it became clear that he could extract no further information. Such professional killers rarely inquire about their employer's identity, focusing solely on the transaction. Consequently, the lack of vital evidence made it difficult to bring Shen Chen and the others to justice. Suddenly, the sound of sirens pierced the air. Someone among the onlookers had called the police. The officers arrived with remarkable efficiency, reaching the scene in under 5 minutes. Not wishing to explain how he had dispatched the assassins, Chen Xuan took Shen Binglan's hand and swiftly led her into her Ferrari, driving away with haste. "Where are we going?" Shen Binglan asked, her brow furrowing in confusion. The audacity of Chen Xuan to grasp her hand while she was in turmoil, and now commandeering the driver's seat of her Ferrari, flustered her. Recalling the previous moment when he had held her close, the warmth of his strong arms and chest flooded her with a mix of embarrassment and indignation, as her heart raced like a startled deer. Chen Xuan gazed at the blushing face of Shen Binglan and smiled gently, saying, "Of course, I am escorting you home." Upon witnessing Chen Xuan's tender and compassionate smile, Shen Binglan felt her cheeks flush even more. Though she was still upset about his previous advantage, Chen Xuan was wholly focused on her safety. Moreover, despite sustaining a gunshot wound, he prioritized her well-being above his own. A wave of emotion surged within Shen Binglan, apart from her father and her late grandfather. Chen Xuan was the first man to exhibit such genuine concern for her. This sentiment transcended familial care, as she had harbored a disdain for men throughout her life, never engaging with unfamiliar males. After a moment of contemplation, Shen Binglan gently bit her red lip and whispered, "Chen Xuan, thank you." "What for?" "We are in the same boat now," Chen Xuan replied with a cheerful grin. "Humph, who said we are in the same boat?" Shen Binglan retorted, unable to suppress a scoff. "It's undoubtedly my uncle and his associates who wish to see me harmed, and you've just been dragged into it." She continued, "Given Shen Jiahao's temperament, I am certain that after our previous encounter over the longevity ointment, I have also secured a place on his list." Chen Xuan did not blame Shen Binglan. After all, encountering someone as deranged as Shen Jiahao was bound to leave a lasting grudge. "By the way, what is your exact address?" Unbeknownst to them, Chen Xuan had already driven to Owan Coast. Shen Binglan provided an address and suddenly inquired, "How did you know my home was here?" "Zhang Jiqing told me," he replied. Shen Binglan was taken aback. Her cousin had been at odds with Chen Xuan just that morning. How could she have divulged her address to him within a single afternoon? Just as she contemplated questioning Chen Xuan about the events of that day, he had already parked the car in front of her residential community. This was one of the most luxurious villa districts in the entire Tianhai city, and Shen Binglan's home was nestled within one of these elegant enclaves. The environment was exquisite, adorned with lush trees and facing the vast, azure sea, which invigorated the spirit. Upon seeing Shen Binglan's Ferrari, the security guard granted immediate access without hesitation. As they entered the community, they noticed patrolling security personnel, robust and vigilant, while surveillance cameras dotted the area. The towering walls, reaching 4 to 5 meters high, were equipped with protective nets, ensuring top-tier security. Given that the residents of this community were either wealthy or influential, they spared no expense in implementing stringent safety measures. The deeper Chen Xuan drove into the community, the more he realized its expansive nature, with a succession of stand-alone villas, each showcasing distinct architectural styles. After parking in the private lot of one villa, Chen Xuan and Shen Binglan exited the vehicle together. Before them stood a grand 3-story European-style villa, its design featuring spires, domes, and arches, all reflecting classical elegance. The wall reliefs harmonized beautifully with the flowers on the balcony, creating a visually pleasing tableau. As they entered the villa, Chen Xuan noticed a kind-faced woman in her 40s emerging from the kitchen adjacent to the living room, welcoming them. "Miss, you have returned." "Yes. Please ask Aunt Qing to retrieve the medical kit from the house," Shen Binglan requested. Shen Binglan spoke softly, fully aware that Chen Xuan was reluctant to seek medical treatment at the hospital to avoid unnecessary complications. Moreover, with his exceptional medical skills, he was capable of treating himself. Aunt Qing cast a glance at the tattered Chen Xuan standing behind Shen Binglan, her expression slightly stiffening. However, she refrained from asking any questions and proceeded to retrieve the medical kit. With the medical kit in hand, Shen Binglan led Chen Xuan upstairs, determined to keep Aunt Qing from noticing his gunshot wound, sparing her further worry. After the two ascended, Aunt Qing's eyes finally revealed a sense of astonishment. It was the first time the young lady brought a stranger home. Moreover, they maintained a distance of less than a meter. Was it possible that the young lady's ailment had improved? Who was this unfamiliar young man? And why did he have a bloodstain on his back? What was the nature of their relationship? A flurry of questions raced through Aunt Qing's mind, leaving her both anxious and hopeful. She shook her head and returned to the kitchen to prepare dinner. "Mr. Shen, your villa is truly remarkable," Chen Xuan remarked, admiring the unique interior design. Shen Binglan retorted, somewhat exasperated, "You've been shot, yet you still focus on my home's decor. Hurry and lie down." Hearing her commanding tone, Chen Xuan chuckled helplessly and reclined on a large sofa. Despite his robust physique, the earlier exertion coupled with the gunshot wound had left his complexion somewhat pale. Shen Binglan had resolved to treat Chen Xuan's injury, yet upon seeing him sprawled on the sofa, she felt her cheeks flush slightly, momentarily frozen in place. If she were to extract the bullet lodged in his backside, she genuinely felt at a loss. Enlisting Aunt Qing for assistance was out of the question. Biting her lip, Shen Binglan leaned against Chen Xuan's body. "Are you truly going to treat me?" Chen Xuan turned his face, displaying a teasing smile. Shen Binglan nodded, her voice barely audible as she affirmed, "Then I suppose I should take off my pants?" "Rogue, why are you in such a hurry?" Shen Binglan exclaimed, a mixture of fluster and embarrassment washing over her. Chen Xuan, still smiling, replied, "If we delay any longer, your chief physician might bleed to death." You can undress." Shen Binglan seemed to summon all her resolve, closing her eyes and turning her face away. Observing her demeanor, Chen Xuan shook his head. All right. Shen Binglan slowly turned her head, her eyes half closed, on the verge of a scream. However, fearing Aunt Qing might overhear, she stifled her cry. Taking a deep breath, she endeavored to suppress any distracting thoughts, focusing solely on the visible bullet embedded in Chen Xian's flesh, surrounded by a gruesome pool of blood. As a formidable woman in the business realm, Shen Binglan was undeniably capable, yet faced with the prospect of treating a gunshot wound, she felt utterly unprepared. Nevertheless, it was not common for ordinary individuals to encounter such situations, and Chen Xian found her reaction entirely understandable. First, she would need to disinfect the small knife and tweezers with alcohol, then carefully incise the wound with the knife, and finally extract the bullet with the tweezers. Chen Xian spoke in a calm tone. Shen Binglan blinked her eyes, asking, "Aren't you going to use anesthesia? You could put on a distracting movie for me." A mischievous smile curled at the corners of Chen Xian's mouth. Shen Binglan, with an innocent gaze, inquired, "What kind of movie?" "It's an adult romantic film," he replied. "Pervert. Do you think my family would have such indecent films?" Shen Binglan retorted, both embarrassed and angry. Had it not been for his gunshot wound, she had no doubt she would have given him a good beating. Observing the charming blush on Shen Binglan's face, Chen Xian found himself momentarily entranced. Finally regaining his composure to ask, "All right, no more jokes. Can you sing?" "I haven't sung in a long time," Shen Binglan sighed softly. In the past, when she was feeling down, she often dragged Zhang Jiqing to karaoke. However, after studying abroad and returning to take on the role of group president, she hadn't sung in years. With Zhang Jiqing back, she contemplated inviting her for a karaoke session, but refrained from doing so due to her current presidential status. "As long as you can sing, that's enough," Chen Xian smiled lightly. "When I was a child, my mother would sing by my bedside to lull me to sleep. More effective than any anesthetic." "I'm not your mother," Shen Binglan shot him a glare. She then took out her medical tools, disinfected the small knife, and, with her delicate hand slightly trembling, pierced the knife into the gunshot wound. "Hey, be gentle." Chen Xian feigned a cry of pain, but the next moment, he heard a melody akin to celestial sounds. Shen Binglan was genuinely singing for him. Her clear and ethereal voice wafted into Chen Xian's ears, captivating and exquisite, transporting him to a dreamlike realm. Chen Xian felt his entire body relax as he listened to Shen Binglan's gentle singing, a truly unparalleled experience that enveloped him completely, rendering him spellbound. Such a remarkable voice. If Shen Binglan were to debut as a singer, she would undoubtedly reach the status of a diva. Before he realized it, Shen Binglan had extracted the bullet and bandaged the wound. Though her movements were somewhat clumsy, the final outcome of her treatment was remarkably effective. "I never expected President Shen to treat me one day. Thank you." Chen Xian expressed his heartfelt gratitude. Shen Binglan shot him a glare, saying, "You are the first difficult patient I've encountered while treating injuries. Just lie still. I'm going to take a shower." She had been startled into a cold sweat when faced with the assassin during the car accident, and now feeling uncomfortable, she stood up and walked towards the bathroom. Chen Xian lay comfortably on the sofa, and after a short while, he heard the sound of running water from the bathroom. Imagining Shen Binglan removing her office attire piece by piece, allowing the water to cascade over her flawless figure, Chen Xian felt a rush of unease. His eyes shimmered with a faint golden glow, and he sensed that the world held no barriers. Through the bathroom wall, he could see Shen Binglan showering with unparalleled clarity. Upon witnessing the scene, one could hardly suppress a gasp. The image of the enchanting beauty in her bath was utterly captivating. Observing Shen Binglan's flushed cheeks and her mesmerizing gaze, shrouded in mist, was a sight of unparalleled allure. Her flawless figure, with its alluring curves, epitomized the most exquisite beauty imaginable. After a brief moment, Chen Xian averted his gaze, forcefully suppressing the flames of desire that surged within him. He began to contemplate the matter concerning Shen Binglan's uncle and the hired assassin. Had he not fortuitously encountered Shen Binglan on his way back to the company, she might have met with a tragic fate. The assassin hired by Shen Chen would not rest easily after this failure. Chen Xian realized he could not be with Shen Binglan constantly to ensure her safety. After a moment of serious reflection, he picked up his phone and dialed a number. "Master Chen, you called for me? Is there something you need?" Came the surprised voice of Long Fei from the other end. He hadn't anticipated Chen Xian would reach out to him. Chen Xian replied calmly, "Long Fei, I require your assistance in protecting someone." "Who is it, Master Chen?" "The president of the Shen Corporation, Shen Binglan." Long Fei expressed mild astonishment. Could the legendary beauty, Shen Binglan, also be a romantic interest of Master Chen? Although he had never seen her in person, he had heard tales of her extraordinary beauty, rivaling that of Zhang Jiqing. whom he had encountered at the Huang dynasty bar. Master Chen is indeed fortunate, he mused internally, while outwardly responding with utmost politeness, since it is your request. There is no problem at all. I will have Alan bring a few capable brothers to ensure President Shen's protection is thorough. Who is Alan? Chen Xuan inquired. She is my personal female bodyguard. The one you met at Bayou Lu. Chen Xuan recalled her well. She had impressively caught a flying dart with her bare hands in the dark, proving her exceptional skill. Moreover, for a figure of Long Fei's stature to entrust a woman as his bodyguard indicated his significant regard and trust in her abilities. Long Fei's willingness to dispatch his personal bodyguard to protect Shen Binglan demonstrated his earnest intent. Thank you, Long Fei, Chen Xuan expressed, pleased with the arrangement. Your people only need to provide protection from the shadows and avoid revealing themselves in front of Shen Binglan. I understand, Master Chen. You can rest assured, Long Fei replied, elated by Chen Xuan's gratitude. Gaining favor from such a powerful figure was worth more than expanding territory or earning millions. It would make future dealings with Chen Xuan much smoother. As Chen Xuan prepared to end the call, Long Fei suddenly recalled something and said, by the way, Master Chen, have you visited the No. 1 villa at Moon Bay Coast? Chen Xuan responded with mild curiosity, not yet. Why? Before presenting the villa to you, I arranged for 2 maids to manage the upkeep. If you do not wish for them to remain, I can have them leave. Long Fei spoke cautiously. Oh, then let it be. With such a grand villa, Chen Xuan certainly does not wish to clean it himself. Upon hearing this, Long Fei smiled with a flattering and teasing demeanor. Since Master Chen desires it, feel free to utilize them at your leisure. Those 2 maids are a pair of stunning sisters, and they are quite innocent. Chen Xuan was momentarily speechless, realizing how far Long Fei would go to curry his favor. After ending the call, he reclined for a while until he saw the graceful and beautiful silhouette of Shen Binglan emerge from the bathroom. She had donned a moon-white nightgown, her damp, long hair cascading loosely, with glistening droplets of water clinging to the tips. Her unadorned, pure face post-bath possessed a unique allure, evoking an irresistible sense of affection. What made Chen Xuan gulp was the apparent absence of undergarments beneath Shen Binglan's sheer nightgown, which clung to her flawless and alluring figure, exuding a temptation far greater than mere fabric. As she approached him, Chen Xuan found it increasingly difficult to maintain his composure. What are you staring at? You're drenched in sweat. Shouldn't you hurry and wash up? Shen Binglan chided, unable to suppress her irritation at Chen Xuan's unabashed gaze. This man always looked at her with such brazen disregard. It was infuriating. Chen Xuan chuckled awkwardly. In my current state, it's not exactly easy to wash up. Are you expecting someone to assist you? Shen Binglan's cheeks flushed with a growing chill. Even if I wash, I have no clothes to change into, he replied helplessly. This caught Shen Binglan off guard. Living solely with her aunt, and with her parents absent from Tianhai City, their home was filled exclusively with women's clothing. The thought of lending her own attire to Chen Xuan made her feel quite bashful. However, recalling that if not for him today, she might have met a tragic fate, she quickly dismissed her embarrassment. Not one to be stingy, Shen Binglan resolved to help. Stepping into her bedroom to retrieve a seldom-worn robe, which she tossed to Chen Xuan. Chen Xuan caught the soft black silk robe, momentarily taken aback that Shen Binglan would actually lend him her clothing, especially something so intimate, still imbued with her subtle fragrance. Seeing his astonishment, Shen Binglan bit her lip. What are you dawdling for? Go take a shower. Regaining his senses, Chen Xuan smiled at her before entering the bathroom, hanging the robe on the rack. He immediately noticed various intimate garments hanging there, each a different hue, igniting his imagination. Outside, Shen Binglan suddenly realized she had forgotten to remove her intimate wear, leaving Chen Xuan to see it all. Embarrassment washed over her face as she scolded herself for being so careless. However, the thought of knocking on the door to ask Chen Xuan to come out so she could retrieve her clothing was utterly out of the question. Wouldn't that imply she was overly concerned about her private garments being seen? Humph, you lucky rogue, she thought, feeling a mix of frustration and fluster. Shen Binglan's cheeks flushed with a hint of embarrassment as she silently scolded herself. The sound of running water resonated from the bathroom, where Chen Xuan was indulging in a soothing hot shower, feeling a delightful sense of relaxation enveloping his entire being. After his shower, he donned Shen Binglan's silk robe, savoring its exquisite softness, and he couldn't help but think that such a luxurious garment must come with a hefty price tag, one that was beyond the reach of ordinary individuals. As he emerged from the bathroom, he caught sight of Shen Binglan breaking into a playful smile. The sight of him clad in a woman's robe was indeed amusing, prompting even the usually frosty Shen Binglan to chuckle. Since you find such joy in seeing me wear your robe, I shall graciously accept it, Chen Xuan declared unabashedly. Not a chance. There is no way I would part with this robe, Shen Binglan retorted, casting a disapproving glare at Chen Xuan. How could this man possess such audacity? I shall ask Aunt Qing to fetch you a proper set of men's clothing. Unfazed by her intentions, Chen Xuan casually made his way to the sofa and sat down, grinning as he replied, that would indeed be a favor. Shen Binglan joined him, her beautiful eyes sparkling with contemplation, lost in her thoughts. Chen Xuan, I find myself increasingly curious about your true identity, she finally spoke after a prolonged silence. When she first encountered him, he struck her as just another unremarkable intern at her company. However, his astonishing medical skills and ability to treat her cold had shattered her initial perceptions. He was far from an ordinary university student. Today, he had further astonished her, revealing not only his medical expertise, but also extraordinary martial prowess. Who exactly was he? Since returning home, Shen Binglan had pondered this question repeatedly. Yet she remained without an answer, only feeling that Chen Xuan was shrouded in mystery. In response to her inquiry, Chen Xuan smiled serenely. This question had also been posed to him by Zhang Ziqing. Indeed, the greater one's abilities, the more explanations one must provide. Given your discernment and insight, Miss Shen, you would undoubtedly find it hard to believe if I claimed to be an ordinary person, Chen Xuan began, speaking slowly. However, everyone harbors their own secrets. I can only reveal that my medical knowledge and martial skills have been passed down from a reclusive master. As for the identity of this master, I am not at liberty to disclose. Upon hearing Chen Xuan's earnest words, Shen Binglan contemplated for a while before ultimately choosing to believe him. She understood that many extraordinary individuals existed in the world. For instance, her own combat skills had been taught to her by a female disciple of a master overseas, a figure whose true visage she had never encountered. These masters often preferred to remain in the shadows, reluctant to engage with the world. Yet for the sake of passing on their knowledge, they would seek out a young prodigy to impart their lifelong expertise. Chen Xuan must be one of those exceptionally gifted individuals, fortunate enough to have been chosen by a master, thus receiving their invaluable teachings at such a tender age. With such remarkable abilities, one could say that Chen Xuan's future was indeed boundless, as long as Chen Xuan's character remains untainted. Shen Binglan harbors no desire to delve into his background. His utility suffices. Moreover, had it not been for Chen Xuan's timely rescue, Shen Qing and his accomplices would have succeeded in their murderous plot. Unexpectedly, she has unwittingly acquired such a remarkable talent in Chen Xuan. Perhaps her grandfather's spirit watches over them, ensuring the continued prosperity of the Shen family. Chen Xuan, I believe in your words. Regardless of circumstances, you saved my life today. And I am sincerely grateful, Shen Binglan expressed for the second time that day. For someone of her former disposition, such gratitude would have been utterly inconceivable. It is evident that her previously aloof demeanor has begun to transform subtly under Chen Xuan's influence. Feeling the shift in Shen Binglan, Chen Xuan felt a sense of satisfaction. He smiled and replied, Miss Shen, there's no need for further expressions of gratitude. However, the individuals behind those assassins, your second uncle and his associates, must be taken seriously. I shall promptly initiate an investigation into the evidence of Shen Cheng's dealings with the hired killers, while also providing the police with a statement regarding today's incident. With law enforcement involved, Shen Chen and his ilk will surely refrain from any rash actions in the near future. As Shen Binglan spoke, a glint of cold determination flashed in her eyes, embodying the formidable presence of a strong woman. The internal strife within a large family is often merciless. If she were to continue retreating passively, she would find herself with no escape. Observing Shen Binglan's fearless gaze, Chen Xuan could not help but admire her. Most ordinary women, when faced with such perilous circumstances, would be paralyzed by fear, unable to contemplate a counterattack. Yet Shen Binglan not only remained composed but also strategized her subsequent responses, showcasing her exceptional mental fortitude and acumen. With the police's involvement in the investigation, coupled with Chen Xuan's arrangements for Long Fei to discreetly protect Shen Binglan, it is unlikely that Chen Chen would dare to act recklessly in the immediate future. At that moment, Aunt Qing's voice echoed from downstairs, Miss, dinner is ready. Thank you. Aunt Qing, we'll be right down, Shen Binglan replied, then turned to Chen Xuan, saying, shall we go? They descended the stairs to find Aunt Qing had set a table filled with steaming dishes, the enticing aroma making Chen Xuan's mouth water. I apologize, miss. I wasn't aware we had a guest today, so I didn't prepare an abundance of dishes, Aunt Qing said a bit sheepishly, her gaze subtly observing Chen Xuan, who was wearing the Mrs. nightgown, a sight that astonished her immensely. Aunt Qing was well aware of Shen Binglan's deep-seated aversion to men. For her to lend her nightgown to a man was indeed an unprecedented occurrence. Sensing Aunt Qing's scrutiny, Chen Xuan smiled and said, "It's perfectly fine if there aren't many dishes. I'm quite easygoing. By the way, my name is Chen Xuan. If you don't mind, may I call you Aunt Qing?" "Not at all, not at all," Aunt Qing replied with a cheerful smile. Chen Xuan was the guest brought back by the miss, and their relationship appeared to be quite unusual. Thus, she certainly had no objections. Shen Binglan cast a speechless glance at Chen Xuan, who, despite visiting her home for the first time, had become so familiar as to address Aunt Qing in such an affectionate manner. It was truly exasperating. The three of them settled down together, and Chen Xuan, without any pretense, began to eat. Although time was of the essence, Aunt Qing had prepared an extra 2 dishes. For her earlier remark about the inadequacy of the meal was merely a polite gesture. As soon as Chen Xuan tasted the food, he couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. He was pleasantly surprised by Aunt Qing's culinary skills. "Aunt Qing, your dishes are absolutely delectable." Chen Xuan's expression was one of sheer delight, almost moved to tears. "Haha. If it's delicious, then eat more," Aunt Qing replied, feeling quite pleased by his words. The young man was indeed charmingly sweet-tongued. At that moment, Shen Binglan formally introduced, "Aunt Qing, Chen Xuan is our group's chief physician. He can treat my cold condition, which is why I brought him home." Upon hearing this, Aunt Qing's eyes lit up with surprise. Could it be that the young lady's peculiar ailment could truly be cured? Having watched Shen Binglan grow up, she was acutely aware of how difficult it was to treat her cold condition. Renowned doctors, both domestic and abroad, had been baffled by this strange illness. Yet this youthful man, barely in his 20s, claimed he could heal the lady's affliction? Aunt Qing couldn't help but scrutinize Chen Xuan, finding it hard to believe he resembled a miraculous healer. Nevertheless, Shen Binglan had never spoken falsely, and thus Aunt Qing was convinced that Chen Xuan's ability to cure the cold was indeed genuine. It was a reminder that one should not judge by appearances, nor measure the sea in a pint. After more than 20 years, today finally brought the possibility of healing for the young lady's cold, causing Aunt Qing's eyes to glisten with tears of joy. This was monumental news. "Miss, if your illness can truly be cured, it is a cause for great celebration. Your parents would surely be overjoyed to hear this," Aunt Qing said, gently wiping the corners of her eyes, her voice tinged with emotion. Seeing Aunt Qing on the verge of tears of joy moved Shen Binglan deeply, and she softly replied, "Aunt Qing, thank you for taking care of me all these years. Even if my illness cannot be cured, I still have you by my side." Upon hearing Shen Binglan's words, Aunt Qing was overwhelmed with emotion, her tears threatening to spill. The heartwarming scene touched Chen Xuan as well. Living in such a grand mansion with only Aunt Qing in the absence of Shen Binglan's parents surely indicated a profound bond between them. "Rest assured, I will definitely be able to cure Miss Shen's ailment," Chen Xuan spoke with unwavering confidence. His assured tone inspired Aunt Qing, who turned to him with gratitude, saying, "Young Master Chen, thank you. The health of our young lady depends on you." Aunt Qing's manner of address shifted to one of respect, elevating Chen Xuan's status in her eyes to a new height. "Aunt Qing, you are too kind. Just call me by my name," Chen Xuan replied, feeling somewhat strange being addressed as young master for the first time. "Then I shall still refer to you as young Master Chen," Aunt Qing smiled. Seeing her steadfastness, Chen Xuan chose not to argue further and continued to enjoy the delightful meal. Shen Binglan couldn't help but shake her head at Chen Xuan's gluttonous demeanor. Was this fellow a starving ghost in his past life? She turned her gaze towards Aunt Qing and said, "Aunt Qing, after we finish our meal, could you kindly assist Chen Xuan in procuring a set of clothes?" Today, having brought Chen Xuan home, and even allowing him to don her nightgown was already enough to provoke Aunt Qing's imagination. The most pressing matter now was to ensure Chen Xuan changed out of that nightgown to dispel any misunderstandings. Aunt Qing maintained her smile, having never questioned Chen Xuan's wearing of Shen Binglan's nightgown as it pertained to her young lady's privacy. Upon hearing Shen Binglan's request for her to buy clothes, she promptly stood up and said, "Miss, I shall go at once." With that, she left the table to prepare for her outing. Chen Xuan mused inwardly about Aunt Qing's decisive manner, which mirrored Shen Binglan's own style. He had just suggested to Aunt Qing to wait until after the meal, but his advice was dismissed. Did he still wish to continue wearing her nightgown? How could he not feel even a twinge of embarrassment? Shen Binglan could easily discern Chen Xuan's thoughts. He likely relished the idea of Aunt Qing misunderstanding their relationship. With a teasing smile, Chen Xuan remarked, "Your nightgown is so comfortable, I truly find it hard to part with it." Observing his shameless expression, Shen Binglan's cheeks flushed slightly as she rolled her eyes. Rendered speechless by him. If you truly desire this nightgown, take it. I want to be wearing it again, Shen Binglan finally said, biting her lip. Very well. I shall wear your nightgown while you adorn the diamond necklace I gifted you. We are now even more intimately connected, Chen Xuan replied with a playful grin. Shen Binglan's face blushed a deep crimson, tinged with a hint of frost as she retorted coldly. Who said we are intimately connected? Chen Xuan, you may indulge in your absurd banter with me, but if Aunt Qing or anyone else overhears, they might genuinely believe there is something between us. Chen Xuan beamed with satisfaction. In the past, whenever he had made playful remarks, Shen Binglan would immediately change her demeanor. Now, she had conceded to merely asking him not to speak of it publicly, which was a considerable compromise for her. Thus, Chen Xuan felt a profound sense of contentment, even a flicker of triumph within him. The seemingly unyielding ice queen, Shen Binglan, was not entirely impervious to change. Approximately half an hour later, Aunt Qing returned, carrying several shopping bags filled with casual attire from top international brands. Aunt Qing, why such extravagance? Chen Xuan exclaimed, rising to his feet. He had not anticipated Aunt Qing's willingness to splurge on a few pieces of clothing. These items must have cost several thousand, or even tens of thousands. Aunt Qing chuckled. It's no extravagance. Young Master Chen is changing his clothes. Chen Xuan nodded, accepting the shopping bags, and found a room on the first floor to change into the casual outfit. As for the black silk nightgown, he entrusted it to Aunt Qing for laundering. His earlier jest about wanting the nightgown was merely a playful quip. He certainly did not harbor any perverse inclination towards wearing women's nightwear. Shen Binglan observed that Chen Xuan had not accepted her nightgown, and her expression brightened slightly. Had he taken the nightgown home, her opinion of him would undoubtedly have diminished several notches. After Aunt Qing placed the nightgown in the laundry room, she emerged to inquire, Miss, will Mr. Chen be staying here tonight? If so, I can prepare the guest room at once. This prompted a look of hesitation on Shen Binglan's face. Bringing a man home for an overnight stay was, in her view, utterly unacceptable. However, given that Chen Xuan had sustained a gunshot wound and had only received rudimentary medical attention, she felt a twinge of guilt at the thought of not offering him a place to stay. No need, Chen Xuan replied decisively, sensing Shen Binglan's apprehensions. He wished to avoid any misunderstandings regarding the nature of their relationship and thus straightforwardly declined. I'll just call a taxi to head back. Are you really all right on your own, Chen Xuan? Perhaps I should drive you home. Shen Binglan expressed her concern for his injury. Aunt Qing echoed her sentiment, saying, Indeed. Mr. Chen, there is no rush for you to leave. Allow me to brew you some tea, and Miss will take you home later. Really, it's unnecessary. Chen Xuan insisted, waving his hand firmly. Miss Shen, we shall meet again tomorrow. Aunt Qing, I will visit you next time. Seeing Chen Xuan's resolute demeanor, Shen Binglan, despite her lingering worries, felt it inappropriate to persuade him to stay, and together with Aunt Qing, escorted him to the entrance of the community. Chen Xuan urged them not to see him off any further, and as the two women turned to leave, he stepped to the roadside and hailed a taxi. Sir. Where to? The driver inquired with practiced ease. Chen Xuan settled into the passenger seat and replied, to Villa No. 1 at Yuewan Coast. Upon hearing this address, the driver couldn't help but take a second glance at the seemingly unremarkable young man. Although Chen Xuan emerged from an affluent neighborhood dressed in designer attire, he seemed nothing more than an ordinary young master. Villa No. 1 at Yuewan Coast was a place only accessible to the city's elite. It was inconceivable that someone of Chen Xuan's demeanor could be associated with such prestige. The driver began to doubt whether Chen Xuan was jesting. Are you certain you want to go to Villa No. 1? The driver asked for confirmation. Chen Xuan nodded. Yes, is there a problem? No, no problem, the driver replied, refraining from further inquiries, knowing that the villa was nearby. 10 minutes later, the driver took Chen Xuan along the coastal road to the location of Villa No. 1. It was situated on a vast, solitary cliff, affording breathtaking views of the tumultuous sea, while behind it lay an impressive array of opulent villas, a truly exceptional sight. Perched atop the cliff was a luxurious villa covering over 1,000 square meters, renowned for its design, which was an exact replica of Tony Stark's mansion from the film Iron Man. Chen Xuan stepped out of the car, his eyes widening in astonishment at the extraordinary opulence of the villa before him, which bore an uncanny resemblance to the cinematic portrayal of a free city. The villa's streamlined architecture exuded an air of liberation, its unrestrained facade highlighted by extensive use of glass and metal, showcasing an exceptional sense of technological advancement. In addition to the residential quarters, Villa Number 1 boasted a helipad, a freshwater swimming pool, a private tennis court, and a golf course, among other luxurious amenities. The residential area was replete with cutting-edge technological features, predominantly employing the latest and most advanced research and development techniques from the United States, allowing the owner to indulge in an almost fully automated home life. However, the high-tech elements were not as exaggerated as those seen in Iron Man films, and the mansion was devoid of any armored suits. After collecting the fare, the driver lingered, curious to determine whether Chen Xuan was indeed a resident or merely a visitor. Soon, his expression transformed into one of incredulity as he witnessed Chen Xuan produce a key, designed with a strikingly futuristic aesthetic. With a press of a button, the grand entrance of Villa Number 1 slowly swung open. Even the most oblivious observer could discern that Chen Xuan was the rightful owner of the villa. Yet, the driver found it difficult to accept this reality, for Chen Xuan appeared astonishingly youthful. It was common knowledge that Villa Number 1 was worth at least several hundred million. And without significant connections in Tianai City, acquiring ownership of such a property was utterly implausible. Chen Xuan did not resemble the influential figures typically associated with such wealth. Who could this young man possibly be? The driver's mind raced with the names and images of various prominent personalities. Yet he could not reconcile Chen Xuan's appearance with any of the notable figures he had seen on television or in newspapers. After this night, the taxi driver's worldview was irrevocably altered by Chen Xuan. Truly, in Tianai City, there were always those who surpassed the ordinary. As the door opened, Chen Xuan was about to step inside when two young maidens, approximately 16 or 17 years of age, emerged from the villa. Clad in matching English-made outfits, their long, dark hair adorned with made headdresses. They wore elegant white-collared dresses complemented by aprons embellished with white ruffles, their slender waists accentuated by charming bows at the back, exuding an adorable allure. The beauty of these maidens was nothing short of breathtaking. Their almond-shaped eyes and delicate features, coupled with soft, cherry-red lips and subtle dimples, conveyed an aura of youthful innocence and sweetness. Despite their tender age, the two maidens had already developed strikingly attractive figures, their curves accentuated by their short skirts, revealing long, slender legs that were exquisitely fair and enticing. Most astonishing of all, the two maidens appeared identical, unmistakably twin sisters. These must be the twin maidens that Long Fei spoke of, Chen Xuan mused, thoroughly captivated by their charm. Upon noticing the villa key in Chen Xuan's hand, the twin sisters immediately recognized him as the new owner of the villa. Moreover, Chen Xuan's appearance and age perfectly matched the description that Long Fei had provided to them. "Welcome back, master." The twin sisters approached Chen Xuan, bowing in a manner as docile and respectful as kittens. This scene stirred a profound sense of envy and jealousy in the taxi driver behind Chen Xuan, his eyes nearly bulging out in disbelief. Damn, truly. Some people have all the luck, he thought bitterly as he gripped the steering wheel tightly, subsequently shaking his head and driving away. Being addressed as master by these enchanting twin beauties filled Chen Xuan with a sense of novelty and, simultaneously, a rush of vanity. The fantasy of having beautiful women serve one's every need, akin to certain foreign films, is a dream that many men harbor, and here he was, blessed with not one, but two. It was a surreal privilege. Even the wealthiest in Tianai City who employed maids could hardly compare to the exquisite quality of these twins. Suppressing his inner excitement, Chen Xuan smiled and inquired, "What are your names?" "I am Yao Yao, the elder sister," one responded. "I am Qin Qin, the younger sister," the other chimed in. As Chen Xuan observed the twins closely, he sought to discern their differences. Soon, he noted that Yao Yao, the elder sister, possessed a more reserved and composed demeanor, while Qin Qin, the younger sister, radiated innocence and youthful exuberance. To the untrained eye, distinguishing between these twins would be quite a challenge. While Chen Xuan appraised them, the sisters were also discreetly observing him. During the days of anticipation leading up to this moment, both had felt a certain apprehension. However, upon meeting him in person, they each found their master to be even more dashing than they had imagined. Chen Xuan exuded an effortless charm that was both alluring and enigmatic. Though they had encountered handsome men before, none possessed such a unique aura. Yao Yao and Qin Qin together sound like Yao Qin. What a beautiful name, Chen Xuan remarked, unable to contain his admiration. Not only were the two young maids stunning, but their names were also poetically delightful. "Thank you for your compliment, master." Yao Yao and Qin Qin beamed with joy upon hearing Chen Xuan's praise, realizing that their master was quite amicable, which eased their worries. With a smile, Chen Xuan suggested, "Shall we go inside?" Upon entering the villa, Chen Xuan marveled once again at the exquisite design, where technology and art harmoniously coalesced, creating a flawless aesthetic. Living in such a luxurious residence, complemented by the presence of two beautiful maids, truly represented the pinnacle of a perfect life. Once inside, Yao Yao naturally assisted Chen Xuan in removing his shoes. Noticing her sister's initiative, Qin Qin inquired sweetly, "Master, would you like something to drink? Red wine, coffee, or juice?" "No need for any of those. Just a glass of pure water will suffice," Chen Xuan replied, reclining comfortably on the sofa, savoring the attentive care of the twins. "Understood. Master, please hold on a moment." Qin Qin responded obediently before turning to head to the kitchen. She soon returned with a glass of clear water. Chen Xuan took a sip from the cup and gazed at the two sisters, inquiring, "Are you both under Long Fei's command?" Qin Qin refrained from answering immediately, instead turning to her sister for guidance. After a moment of contemplation, Yao Yao, seemingly weighing her words carefully, answered sweetly, "In truth, we were adopted by Boss Long from an orphanage. However, he has not involved us in his business. Rather, he has encouraged us to pursue our education and even arranged for us to learn the etiquette of being maids." Understanding dawned upon Chen Xuan as he nodded in acknowledgement. Long Fei, surprisingly benevolent, had taken in two orphans and provided them with an education. Chen Xuan couldn't help but speculate that the man harbored ulterior motives. With beauties like Yao Yao and Qin Qin, their potential was evident from a young age. Chen Xuan maliciously conjectured that Long Fei intended to groom them as future pawns, perhaps to be utilized at a later date. However, for now, it seemed that the advantage lay entirely with him. Long Fei was indeed quite generous. "Are you still studying? What grade are you in now?" Chen Xuan continued with genuine curiosity. This time, it was Qin Qin who responded, "Master, we are in our senior year at Oak Tree High School." Oak Tree High, the most prestigious private institution in Tianai City, charged an annual tuition of a staggering 100,000 yuan. Upon hearing the name of the school, Chen Xuan became increasingly convinced of Long Fei's high regard for them. "Since you are still in your final year, your studies must be quite demanding. There is no need for you to serve me. Focus on your education," Chen Xuan stated, surprising the sisters profoundly. Upon encountering Chen Xuan, they had mentally prepared themselves to devote their service to him, as anyone would be unable to resist the allure of possessing two such exquisite maids. Yet, not only did Chen Xuan refrain from any affectionate gestures, but his tone also revealed no trace of interest. Were they not captivating enough? For the first time, Yao Yao and Qin Qin found themselves questioning their own beauty. "Is there something wrong?" Chen Xuan asked, noticing the sisters standing there in a daze. Yao Yao bit her cherry-red lip and, blushing, stammered, "Master, if you have any needs, we are always available to." Her words trailed off, unable to continue, while Qin Qin's face turned crimson as she lowered her gaze, mortified by her sister's audacious suggestion. Despite their extensive training in maid etiquette and their long-standing mental preparation, the two remained innocent and naive, finding it exceedingly difficult to utter such shameful words. Observing their bashful demeanor, Chen Xuan couldn't help but chuckle in resignation, fully comprehending the implications of their words. In truth, Chen Xuan had entertained thoughts on the matter. After all, he was a normal man. However, the fact that these sisters were still minors and focused on their studies restrained him. Though they were his maids, and Long Fei had mentioned that Chen Xuan could indulge himself freely, he felt unable to act upon such inclinations, as it conflicted with his personal principles. "Cough, cough. Do you think so poorly of me, mistaking me for a debauched playboy?" Chen Xuan remarked with a feigned sternness. Yao Yao and Qin Qin hurriedly expressed, "We did not mean it that way. It is only natural to serve our master. Whatever our master asks of us, we shall comply." They were genuinely apprehensive that Chen Xuan might, in a fit of anger, cast them out, which would lead Long Fei to perceive their efforts as inadequate, resulting in dire consequences. In comparison to their harrowing times in the orphanage, both sisters cherished their current blissful existence. Relishing the luxury of residing in a mansion and attending the finest school, they were unwilling to see their dreams shattered overnight. Observing the fearful expressions on the sisters' faces, Chen Xuan chuckled and said, "So you shall do whatever I command? Very well, I hereby order you to study diligently." Faced with Chen Xuan's sunlit, yet slightly mischievous smile, the sisters found themselves somewhat perplexed. He was indeed issuing a command, yet his tone was laced with humor, leaving them uncertain. The youthful sisters, innocent and untouched by the trials of society, were unable to decipher Chen Xuan's intentions, their sheltered upbringing, from the orphanage to being raised by Long Fei, had shielded them from the complexities of the world. Ultimately, it was the elder sister, Yao Yao, who responded, "Master, we shall go study now. If you require anything, please feel free to command us." With that, she and her sister returned to their respective rooms, leaving the doors ajar, lest they miss their master's summons. Chen Xuan reclined on the sofa, casting a sidelong glance at the two sisters engrossed in their studies. Clad in maid outfits, their earnest expressions transformed them into pure and beautiful students. This enchanting scene held an undeniable allure, prompting Chen Xuan to indulge in a few more moments of admiration. While memories of his own high school days flooded back to him, days when he too had a sweet and innocent female classmate akin to the sisters. Lost in thought, Chen Xuan felt a pang of sorrow. Due to various circumstances, he and that beautiful classmate had never come together, and after graduating, she had completely vanished from his life. As the past drifted away like smoke, Chen Xuan shook his head, casting aside the disarray of memories. The most pressing concern at hand was his cultivation. Since he had acquired the legacy of the evil physician, his abilities had grown immensely. Yet he had also begun to encounter life-threatening perils he had never faced before. Assisting Long Fei in dealing with adversaries was a choice Chen Xuan had made himself, allowing him to recognize the formidable warriors still thriving in modern society. Today, he had encountered assassins not only in great numbers but also armed with lethal weapons capable of inflicting harm upon him. It was highly likely he would face even more formidable foes in the future, compelling Chen Xuan to calm his mind and consider how he could grow stronger. At present, honing his skills in the techniques from the Heavenly Evil Physician Manual was of utmost importance. After leaving Shen Binglan's home, he chose not to return to Tianhai University, but instead, he made his way to the villa he had acquired, intent on focusing on his cultivation. Resolute in his decision, Chen Xuan rose and addressed the sisters. "I shall ascend to the rooftop for some fresh air. Please do not disturb me." "Yes, master," Yao Yao and Qin Qin replied in unison. Unbeknownst to him, the master possessed such leisure and grace. The two sisters, being twins, shared an unspoken bond and both felt that Chen Xuan was unlike any ordinary youth. As if he had reached a higher realm of existence. Chen Xuan ascended via a uniquely designed, transparent elevator to the rooftop of the villa. The gentle sea breeze caressed him on this sweltering summer night, instilling a sense of tranquility in his heart. Facing the vast ocean beneath the night sky, he felt an overwhelming surge of ambition welling up within him. He took a moment to calm his spirit and sat cross-legged. With a mere thought, the Heavenly Evil Medical Canon manifested in his mind. Previously, he had only skimmed through it, practicing the fundamental techniques. But now he intended to delve deeply into the marvels contained within the Heavenly Evil Medical Canon. As he read with intense focus, he discovered that the cultivation realms described within the text were far more intricate than the martial realms spoken of by his master and apprentice. The levels, ascending from the lowest to the highest, were Qi refinement, foundation establishment, golden core, nascent soul, spirit transformation, void return, unity with the Tao, and tribulation crossing. Totaling 8 major realms, each further divided into entry-level, minor success, major success, and perfection. According to this hierarchy, having absorbed the celestial energy from the evil medical lineage, Chen Xuan had already attained the perfection of the Qi refinement stage. The next step was to strive for the foundation establishment realm. Entering the foundation establishment phase would signify a true practitioner of the Tao, allowing for breakthroughs in both physical energy and lifespan beyond human limits. Moreover, the control over his internal vital energy would far surpass that of the Qi refinement stage. Not only could he project his vital energy externally to harm from a distance, but he could also wield legendary techniques through its manipulation, with the supreme celestial energy coursing through him. Chen Xuan believed that following the methods outlined in the Heavenly Evil Medical Canon would surely lead him to the foundation establishment stage. And perhaps even the Golden Core realm was not beyond reach. However, to transcend into the nascent soul realm and beyond, the assistance of heavenly materials and earthly treasures would be required. As for the subsequent 4 realms, achieving them with the current resources of Earth was utterly impossible. As explicitly stated in the medical canon, in this era of thin spiritual energy on Earth, the existence of such heavenly materials was a mere fantasy. Reaching the golden core and nascent soul realms had become an arduous endeavor. Upon reflecting on the cultivation realms, Chen Xuan's eyes deepened like the ocean, and he silently lamented. The path of cultivation is indeed long and fraught with peril. He pondered whether the enigmatic physician who left behind this remarkable medical tome still thrived in this world, or if he had transcended to other realms, enjoying freedom in dimensions beyond Earth. Regaining his focus, Chen Xuan commenced his practice of foundation establishment according to the methods prescribed in the canon. Waves of celestial energy surged and circulated within him, resembling the boundless ocean before him, powerful and invigorating, refining his very being. This celestial energy seemed inexhaustible, endlessly vibrant, and its purity far surpassed that of the earthly spiritual energy, rendering it opulent for merely attempting to break into the foundation establishment stage. Were genuine practitioners of the Tao to witness Chen Xuan's cultivation, they would likely be incensed. For ordinary cultivators could only slowly absorb the earthly spiritual energy for their foundation establishment, often requiring decades even in rich spiritual locales to achieve success. Where can one find a foundation as simple and direct as Chen Xuan's, with progress that leaps forward at an astonishing pace, akin to 1,000 miles in a single day? At this rate, he could successfully establish his foundation within 3 days. The supreme techniques and unparalleled celestial energy bestowed upon Chen Xuan accelerated his cultivation to an extraordinary degree, and before he realized it, an entire night had passed. As the radiant sun slowly ascended from the vast ocean, it bathed Chen Xuan in a halo of pure golden light. With the dawn breaking, Chen Xuan rose, feeling that his strength had significantly increased after a night of cultivation. If he continued this practice for just 2 more nights, reaching the foundation establishment phase would be effortless, and his power would far surpass what it once was. Upon returning to the first floor of the villa via the elevator, Chen Xuan noticed that Yao Yao and Qi Qin were gazing at him with expressions of astonishment. They had gone to sleep immediately after studying the previous night, unaware of Chen Xuan's all-night cultivation on the rooftop. Seeing him descend from the rooftop, they presumed he had risen early to witness the sunrise. How romantic of the master! Yao Yao and Qi Qin exchanged glances, their thoughts perfectly in sync. Moreover, Chen Xuan's demeanor had grown even more extraordinary, imbued with an ethereal aura of mystery, making it difficult for even the most discerning individuals to fathom him. To these innocent twin sisters, Chen Xuan appeared utterly inscrutable. "Good morning, master," Yao Yao spoke first, greeting him with impeccable maidly decorum, while Qi Qin followed suit with a respectful bow. "Breakfast has been prepared for you. Please enjoy your meal." Without needing to be prompted, Chen Xuan caught the delightful aroma wafting from the dining room. After a night of cultivation, he indeed felt hunger beckoning him. So he promptly entered the dining room and took a seat at the table. Yao Yao and Qi Qin followed suit, their faces alight with anticipation. Unsure of Chen Xuan's preferences, the sisters had each prepared a breakfast from Chinese and Western cuisines, resulting in an exquisitely sumptuous spread before him, which made his mouth water. Taking a bite of the flaky, tender croissant, Chen Xuan felt as if his taste buds were melting, for it was simply divine. The culinary skills of these sisters rivaled even Aunt Chang's. The croissant exuded a gentle, sweet aroma of cream, leaving a lingering taste that compelled him to devour it in mere moments. Observing the satisfied expression on their master's face, Yao Yao beamed with joy, for the Western breakfast was her creation. Conversely, Qi Qin felt a twinge of disappointment, having not anticipated that her master would favor the Western flavor, thereby conceding victory to her sister. Whether in academia or in their efforts to please their master since the previous night, the sisters were engaged in a friendly rivalry, motivating one another to excel. "Master, do you enjoy croissants? I can prepare them for you every day," Yao Yao said with a sweet smile. Chen Xuan responded with appreciation. "Oh, did you make this croissant? It is exceptionally delicious. Very well done." Listening to Chen Xuan's enthusiastic praises, Yao Yao felt as if she had tasted honey. After diligently honing her culinary skills for so long, her efforts had finally borne fruit. "Master, do you only enjoy Western cuisine?" Qi Qin inquired, her small hands nervously tugging at the newly donned black and purple pleated miniskirt. She wondered if her question might be somewhat presumptuous. Noticing Qi Qin's adorable demeanor, Chen Xuan felt an instinctive surge of affection and smiled warmly, saying, "Our Chinese culinary arts are unparalleled in the world. I naturally favor Chinese dishes the most." With that, he scooped a spoonful of seafood porridge into his mouth, the tender and smooth texture instantly enveloping his palate. This must have been crafted from the finest and freshest seafood with exceptional culinary skill. Chen Xuan had never before realized that porridge could be so delectable. Seeing Chen Xuan lost in bliss, Qi Qin was nearly moved to tears, realizing that her master truly appreciated the breakfast she had prepared. All her efforts throughout the morning had not gone to waste. "It's simply marvelous." "Qi Qin, did you make this seafood porridge?" Chen Xuan asked, savoring the taste as he looked at her. Puffing out her chest with a hint of pride, Qi Qin replied, "Master, I made it. If you enjoy my seafood porridge, I will prepare it for you every day. At that moment, Chen Xuan understood that Yao Yao and Qin Qin, one preparing Chinese dishes and the other Western cuisine, had thoughtfully considered his tastes. Qin Qin had initially felt disheartened, believing Chen Xuan preferred Western food. These two sisters truly wore their emotions on their sleeves, embodying a delightful innocence. Yao Yao, Qin Qin, with your culinary prowess, everything you make will be delicious. Therefore, I will happily eat whatever you prepare, Chen Xuan said with satisfaction. The culinary skills of these sisters were nearly on par with his medical expertise. Having them cook for him daily was nothing short of a royal indulgence. Upon hearing such praise from Chen Xuan, both Yao Yao and Qin Qin beamed with joy. Yao Yao then asked, "Master, what would you like for lunch? We can prepare it right away." "Ah, aren't you both supposed to be in school?" "For you, we can skip school," Yao Yao and Qin Qin replied in unison. Chen Xuan was taken aback by their unwavering loyalty. It seemed he could indeed ask them to do anything for him. However, he quickly composed himself and said, "I have to go to work during the weekdays and want to be home for lunch, so there is no need to prepare a meal for me. Just go to school as usual." "Understood, Master," Yao Yao and Qin Qin replied obediently, like well-trained kittens. Although they did not comprehend why, in the role of a servant, they were also expected to behave like office workers. The etiquette of a maid instructed them that some questions should remain unasked. They simply needed to obey their master's arrangements. After their exchange, they prepared to exit the dining area. "You haven't had breakfast yet, have you? Come and finish it with us before you go," Chen Xuan called out as he noticed their intention to leave. High school students require ample nutrition, and skipping breakfast is not an option. Yao Yao and Qin Qin exchanged a glance, astonished by the master's invitation to dine together. Such treatment was something they had never dared to imagine as maids. Thus, the elder sister, Yao Yao, gracefully inclined her head and said, "Master, we are not worthy to dine with you. Please forgive us." "What does worthiness have to do with eating breakfast?" Chen Xuan furrowed his brow, surprised that these two lovely maidens truly regarded themselves as nothing more than servants. Observing them standing motionless, he approached and grasped their hands, gently leading them to the dining table. "Hurry up and eat. You mustn't be late for school," he said with a smile. Yao Yao and Qin Qin continued to gaze at Chen Xuan in disbelief. Their innocent minds had deeply ingrained the etiquette of maidhood, and dining with the master felt like a significant transgression. Chen Xuan felt a sense of helplessness. The sisters had a rather rigid understanding of their role as maids, and it seemed he would need to reform their perceptions. "Now, I command you to eat breakfast. As your master, you ought to obey," he stated with a serious tone. Seeing Chen Xuan's demeanor shift towards irritation, Yao Yao and Qin Qin's hearts fluttered. If the master were to become angry, it would not bode well. In order to appease him, they resolved to join him for breakfast. With that thought, they shed the earlier constraints of servant mentality, politely seated themselves, and addressed Chen Xuan. "Master, shall we begin?" "Please, do enjoy," Chen Xuan replied with a bright smile, and he started to savor his delicious bowl of seafood porridge. After breakfast, Yao Yao and Qin Qin returned to their respective rooms to change from their maid attire into the uniforms of Oak Tree High School. Once they emerged clad in their school outfits, Chen Xuan observed how the two looked even more pure and sweet in their student attire. After all, the maid outfits, popular in the East, often evoke certain risky associations, while student uniforms exude a sense of innocence. However, as it was September, the weather was quite warm, and the summer uniforms were thin, with the lower half designed as skirts, perfectly accentuating the sisters' astonishing figures. Chen Xuan could not help but swallow hard. These sisters were undoubtedly the epitome of high school goddesses. Under the unrestrained gaze of their master, Yao Yao and Qin Qin felt their cheeks flush and instinctively lowered their heads. They mused to themselves that their master was not entirely devoid of earthly desires after all. Previously, they had been somewhat perplexed by his enigmatic demeanor and had not known how to please him. Now, the two regained their confidence in their own beauty. "Let us go. We shall depart together." Chen Xuan gazed at the bashful demeanor of the two young women and offered a faint smile. Yao Yao, Qin Qin. They chorused in unison, "Yes, master." Upon stepping out of the villa, Chen Xuan noticed a sleek black Audi A8 parked outside, beside which stood a tall figure clad in a black suit, wearing sunglasses that lent an air of coldness to their presence. However, Chen Xuan soon realized that this figure was, in fact, a woman, sporting a short hairstyle and an androgynous appearance. Her tall stature easily misleading one into mistaking her for a man. "Good morning, Master Chen." The woman in the black suit greeted him respectfully. It was evident to Chen Xuan that she was a skilled operative under Long Fei's command. He approached her and inquired, "What is your name?" replying to Master Chen. "I am Shou, assigned specifically to escort Yao Yao and Qin Qin to and from school," she answered, slightly bowing her head. Chen Xuan then understood the importance Long Fei placed on the twin sisters. With his discerning eye, he quickly recognized Zhou Li's remarkable prowess with her protection. It would be nearly impossible for anyone to harm Yao Yao and Qin Qin. "Good morning, Sister Li." The two sisters also approached to greet Zhou Li. It was apparent that the three had developed a rapport over time and were quite familiar with one another. "Zhou Li, please take them to school," Chen Xuan instructed, as his company was on a different route from Oak Tree High School, and he did not intend to take a car to the office. Zhou Li nodded. A figure of such stature as Master Chen's commands compliance, and since she was not required to escort him, she would fulfill her duties accordingly. As Yao Yao and Qin Qin entered the car, they waved goodbye to Chen Xuan from inside, exclaiming, "Master, goodbye. Bye-bye, study hard." Chen Xuan smiled warmly and waved back at them. Watching the Audi drive away, Chen Xuan then made his way out of the villa. He had no vehicle at his disposal, nor did he intend to call a taxi. Today, he resolved to run to the headquarters of the Shin Group. After a night of rigorous training, Chen Xuan was brimming with vitality, eager to unleash his energy. With a powerful push from his legs, he surged forward like a whirlwind. His speed so swift that ordinary onlookers could scarcely discern his form. At this early hour, many affluent residents of the Moon Bay Villa complex were out for their morning jogs. The wealthy had even invested in a coastal running track specifically designed for exercise. Chen Xuan's speed was akin to a lightning bolt, and he quickly raced from the first villa to the seaside track, leaving the wealthy joggers momentarily bewildered as a powerful gust of wind swept past them. In truth, Chen Xuan had not exerted his full strength, otherwise. These affluent individuals would not merely have felt the rush of wind, but would have been knocked over entirely. Among the morning joggers was a striking young woman, around 20 years of age, with a ponytail and clad in a white training outfit. Her beauty was captivating, and her demeanor exuded an ethereal grace. She possessed a physique that radiated a vigor not typically found in ordinary women. As this enchanting beauty jogged along, she suddenly sensed a formidable aura approaching rapidly from behind. Before she could turn to look, she felt the presence was past her, surging ahead. The enchanting beauty suddenly widened her almond-shaped eyes in astonishment. She had never encountered someone with such extraordinary speed, almost transcending humanity. At her level, she could barely perceive a fleeting shadow. Her competitive spirit ignited, she propelled herself forward, her long legs surging with an intensity that surpassed ordinary limits as she pursued Chen Xuan. Although Chen Xuan was sprinting like the wind, the scenery around him blurred into a haze, receding rapidly. Yet, his perceptive abilities had sharpened significantly, enabling him to sense someone behind him accelerating to catch up. How intriguing! A smile curved at the corners of Chen Xuan's mouth. He had not anticipated the presence of such a remarkable individual among the morning joggers. The speed of the person pursuing him was clearly that of a seasoned practitioner, and their prowess was far from ordinary, intentionally slowing his pace. It took roughly a minute for the beauty to match his speed. Turning to glance at her, Chen Xuan was instantly captivated by her stunning visage. The figure beside him possessed an unparalleled beauty, with brows like painted arches and eyes sparkling like stars. Her perfect profile exuded a blend of determination and serenity. Her porcelain-like skin slightly tinged with a rosy hue, delicate and enchanting. Her physique was alluringly curvaceous, and her impressive figure was even more mesmerizing in motion. With a hint of pride in her gaze, she regarded Chen Xuan, pleased with her ability to catch up so swiftly. However, upon noticing his unabashed scrutiny, her demeanor shifted to one of indignation, and she swung her delicate fist toward him. How fierce! Chen Xuan had not anticipated that a mere admiration of her beauty would provoke such a response. Naturally, he would not allow her to succeed, deftly evading her strike with a swift movement. "Dear lady, we are strangers and have no enmity. Why the sudden aggression?" Chen Xuan inquired, slightly exasperated. "Humph, your gaze was disrespectful. I must teach you a lesson," she retorted, visibly displeased. Throughout her life, no one had ever dared to look at her in such a manner, a privilege afforded to her due to her exalted status and formidable strength, which left others hesitant to meet her gaze. Chen Xuan, however, regarded her simply as a capable woman, finding no fault in a fleeting glance, unaware that it would incite her ire. Amused by her words, Chen Xuan chuckled softly. If a mere glance at a beauty warrants punishment, then men would be unable to step outside. As she launched another punch, this time with a speed that had doubled. Clearly serious in her intent, Chen Xuan, uninterested in engaging further, exerted his strength and returned to his previous pace. In less than a second, They had distanced themselves from one another, and with a hearty laugh, Chen Xuan called out, "I am Chen Xuan, should you manage to catch up. I shall allow you to strike a few times." No matter how fervently the beauty in her training attire pursued him, she could no longer close the gap. As Chen Xuan began to fade from her view, her pride, having faced defeat for the first time, flushed her cheeks with embarrassment, prompting her to call out, "Chen Xuan, do not revel in your triumph. My name is Tang Xiuling. Should I encounter you again, I shall undoubtedly break your legs." Tang Xiuling is indeed a lovely name. Chen Xuan made his way toward the Shen group, the enchanting figure behind him vanishing completely. Perhaps fate would allow them to meet again tomorrow. But dreaming of breaking my legs is a futile endeavor. The journey from Moon Bay Coast to the Shen group takes at least half an hour by car, yet Chen Xuan managed to reach the corporate edifice within that time, demonstrating a speed that surpassed even that of a vehicle. Upon arriving at the entrance of the building, his complexion remained unflushed, and not a bead of sweat adorned his brow, making it evident that he did not appear as one who had just completed a long run. As he ascended to the marketing department office, he was greeted warmly by his colleagues. "Good morning, Manager Chen." Just as he was about to respond, a melodious female voice rang out from behind, declaring, "Effective today, Chen Xuan is no longer the manager of the marketing department." Everyone turned in astonishment, their eyes widening in disbelief. The speaker was a stunning beauty, her features exquisite and ethereal, with a beauty mark enhancing her allure. As if she had stepped straight from a painting, although they had all seen the breathtaking Shen Binglan, who was known for her icy demeanor. This new beauty radiated a lively and spirited charm, making their qualities entirely distinct. When it came to sheer beauty, however, distinguishing between them was a challenge. Turning to look, Chen Xuan recognized the newcomer as Zhang Ziqing. "I am Zhang Ziqing, and from today onwards, I shall be your new supervisor," she announced, striding into the office. The staff exchanged glances, perplexed by the sudden change in leadership so soon after Chen Xuan's appointment. Huang Song quietly approached Chen Xuan and inquired, "What on earth is happening here?" "It's true, I am no longer the manager," Chen Xuan replied with a resigned smile. "What?" Huang Song exclaimed in shock. "Have you lost your position so quickly? Enough with the talk of losing favor. If Shun Zong hears you, do you think she won't kick you out?" Chen Xuan retorted, somewhat exasperated. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Huang Song hastily silenced himself and rushed back to his desk to inform by Chen and his girlfriend, Xiao Qian. Noticing the confusion lingering among the others, Chen Xuan reiterated that Zhang Ziqing had indeed replaced him as manager. This time, the staff had no choice but to believe him, though they were astonished by how swiftly he had fallen from grace in such a cutthroat environment. However, their ability to adapt was undiminished. Upon realizing the new manager was a stunning beauty, they promptly approached her with congratulations and flattery. Zhang Ziqing cast a triumphant glance at Chen Xuan, relishing in the moment of his discomfort, a small recompense for the previous day's humiliation. After exchanging warm greetings with her new team, Zhang Ziqing headed toward the manager's office. Turning to Chen Xuan and saying, "Chen Xuan, please come in with me." Upon hearing this, the men present regarded Chen Xuan with envy, pondering how he could be so fortunate in matters of romance. Previously, Shen Binglan had entrusted him with significant responsibilities, and now, being able to share close quarters with the enchanting Zhang Ziqing, who was no less beautiful than Shen, made the male colleagues envious. If they were to discover that Chen Xuan had danced intimately with Zhang Ziqing the previous day, those men would undoubtedly go into a frenzy. Huang Song, Bai Chun, and Xiao Qian also cast curious glances at Chen Xuan. Was it true that on her very first day in office, Zhang Ziqing had already become acquainted with him? Chen Xuan paid no heed to their gazes and followed Zhang Ziqing into the manager's office. Observing her graceful figure as she settled into her chair, he approached the desk with a playful smile and remarked, "Zhang Ziqing, do you have matters to discuss with me so early in the morning?" Confronted with Chen Xian's teasing expression, Zhang Ziqing was instantly reminded of how he had taken advantage of her the day before, causing her cheeks to flush with embarrassment. Biting her lip, she declared, "Chen Xuan, I am now your direct superior. You should address me as Manager Zhang." Although Chen Xuan held the esteemed position of chief physician, ranking above the managers of various departments, Zhang Ziqing was aware that he was still classified as a member of the marketing department and, therefore, her subordinate who would need to follow her directives. Yet, despite Zhang Ziqing's intentions, Chen Xuan appeared unfazed, responding leisurely, "Zhang Ziqing, do not forget that I am the chief physician, placing me above you." Caught off guard, Zhang Ziqing found herself at a loss for a rebuttal, as Chen Xian's expertise had indeed surpassed her own, a fact she had personally evaluated the day prior. Nevertheless, Zhang Ziqing, ever competitive. Quickly regained her composure and mischievously stated, Chen Xuan, if you do not regard me as your superior, I shall inform my cousin that you bullied me yesterday afternoon. How did I bully you? Chen Xuan replied, exasperated. Had it not been for her using him as a shield, he would not have been targeted by that wealthy second-generation heir, Li Mukin, and subsequently, he would not have been assaulted by thugs. If he had still been an ordinary person, he would have been severely beaten. Thus, this incident was quite serious. Zhang Ziqing's unintentional actions had nearly led to dire consequences for him. Upon hearing Chen Xuan's remarks, Zhang Ziqing interpreted them as mere excuses. Her face flushed with embarrassment and anger as she propped her long, fair legs on the desk, crossing her arms defiantly, and exclaimed, After you held me in your arms for so long while dancing, you dare say you did not bully me? Well, it was you who invited me to dance. Chen Xuan retorted, refusing to back down. He had no desire to be unjustly labeled as a lecher by Zhang Ziqing. If this young lady were to relay the incident to Shen Binglan, he would find it impossible to clear his name. Upon hearing the words invited me, Zhang Ziqing's face flushed even deeper. Embarrassed and irate, she prepared to stand and argue with Chen Xuan. However, as she positioned her legs atop the desk, her balance faltered. In the moment she attempted to rise, she found herself unable to muster strength, causing her chair to slide backward. Zhang Ziqing suddenly felt a sinking sensation. If she were to fall to the ground, it would be utterly humiliating. In the very next moment, as her complexion paled, she was suddenly enveloped in the strong embrace of a pair of robust arms. When she looked up with her beautiful eyes, she was astonished to find that it was Chen Xuan who held her. Ah! Zhang Ziqing let out a piercing scream, a sound that instantly echoed through the manager's office, reaching the ears of everyone in the marketing department. All were taken aback, their expressions a mixture of surprise and curiosity, collectively glancing toward the manager's office. Could it be that the newly appointed beautiful manager was engaged in some indescribable act with Chen Xuan? The atmosphere became palpably tense. Chen Xuan, startled by Zhang Ziqing's outburst, quickly covered her rosy lips with one hand. However, this only intensified the ire reflected in her eyes. They widened in fury as she glared at Chen Xuan, letting out muffled sounds, imploring him to release her. Naturally, Chen Xuan could not comply. Her earlier exclamation had already sparked misunderstandings among their colleagues outside, and he could not allow her to shout again. Seeing that Chen Xuan was unwilling to let go, a glint of cold resolve flashed in Zhang Ziqing's eyes. In a sudden act of defiance, she bit down on Chen Xuan's palm. The unexpected pain compelled him to release her, utterly unprepared for such childish retaliation from her. Chen Xuan, you must put me down at once. Zhang Ziqing's voice was laced with fury, completely disregarding the volume of her words. However, her loud declaration could not be allowed to finish. In a moment of impulsiveness, Chen Xuan leaned down and pressed his lips against hers. Zhang Ziqing, realizing his intent, felt her pupils constrict in shock. She wanted to shout a protest, but it was too late. Chen Xuan's lips had sealed her cherry-like mouth. Their lips met, and the soft sensation sent a jolt through both of them. Chen Xuan was taken aback by the tenderness of her lips, which exuded a sweet, peach-like fragrance. Meanwhile, Zhang Ziqing trembled, her mind blanking out in a cacophony of thoughts. This was her first kiss, stolen from her in a moment of unpreparedness. Having already endured an unwanted advance the previous day, she now found herself robbed of her initial kiss by this infuriating man. A fiery rage ignited in her eyes as she glared fiercely at Chen Xuan, her lips moving as she prepared to bite his. Having already experienced a bite on his palm, Chen Xuan was ready this time. He swiftly evaded her attack. He certainly did not wish for his lips to be marred, for the implications of such an encounter would be misinterpreted by others should he exit the office. He gently set Zhang Ziqing down, recognizing that his impulsive kiss was a moment of folly. Continuing to hold her would only invite further complications. However, Zhang Ziqing was not one to let him off easily. With a fiery gaze, she exclaimed, Chen Xuan, you have stolen my first kiss. I will not let you off the hook. With that, she lunged at him in a frenzy. They were in the manager's office of the marketing department, and Chen Xuan was keen to prevent any further scenes from escalating. He swiftly grasped Zhang Ziqing's flailing fists, pinning her entire being against the wall. As she gazed into Chen Xuan's icy and furious eyes, Zhang Ziqing felt somewhat bewildered. She had never witnessed such a look from him before. Zhang Ziqing, do not forget, it was you who nearly got me beaten yesterday. If I were an ordinary person, do you think I could still stand here speaking with you? Chen Xuan spoke with an air of chilly reproach. I. Zhang Ziqing met his gaze, her eyes flickering with a trace of panic and guilt, for Chen Xuan's words rang true. Given Li Mukin's character, had Chen Xuan not possessed martial prowess, he would likely have been beaten to death by Nan Ge and his crew yesterday. Yet, reflecting on Chen Xian's repeated exploitation of her vulnerabilities, Zhang Ziqing, a girl unversed in romantic affairs, felt an overwhelming sense of injustice. Tears welled up in her eyes, and she suddenly began to sob. Oh, how could this happen? Watching Zhang Ziqing weep inconsolably, Chen Xuan found himself utterly at a loss. He dreaded the sight of a girl in tears, feeling utterly powerless in such situations. Gently releasing his hold, he softly reassured her, "All right, do not cry. I share the blame. It was in a moment of desperation that I kissed you. But you still did it." Zhang Ziqing exclaimed through her tears, her eyes red and accusatory. "I've never even had a boyfriend, and you took my first kiss. You were such a scoundrel." For a girl with no prior romantic experience, her first kiss held immense significance, particularly as it was something to be exchanged under a weighty sense of ceremony. Chen Xuan was momentarily rendered speechless, allowing Zhang Ziqing to cry to her heart's content. Fortunately, her sobs were soft enough not to attract the attention of anyone outside. Once she had finished weeping, she wiped her tears and looked back at Chen Xuan, still visibly angry. Just then, her phone rang. Upon answering, a male voice emerged, "Ziqing, in a couple of days, our family will be hosting a stone gambling festival in collaboration with several stone gambling venues and antique markets in Tianhai City. I would like to invite you to join us for some enjoyment, if that is agreeable. Li Mukin, I am not in a good mood right now. Please do not bother me," Zhang Ziqing declared, preparing to hang up. Wait. Chen Xuan suddenly snatched her phone. "Hello, Li Mukin, this is Chen Xuan. Regarding your stone gambling festival, both Zhang Ziqing and I shall be attending." "Ch Chen Xuan?" came Li Mukin's fearful voice from the other end. He had been thoroughly intimidated by Chen Xuan the previous day, completely unprepared for the revelation of his substantial background. However, reflecting on the situation, Li Mukin thought to himself that despite Chen Xuan's apparent martial prowess, he had not leveraged Long Fei's influence for wealth or power, evidenced by his driving an old Toyota. Clearly, in matters of social standing, he was a failure. After carefully reconsidering Chen Xuan's demeanor and actions, Li Mukin's initial apprehension began to wane. In modern society, regardless of one's fighting ability or even the favor of someone like Long Fei, what truly mattered was wealth. His family's gambling establishment boasted assets in the billions, a realm far beyond that of someone like Chen Xuan. Now, the Stone Gambling Festival is about to take place, providing an opportune moment for Li Mukin to pursue Zhang Ziqing, balancing both wealth and beauty, having already cast aside the humiliation of the previous day. Early this morning, he called Zhang Ziqing, only to be met with the unexpected response of Chen Xuan answering her phone. Had their relationship grown to a level that Li Mukin could scarcely imagine? With this thought, Li Mukin ground his teeth in silent fury, harboring a deep-seated resentment towards Chen Xuan, vowing to repay the previous humiliation 100-fold with his power. Controlling his inner rage, he coldly stated, "I am calling for Ziqing. Please let Chen Xiao hand the phone back to her." "Li Mukin, aren't you eager to invite Zhang Ziqing to the Stone Gambling Festival? I assure you she will be there. Just wait and see," Chen Xuan chuckled before abruptly hanging up. Zhang Ziqing, biting her jade-like teeth, retorted angrily, "Chen Xuan, who are you to make decisions for me? I have no interest in attending that ridiculous stone gambling festival. Since you used me as a shield yesterday, I am demanding your company at the festival. Is that too much to ask?" Chen Xuan replied with a grin, contemplating how to entice Li Mukin into a gamble and profit from him. He hadn't anticipated that Li Mukin would call today, offering a perfect opportunity to fulfill his desires. "I have already been at your expense twice. You have reaped all the benefits. And now you want me to accompany you to the festival? No way." Zhang Ziqing crossed her arms, fuming. Chen Xuan smirked mischievously, "If you refuse, I shall disclose the matter of your first kiss being taken by me to our colleagues in the marketing department." "You dare?" Zhang Ziqing furrowed her brows, glaring at Chen Xuan. If this were to be revealed, would she maintain any authority as the new manager? However, Chen Xuan disregarded her anger, exuding an air of confidence that only fueled her irritation. After a prolonged silence, Zhang Ziqing finally relented. "Fine, I will agree to this once, but after this, we are even. You must not spread our affair." "Of course," Chen Xuan replied with a bright smile, nearly provoking Zhang Ziqing to strike him again. Having used him as a shield once, she found herself being led by the nose by this audacious fellow, which was truly infuriating. "All right, unless there is anything else, I'll be leaving now," Chen Xuan announced, stepping out of the manager's office. As he exited, he once again captivated the attention of all the colleagues in the marketing department. Observing Chen Xian's composed demeanor, Devoid of any signs of distress, everyone was left in astonishment. What had transpired inside just moments ago? The male colleagues cast envious glances at Chen Xuan, convinced he had engaged in some indescribable encounter with the new beautiful manager. Their hearts burned with jealousy, speculating that the beautiful manager had fallen prey to Chen Xuan's advances. Yet, even though Chen Xuan was no longer their manager, he remained the chief physician of the group, leaving these male employees to suppress their envy and resentment. Huang Song gazed at his brother with admiration, marveling at how, in such a short span of time, he had managed to charm yet another stunning beauty. His prowess in courting women was undeniably divine. Bai Chun, observing Chen Xuan, harbored a hint of resentment. Her keen eyes discerned the faint traces of red lip gloss on his lips, making it quite evident what transpired within those walls. As Chen Xuan sensed the collective gaze of everyone upon him, even his thick skin felt a tinge of discomfort. After all, Zhang Ziqing's previous exclamation could easily lead to misunderstandings. Nevertheless, he was disinclined to offer explanations, as doing so would only muddle the situation further. At that moment, a sound of footsteps approached from outside. Chen Xuan turned towards the door, where he beheld a striking woman with brows like distant mountains and eyes resembling autumn waters. Exuding an ethereal, lofty beauty, none other than Shen Binglan. Following her were several men clad in suits, among them a middle-aged man with a stern visage and an enigmatic expression. A subtle, almost imperceptible smirk gracing his lips, a true old fox. Chen Xuan, allow me to introduce you to our vice-chairman, Shen Cheng. Shen Binglan's voice remained as frigid as ever, as if she were presenting a stranger. Yet, Chen Xuan felt a chill in his heart. Shen Binglan's uncle had arrived unexpectedly. It was worth noting that this cunning man had dispatched assassins against Shen Binglan just yesterday. And now he stood at the group's headquarters, surely with ill intentions. Ah, so this is our group's newly appointed chief physician, Mr. Chen. Quite impressive for one so young. Shen Cheng approached Chen Xuan with a smile that did not reach his eyes, extending his hand. Chen Xuan shook it, responding with a noncommittal tone, I have long admired you, Vice Chairman Shen. As Shen Cheng scrutinized Chen Xuan's composed demeanor, a flicker of unease crossed his eyes. This young man was an enigma, completely inscrutable. Today, his primary aim at the headquarters was to assess Shen Binglan's condition, and he was taken aback to find her unscathed. Especially after the utter failure of the assassins yesterday, who had all ended up in police custody. As for Chen Xuan, he was on the list requested by Shen Cheng's son, Shen Jiahao, yet here he stood, unharmed. Could the failure of the assassins be related to this young man? With a sense of foreboding, Shen Cheng regarded Chen Xuan, who was shrouded in an aura of mystery. Now that you've met Chen Xuan, is there anything else? Shen Binglan's icy tone conveyed an unmistakable dismissal. Before so many employees of the group, she showed no inclination to grant her uncle any favors. After all, this old fox harbored intentions to bring about her demise. Their bond had long since eroded. Upon hearing Shen Binglan's dismissal, Shen Cheng maintained his composure and replied, Oh, by the way, I heard that you dismissed the marketing manager, Lu Bin. I brought several business elites today for you to consider for the new manager position. He gestured for the suited men behind him to step forward and introduce themselves. No need, came her curt reply. Shen Binglan gracefully waved her hand, halting the first individual who was about to introduce themselves. I have already appointed Zhang Ziqing, who has just returned to the city, as the manager of the marketing department. So there is no need to trouble you, Vice Director Shen. Shen Binglan, with her meticulous mind, discerned Shen Cheng's intentions clearly. He aimed to position his own people within the company to reap benefits for himself. Consequently, at the very first opportunity of Zhang Ziqing's return, she decisively appointed her as the marketing manager, thwarting Shen Cheng's plans before they could even take root. Oh, Ziqing is back? This girl didn't even inform me. Her second uncle, upon her return. How careless. Shen Cheng maintained a pleasant demeanor, showing no signs of emotional turmoil despite the failure of his scheme. In the manager's office, Zhang Ziqing had already sensed the commotion outside and stepped out, saying, Vice Director Shun, I am here. Ziqing, why do you still call me Vice Director? How formal. It has been a year since we last met, and your second uncle has missed you dearly. Shen Cheng, assuming the guise of a benevolent elder, appeared completely unrecognizable to those unaware of his cunning nature. Zhang Ziqing, however, was well aware of Shen Cheng's character and replied coolly, Vice Director Shen, there is no need for pleasantries. If you have nothing pressing, please feel free to go. My cousin and I are quite busy. She was still in a rather foul mood, offering Shen Cheng no semblance of warmth. After suffering several rebuffs, Shen Cheng's expression finally stiffened, and he inwardly scoffed. These two ungrateful girls will eventually learn their lesson. Since Jiqing is now the marketing manager, I extend my congratulations. Do visit me at my home when you have the time, Chen Xuan said with a disingenuous smile, departing with a few subordinates in tow. The marketing department colleagues, having witnessed this silent exchange of verbal sparring, dared not breathe a word. They had just caught a glimpse of the internal strife within the Chen family. Yet, they could only pretend to be oblivious, for any misstep could cost them their jobs. Meanwhile, Chen Xuan, evidently caught in the swirling turmoil of the Chen family's conflicts, made others ponder how challenging his role as chief physician truly was. Once Shen Qing departed, Shen Binglan said little and returned to her office. Zhang Jiqing also made her way back to her own office. Chen Xuan, observing Shen Cheng's exit, maintained an outwardly calm facade, though a subtle smirk played at the corners of his lips. In fact, while shaking hands with Shen Cheng moments earlier, he had surreptitiously implanted a silver needle into Shen Cheng's hand. Having sent assassins to eliminate him yesterday, Chen Xuan was no helpless lamb, and he intended to make this old fox pay. Thus, he left a silver needle within Shen Cheng's body, anticipating a reckoning. With that thought, Chen Xuan quietly returned to the seat he had occupied as an intern. As soon as he settled in, Bai Chun, Huang Song, and Xiao Qian gathered around, inquiring about the gossip surrounding Zhang Jiqing and Shen Cheng. Chen Xuan found it prudent to deflect their inquiries, offering only vague responses. He and Shen Binglan were besieged by a dozen professional assassins, orchestrated by Shen Cheng, a scenario that seemed fit only for a television drama, one that would surely frighten their three companions. After a brief pause, Chen Xuan received a phone call. Glancing at the caller ID, he saw it was from the enchanting Qin Feishue. Hello, Chen Xuan, do you have some free time tonight? My grandfather has recovered and returned home, so I would like to invite you over for dinner. Her melodious and gentle voice resonated through the line. At her words, Chen Xuan recalled the promise he had made when he helped her grandfather, Qin Mishishi, recover from a deadly curse. He had indeed vowed to visit once the old man was well again. With nothing pressing on his agenda for the evening, and with his cultivation practice set for the early hours, he readily agreed. Of course, I'll come by to pick you up this afternoon. If I remember correctly, you work at the headquarters of the Shen Group, right? Upon hearing Chen Xuan's affirmation, Qin Feishue's tone brightened with joy. That's correct, she confirmed. Then it's settled, they concluded. After Chen Xuan hung up, Huang Song immediately inquired, Chen Xuan, another beauty has invited you out tonight? Look at you, so eager. When did you become so nosy? Chen Xuan shot a look at Huang Song, who had transformed from a once innocent fellow into a gossip enthusiast ever since dating Xiao Qian and meeting Bai Chun. However, Huang Song's curiosity mirrored the sentiments of both Bai Chun and Xiao Qian, especially Bai Chun, who was particularly attentive to Chen Xuan's every move. My friend, I must commend you, Huang Song said with an ambiguous expression. Your charm with women is remarkable. Surely, you possess unique skills in wooing them. Why not share a few tips with your brother? Chen Xuan was at a loss for words. Huang Song, don't you already have Xiao Qian? What more do you need? Be careful, or she might make you kneel on a washboard tonight. Xiao Qian's cheeks flushed with anger as she glared at Huang Song, prompting him to hastily explain that his pursuit of dating skills was merely to win her favor. At that moment, Bai Chun, who had been silently observing, spoke up. Chen Xuan, I heard you broke up with your girlfriend. Is that true? Indeed, Chen Xuan replied candidly. Bai Chun mustered her courage to continue. Do you have a new girlfriend now? Oh, no. What makes you think I have a new girlfriend? Chen Xuan was intrigued by her question. Bai Chun's cheeks turned a deeper shade of crimson as she shyly gestured toward Chen Xuan's lips, whispering, weren't you just with manager Zhang inside? Realizing what she meant, Chen Xuan quickly touched his lips and discovered the lingering trace of Zhang Jiqing's lipstick. The color was quite similar to his own lips, making it easily overlooked by most, but not by the observant Bai Chun. Now, he found himself in a predicament that words could hardly clarify. Embarrassed, he seized the opportunity while Huang Song and Xiao Qian were still oblivious to the anomaly on his lips and dashed into the restroom to wash it away thoroughly. Darn it, this misunderstanding with Bai Chun has escalated. I must learn to better control my emotions in the future. Chen Xuan splashed his face with cold water and spoke to his reflection in the mirror. As the workday concluded, he deliberately waited for Bai Chun and the others to leave before stepping out of the building. At the intersection, a striking red Lamborghini caught the eye, drawing speculation from passers-by about which affluent young lady owned such an extravagant vehicle, and who could possibly be worthy of the stunning beauty waiting inside. When they saw Chen Xuan approach the Lamborghini and gracefully slide into the passenger seat, Envious glances were cast upon him. How fortunate he must be to have such an exquisite heiress personally drive him. Chen Xuan, clad in a white lily dress, sat elegantly at the wheel, her poise and beauty reminiscent of a water lily emerging from the depths. As Chen Xuan settled in, he was enveloped by the delicate fragrance of her cascading hair, a scent that was both refreshing and intoxicating. Gazing upon her flawless visage, he found himself momentarily breathless, nearly forgetting to greet her. A second later, he managed to smile and inquired, Chen Xuan, where do you live? Shall we head there now? My home is near Guiyun Mountain, she replied, feeling a slight shyness under Chen Xuan's gaze. Guiyun Mountain? That place is quite remarkable, Chen Xuan remarked, recalling his recent visit to the Bayou building there, an experience that left a profound impression on him. The area boasted a cluster of villas with land prices rivaling those of the Moon Bay coast, accessible only to the city's elite. Upon hearing his words, Chen Xuan smiled and asked, Chen Xuan, I assume you visited Guiyun Mountain for leisure? Indeed, I have. I even ascended to the Bayou building, Chen Xuan replied, his mind involuntarily drifting back to the exhilarating battle he had experienced on the rooftop. It was the first time he had exerted his full strength against a martial arts master. Although he emerged victorious, he had nearly exhausted his ethereal energy in the process. Had the legendary master Sakazaki Goro been present, he doubted he would have had the strength to continue. You've been to the Bayou building? Chen Xuan asked, her large, sparkling eyes brimming with curiosity. She had heard that only the most prominent figures in Tianhai City had the privilege of hosting banquets there, and even her own Qin family did not meet the standards of the Bayou building. The legendary Heavenly Court banquet was something she had longed to witness, eager to see the grandeur of such an event. While Chen Xuan was indeed renowned for his medical skills, his ordinary background had led Chen Xuan to underestimate his ability to access the Bayou building, surpassing her expectations entirely. Sensing her curiosity, Chen Xuan preferred not to elaborate further, as discussing the powerful figure Long Fei could lead to misunderstandings about his own standing in the world. It was merely a fortuitous opportunity that allowed me to visit the Bayou building, he stated, deftly brushing aside the topic. Recognizing Chen Xuan's reluctance to delve deeper, Chen Xuan ceased her inquiries. After a spirited drive in the Lamborghini, the two arrived at the foot of Guiyun Mountain approximately 40 minutes later. Chen Xuan resided in a lakeside community at the foot of the mountain, which is considered one of the most prestigious high-end residential areas in Tianhai City. Nestled against the mist-shrouded Guiyun Mountain and facing the vast expanse of Fengyu Lake, the scenery is exceptionally picturesque. However, this lakeside community does not rank as the finest in the Guiyun Mountain region. The villas perched halfway up the mountain are even more luxurious, with prices that surpass those at the foot by half, making it a haven for the city's elite. As the car slowly entered a grand estate, one was greeted by towering ancient trees, imparting a profound sense of returning to nature. Within this verdant forest, a stone path led directly to an expansive and opulent villa. This residence, constructed in the retro Jiangnan style, featured stone lions at the entrance, surrounded by lush greenery and vibrant flowers, positioned to face north while sitting south. Both the architecture and feng shui design were impeccable, perfectly aligning with the Qin family's reputation as a lineage of antique connoisseurs. What a significant investment! Chen Xuan couldn't help but muse quietly, although the cost of this estate paled in comparison to his own villa at Yuan Coast No. 1. It undoubtedly required an expenditure of several tens of millions. Chen Xuan halted the car before the villa's grand entrance, and, together with Chen Xuan, stepped inside. Upon entering, they spotted Chen Hua in the living room, intently watching financial news on television while seated on the sofa. In the kitchen, Chen Xuan's mother, Linley, was busily preparing dinner with the help of a servant. Chen Xuan, you've arrived. Please, have a seat, Chen Hua said, shifting his gaze towards Chen Xuan upon noticing his presence. Ever since he learned of Chen Xuan's remarkable medical skills and his role as the chief physician of the Shin Group, Chen Hua's demeanor had transformed into one of respect. He admired talented young individuals. After Chen Xuan took a seat, Chen Hua poured him a cup of tea and then remarked to Chen Xuan, your grandfather is upstairs. Go and invite him down. Chen Xuan nodded and ascended the stairs. Chen Xuan, have you been busy with work lately? Chen Hua inquired in a casual tone. Not particularly. Chen Xuan replied politely. Chen Hua replenished the teapot with water and shifted the conversation, saying, that's good to hear. Have you started dating anyone? This was a subtle inquiry. Although Chen Xuan was uncertain of Chen Hua's intent, he answered honestly, not at the moment. A successful young man ought to marry early, start a family. and thus show filial piety to his parents, Qin Anhua elaborated. Our Fei Xue is also at the age where she could wed. Once she graduates, I, as her father, will seek a suitable husband for her. This reflected the mindset of their generation, and Chen Xuan did not intend to counter it. He merely nodded in non-committal agreement. Noticing Chen Xuan's lack of a strong reaction, Qin Anhua refrained from further comments, believing his hints had been sufficiently clear, leaving the rest for the young man to navigate. At that moment, Qin Feishued descended the stairs, supporting Qin Mushi. The elderly gentleman appeared to have regained his usual vigor, showing no signs of having recently endured a severe illness. This recovery was attributed to Chen Xuan, who not only eradicated the poisonous affliction within him, but also imbued him with a trace of ethereal energy to aid in his recuperation, thus facilitating such a swift recovery. Upon seeing the elder, Chen Xuan stood up, intending to offer his greetings. However, upon catching sight of Chen Xuan, Qin Mashishi suddenly adopted a stern expression and brusquely inquired, "Young man, which sect do you belong to? The Golden Silkworm cult or the 100 Poisons sect?" The mention of these sinister-sounding sects left Chen Xuan momentarily taken aback. Such nefarious factions seemed to exist solely within the realms of film and literature. How could they possibly manifest in reality? Yet, in the next moment, Chen Xuan recalled that Zhang Ziqing had previously mentioned the Golden Silkworm cult with considerable trepidation. "Do not feign innocence before me, old man. The ability to counteract the heart-eating goo poison unique to Miaojiang undoubtedly signifies that you are a formidable goo master from a prestigious lineage. Now, reveal your true intentions." Qin Mashishi persisted, his tone unyielding. He was skeptical of Chen Xuan being a divine physician, rather. He suspected him to be a practitioner of the mysterious art of Miaojiang goo. In his past, Qin Mashishi had ventured deep into Miaojiang and had a tumultuous entanglement with a remarkable woman, Grandma Tao, who had imparted goo techniques to Zhang Ziqing. Despite his medical prowess, he had found himself utterly incapable of countering the heart-eating goo poison, thus leading him to conclude that Chen Xuan's ability to neutralize it could not solely stem from medical knowledge. As he pondered, the only plausible explanation was that Chen Xuan was indeed an exceptional goo master from a renowned lineage. In Qin Mashishi's perspective, Miaojiang goo masters were often malevolent individuals, their actions shrouded in mystery. Thus, it was hard for him to believe that Chen Xuan would assist without ulterior motives. Upon awakening, he harbored suspicions that Chen Xuan sought something more. Chen Xuan, taken aback by the elder's lack of gratitude for saving his life, felt a surge of indignation. He retorted sharply, "Old man, I can unequivocally assure you that I am not a goo master. Whether you choose to believe it is entirely your prerogative. My act of saving your life was solely in consideration of Qin Feishue. I seek nothing more." The tension escalated as the two faced off, their words sharp as knives, leaving Qin Feishue and Qin Anhua momentarily stunned. They were aware of the elder's peculiar temperament, but did not expect him to display such hostility towards Chen Xuan upon their first encounter. Chen Xuan's rebuttal was equally unyielding. It was rare for anyone to dare refer to Qin Mashishi as old man. Sensing the atmosphere grow tense, Qin Feishue grasped Qin Mashishi's hand and gently implored, "Grandfather, Chen Xuan has not demanded a single coin in reward from our family. How could he possibly harbor ulterior motives?" "Humph, little Shui, you are still young and naive. There is much about the world's treachery you have yet to comprehend," Qin Mashishi replied, clearly still harboring deep suspicions about Chen Xuan. Observing this, Chen Xuan could not help but let out a cold chuckle. "Old man, do not blame me for not warning you. The one with ill intentions may be someone entirely different." "What do you mean by that?" Qin Mashishi narrowed his eyes, eager to hear what Chen Xuan had to say. With a subtle smile and an unhurried demeanor, Chen Xuan replied, "Have you ever considered what might have triggered the onset of the heart-eating goo poison within you? The reason lies in the fact that the goo worm has been lurking for many years, with its host being distant, leading to a loss of control over it." Wait. A sudden spark of insight illuminated the old man's eyes. The heart-eating goo poison is one of the top 10 goo poisons of Miaojiang. It is impossible for it to go out of control unless induced by external factors. "Ah, it seems you are not as muddled as I thought," the old man, Chen Xuan, remarked casually. Initially, he too believed that the heart-eating goo poison was the cause of Qin Mashishi's near demise. But only upon arriving at the Qin family today did he uncover the anomaly. Though Qin Mashishi, having been alerted by Chen Xuan, recognized that the onset of the goo poison was indeed provoked by certain stimuli, he remained at a loss regarding the specifics of this induction. He could only gaze at Chen Xuan, his brow furrowed in confusion as he asked, "Do you know what the inducing factor of the heart-eating goo poison is?" The answer lies within the jade pendant you wear, Chen Xuan replied, raising his finger to point at the ancient green jade pendant that hung from Qin Mishishi's waist. Qin Feishue and Qin Anhua followed Chen Xuan's gaze, their expressions reflecting a shared bewilderment. What is wrong with this jade pendant? Qin Mishishi asked, perplexed. I bought this jade from an antique market last month. How could it possibly be related to the goo poison of Miaojiang? As he spoke, he took the pendant in hand. The smooth and pure warmth of the jade had always captivated him. Old man, did you not just mention that there are many treacherous things in this world? Chen Xuan replied with an air of tranquility. This jade may appear beautiful on the surface, yet it conceals malevolent entities within, merely masking their aura with its stone exterior, rendering them undetectable. Upon seeing Qin Mishishi emerge, Chen Xuan had sensed an ominous energy concealed within the old man, and upon activating his perspective sight, he had glimpsed the evil entity within the pendant. However, such words not only failed to convince Qin Mishishi, but also elicited incredulous expressions from Qin Feishue and Qin Anhua. The notion that this flawless jade pendant harbored a malevolent being seemed utterly implausible. Kid, you are not fabricating some excuse to deceive me, are you? Qin Mishishi's tone grew increasingly brusque. Simply allow me to examine the pendant, and the truth shall reveal itself, Chen Xuan replied. His demeanor calm yet imbued with an undeniable authority. Persuaded by his words, Qin Mishishi extended his hand and relinquished the jade pendant to Chen Xuan. In the following moments, as doubt flickered in his mind, the old man, alongside his son and granddaughter, widened their eyes in astonishment, for they witnessed Chen Xuan gently grasp the pendant, only to shatter it effortlessly. What kind of strength is required to crush a piece of jade? It was nothing short of superhuman. Seeing his cherished pendant destroyed, Qin Mishishi felt as though a piece of his very soul had been wrenched away, and he glared angrily. What do you intend to do, young man? However, before his fury could fully manifest, he beheld an even more astonishing sight. Before the astonished gazes of the three, from the shattered fragments of jade in Chen Xuan's hand, a translucent, jade-colored goo worm began to emerge slowly. What is this? A jade transformation goo? Qin Mishishi's mouth fell open, his tone brimming with astonishment. Indeed, how had he not realized it? This was the unique poison of the golden silkworm sect. Yes, it was the jade transformation goo. Chen Xuan had long been acquainted with the name and effects of this poison through the records of the evil physician's legacy. However, Qin Mishishi had erred slightly. The jade transformation goo had existed since ancient times, and it was not merely the exclusive poison of the golden silkworm sect. In truth, due to the decline of goo techniques in modern society, only the golden silkworm sect had the knowledge to cultivate such jade transformation goo. High-quality jade possesses the ability to ward off evil and avert misfortune, and the jade transformation goo, born from it, absorbs the jade's efficacy for its own use to counteract other goo. This was why the heart-eating goo lurking within you had become restless and agitated, leading to its outbreak. Chen Xuan narrated this eloquently, reminiscent of a learned master. Upon hearing his words, both Qin Anhua and Qin Feishue were astounded by Chen Xuan's profound knowledge at such a young age, while Qin Mishishi was utterly convinced. Chen Xuan, you are absolutely correct. Previously, I wrongfully accused you. I owe you an apology. The proud Qin Mishishi surprisingly bowed to Chen Xuan. Given the old man's capricious temperament, such a shift in attitude was not entirely unexpected. Observing Qin Mishishi's bow, Chen Xuan hastily moved to assist him, recognizing the necessity to honor the elder's gesture of apology. Old Qin, I believe the most pressing matter now is to investigate the origins of this jade pendant. From whom did you acquire it? Chen Xuan spoke with solemnity. The individual capable of cultivating such a rare jade transformation goo was certainly not an ordinary person, and they seemed to possess intimate knowledge of the heart-eating goo hidden within Qin Mishishi, likely indicating a familiar acquaintance of the old man. Qin Mishishi waved his hand dismissively, saying, Chen Xuan, please refrain from calling me old Qin. My ears have grown calloused over the years. Simply refer to me as old man, as you did before. Chen Xuan smiled, taken aback by Qin Mishishi's indifference toward the life-threatening jade pendant's origins, instead focusing on the matter of address. Qin Feishue had previously mentioned her grandfather's eccentric nature, and today she had finally witnessed it firsthand. Qin Anhua observed in bemusement, realizing that the elder, despite his age, was increasingly resembling a mischievous old child. Qin Feishue discreetly stuck out her tongue at Chen Xuan, as if to say, my grandfather is just like this. You need only to indulge his whims. Very well, old man, then I shall not hold back, Chen Xuan replied with a smile. But I still recommend you investigate the seller of this jade pendant. Indeed, Father, the individual who sold you the pendant must have ulterior motives. Inform me. And I can assist you in the investigation right away, Chen Xuan emphasized, taking the matter seriously. Qin Mishishi squinted and replied, "The person who sold me the pendant is an old friend from the antique world. Logically, he should have no motive to take my life. Moreover, the jade transformation goo is the unique poison of the golden silkworm sect, making it impossible for that individual to be a goo master of the golden silkworm sect. Grandfather, why not allow Chen Xuan to help you investigate?" Qin Feishue suggested, her concern for her grandfather's safety evident. Involving the enigmatic art of goo poison from Miaojiang, it is likely that her father would uncover little if he were to investigate. Chen Xuan, however, clearly possesses profound knowledge of this ancient practice, leading Qin Feishue to place her hopes in him, gazing at him with eager anticipation. "Since you are so keen, Chen Xuan, I shall take you to explore the antique world of our city and introduce you to a friend of mine." Qin Mushi holds Chen Xuan in high regard. This young man excels not only in medicine but also demonstrates a remarkable understanding of goo techniques, and his discourse aligns perfectly with Mushi's tastes. Establishing a friendship across generations would indeed be a cherished delight. With a serene smile, Chen Xuan responded, "I, too, wish to meet the individual capable of refining the jade transformation goo." At that moment, Lin Li, Qin Feishue's mother, emerged from the kitchen. Spotting Chen Xuan, she smiled warmly and said, "Chen Xuan, you've arrived just in time. I've prepared dinner. Come, let us eat." She then called for her husband, father-in-law, and daughter, and together they proceeded to the dining room. The meal was filled with joy and laughter. Despite his humble origins, Chen Xuan exhibited impeccable manners and gracious conversation, earning silent approval from Qin Anhua and his wife. Occasional playful exchanges with the elderly Qin also elicited smiles from Qin Feishue, who was witnessing her grandfather enjoy the company of a young man for the first time. After dinner, Qin Mushi eagerly pulled Chen Xuan aside, eager to show him his collection of antiques. Thus, Chen Xuan, along with Qin Mushi and Qin Feishue, made their way to the elder's treasure room. This chamber, exuding an air of antiquity and elegance, housed rows of wooden shelves adorned with an array of jade artifacts, ceramics, and other antiques, while the walls displayed exquisite calligraphies and paintings. The value of these collections was apparent, and both Qin Anhua and his wife felt a pang of regret at the money spent over the years. "What do you think, Chen Xuan?" Qin Mushi asked proudly, his gaze fixed on the young man. These antiquities were the culmination of decades of effort, each piece a rare treasure that would astonish any connoisseur who came to admire them. With a gaze as tranquil as a still pond, Chen Xuan replied, "They are passable." He had already perceived through his enhanced vision that none of these treasures harbored any spiritual energy. From the perspective of a cultivator, these rare antiques held only mundane value. "Oh, it seems your standards are quite high, Chen Xuan." Hearing his tone, Qin Mushi felt a twinge of defensiveness. Did his collection not meet the discerning eye of this youthful expert? Though he recognized the lack of spiritual essence in Mushi's antiques, Chen Xuan chose not to voice this to avoid hurting his feelings. He smiled gently and remarked, "Old man, while I may not be well-versed in antiques, I can still discern that your collection possesses merit." He then strolled around the treasure room, inspecting each piece with an air of appreciation. Only then did a satisfied smile break across Qin Mushi's face. "Surely, you cannot be more proficient in antiquities than I, given your remarkable medical skills." As Chen Xuan walked, his gaze suddenly halted before a row of wooden racks fixated upon a string of jade bead bracelets. This exquisite antique bracelet comprised 18 flawless jade beads, each one perfectly round and translucent, captivating the eye with its impeccable hue. However, what truly drew Chen Xuan's attention was the faint azure glow emanating from the bracelet, which he discerned through his clairvoyant vision. Could this be a magical artifact? His heart stirred slightly at the thought. Although the spiritual energy within the bracelet was subtle, it undeniably distinguished itself from the other antiques in the collection room. While it may not yet qualify as a genuine magical artifact, it could potentially be refined into one, should one possess the right techniques. After a brief contemplation, Chen Xuan concluded that he would explore this further in 2 days when he achieved a breakthrough in his foundational cultivation. Noticing Chen Xuan's pensive demeanor as he gazed at the jade bead bracelet, Qin Mushi's lips curled into a slight smile as he inquired, "Chen Xuan, are you fond of this antique?" "Indeed, this jade bead bracelet is quite remarkable," Chen Xuan replied nonchalantly. "Haha, your taste is quite special, much like my granddaughter." Qin Mushi chuckled heartily. Chen Xuan, taken aback, asked, "In what way?" This jade bead bracelet was originally part of a pair. However, after my granddaughter, Xiaoxue, took one, I never anticipated that you would also be drawn to it. Truly, it seems fate has its own design. Qin Mushi explained with a laugh. Upon hearing this, Chen Xuan shifted his gaze to Qin Feishue's left wrist, where she indeed wore a bracelet identical to the one on the rack. As she caught his eye, Qin Feishue's cheeks flushed, surprised that Chen Xuan's taste aligned so closely with hers. Since you and Xiaoxue share such a connection, and you saved my life, I shall gift you the remaining jade bead bracelet as a token of your bond, Qin Mushi declared joyously, his laughter echoing. The old man, known for his straightforward nature, found himself entirely taken by the young man, even considering him a suitable match for his granddaughter. Grandfather, what token of affection are you speaking of? Qin Feishue playfully tugged at Qin Mushi's sleeve, her face now a deeper shade of crimson, unable to meet his gaze as embarrassment washed over her. Chen Xuan also felt a wave of awkwardness. This old man was utterly unpredictable. Gazing at his bashful granddaughter, Qin Mushi's expression softened with affection. Xiaoxue, you have reached the age of marriage. I am merely helping you find a worthy partner. Speechless, Qin Feishue, who had never been in love, felt her cheeks burn at her grandfather's unexpected remarks, unsure how to respond. Feishue and I are merely friends, old man. You are overthinking this. Chen Xuan interjected with a smile to diffuse the situation. Upon hearing this, Qin Mushi appeared somewhat astonished. How could this young man be indifferent to the beauty of his granddaughter? In the depths of her heart, Qin Feishue felt an inexplicable pang of disappointment. Did Chen Xuan truly harbor no feelings for her? Moments later, Qin Mushishi chuckled, remarking that good friends could indeed evolve into something more. He interpreted Chen Xuan's words as youthful modesty and dismissed them casually. He then retrieved a jade bead bracelet from the wooden rack and presented it to Chen Xuan. Regardless, accept this bracelet as a token of our first meeting, he insisted. Under such circumstances, I shall gladly accept it, Chen Xuan responded readily, taking the bracelet and adorning his left wrist, intending to examine it further at a later time. As Qin Feishue observed Chen Xuan donning a bracelet identical to hers, an exhilarating flush colored her cheeks, rendering her radiant. Upon witnessing Chen Xuan accept the bracelet, Qin Mushishi's spirits soared. Suddenly, he recalled something and spoke up. By the way, I previously mentioned introducing you to the world of antiques. Conveniently, there is an antique exhibition during the Stone Gambling Festival in 2 days. I shall take you there to explore. The Stone Gambling Festival you refer to is organized by the Li family, correct? Chen Xuan instantly remembered Li Mukin mentioning that his family was collaborating with other gambling venues for the event. Qin Mushishi was taken aback. Ah, so you are aware of the festival? Indeed, it is spearheaded by the Li family. He regarded Chen Xuan with newfound respect, for it was uncommon for young individuals to take an interest in such matters. Chen Xuan's curiosity was particularly appealing to him. Yes, I had previously arranged with the young master of the Li family to attend the festival, so we can simply meet there, Chen Xuan explained. Qin Mushishi chuckled. In that case, we shall not miss each other at the Stone Gambling Festival in 2 days. He had initially considered having his granddaughter drive Chen Xuan to the event, but since Chen Xuan intended to attend with friends, he refrained from doing so. Nevertheless, he was determined to bring Qin Feishue along, as he hoped to foster a connection between her and Chen Xuan. The old gentleman's intentions aligned perfectly with Chen Xuan's own plans. As he intended to bring Zhang Ziqing to the festival, having Qin Feishue pick him up would have been somewhat awkward. After making these arrangements, Chen Xuan continued to accompany Qin Mushishi in admiring his collection, and they engaged in lively conversation in the living room until 10 o'clock in the evening, at which point Chen Xuan rose to take his leave. Qin Feishue drove him back to Tianhai University. After bidding farewell to the beautiful campus belle, Chen Xuan strolled alone toward Moon Bay Coast. He chose not to share the fact that he owned a villa at Moon Bay Coast with Qin Feishue, as she perceived him merely as a struggling student. Chen Xuan deemed it unnecessary to disclose the villa's existence to her at this time. Under the cloak of night, Chen Xuan appeared to saunter leisurely, yet his pace quickened as he progressed. Were Master Ge, a feng shui expert, present, he would undoubtedly exclaim that this was a true manifestation of the art of shrinking distances. The feats of the Eastern martial artist Baizong would pale in comparison to Chen Xuan's abilities. Upon returning to the villa, the amiable twin sisters, Yao Yao and Qin Qin, stood at the door, warmly welcoming their master home, and had thoughtfully prepared a midnight snack for him. Chen Xuan revealed a tender smile, extending his hands to gently stroke the heads of the twin sisters, and said with a smile, Yao Yao, Qin Qin, how thoughtful of you to prepare a midnight snack for me so late. You must be tired. Not at all, The beautiful twins replied in unison, shaking their heads adorably. Chen Xuan grinned and suggested, "Let us go inside and enjoy it together." After the three indulged in the delightful late-night meal, Yao Yao and Qin Qin obediently went to bed at Chen Xuan's command. Chen Xuan then made his way to the villa's rooftop, resuming his practice of the heavenly evil medical canon, striving to break through to the foundation establishment realm. The night swiftly passed, and as dawn broke the next morning, Chen Xuan opened his eyes, feeling a significant advancement in his cultivation, brimming with celestial energy, indicating that a breakthrough to the foundation establishment realm was imminent. He descended to have breakfast, watching as Yao Yao and Qin Qin departed for school in Zhou Li's car, before leisurely strolling out of the villa. Today, Chen Xuan was in no rush to head to the Shin group. With his speed, tardiness was an impossibility. Having encountered the enchanting martial artist Tang Xiuling the previous day, he found himself intrigued at the prospect of playfully teasing her again should their paths cross. Strolling into the picturesque seaside park, enveloped by lush greenery, Chen Xuan inhaled the fresh air. Observing seniors leisurely walking or practicing Tai Chi, a sense of contentment blossomed within him. Suddenly, his gaze fixated on the elderly man leading the Tai Chi practice. Dressed in traditional Tang attire and appearing to be in his 70s, the man had a lean visage, and his Tai Chi movements were fluid and expansive, exuding an effortless mastery that suggested profound expertise. However, what astonished Chen Xuan was not merely the elder's Tai Chi skill, but rather the subtle flow of genuine energy that coursed through him as he practiced. Out of curiosity, Chen Xuan activated his clairvoyant vision and, indeed, discovered that the elder's body was infused with a robust and formidable vital energy. Hadn't the martial artist Wu Ding claimed that there were no masters of Qi in modern society? How is it that I am encountering one now? The look of surprise on Chen Xuan's face deepened. Yet, upon closer inspection, it became evident that although the elder was rich in vital energy, it could not be projected externally. Moreover, his essence had crystallized into a Dan-like form, categorizing him as a martial arts master at the Danjin level. Even though Chen Xuan concluded that the elder was not a master of Qi, he remained intrigued, continuing to observe the elder's internal energy. After a moment, he discerned that while the elder possessed vital energy, its quality paled in comparison to his own transcendent celestial energy. To draw a comparison using earthly resources, the elder's vital energy resembled conventional energies such as thermal and wind energy, whereas Chen Xuan's celestial energy was akin to the nuclear energy produced by an atomic explosion. Even more potent, conventional energy could merely power vehicles and aircraft, while nuclear explosions could annihilate planetary surfaces, completely different orders of magnitude. Not to mention, after stepping into the foundation establishment stage, Chen Xuan could wield various supernatural techniques, far surpassing any mere practitioner of vital energy. Having come to this realization, Chen Xuan's mindset relaxed, shifting his focus away from the vital energy, only to discover that the elderly man bore considerable injuries. The old man's chest was slightly concave, evidently a result of being struck by an exceptionally formidable opponent, resulting in internal injuries that impeded the flow of his vital energy. Even without activating his X-ray vision, Chen Xuan could discern a hint of distress on the old man's face, revealing something amiss. Who could possibly inflict harm upon a master of the Dan level? Observing this, Chen Xuan couldn't help but reflect. It seemed that the martial arts practitioners he had previously encountered were merely frogs in a well, oblivious to the myriad of martial arts masters concealed within the world. As Chen Xuan retracted his X-ray vision, the elderly gentleman in traditional attire cast a sharp glance in his direction, but upon realizing Chen Xuan was merely an ordinary individual, he withdrew his gaze. Truly, a master of the Dan level was extraordinary. Even a single glance had provoked a response from him. Chen Xuan mused inwardly. Fortunately, his demeanor was now composed and his aura subdued, no longer exuding the ethereal quality of someone who had just acquired the wicked physician's legacy, which might have been too conspicuous even for a master like the elderly gentleman. Just as Chen Xuan was about to turn and depart, a crisp voice rang out from behind him. "Chen Xuan, stop right there." He turned to see a striking young woman in a white training outfit, her ponytail swaying as her alluring figure stood defiantly before him. "Tang Xiuling, what a coincidence to meet you again," Chen Xuan remarked with a mischievous smile playing on his lips. The sight of his playful grin ignited a spark of fury within her. She was none other than Tang Xiuling, who had been humiliated by his speed the previous day. "Chen Xuan, you managed to escape yesterday by sheer luck, but today, I shall demonstrate the prowess of my leg techniques." Without a moment's hesitation, Tang Xiuling prepared to strike, fearing he might flee once more. In an instant, She launched into the air, executing a kick that resembled a startled swallow, her long, graceful leg aimed fiercely at Chen Xuan's waist. Observing her movement, Chen Xuan's pupils constricted slightly. Her whip-like kick instantly reminded him of Shen Binglan's powerful strike that had sent Yunfeng flying, their actions eerily similar. However, the force behind Tang Qiuling's kick far surpassed that of Shen Binglan. From this attack, Chen Xuan sensed immense power emanating from her, perhaps even greater than that of the accomplished martial artist Wu Ding. Before he could contemplate further, Tang Qiuling's leg was already at his side. With a calm smile, Chen Xuan reached out and deftly trapped her leg between his waist, realizing her kick had yielded no success and that her thigh was now ensnared. Tang Qiuling was overwhelmed with a mix of embarrassment and anger. She clenched her delicate fist and aimed a punch at Chen Xuan's face, only to have it effortlessly deflected by him. In that moment, Tang Qiuling's expression transformed to one of disbelief. At just 21 years of age, she had already achieved significant mastery in her martial arts, her true energy pervading her entire being, reaching a state where not even a feather could land upon her. With a mere flick of her hand, she could easily shatter a person's bones. Yet, to her astonishment, Chen Xuan had nonchalantly thwarted her 2 attacks without sustaining any apparent injury. How could this not stir a tempest within her heart? Since she began her martial arts training, apart from her master, she had never encountered such an unfathomable expert. As Tang Qiuling felt her thigh firmly gripped by Chen Xuan, her attempts to retaliate proved futile. The intimate nature of their positions left her flushed with embarrassment, prompting her to exclaim, "Release me at once. If I let you go, you must promise not to attack me again," Chen Xuan replied, his gaze intense. He had not anticipated that Tang Qiuling would be so earnest. Had that fierce kick landed, it could have caused serious harm. Tang Qiuling, hearing Chen Xuan's words, huffed defiantly, "You must let me go first." She was unwilling to let Chen Xuan off the hook so easily. In her eyes, he was becoming increasingly insufferable. Sensing her resolve, Chen Xuan tightened his grip on her thigh. Tang Qiuling was infuriated by his actions, disregarding the disparity in their abilities. She raised her delicate fists and launched another vigorous assault against him. Yet, no matter how swift her strikes were, Chen Xuan merely extended his fingers, capturing her wrists with astonishing speed, akin to grasping the moon reflected in water. At that moment, Tang Qiuling found herself utterly immobilized, with one thigh ensnared and both wrists held captive by Chen Xuan. She had never endured such humiliation, her exquisite face a mix of anger and embarrassment, her beautiful eyes glaring at him with resentment. Suddenly, she parted her lips and attempted to bite the arm that restrained her wrists. The absurdity of her attack caused Chen Xuan to chuckle in disbelief. "Qiuling, do not be rude." Just as she was about to sink her teeth into his arm, a commanding voice resonated from behind them. An elderly man, exuding an air of authority, strode forward with impressive agility. He was the venerable figure who had previously led a group of elders practicing Tai Chi, having observed Tang Qiuling's earlier aggression toward Chen Xuan. He intended to intervene and prevent any harm. However, he was astonished to see how effortlessly Chen Xuan had deflected all her attacks. Tang Qiuling was his prized disciple, her martial skills having reached a commendable level, making her a rare talent among the youth in Huaxia. The significant disparity in strength between her and Chen Xuan caused the elderly man to regard Chen Xuan with newfound respect, realizing he had underestimated him. "My young friend, might I, as an old man, request that you refrain from holding my disciple accountable?" The elder spoke with utmost courtesy, a sentiment born from his admiration for Chen Xuan's prowess. Upon learning that Tang Qiuling was the elder's pupil, Chen Xuan decided to relent, releasing her from his grasp. "Master, he is bullying me." Tang Qiuling, feeling aggrieved, rushed to the elder's side, her voice tinged with distress. The elder furrowed his brow and chastised her. "Qiuling, you were the one to strike first. It is only right that you apologize to this gentleman for your actions." "Apologize to him? That is absolutely out of the question," Tang Qiuling replied, her expression resolute. The elderly gentleman in traditional attire shook his head and turned to Chen Xuan, saying, "I am Fu Wei. May I inquire how to address you, young friend?" Observing the old man's martial prowess, which had reached the level of a grandmaster, Chen Xuan felt a twinge of admiration, noting that he did not exude the same imposing presence as Wu Ding. Sensing the elder's desire for acquaintance, he responded with a friendly smile, "Greetings, Elder Fu. My name is Chen Xuan. Elder Chen, my disciple has a rather impulsive temperament. I hope you will overlook her indiscretions." Fu Wei's words carried an apologetic tone. It was quite rare for someone of his stature to extend an apology to a young individual on behalf of his disciple. Chen Xuan smiled gently and replied, "It is of no consequence. I bear no ill will." However, Tang Xiling, who had been sulking nearby, felt her anger intensifying upon hearing Chen Xuan's response. Unable to restrain herself, she exclaimed, "Master, why should you speak kindly to such a person? He appears blind to not even recognize your esteemed name." Tang Xiling, refrain from speaking nonsense. We have resided overseas for many years and seldom returned to our homeland. It is entirely normal for martial artists in Huaxia not to know me, Fu Wei said, directing a calm gaze towards Chen Xuan. By the way, I am curious about which renowned master has taken you under their wing. To have cultivated such martial skills at a young age is indeed commendable and worthy of admiration. Elder Fu, I must clarify that I am not a practitioner of martial arts, nor have I apprenticed under anyone, Chen Xuan quickly explained, sensing the misunderstanding. Those within the martial arts community instinctively regarded him as a martial artist, including even a grandmaster like Fu Wei, though Chen Xuan was truthful in his clarification. It stirred a hint of displeasure within Fu Wei, who wondered if the young man deemed him too senile to discern a martial artist's true capabilities. As a practitioner with nearly 60 years of experience, Fu Wei composed himself, adopting a serious tone. I have cultivated martial arts for nearly 6 decades and have gained some recognition in the martial arts realm. If you, Chen Xuan, are reluctant to reveal your background, it may suggest a certain disdain for my age. Moreover, at your age, possessing such profound martial prowess akin to my own should be a source of pride, not something to conceal. Upon hearing Fu Wei's words, Chen Xuan felt a sense of helplessness. He had not anticipated that Elder Fu would make the same erroneous assumption as Wu Ding, categorizing him as a martial artist. In truth, he was not merely a martial practitioner, but rather an individual on a higher path of cultivation. It seemed that his effortless defense against Tang Xiuling's attack had led Fu Wei to this misconception. After a moment of contemplation, Chen Xuan spoke. Elder Fu, I merely possess a basic understanding of qi cultivation. I am not a true martial artist, and I assure you, there is nothing I wish to conceal. Qi cultivation? Fu Wei's expression shifted suddenly upon hearing this term, fully aware of its implications. Having reached the stage where his internal energy had coalesced into a Dan, he knew that his mastery of qi was solely the result of innate talent and relentless perseverance over decades of rigorous training. In modern society, the martial arts world had already declined, with the secrets to cultivating true energy long forgotten, leaving practitioners to delve into their own studies. This scarcity of knowledge was a primary reason why so few in the contemporary martial arts community ever attained the level of qi master. However, there exists a distinct category of martial practitioners known as the legendary warriors of the ancient martial world. It is said that within this realm, a small portion of inner cultivation techniques for refining true energy has been preserved, allowing those adept in ancient martial arts to effortlessly cultivate true energy from the outset, far surpassing ordinary martial artists in strength. Fu Wei, having reached the level of Danjin, has only begun to glimpse the tip of the iceberg of the ancient martial world. Yet, he has scarcely encountered any true masters of this realm. Now, upon hearing Chen Xuan mention the art of refining energy, Fu Wei could not help but inquire, could it be that Mr. Chen is a master of ancient martial arts? At this remark from her master, Tang Xiuling's beautiful eyes widened with surprise. She had heard her master speak of the legends of the ancient martial world on numerous occasions. Could it be that Chen Xuan was one of its practitioners? What ancient martial arts? Chen Xuan, perplexed, found this to be yet another novel term. Observing the genuine confusion on Chen Xuan's face, Fu Wei felt a twinge of disappointment, realizing that Mr. Chen did not hail from the ancient martial world. He patiently explained the legends of this mysterious realm, and only then did Chen Xuan comprehend that such a powerful and enigmatic circle existed in this world. The ancient martial world remains almost entirely detached from contemporary society, as its masters reside in remote areas, dedicating themselves to their cultivation and seeking the true essence of martial arts from nature itself. If the modern martial arts community is seen as worldly, then the ancient martial world embodies the transcendental, representing two divergent realms of martial understanding. Noticing Fu Wei's solemn demeanor when mentioning the masters of the ancient martial world, Chen Xuan could not help but express his curiosity. Master Fu, your prowess has already reached the level of a Danjin master. Could you possibly be inferior to those ancient martial experts? The path of martial arts is boundless, and it was only after entering Danjin that I realized there exists an expansive realm beyond. Although ancient martial practitioners may initially be less capable than I, having cultivated true energy from a young age, they could easily surpass me before reaching my age. Fu Wei spoke with a hint of melancholy in his tone. At the same time, he marveled at Chen Xuan's youthful achievement, recognizing that he was far from an ordinary talent. The levels of martial arts are classified into Ming Jin, in Jin, Hua Jin, Dan Jin, and Qi Jing. Fu Wei's own disciple, Tang Xiuling, had reached Hua Jin at the tender age of 21, making her the most gifted martial artist he had ever encountered. Yet today, meeting Chen Xuan, it was evident that his innate talent surpassed that of Tang Xiuling by several tiers, perhaps in a decade or two. He could very well become a master of Qi Jing. Mr. Chen, it is a fortuitous encounter that has brought us together today. I would like to befriend you. If you would permit it, Fu Wei said, his tone now infused with greater respect. Choosing not to delve further into Chen Xuan's background, but deciding instead to forge a friendship first. Knowing a potential master of Qi Jing would be far more valuable to Fu Wei than gifting him a mountain of gold. Since you speak so, Master Fu, I am delighted to accept your friendship, Chen Xuan replied with equal respect. The opportunity to have a Dan Jin master willingly seek his companionship naturally warranted the utmost reverence from Chen Xuan in return. Upon hearing this, Fu Wei's spirits soared, and a smile graced his face as he remarked, to forge a friendship with Mr. Chen across the years is indeed a great joy in life. Xiuling, please exchange contact information with Mr. Chen. You should seek his guidance more often in the future. Tang Xiuling, listening nearby, blinked her beautiful eyes in surprise, revealing a foolish expression. She could hardly fathom how her esteemed master in the martial arts realm could become friends with Chen Xuan. What merited this man, who had playfully teased her on multiple occasions, possessed to earn such an honor of friendship with a master of Dan Jin? Upon hearing her master suggest that she seek Chen Xuan's advice, Tang Xiuling felt a surge of indignation rising within her. Just as she was about to voice her thoughts, she was silenced by a stern glare from Fu Wei. Xiuling, cease this nonsense and do as I say. With her master's command, Tang Xiuling dared not disobey. She pouted and exchanged phone numbers with Chen Xuan. Fu Wei led a simple life, never carrying a phone, thus leaving all external communication to his apprentice. After Tang Xiuling obtained Chen Xuan's number, Fu Wei, with a benevolent smile, inquired, I wonder if Mr. Chen is available to engage in a conversation at my residence? Though Fu Wei spent most of his years abroad, he owned a villa in the coastal area of Yuewan in Tianhai City. This visit would not last long, and he did not wish to miss the opportunity to deepen his acquaintance with Chen Xuan. My apologies, Elder Fu, but I must return to work. Chen Xuan replied with genuine regret. Upon hearing that Chen Xuan was still a working professional, both Fu Wei and Tang Xiuling were taken aback. How could such a formidable martial artist still have to work? It was perplexing. Did he not realize the wealth he could amass by opening a martial arts school and gathering disciples, effortlessly earning millions? However, Fu Wei, having lived a long life, had encountered many extraordinary individuals and chose not to press further, expressing a hint of regret. In that case, we shall converse when Mr. Chen is free. Chen Xuan nodded, preparing to bid farewell to the master and apprentice duo when suddenly, Fu Wei's expression darkened, and he seated himself on the ground, seemingly enduring considerable pain. Master! Tang Xiuling's eyes reddened as she hurriedly squatted down to support Fu Wei. Chen Xuan's expression sharpened. It appeared that Elder Fu was gravely injured. He crouched down, inquiring with concern, Elder Fu, it seems you have been struck by a powerful adversary, causing internal injuries and disrupting your meridians. Indeed, Mr. Chen can discern my condition. Do you possess knowledge of medicine as well? Fu Wei asked, his mouth slightly agape as he fought through the pain. Just a little, Chen Xuan humbly replied, then added, Elder Fu, if you do not mind, I can help alleviate your injuries temporarily. With his current abilities, he could not heal Elder Fu's internal wounds instantaneously. He would need to reach the foundation building stage and concoct a unique healing elixir from the heavenly evil medical canon to cure him completely. However, Chen Xuan was capable of channeling some celestial energy to help suppress the onset of Elder Fu's internal injuries. Seeing the sincerity in Chen Xuan's words, Fu Wei nodded. Please, do not circulate your internal energy. I will channel my true essence to help regulate your injuries. Chen Xuan spoke with a serious demeanor, extending a hand to gently rest upon Fu Wei's chest. He wished to conceal his secret and thus referred to his celestial energy as true essence. Whether Fu Wei could discern the distinction was beyond his concern. The moment Fu Wei's palm made contact with Chen Xuan's, he felt an overwhelming surge of true essence emanating from the center of his palm, powerful, abundant, and seemingly inexhaustible, which left him profoundly astounded. He had not anticipated that Chen Xuan, who had yet to break through to the Qi realm, could cultivate his true energy to such a remarkably pure and refined state, surpassing even the quality of his own true energy as a master of Dan Jin by countless degrees. had Chen Xuan not previously denied it. Fu Wei would have truly believed him to be a master of ancient martial arts with unparalleled inner strength. As Chen Xuan's celestial energy flowed into him, Fu Wei felt a significant alleviation of his pain, and his internal energy regained its harmony, leading him to feel both surprised and delighted. Mr. Chen, you are indeed a master of the medical arts. I feel much better now, Fu Wei remarked as he rose to his feet, the color returning to his face. Tang Xiuling was equally astonished by Chen Xuan's miraculous abilities, which had so swiftly quelled her master's internal injuries. Unable to contain her anticipation, she inquired, Chen Xuan, do you possess a means to completely heal my master's internal wounds? As Fu Wei's devoted disciple, she was acutely aware of the suffering her master endured during episodes of internal injuries. Moreover, Fu Wei's injuries were inflicted by a martial arts expert using internal energy, rendering modern medicine largely ineffective. During their return to the homeland, they had consulted numerous esteemed traditional physicians, all of whom expressed their inability to assist. Witnessing Chen Xuan's extraordinary skills ignited a flicker of hope within Tang Xiuling. Seeing Tang Xiuling's beautiful eyes fixed on him with expectation, Chen Xuan contemplated for a moment before responding slowly, indeed, old Master Fu's wounds can be treated, but he will require my specially concocted Xinyuan Dan to achieve complete recovery. Fu Wei, his eyes glimmering with excitement, implored, might Mr. Chen be willing to sell me a Xinyuan Dan? I possess some influence in Tian'ai City and assure you that I can provide satisfactory compensation. Having reached the pinnacle of Danjin, he was but a step away from the Qi realm. Yet he had suffered severe injuries at the hands of a formidable overseas opponent, causing a significant regression in his cultivation. It seemed that his aspirations to break through to the Qi realm were dashed. A lifetime devoted to martial arts had left him despondent at the prospect of such a setback. Now, hearing of Chen Xuan's potential remedy rekindled a glimmer of hope for a renewed breakthrough, rendering him exceedingly elated. I apologize, but I have yet to refine the Xinyuan Dan. Chen Xuan's words fell upon Fu Wei and Tang Xiuling like a bucket of cold water. Tang Xiuling, reluctant to accept this, pressed, is it possible for you to concoct it now? Not at the moment, Chen Xuan replied. The creation of Xinyuan Dan requires a certain amount of time and a variety of precious medicinal materials. He continued with confidence. According to the Tianxia medical canon, Xinyuan Dan is a miraculous elixir capable of curing all ailments and restoring vitality. Although it is merely the most basic of medicinal pills in the canon, the alchemist must possess a cultivation level of at least the foundation establishment stage. Chen Xuan anticipated that after his cultivation tonight, he would be able to break through the foundation stage. Following that, the refinement of the divine yuan pill would take until tomorrow at the earliest to yield a finished product. He wondered what medicinal herbs were required for the divine yuan pill. I shall promptly send someone to procure them for you, Master, Fu Wei said, his tone infused with eagerness. Chen Xuan promptly listed over a dozen precious herbs, and Tang Xiuling, quick-witted and nimble-fingered, entered them into the Notes app on her phone. Master, I'll arrange for someone to gather these herbs immediately. Fu Wei nodded appreciatively and expressed his gratitude to Chen Xuan, saying, Mr. Chen, I thank you in advance. As long as you can heal my internal injuries, feel free to ask me for anything you desire. Chen Xuan recognized that a figure of Fu Wei's caliber possessed considerable influence. However, driven by a healer's compassion, he had no intention of demanding any recompense. With a faint smile, he replied, Old Master Fu, since we are fated to be friends, I shall gift you a divine yuan pill. What merit is there in that? Chen Xuan's words transformed Fu Wei's gaze towards him. This young man was not only formidable in martial prowess, but also free from the trappings of fame and fortune, a rarity in today's society. Thus, Fu Wei refrained from discussing monetary compensation and instead cheerfully remarked, in that case, I shall have Qiuling gather the herbs and deliver them to you. May I inquire where you reside? At Villa No. 1 on Moon Bay Coast, Chen Xuan replied nonchalantly. Fu Wei and Tang Xiuling were instantly taken aback. They resided in Moon Bay Coast as well and were well aware of the villa's worth. They were astonished to discover that Chen Xuan was the owner of Villa No. 1, implying that he belonged to the ranks of billionaires. No wonder he had declined any form of payment. It turned out that Chen Xuan was indeed a person of considerable wealth. At this moment, Tang Xiuling reigned in her haughty demeanor, no longer daring to underestimate Chen Xuan. She had always believed that her martial prowess ranked just below her master and that her family background was among the highest echelons in the country. Yet, here was Chen Xuan, whose strength and background surpassed her own. In the small city of Tianhai, such a hidden dragon and crouching tiger existed. Of course, Tang Qiuling still felt a twinge of defiance within her. After all, with her innate talent, she had reached the minor mastery of transformation at the age of 21. Given time, she believed she could catch up to Chen Xuan's martial realm, perhaps even surpass him. This was her confidence. Observing their expressions, Chen Xuan smiled slightly and said, "Old Master Fu, unless there is anything else, I shall return to my company. Qiuling, once you have collected the herbs, you may deliver them directly to Villa Number 1. Someone will be there to receive them." Tang Qiuling nodded. Individuals of such stature had dedicated staff to manage their villas. As she watched Chen Xuan depart, she curiously asked, "Master, could it be that Chen Xuan is truly a master of the Dan realm like you?" "More than merely a master of the Dan realm. I perceive that Mr. Chen's martial talent, given time, could very well elevate him to the status of a grandmaster of Qi," Fu Wei remarked, leaving Tang Qiuling in a state of astonishment. Having trained under Fu Wei since childhood, she had achieved transformation mastery in just over a decade, and in her master's eyes, she was already the youngest expert in that realm. However, Chen Xuan, who was of similar age to Tang Qiuling, had not only cultivated to the level of Danjing, but also had the potential to enter the realm of Qi, making him an extraordinary talent of unparalleled caliber. What does it mean to be a master of the Qi realm? Fu Wei had often conveyed this to Tang Qiuling. A practitioner of the Huajin level is already impervious to knives and guns, with no conventional weapon posing a threat. Upon reaching Danjing, one's body becomes infused with true essence, allowing them to withstand bullets. Only high-caliber firearms with tremendous firepower can pose a challenge to a master of Danjing. A master of the Qi realm, however, is akin to a divine being, capable of projecting true energy to annihilate foes from afar, effortlessly wielding an array of miraculous techniques, essentially becoming a human nuclear weapon. According to Fu Wei, once one ascends to the Qi realm, even figures of royal and noble standing must seek to curry favor with them, as a master of the Qi realm embodies supreme power. After bidding farewell to the master and disciple, Chen Xuan arrived at the headquarters of the Shen Group. The day passed in tranquility, and he initially believed nothing significant would occur. However, in the evening, Shen Binglan summoned him. In the president's office, Shen Binglan sat on the sofa, appearing hesitant and burdened with thoughts. "What is the matter?" Chen Xuan could not resist his curiosity and inquired. "Chen Xuan, today I hope you can accompany me to a banquet." Shen Binglan seemed to have deliberated for a long time before finally voicing her request. "What kind of banquet?" Shen Binglan explained with a gentle breath. "Although it is termed a banquet, it is actually a networking event for the leading figures of major enterprises in Tianhai City, where I am to discuss a business deal." President Shen, why would you need me for a business discussion? I am utterly clueless about such matters." Chen Xuan responded helplessly. "I am concerned for my safety." Shen Binglan finally disclosed her inner worries. Ever since the assassination attempt orchestrated by Shen Cheng, she had been apprehensive about potential dangers while out in public. Chen Xian's remarkable performance during the attack had instilled a sense of security in her, leading her to subconsciously feel that being with him provided her with a measure of comfort. Thus, even though Chen Xuan held the position of chief physician, she wished for him to accompany her to the corporate banquet. "I understand. Then I shall accompany you." Chen Xuan readily agreed upon seeing the worry etched on Shen Binglan's face. Regardless of how strong Shen Binglan appeared outwardly, she was still a woman of exquisite beauty. Attending a banquet to discuss business could render her vulnerable to unscrupulous individuals seeking to intoxicate her. Hence, Chen Xuan was more than willing to play the role of her protector. Seeing Chen Xian's agreement, a flicker of delight crossed Shen Binglan's cool demeanor. She promptly rose and said, "Then let us not delay. We should each return to change into suitable attire before heading to the banquet together." At that moment, she was dressed in business attire, while Chen Xuan was in casual wear, both unsuitable for a formal gathering. Chen Xuan recalled the exquisite suit Shen Binglan had sold him, which was still at his dormitory in Tianhai University, and suggested, "I will return to the university first. You can come to pick me up at the school entrance once you are ready." After finalizing their plans, Chen Xuan returned to the school to don his suit. And when he next encountered Shen Binglan, he was momentarily taken aback by her appearance. In the dim light of the evening, Shen Binglan graced the scene in a stunning black strapless evening gown, accentuating her graceful curves and revealing her delicate shoulders. The exquisite lace detailing highlighted her porcelain skin, and a dazzling diamond necklace adorned her neckline, sparkling with elegance. With a subtle touch of makeup, she infused her ethereal and aloof demeanor with a hint of allure. Her breathtaking visage, coupled with a figure that could only be described as divine, left the students entering and exiting the school in awe, captivated by her beauty. A goddess of such caliber would outshine in any setting, and the sleek white Ferrari she arrived in harmonized perfectly with her exquisite presence. Amidst the incredulous gazes of bystanders, Chen Xuan maintained a composed demeanor as he entered Shen Binglan's car. It became evident that the goddess was already taken, prompting the surrounding young men to display expressions of heartache, their envy and jealousy swelling in their hearts towards Chen Xuan. The vehicle glided towards the city's most prestigious five-star hotel, where upon arrival, Shen Binglan led Chen Xuan into the venue. The soiree was hosted in the banquet hall on the 8th floor, which was already bustling with the elite entrepreneurs of Tianhai City. The men, impeccably dressed, held their glasses with poise, engaging in lively conversation, while the women, adorned in shimmering jewels, exuded confidence and elegance befitting of powerful figures. Surrounded by their respective circles, they exchanged toasts and laughter. As Shen Binglan and Chen Xuan made their entrance, numerous gazes were drawn towards them, predominantly fixated on the breathtaking beauty of Shen Binglan. The moment the Ice Queen graced the gathering, all other women faded into the background. The gentlemen were left astounded, captivated by her beauty. Among a circle of affluent young heirs, a flamboyantly dressed young man in a white suit nearly popped his eyes out upon seeing Shen Binglan. And after a few moments of awe, he exclaimed, "Shen Xiao, that must be your cousin, the stunning Shen Binglan." "Indeed, Chu Xiao, she is Shen Binglan," replied Shen Jiahao, Shen Binglan's cousin, who had also graced the soiree with his presence. "Shen Xiao, do introduce us," the young man in the white suit said with a mischievous grin. The implication of his words was clear, and the group of wealthy heirs shared a knowing laugh, reveling in their shared penchant for beautiful women. However, within this elite circle, Chu Xiao held the highest status, and no one dared to challenge his authority when he spoke. Certainly, Shen Jiahao readily agreed, and together with Chu Xiao, they approached Shen Binglan and Chen Xuan. Upon noticing Shen Jiahao at the event, Shen Binglan furrowed her brows and coldly remarked, "Shen Jiahao, what brings you here? Since your subordinates can attend, why shouldn't I?" Shen Jiahao replied with a taunting tone, casting a resentful glance at Chen Xuan, whom he blamed for his hefty fine of several million. Shen Binglan scoffed, unwilling to engage further with Shen Jiahao's provocations. "By the way, allow me to introduce you to Chu Xiaoyan, the son of the chairman of Tingyu Group." Shen Jiahao shifted the conversation, introducing the young man in the white suit beside him. Upon hearing the words, Shen Binglan, who had previously paid no attention to the individual in the white suit, finally cast a glance at Chu Xiaoyan. Tingyu Group is ranked among the top 10 enterprises in Tianhai City, boasting substantial strength and having previously engaged in business collaborations with the Shen Group. However, the son of Tingyu Group's chairman, with his dubious demeanor and association with Shen Jiahao, did not evoke in Shen Binglan the slightest inclination to form any acquaintance. Noticing Shen Binglan's frigid disposition, Chu Xiaoyan's interest was piqued further. He adopted an air of sophistication and remarked, "I have heard that Shen Binglan, the president of Shen Group, is exceptionally beautiful. Today, I see that the rumors hold true. I would like to befriend you, President Shen. Might you consider granting me this favor? If you wish to discuss business, you can have your father come. As for other matters, I have no interest," Shen Binglan replied with an icy tone, clearly unwilling to show any courtesy to such a frivolous young master. Upon hearing this, Chu Xiaoyun's expression stiffened. He was accustomed to women approaching him, and Shen Binglan was the first to outright reject his advances. Anger simmered within him as he turned his gaze to Chen Xuan and sneered, "President Shen, it is rumored that you generally avoid close proximity to men. Why then? Have you brought along a male attendant?" At this, Shen Binglan's countenance instantly turned cold, her brows knitting tightly. Chu Xiaoyun was truly lacking in decorum. Were it not for the occasion, she would have had no qualms about delivering a swift kick to him. Suppressing her anger, Shen Binglan retorted frostily, "Chen Xuan is my group's chief physician, not merely a lackey." "What chief physician? Aren't they just a bunch of people working for others?" Chu Xiaoyan scoffed. "President Shen, in a prestigious gathering such as this, a mere worker has no place here. Yet if a slacker like you can gain entry, why should I not?" Chen Xuan shot back without hesitation, undeterred by Chu Xiaoyun's derision. "What did you say? Do you believe I won't call security to have you thrown out?" Chu Xiaoyun's anger flared instantly. How dare a pauper working for others speak back to him? With a sardonic smile, Chen Xuan replied, "Feel free to try." Seeing Chen Xuan's utterly brazen demeanor only fueled Chu Xiaoyun's fury further. He was about to shout for security when he was stopped by Shen Jiahao. "Chu, there is no need to stoop to the level of such an insignificant character." Since learning that Chen Xuan had emerged unscathed from an assault by a dozen professional assassins, Chen Jiahao had developed a profound respect for him, though he had not witnessed firsthand how Chen Xuan had defeated the hired killers. Chen Jiahao sensed that the young man possessed an extraordinary quality. If Chu Zhaoan impulsively called for security against Chen Xuan, he might very well find himself in a precarious situation. After a moment's contemplation, Chen Jiahao leaned in and whispered a few words to Chu Zhaoyan. Upon hearing this, Chu Zhaoyan coldly huffed at Chen Xuan, stating, "We shall see, kid." He then departed the banquet hall with Chen Jiahao, their motive shrouded in mystery. What a bewildering affair. Watching the two depart, Chen Xuan felt somewhat speechless. "Chen Xuan, I need to greet a few clients. Would you like to accompany me?" Shen Binglan inquired. Chen Xuan shrugged and replied, "No need. I shall wait for you here." Shen Binglan did not insist and walked towards a circle of entrepreneurs she was more familiar with. Chen Xuan, suddenly feeling bored, approached a rectangular dining table adorned with an array of exquisite delicacies and fine wines. He poured himself a glass of champagne and savored it while surveying the gathering. At that moment, he spotted a familiar figure. The man, appearing to be in his late 30s, had a fierce countenance with sharp features and a long scar on his left cheek that added an air of intimidation. Beside him stood a strikingly beautiful woman, exuding charm, and they were surrounded by a group of affluent elites, all of whom were fawning over the man. It was Long Fei. Chen Xuan instantly recognized the commanding presence. As Chen Xuan caught Long Fei's eye, the latter's gaze brightened, and he made his way through the crowd towards Chen Xuan. "Master Chen, you two have graced this gathering?" Long Fei exclaimed with genuine surprise and respect. "Indeed." Chen Xuan replied noncommittally with a nod. Initially, he had intended to enjoy a quiet drink without drawing attention, but fate had it that Long Fei's keen eye spotted him. Nevertheless, Chen Xuan's nonchalant demeanor left the group of wealthy executives behind Long Fei astonished. Is this young man truly so arrogant? Even the formidable Long Fei of Tian'ai City greets him, yet he appears indifferent. For these businessmen, it was a challenge to elicit a few words from Long Fei himself. At that moment, the beautiful woman approached, her expression slightly perplexed. "Fei Ge, who is this gentleman?" "This is Master Chen, as I mentioned," Long Fei replied, his tone softening as he spoke to her. The sight of such a typically domineering man displaying tenderness intrigued Chen Xuan. Upon hearing Long Fei's words, the woman's demeanor shifted, and she addressed Chen Xuan with newfound respect. "So, you are Master Chen. I have long heard of your esteemed name. I am Li Qingrong, Long Fei's wife." As she spoke, she discreetly assessed Chen Xuan, surprised to find that the legendary figure her husband described was so remarkably youthful. "Greetings," Chen Xuan replied. It seemed Long Fei had already shared the matter of the Baiyulo at Guiyun Mountain with his wife. The group of affluent executives was taken aback by Long Fei's deference towards Chen Xuan, addressing him as master. Could it be that this young man held an extraordinary background? Some were still in disbelief, while others, quick-witted, approached Chen Xuan, eager to establish a connection. "Long Fei, may I inquire who this gentleman is?" asked a portly executive. Voicing the collective curiosity. Understanding Chen Xuan's preference for discretion, Long Fei waved his hand dismissively at the executive. "Master Chen is not someone you can casually inquire about. Best you be on your way." The executive, sensing Long Fei's displeasure, promptly retreated. Li Qingrong cast a slightly reproachful glance at her husband. They had come to this prestigious gala in Tian'ai City to cultivate relationships with prominent figures in the business world, preparing for their industry transformation. To her surprise, Long Fei still failed to temper his temper. Upon receiving her glare, Long Fei revealed an awkward smile, his earlier bravado dissipating entirely. It seemed that this powerful figure was, in fact, quite under the thumb of his wife. Chen Xuan found the situation rather amusing. After allowing the executives to converse among themselves, Long Fei and Li Qingrong raised their flutes of champagne and toasted Chen Xuan. "Master Chen, I apologize for my earlier oversight. I forgot you prefer discretion. I should have greeted you privately," Long Fei said, fearing to offend Chen Xuan, and promptly downed 3 shots of liquor as a self-imposed penance. Chen Xuan replied nonchalantly, "No worries, but what brings you here?" "We're preparing for our company's upcoming IPO, so I came to network with local entrepreneurs," Long Fei answered candidly. "I see." Chen Xuan nodded. It appeared that Long Fei was on the verge of transforming from a figure navigating both the legal and illicit realms into one of the foremost entrepreneurs, ensuring that his company would undoubtedly become a leading enterprise in Tian'ai City. With a smile, Li Qingrong remarked, "Master Chen, it seems you have an interest in attending the gala as well." She was aware that despite Chen Xuan's formidable skills, he was merely an undergraduate student at Tian'ai University, which piqued her curiosity as to why he would grace such a high-profile event. "I'm accompanying someone." The president of the Shin Group, Chen Xuan replied, taking a sip of champagne. Immediately, Long Fei grasped the implication. The president of the Shin Group was none other than the legendary beauty Shin Binglan. So Master Chen was here to pursue romantic interests. How charming. Upon hearing of Chen Xuan's connection to the president of the Shin Group, Li Qingrong had another thought. With a shift in her gaze, she smiled and inquired, "Might Master Chen introduce us to President Shin? We are currently seeking business collaborations, and joining forces with the Shin Group would undoubtedly ease our endeavors." Chen Xuan had anticipated that his mere mention of Shin would spark an opportunity for Li Qingrong. It was evident that Long Fei's wife was indeed a wise and supportive partner. A collaboration between their enterprises would be mutually beneficial for the Shin Group. And considering the internal challenges Shin Binglan faced, gaining Long Fei's support would undoubtedly alleviate her isolation. After a moment of contemplation, Chen Xuan spoke, "No problem. President Shin is over there socializing. I will introduce her to you shortly." Following his gaze, Long Fei and Li Qingrong turned towards a circle of entrepreneurs and instantly spotted the stunning Shin Binglan engrossed in conversation. This beautiful president maintained a deliberate distance while speaking, prompting the couple to think simultaneously that the rumors of Shin Binglan's disdain for men were indeed true. They were left wondering what extraordinary means Chen Xuan had employed to be so close to her. Their musings were interrupted when Shin Binglan glanced in their direction and gestured for Chen Xuan to come over. "I'll just step over for a moment." Although Chen Xuan was uncertain about why Shin Binglan had suddenly summoned him, he complied with her request. "Please, Mr. Chen." Long Fei respectfully watched him walk away, exchanging glances with Li Qingrong, deciding to wait for Chen Xuan's return. "President Shen, is there something you need?" Chen Xuan inquired with mild curiosity as he approached Shin Binglan. She explained, "I have verbally drafted a land acquisition contract with Mr. Lin and am now preparing to enter the private room to discuss the contract details." Chen Xuan glanced at the middle-aged entrepreneur who had spoken with Shin Binglan earlier, understanding that she wanted him to accompany her into the room to avoid any unforeseen complications. "Then I shall accompany you inside," he replied with an even demeanor. His words displeased Mr. Lin, who felt frustrated to have a third party intrude upon the rare opportunity to be alone with Shin Binglan. Though irritated, Mr. Lin dared not display his feelings in front of her and promptly instructed the hotel manager to arrange a top-tier private room for the three of them. "President Shun, regarding the land sale contract, I hope to settle the payment in one lump sum," Mr. Lin stated bluntly after they settled in. "One lump sum? Mr. Lin, that seems rather unreasonable," Shin Binglan frowned. "According to our previous agreement, payment should be made in 3 installments. This land contract was valued at 500 million. In the past, when the Shin Group was thriving, a one-time payment would have posed no issue. However, since Shin Binglan assumed the role of president, Shin Qing and Shin Feng had consistently undermined her, leading to a sharp decline in the company's operations. Furthermore, after the passing of old Master Shin, Shin Qing and his cohorts had become increasingly unscrupulous, embezzling funds, which rendered the group's financial situation exceedingly precarious. Thus, demanding a one-time payment of 500 million was akin to pulling a thread that could unravel the entire fabric for the current Shin Group. Times have changed. But for the sake of old Master Shin, I can offer to split the payment into 2 installments, Mr. Lin remarked, displaying his proficiency as a seasoned businessman, skillfully employing the tactic of retreating to advance. Shin Binglan silently scoffed. How many significant deals had her grandfather facilitated for Mr. Lin during his lifetime, allowing him to rise within the ranks of the company? Now that her grandfather had passed, Mr. Lin had turned his back on her. Truly, the fickleness of human relationships and the harsh realities of the world are laid bare. The land contract in question holds immense significance, as this parcel is situated at the heart of the burgeoning commercial district in Tianhai City. If developed successfully, it could elevate the Shun Group's standing to new heights, thus making it imperative for Shin Binglan to secure it. Mr. Lin, since you mentioned my grandfather, he previously negotiated real estate purchases with your group, settling in 3 installments. Shouldn't this practice be upheld? Shin Binglan endeavored to maintain a calm demeanor as she spoke. Ms. Shun, such unwritten agreements have long been obsolete. If you wish to continue collaborating with us, you must adhere to our group's regulations. Please reconsider, Mr. Lin replied, rising abruptly from his seat, showing no regard for Shin Binglan. Sighing softly as she watched Mr. Lin exit the private room, Shin Binglan felt the weight of her predicament in the commercial negotiation. She found herself at a disadvantage, with no opportunity for retaliation, unless the group had substantial financial resources to navigate freely, thereby avoiding a passive stance. Witnessing Shin Binglan's weary expression, Chen Xuan felt a pang of sympathy. The business world is akin to a battlefield, and it is indeed a formidable challenge for Shen Binglan, a woman, to bear the pressures of managing a large corporation. Just as he was about to discuss Long Fei's interest in collaborating with the Shen Group, another figure entered the private room. Chen Xuan's gaze shifted as he recognized the newcomer to be Chen Xuan, the notorious heir of Tingyu Group. Behind him loomed a burly man, his physique imposing and muscular, with arms thicker than an average person's thighs, exuding an aura of intimidation that suggested a history of violence. "What brings you here?" Shen Binglan inquired frostily. "Miss Shen, aren't you fond of business discussions?" "I'm here to engage with you," Chen Xuan said, a smirk playing on his lips, his eyes glinting with an unmistakable predatory gleam. "I mentioned that if business is to be discussed, my father should be present." "I will not converse with you," Shen Binglan replied, maintaining her aloof demeanor. Such a spoiled heir could hardly grasp the intricacies of business. He merely sought to leverage the opportunity to draw closer to her, a tactic Shen Binglan had encountered far too often with affluent youths. Unperturbed by Shen Binglan's indifference, Chu Xiaoyan leisurely continued, "Miss Shen, did you not just fail to secure a land deal worth 500 million? If you wish to salvage the situation, I can assist you." "How do you know about the 500 million land contract?" A glimmer of cold suspicion flashed in Shen Binglan's eyes. Tingyu Group is both a business partner and a rival of the Shen Group, and the fact that the son of its chairman was privy to this confidential transaction raised grave concerns for Shen Binglan. In that instant, anxiety washed over her. Observing her troubled expression, Chu Xiaoyan licked his lips and chuckled. "How I came to know is of little consequence. What truly matters is whether Ms. Shen is interested in finalizing this deal," though he did not articulate it. Shen Binglan's keen mind quickly deduced that the information must have been leaked by either Shen Qing or Shen Jiahao, as negotiating a deal of such magnitude would necessitate a board meeting for deliberation. Today, Shen Jiahao's presence here is likely a directive from the cunning Shen Qing, compelling him to divulge this commercial secret to Chu Xiaoyan. Given the circumstances, Shen Binglan realizes that her worries are futile. Steeling her resolve, she calmly inquires, "You claim you can assist me. How do you intend to do so?" Initially, our Tingyu Group had set its sights on that parcel of land, prepared to purchase it outright. Noticing Shen Binglan had fallen into his trap, Chu Xiaoyan's smile widened as he replied, "However, if President Shen is willing to acquiesce to a single condition, I can not only persuade my father to withdraw from the land acquisition plan, but also provide you with a sum of 200 million. Upon finishing his statement, his gaze brazenly lingered on Shen Binglan's exquisite visage, eagerly awaiting her response. Shen Binglan furrowed her brow slightly, lost in contemplation. Should Tingyu Group proceed, she would be left helplessly watching that land slip away. Yet, if what Chu Xiaoyan asserted were true, and he could indeed make Tingyu Group withdraw from the competition while also offering her 200 million for the purchase, then the issue of the two-phase payment previously requested by President Lin would be effortlessly resolved for the financially strained Shen Group. However, could it be that this flamboyant young master truly harbored such benevolent intentions towards her? "First, what condition do you require me to agree to?" Shen Binglan asked cautiously. If it were to barter her body for financial assistance, that would be utterly out of the question. Surprisingly, contrary to the expectations of Shen Binglan and Chen Xian, Chu Xiaoyan did not propose any perverse demands. Instead, he cheerfully replied, "All I ask is for you to share a few drinks with me." "Is it truly that simple?" Shen Binglan found it hard to believe. Chu Xiaoyan affirmed, "Indeed, it is that simple." After speaking, he clapped his hands, and a waitress entered, carrying a tray with a bottle of red wine and 2 glasses, evidently prepared in advance. It appeared that Chu Xiaoyan had come well-equipped. Once the waitress poured the drinks, she withdrew from the room. Shen Binglan stared at the red wine before her, utterly confounded by Chu Xiaoyan's intentions. "President Shen, let us toast." Chu Xiaoyan lifted his glass, grinning at Shen Binglan. Regaining her composure, she raised her glass, biting her lip, ready to consume the red wine. For the future of the Shen Group, sharing a few drinks with a debauched young master was a small price to pay. Just as Shen Binglan prepared to down her drink, Chen Xian, who had remained silent until now, suddenly spoke up, "President Shen, I advise you against drinking." Although the wine presented by the waitress was unopened and Chen Xian detected no strange odor, he was certain that Chu Xiaoyan harbored ill intentions towards Shen Binglan, and thus felt compelled to intervene. Upon hearing Chen Xian's words, Shen Binglan cast him a sidelong glance, conveying a sense of determination that she must drink. In her heart, she understood that while Chen Xian possessed remarkable medical skills and formidable martial prowess, his easygoing demeanor rendered him oblivious to her struggles and the predicaments faced by the Shen Group. Recognizing Shen Binglan's resolve, Chen Xian ceased his objections. After all, With him present, it was unlikely that Chu Zhaoyan would dare to create any trouble. Shen Binglan downed 3 glasses of red wine in quick succession, a peculiar flush appearing on her cheeks as she felt an intense heat coursing through her body. President Shen, do you feel quite warm? Allow me to escort you to a room where we can enjoy some air conditioning, Chu Zhaoyan remarked, unable to suppress a wicked grin at Shen Binglan's state. His scheme had succeeded. To ensure Shen Binglan consumed the red wine laced with a potent aphrodisiac, Chu Zhaoyan had meticulously repackaged the wine after administering the drug, leaving no trace of foul play. Shen Binglan's acquiescence to drink stemmed from a clandestine agreement between Chu Zhaoyan and Shen Jiahao, one trading commercial secrets, the other sacrificing Shen Binglan to aid the Shen father and son in seizing control of the Shen group. With a smug expression, Chu Zhaoyan rose and approached Shen Binglan. What do you intend to do? Chen Xuan, having noticed Shen Binglan's pallor, sensed something amiss and spoke sternly. Chu Zhaoyan glanced at Chen Xuan dismissively. I have no time to explain myself. Get out. And what if I refuse? Chen Xuan retorted coolly. With a mocking glint in his eyes, Chu Zhaoyan regarded Chen Xuan, recognizing him as a fool who would soon learn the cost of his defiance. Previously, Shen Jiahao had warned him that Chen Xuan might possess martial prowess, prompting Chu Zhaoyan to summon his most formidable bodyguard, a Hao, to ensure absolute certainty in his victory. A Hao, whom Chu Zhaoyan had procured at great expense from a foreign prison, was a fearsome individual, capable of overpowering a dozen foes single-handedly, his reputation for brutality well-earned. Chu Zhaoyan believed that with a Hao's strength, he could effortlessly rend Chen Xuan apart. He bellowed, A Hao, take care of this brat. A Hao cracked his knuckles ominously, a malicious grin spreading across his face as he advanced toward Chen Xuan, eager to unleash his pent-up energy. Kid, dare to offend our young master, and you'll regret it below. A Hao sneered, his bulk looming over Chen Xuan like a mountain. He raised his massive fist, imbued with the force of a tempest, aimed squarely at Chen Xuan's chest. A blow of such magnitude could easily shatter bones. Witnessing the impending strike, even the dazed Shen Binglan gasped. Chen Xuan quickly dodged. However, it seemed she had forgotten that Chen Xuan had emerged unscathed from the impact of 6 speeding cars. How could he be felled by a mere punch from a Hao? As a Hao's fist descended, Chen Xuan remained steadfast, a calm smile gracing his lips as he absorbed the blow. A Hao, under the impression that Chen Xuan was about to be defeated, couldn't help but smirk cruelly. This kid was done for. Yet, the ensuing events left a Hao utterly astounded. His punch, capable of breaking ribs, struck Chen Xuan, yet the latter remained unmoved, as if the blow had never landed. Retracting his fist, a Hao felt as though he had struck a steel plate, a shock reverberating through his hand as he realized he had indeed made contact with Chen Xuan. Was this young man's physical resilience truly more formidable than steel? A Hao was taken aback, yet upon observing Chen Xuan's delicate appearance, he dismissed the notion that he was a formidable opponent. Fueled by contempt, he could hardly believe that this seemingly unremarkable lad could withstand his impending assault. With renewed vigor, a Hao clenched his fists, preparing to strike Chen Xuan's face with even greater force. Humph, overestimating oneself. Chen Xuan scoffed, extending a finger to pierce a Hao's chest. In an instant, a Hao was sent flying several meters through the air, crashing violently against the wall, a ghastly wound gaping in his chest, blood oozing forth. Chen Xuan's single fingertip had not only propelled a Hao away but had also shattered his meridians, rendering him incapable of further misdeeds, transforming him into a mere shadow of his former self for the remainder of his life. Chu Zhaoyan stood in stunned disbelief, unable to fathom the scene before him. How could such a formidable figure as a Hao be vanquished in a heartbeat by this seemingly ordinary individual? Just as he was grappling with the shock, Chen Xuan approached him, and with a resounding thud, slammed Chu Zhaoyan's face onto the hard tabletop, pressing down on his head. What have you administered to President Shen? Chen Xuan asked with an icy indifference. Humiliated and pinned to the surface, Chu Zhaoyan's arrogant demeanor flared as he retorted, You dare strike me. My father is the president of Tingyu Group. Bang. Chen Xuan seized Chu Zhaoyan's head and slammed it down again, causing him to feel as though his nose had been shattered, tears and blood mingling as they streamed down his face. Speak again. And your fate will be even worse than a Hao's. Chen Xuan's voice was as frigid as if it had emerged from the depths of the abyss, sending chills down Chu Zhaoyan's spine. He sensed that should he maintain his obstinacy, Chen Xuan might indeed take his life. Trembling, he managed to stammer, I administered a potent aphrodisiac. What side effects does it have? Chen Xuan inquired further. Chu Zhaoyan hastily replied, None, absolutely none. Convinced of Chu Zhaoyan's honesty, Chen Xuan let out a cold snort and released his grip, moving to assist Shen Binglan to her feet. At that moment, the effects of the aphrodisiac had already begun to circulate within her, and Chen Xuan intended to take her away to dispel its influence. Chen Xuan, I didn't heed your advice earlier. I am sorry. Chen Binglan, usually so distant, surprisingly uttered an apology, her heart heavy with regret and fear. Had it not been for Chen Xuan, she shuddered to think of the possible consequences. There is no need for apologies. You acted for the sake of the company. Chen Xuan's words stirred a warmth within Chen Binglan. He understood her. A faint smile graced her lips, momentarily catching Chen Xuan off guard. Subsequently, Chen Binglan boldly intertwined her delicate hand with his arm, surprised by her sudden forwardness. Chen Xuan couldn't help but wonder, has the effect of the drug begun to manifest? Please, do not misunderstand. I merely feel a bit unsteady, Chen Binglan explained. Her cheeks flushed, her entire being feeling fatigued. With a gentle smile, Chen Xuan replied, let us step outside. Chen Binglan linked her arm with Chen Xuan's as they exited the private room, returning to the grand hall of the banquet. Shen Jiahao, who had been waiting outside, was taken aback to see that it was not Chu Zhaoan who emerged. His expression shifted slightly. Could it be that young Master Chu had failed? He hurried into the room, only to find Chu Zhaoan covered in blood and the bodyguard Ahao lying motionless in the corner, leaving him utterly stunned. It became evident that Chen Xuan possessed remarkable martial prowess. Even young Master Chu's most capable bodyguard had been reduced to a mere wreck. It seemed that the dozen or so professional assassins they had dispatched had also fallen victim to Chen Xuan's might. A cold sweat broke out on Shun Jiahao's forehead as fear crept into his heart. Upon seeing Shun Jiahao enter, Chu Zhaoyun's face darkened, his silence betraying the humiliation and fury that simmered within him at the disgrace inflicted by Chen Xuan. Without uttering a word, he stormed out of the private room, his voice sharp as he demanded, "Where are the security guards? Quickly, seize that scoundrel." The sight of the bloodied scion of Tingyu Group left the hall's attendees aghast. It was audacious for anyone to so thoroughly assault young Master Chu. Following Chu Zhaoyun's words, their gazes shifted to Chen Xuan, who was still linked with Shen Binglan. It was clear that Chu Zhaoyun was indicating that this individual was responsible for his injuries. The hall manager quickly grasped the situation. Using his walkie-talkie to summon a contingent of security personnel, nearly the entirety of the hotel's security force, they positioned themselves before Chen Xuan, blocking his exit. While the hall manager approached Chu Zhaoan, ingratiatingly inquiring, "Young Master Chu, were you harmed by that individual accompanying General Manager Shen? Isn't it obvious? Who else could it be? Seize him at once." Chu Zhaoan wiped the blood from his face, his teeth clenched as he issued the command. The hall manager forced a smile. While young Master Chu was not to be trifled with, the closeness between Chen Xuan and the female CEO of Shun's group suggested that he was no ordinary character. And the manager hesitated to act rashly. "General Manager Shen, your subordinate has injured young Master Chu. Shall we pursue this matter?" The hall manager cautiously queried Shen Binglan. At that moment, Shen Binglan, her tongue faltering, struggled to respond. But before she could speak, Chen Xuan coldly interjected, "Do I need to justify myself for striking a dog?" His words caused the hall manager's expression to shift dramatically. This man dared to insult young Master Chu. "You're the dog." Chu Zhao erupted, infuriated. "How dare a mere worker strike me? I will ensure you do not leave this hotel today." He bellowed at the security staff. "What are you waiting for? Take this brat down, and I will reward each of you with 10,000. The promise of such a reward, given that the guards earned only 3,000 to 4,000 a month, caused their eyes to light up. Without regard for Chen Xuan's connection to Shen Binglan, they prepared to confront him. "Who dares to touch Master Chen?" Just then, a booming voice rang out as Long Fei approached with his wife, Li Qingrong. Upon realizing that the person defending Chen Xuan was none other than the illustrious Long Fei, Chu Zhaoyun's expression changed drastically. He was aware that today, the powerful magnate Long Fei had graced the banquet with his presence, and although he had previously attempted to curry favor with him, the sheer number of wealthy patrons vying for Long Fei's attention had rendered him invisible. To everyone else's astonishment, Long Fei, who once seemed untouchable, now spoke in defense of a mere worker, referring to him as Master Chen. This revelation left Chu Zhaoan in utter shock. How significant was Chen Xuan's standing? "Long boss, is Chen Xuan truly your friend?" Chu Zhaoyun, suppressing his arrogance, inquired with a bitter tone. Long Fei replied with a cold smirk, "Indeed. If you wish to confront Master Chen, you must first contend with me, Long Fei." Chu Zhaoyun fell silent, acutely aware of Long Fei's formidable reputation, which he had heard of on numerous occasions. Long Fei was the sovereign of the underworld in Tian'ai City, and despite his company, Tingyu Group being among the top 10 enterprises in the city, he was no match for a figure like Long Fei, who wielded power in both the legal and illicit realms. Ultimately, Chu Xiaoyan gritted his teeth and forced a grotesque smile, saying, "Long boss, I was unaware of Chen Xuan's connection to you. It seems there has been a misunderstanding." "A misunderstanding? You were just trying to take my life, and now you speak so lightly of it," Chen Xuan remarked, the corners of his mouth lifting without a trace of amusement, his expression chillingly frosty. Chu Xiaoyan dared not provoke him further, knowing he would not easily forgive the actions of the spoiled heir. After all, this man had not only drugged Chen Binglan but had also attempted to have his bodyguard eliminate Chen Xuan. "Dare to strike at Master Chen? You must be tired of living." Long Fei bellowed at Chu Xiaoyan, his demeanor shifting dramatically, emanating an aura of menace. Not only was he a superpower in Tianhai City, but he was also a martial arts master of the Mingjing level. His wrath sent tremors of fear throughout the gathering. The legendary Long Boss could shake the very foundations of Tianhai City with a stomp, and the rumors were indeed true. As the fearsome Long Fei approached, Chu Xiaoyan felt his legs weaken, and trembling, he stammered, "Long Boss, my father is the chairman of Tingyu Group. For his sake slap." Before he could finish his sentence, Long Fei's palm struck Chu Xiaoyan's face, leaving 5 vivid crimson imprints. That was not the end. Long Fei followed up with a powerful punch to Chu Xiaoyan's abdomen. The force was so tremendous that it caused a sound akin to an explosion in the air. The phrase "a sound worth a fortune" perfectly encapsulated the might of a Mingjing-level punch. Chu Xiaoyan, a pampered rich heir, could hardly withstand such force. His face flushed with blood, and his body curled up like a shrimp, catapulting him against a pillar in the hall. A series of faint cracking sounds echoed as countless bones in his body shattered, and he coughed up blood, howling in agony. Witnessing Long Fei's wrath and Chu Xiaoyan's misfortune, the entire venue fell into a profound silence. The fury of this superpower was truly terrifying. Even the son of the chairman of Tingyu Group had been reduced to such a state. And all of this was for the sake of the inconspicuous Chen Xuan. In a corner, Shun Jiahao trembled in fear, not daring to make a sound. He never anticipated that Chen Xuan had ties to Long Fei, who treated Chen Xuan with such deference, willing to serve him. As he attempted to discreetly leave, believing he was unnoticed, Chen Xuan's icy gaze fell upon Chen Jiahao's retreating figure. As I bid farewell to this individual, a hint of coldness graced the corners of his mouth. Earlier, in the private room, Chen Xuan had surmised that Chen Jiahao had betrayed Chen Binglan by divulging the commercial secrets of the Shen Group. Coupled with the previous incident involving hired assassins, Chen Xuan would soon settle accounts with the Shun father and son. "Throw him out." Long Fei commanded the hotel security, pointing at Chu Xiaoyan. The security personnel dared not disobey and dragged the young master of the Chu family out. The elite tycoons at the banquet observed this spectacle and quickly sensed a shift in the atmosphere. It seemed that the Tingyu Group was destined for a significant decline. Long Fei's presence here was a declaration of his imminent foray into the business realm of Tianhai City. Now that Tingyu Group had offended Long Fei, how many enterprises would dare to collaborate with them in the future? The clients of Tingyu Group present had already discreetly decided to sever ties henceforth. Merely for offending Chen Xuan, Chu Xiaoyan had not only been humiliated, but his father's conglomerate also lost billions in market value. The influence of this young man was indeed more terrifying than that of Long Fei. Witnessing all of this, Shen Binglan's beautiful eyes sparkled with astonishment. She was amazed that Chen Xuan was acquainted with such a powerful figure as Long Fei. This man was not only proficient in medicine and martial arts, but now appeared to possess an unexpectedly formidable background. Shen Binglan felt increasingly unable to decipher him. "President Shen, allow me to introduce you to these two, Long Fei and his wife, Li Qingrong," Chen Xuan said with a smile, as if the earlier handling of Chu Xiaoyan was merely a trivial matter. "Hello," Shen Binglan nodded slightly, feeling almost too weak to offer a handshake. Long Fei and Li Qingrong both smiled and greeted her. "Hello, President Shun." Seeing Shen Binglan nestled closely against Chen Xuan, their intimacy left them in awe of Chen Xuan. It seemed that Master Chen had indeed captured the heart of this beautiful president. "President Shun, we hope to collaborate with your Shen Group," Li Qingrong stated directly. Upon hearing this, a glimmer of joy flashed in Shen Binglan's eyes as she was well aware of Long Fei's considerable influence in Tianhai City. She had recently heard that a company established by Long Fei was preparing for an IPO, destined to become a new leader in the Tianhai business realm. Thus, a partnership with him would be immensely beneficial. It would be a privilege for the Shen Group to become business partners with Mr. Long. Shen Binglan readily agreed. Seeing her consent, Li Qingrong smiled as she produced a gilded business card and handed it over, displaying the name of the company, Longding Group. Chen Xuan took it and placed it into Shen Binglan's Chanel handbag. "Mr. Long, Mrs. Long, I am feeling a bit unwell today. May we discuss our business collaboration tomorrow? Shen Binglan said with a hint of apology. Of course, that's no problem, Long Fei quickly replied. Since President Chen is unwell, please take care of yourself. He nearly addressed Shen Binglan as sister-in-law but corrected himself just in time. However, his wife Li Qingrong caught this slip and shot him a disapproving glance, hinting that he needed to brush up on business etiquette once they returned home. As Shen Binglan discerned the half-spoken address from Long Fei, a flush of warmth suffused her cheeks, intensifying the heat she had already felt. Surely, it was her leaning against Chen Xuan that had given rise to such a misunderstanding in Long Fei's mind, she mused. However, without Chen Xuan's support, she would be unable to stand upright, thus she had no choice but to let the couple's misinterpretation persist. Being with this individual often led to events spiraling beyond her control. Shen Binglan thought wistfully, unable to resist stealing a glance at Chen Xuan, only to meet his gaze. This moment of eye contact sent an inexplicable wave of embarrassment coursing through her, prompting her to hurriedly avert her eyes. Long Fei and Li Qingrong, noticing this small gesture, exchanged knowing smiles. It was rumored that President Chen was a formidable, decisive woman, yet beside Chen Xuan, she appeared almost like a bashful young girl experiencing the stirrings of first love. How astute, indeed, was Master Chen. At that moment, top-tier magnates from the gala began to converge, leaving Shen Binglan momentarily taken aback by their attention. Esteemed entrepreneurs from High City eagerly presented their business cards to her and Chen Xuan, fervently seeking commercial collaboration. As she watched Chen Xuan graciously accept the cards, she found herself momentarily at a loss for words. Just moments ago, she had been amicably discussing a land contract with Mr. Li, and now, a throng of business leaders was clamoring to partner with the Shen Group. All of this was due to Chen Xuan. These affluent executives were all astute business talents. And seeing even the powerful Long Fei vying for Chen Xuan's favor and pursuing collaboration with the Shen Group, they were equally eager not to be left behind. The alliance between Long Fei's Loaning Group and the Shen Group promised to render them invincible in High City's commercial sphere. Recognizing the futility of opposition, they chose instead to join forces and share in the prosperity. As the wealthy executives presented their cards, they simultaneously extolled their own virtues to Chen Xuan and Shen Binglan, showering them with flattery that nearly made Chen Xuan shiver with discomfort. At that moment, a familiar middle-aged man in a suit approached with an awkward smile, saying, President Chen, regarding our previous land contract, if you are willing to sign, we can arrange for payment in 3 installments as before. This man was Mr. Lin, who had previously declined to sign the land contract with Shen Binglan. Upon seeing him, Chen Xuan felt a cold smirk rise within. It was too late now. With so many prominent entrepreneurs eager to collaborate with the Shen Group, who would still care about Mr. Lin's mere parcel of land? 200 million, with indefinite payment terms. Chen Xuan stated flatly. Mr. Lin's heart sank at the harshness of the proposal. Chen Xuan's implication was that the initial price of 500 million for the land had been slashed to 200 million, with the stipulation of immediate transfer followed by payment at his discretion. Master Chen, this price is somewhat low, and Mr. Lin began, his expression one of bitterness. Chen Xuan raised a brow, interrupting him. Take it or leave it. He had no time to haggle with Mr. Lin. There were plenty of others wishing to sell land to the Shen Group. A nearby real estate magnate, reading the room, stepped forward and said, Mr. Lin, do you dare to negotiate with Master Chen? Step aside and let me speak with him first. Lin, feeling increasingly marginalized, wished to express more. Yet Chen Xuan refused to spare him a glance. A sudden wave of regret and fear surged within him. How could he have been so foolish? He had been bargaining with Chen Xuan, oblivious to the fact that Chen had the formidable backing of Long Fei. The land owned by his company lay within Long Fei's territory, with a mere flick of Long Fei's wrist. Who would dare to purchase that plot? In an instant, Lin was consumed by regret. As numerous business leaders approached to mingle, Chen Xuan, somewhat helpless, remarked, Today, President Chen is unwell. I invite everyone to connect with Shen Group tomorrow to discuss collaboration. The crowd nodded in agreement, promptly reaching for their phones to instruct assistants to prepare urgent research reports to determine their company's collaborative direction with Shen Group. After bidding farewell to Long Fei and Li Qingrong, Chen Xuan assisted Shen Binglan out of the restaurant and into his Ferrari, heading towards Moon Bay Coast. Upon arriving at the Shen family villa, he discovered Aunt Qing was already asleep. Chen Xuan retrieved the keys from Shen Binglan's handbag and unlocked the villa's main door. As he helped Shen Binglan ascend to the second floor, an unexpected surge of primal desire coursed through him. The aphrodisiac within Shen Binglan had taken full effect. Her eyes were glazed, her body flushed and warm, consumed by an overwhelming lust, clinging to Chen Xuan like an octopus, overwhelmed by the allure of such a stunning beauty. Chen Xuan instinctively reacted. He swiftly lifted Shen Binglan into his arms and rushed into her bedroom. The decor of the Ice Queen's chamber was tastefully minimalist. Yet Chen Xuan had no time to admire it. He laid Shen Binglan gently on the bed. As he contemplated how to use silver needles to counteract the poison, he realized with a sinking heart that he had left his set of silver needles in his casual attire when he changed suits earlier that day. "It's so hot. I want you so badly," Shen Binglan muttered on the bed, her hands wandering over her body, tugging at her evening gown as if to remove it. The seductive words and intoxicating scene stirred Chen Xuan's desires, prompting him to grit his teeth to regain his composure. It seemed he had no choice but to resort to the most direct method. Resolute, Chen Xuan hesitated not a moment longer as he helped Shen Binglan remove all her garments. Gazing at the exquisite form of the enchanting beauty, he apologized softly, "I'm sorry, President Shen." With that, he assisted her into a seated position, positioning himself on the bed beside her, his hands resting on her chest and back. Then, Chen Xuan silently recited a spell, channeling his celestial energy into his palms before infusing it into Shen Binglan's body. He aimed to dissolve the aphrodisiac's effects using the supreme energy of a rogue healer. Though this method was slower than his unique acupuncture technique, it was the only option available at the moment. The powerful aphrodisiac devised by Chu Xiaoyun was exceedingly potent, and even Chen Xuan took half an hour to completely eradicate its effects. Finally, feeling Shen Binglan's body cool down, he let out a sigh of relief. "While I'm at it, I might as well treat her cold," Chen Xuan thought. It has been nearly a week, marking the commencement of the second treatment for the cold condition. Chen Xuan gently laid Shen Binglan down, positioning himself at the edge of the bed. With one hand resting on her lower abdomen, he began the therapeutic process. Unbeknownst to him, half an hour slipped away. This time, although Chen Xuan felt fatigued, he was far from the weakness experienced during the initial treatment, as his cultivation had significantly advanced. At this moment, Shen Binglan had succumbed to a deep slumber. Chen Xuan covered her with a blanket, admiring the exquisite beauty of her face, which still bore a hint of blush, radiating allure unlike her usual frosty demeanor. Stirring feelings within him, rubbing his temples, he exited the bedroom and gently closed the door. Just as he was about to settle onto the sofa outside, his phone rang from his pocket. Upon retrieving the device and seeing the caller ID, warmth filled his heart as he pressed the answer button. "Hello, Xiaoxian. Are you asleep?" Came a woman's voice from the other end. With a smile, Chen Xuan replied, "Mom, I'm still awake." "That's good. How has work been lately? Are you getting along well with Su Jing?" His mother, Healing You, inquired with concern. "Work is fine." But Chen Xuan hesitated before deciding to share. "Mom, I broke up with Su Jing." "Broke up?" The voice on the other end was taken aback, but quickly shifted to a comforting tone. "I've always found that girl a bit materialistic. If it's over, then so be it. There are plenty of fish in the sea, don't you think, my son?" Hearing his mother's comforting words warmed Chen Xuan's heart, and he replied with a smile, "You're right, Mom. I've already come to terms with it." "That's good to hear. Son, I have something to tell you. I have a friend in the city whose daughter is in her senior year and struggling academically. She is looking for a tutor, and I thought of you since you've always done well in your studies. You could help her out on weekends and earn a little extra money." Healing You said calmly. Coming from a humble background, she considered that her son's internship wouldn't yield much. And having seen a post from a friend looking for a college student to tutor her daughter, she decided to connect them. "Tutoring? Mom, I'm quite busy with work right now. I might not be able to make it," Chen Xuan replied, lacking interest in such matters and offering an excuse to evade the situation. With his newfound abilities, earning money was hardly a challenge. "Son, I've already promised her. If you don't go, it would reflect poorly on me," Healing You said, her tone slightly urgent upon hearing Chen Xuan's reluctance. Realizing the predicament, he quickly acquiesced. "All right, I'll check it out this weekend. Where does that aunt live?" "They reside at Building 3, Room 903 of the Haokong Garden in the Benhai district. The aunt's name is Su Hong, and her daughter is Shui Ziki, 17 years old this year," Healing You replied, pausing before adding, "Oh, and Su's husband is Shui Kai, who serves as the office director in a municipal agency. Be attentive and polite when you visit their home." "Got it, Mom." Chen Xuan diligently noted down the names. Suddenly, the line went silent. A few seconds later, Chen Xuan received a message. Upon opening it, he discovered a photograph of a girl clad in a white t-shirt from the Tang Li brand and blue denim shorts. Her innocent visage, adorned with a touch of makeup, revealed a certain charm. She stood at the entrance of a European-style school, where the stone plaque prominently displayed the words Oak Tree High School. This Ziki attended the same high school as Yao Dao and Qin Qin. Chen Xuan murmured to himself. Just then, he heard Ling Yu's voice on the phone. Xiao Xian. What do you think of Aunt Sue's daughter? What do you mean by what? Mom, Aunt Sue's daughter is so young. You can't be trying to matchmake us, can you? Chen Xuan replied, both amused and exasperated. He could almost always predict his mother's thoughts. Didn't you break up with Su Jing? It's perfect timing. Ziki hasn't had a boyfriend yet. Once she enters university, you two can start dating, Ling Yu said, her tone brimming with uncontainable joy. Aunt Sue and I have already talked. She thinks you're quite good. So, when you tutor Ziki, make sure to leave a good impression, all right? Listening to his mother's insinuations about tempting a high school girl, Chen Xuan felt a wave of disbelief wash over him. All right, Mom. I understand what I need to do. Xiao Xian, you must perform well, Ling Yu reiterated, then sent Chen Xuan Su Hong's phone number. After noting it down, he quickly changed the subject. By the way, Mom, I recently secured a major deal for the company. The boss awarded me a bonus of 100,000 yuan. And I'll transfer it to you now. On the other end of the line, Ling Yu's eyes widened in disbelief. Xiao Xian, you're not joking with me. Are you? How can an intern receive such a substantial bonus? If you don't believe me, I can give you the boss's number so you can ask him yourself, Chen Xuan said, suppressing his laughter. He concocted an excuse to avoid raising his mother's suspicions about the source of the 100,000 yuan, knowing she would never dare call the president of the Shun Group in Tianhai City. As a woman who had never ventured beyond her small town, Ling Yu was timid as a rabbit and quickly exclaimed, I believe you. I believe you. Xiao Xian, you're amazing. Hearing his mother's astonished and ecstatic tone filled Chen Xuan with a sense of satisfaction. After exchanging some pleasantries, they hung up, and Chen Xuan promptly transferred the 100,000 yuan. The initial 200,000 he had spent on treating Shen Binglan had been depleted in less than a week. Yet he remained unperturbed. Today, he had treated Shen Binglan as cold again, and per their agreement, he would receive another 20,000 tomorrow. Furthermore, he planned to attend the Stone Gambling Festival, where, with his clairvoyant abilities, amassing wealth overnight would be a mere trifle. Putting away his phone, Chen Xuan strolled out of the Shen Villa with a light step, heading towards his own villa. Under the shroud of the dense night, he quickly returned home, where the enchanting twin sisters, Yao Yao and Qin Qin, awaited him at the door. Adorned in charming black-made outfits inspired by the East, they looked delightful, their long, elegant legs accentuated by lace-trimmed black stockings, presenting a breathtaking sight. Master, Yao Yao spoke gently as she entered. This evening, a beautiful sister delivered a collection of medicinal herbs, claiming they are for you. Following her lead, Qin Qin added, Master, the herbs are placed on the table in the living room. Chen Xuan nodded, proceeding into the living room where he beheld a lavish glass table adorned with several bags of precious herbs, a delicate fragrance wafting through the air. It appeared that Tang Xiuling had collected all the necessary ingredients for concocting the divine Yuan Dan within a single day. After ensuring nothing was amiss, Chen Xuan instructed Yao Yao and Qin Qin to retire for the night, while he ascended to the villa's rooftop once more. Facing the boundless sea, Chen Xuan sat cross-legged, harmonizing his body and spirit to an optimal state before commencing his cultivation. As the celestial energy coursed through his limbs, he operated his technique, completing one cycle. Yet, this was merely the inception of his foundation-building phase. He needed to execute 81 cycles to transcend this realm. As his technique progressed, Chen Xuan gradually immersed himself in an ethereal state. His body began to emanate warmth and a barely perceptible white light, an omen of the celestial energy threatening to burst forth. In this transcendent state, time trickled away, and Chen Xuan remained as still as a statue, unyielding. As the moon waned and stars faded, the dawn broke at a delicate moment when the sun emerged from the sea, casting golden rays across the heavens and earth. A beam of sunlight struck Chen Xuan, prompting him to open his eyes, rising with a brilliance that rivaled the morning sun. At this moment, he had successfully established his foundation, his celestial essence surging vigorously. His garments billowing without wind, and energy within him seemed poised to erupt. Suddenly, Chen Xuan opened his mouth and let out a resounding roar. His voice echoed like thunder, resembling the roar of a dragon or the growl of a tiger, resonating far and wide, captivating all who heard it. The entire villa community along the Moon Bay coast turned their gaze toward the sea, drawn by the sound. Chen Xuan's roar, directed at the ocean, led many to believe it originated from the depths of the waters. All were struck by the magnitude of the roar, faces painted with astonishment, many affluent families, devout in their beliefs, bowed toward the sea, assuming it was the wrath of a divine dragon. In a classical villa along the Moonbay coast, Fu Wei and Tang Xiuling were preparing for their morning exercise when they heard the roar, their expressions shifting to shock as they halted in their tracks. In their hearts, they recognized the sound as that of an extraordinary master. Fu Wei, a master of alchemical strength, humbly acknowledged that he could not rival the one who issued such a powerful cry. Could there truly be an unparalleled master concealed within the Moonbay coast? Fu Wei's gaze flickered with uncertainty, his complexion shifting rapidly. He exchanged a knowing glance with Tang Xiuling, and they simultaneously thought of one name: Chen Xuan. Master, could it be that Chen Xuan is broken through the realm overnight? Tang Xiuling asked, her beautiful eyes betraying her astonishment. I cannot say for certain, Fu Wei replied, contemplatively. Yet, Mr. Chen possesses extraordinary talent. Perhaps he truly can defy the odds and become the youngest martial arts master in a millennium. The realm of Qi, a state that Fu Wei had long yearned for yet could never attain, remained elusive to him. Little did he know that Chen Xuan was not cultivating martial arts, but rather the supreme path of immortality. If that were indeed the case, then this individual was truly extraordinary. Tang Xiuling could not help but gently cover her cherry lips, speaking in a daze. Even if Chen Xuan were merely at the Dan level, it would take her considerable time to hope to catch up. Should Chen Xuan have already entered the realm of Qi, surpassing him would be an unattainable dream for her in this lifetime. In the Shen family villa, Shen Binglan, lying in bed, was startled awake by Chen Xian's long howl. She sat up abruptly, only to realize she was completely unclothed. Stifling her urge to scream, Shen Binglan quickly recalled the events of the previous night. She could only remember drinking the wine laced with aphrodisiac prepared by Chu Xiaoyan, then being brought back to the villa by Chen Xuan, during which she had uttered numerous shameful words, followed by Chen Xuan removing her clothing. The subsequent events were a complete blur to her. Her heart plummeted like a stone. Had she truly been taken by Chen Xuan? Shen Binglan felt a rush of embarrassment and anxiety. Hastily throwing off the covers to check the sheets, relieved to find no traces of blood. Upon inspecting her body, aside from feeling a bit weak and powerless, there seemed to be no abnormalities. A quiet sigh of relief escaped her lips. It appeared that Chen Xuan still retained some semblance of decency. No, wait. The thought that Chen Xuan had seen her in such a vulnerable state turned her cheeks a deep crimson. She quickly pulled the covers back up to shield her delicate form, burying her head within them. After such an occurrence, she was at a loss as to how she would face Chen Xuan in the future.